In the dim internet cafe, Long Chen was typing away on his keyboard. His hands were extremely fast, and he looked like he was on fire, concentrating on playing LOL. Die for me! Die for me! He was holding a piece of bread in his mouth. His face was a little sloppy, and he was venting his anger in the game. His girlfriend ran away with a rich nobleman, and his brother was playing tricks on him in the joint business. Not only did he owe a lot of debt, but he was also at risk of being found by debt collectors. He was ruined and could only hide in the internet cafe to find warmth and comfort. However, as the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Not only did his girlfriend run away, but the business he was working with was also screwed. Now he might even lose the game. Damn it, Yasuo, you didn't use your ultimate when you should have, and you used it when you shouldn't have. You are such a wimp, Long Chen roared, angrily. Seeing Yasuo at 116, Long Chen was so angry that he was possessed by the soul of Zan, and he frantically greeted the other team's relatives. It was clearly an advantageous situation, but his teammates turned it back. Damn it, Yasuo, don't go! Don't go! Seeing Yasuo, who was gone forever, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched with anger, and the keyboard was clanging. He was frantically greeting Yasuo's family in the most ferocious way. On the screen, the scarlet word failure seemed to be mocking someone, which was particularly glaring. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a few times, especially when he saw his teammates touching 121 record. He was so angry that his heart hurt a little. Damn, something is wrong, it seems. It hurts more and more. Damn, it really hurts. Long Chen's face suddenly became ugly, and then he fell to the ground with foam at the mouth under the stunned gaze of the netizens around him. At the moment of falling to the ground, Long Chen's head tragically hit the sharp corner of the table. His consciousness blurred instantly, and his body was still twitching on the ground instinctively. When his consciousness blurred, he could even vaguely hear the screams from the people around him. Fuck, someone died suddenly. I was scared to death. Come on, help. What's the use of just calling for help? Call for emergency help. Oh, right. 120 phone number. What's it? A group of passers-by. Long Chen originally felt that he could still save him, but after hearing this, he was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He just stared with his eyes wide open and died. Have you ever thought that your death is not accidental? Maybe you don't believe in destiny. But destiny has already chosen you. No matter how many times you reincarnate, no matter how many times you escape, you are destined to accept it all again. Until the curse is broken, the first ancestral god emperor. It's time to come back. Your subjects are waiting for you. To you 500,000 years ago. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, it is up to fate. These words were spoken in a low and ethereal voice, and each character was full of strong explosive power, slowly vibrating in the depths of the mind and consciousness, and lasting for a long time. Several magical and strange messages, like little stars hitting the planet, exploded in the soul one after another. Long Chen suddenly regained consciousness. He was exploded awake by these mysterious messages that suddenly appeared. He felt as if he had not completely died, but he felt that he was wandering between life and death, and his eyes could not be opened. The body also became strange and twisted, as if he was in a space where he had no idea. What did those words mean just now? Alas, am I not dead? Where is this? It's pitch black? Warm? Moist? This space is very small, so small that Long Chen can't even turn his body. Something is wrong. Am I not in the bed? As his consciousness gradually recovered, Long Chen still couldn't open his eyes, but he felt that he was being wrapped in a warm feeling, and his body couldn't move. Instantly, a pain like a message was transmitted came from his head. After a few seconds, Long Chen was silent. I died? Now I traveled through time? And then I became an egg? After Long Chen got a memory that didn't belong to him, he was stunned. He did die in the internet cafe before, but he didn't die completely, and his soul actually traveled through time. However, after getting the memory of the death of his master in this life, Long Chen couldn't be happy at all, because he turned into an egg. And it was a demon snake egg. No, you can't play with people like this, right? I'm a human, and you traveled through time and became a snake? This is really not a dream. I'm not a human all of a sudden? God, are you kidding me? Obviously, couldn't accept his new identity, and moved his body, trying to break out of the shell and squeeze out of this small space. After a burst of impotent rage, Long Chen gradually calmed down and began to accept his new identity. According to the pitiful memory of the snake egg, Long Chen learned that the little life in the egg wanted to break out of the shell but failed, and finally suffocated to death in the egg. Died in the egg. Brother, you are quite miserable. Long Chen felt his facial muscles twitching, but the next second, he was forcing himself to comfort himself. It's okay, start a new life. Snake life is not bad. Long Chen, who was still twisting his fragile body in the egg, felt depressed again. According to the usual routine of crossing, he must be a descendant of a famous family, or a super genius of a sect, or a descendant of gods and demons, etc. However, he got nothing, and now he is just an egg whose life and death are uncertain. Although, he is still a demon snake that is still preparing to break out of the shell. I was a human in my last life, but I became a demon in this life. Forget it, there will always be a way to get there. I am lucky to be alive. Why would I need a bicycle? With this self-consolation, Long Chen learned from the only remaining memory he had just obtained that this world was completely different from the Earth he lived in his previous life. This was an ancient dragon continent completely covered by mysterious energy, with monsters and beasts everywhere, and humans and demons coexisting. Such a mysterious world also filled Long Chen, who was still in the egg, with curiosity, and it secretly burned in his heart. Since the heavens let me, Long Chen, be reborn, they must have pitied me in my last life. How could I let down the heavens for such an opportunity and good fortune? Even if I turned into an egg, I would never give in easily. Even if I broke out of my shell and became a demon snake, I would still stand at the top of this world. Since the way of heaven is so unfair and does not allow me to be a human in my next life, then I will become the master of this world. Become the nightmare of all living beings. When I break out of the shell and am reborn, the new world will be ready to welcome the birth of a new king. Ha ha ha! Perhaps it was really a bit unbearable for a certain snake to brag seriously, and this originally hard eggshell actually quietly cracked a little with a slight sound. Seeing that the shell that sealed him was cracked, Long Chen smiled happily. Ha ha ha! As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. The most difficult step of breaking the shell has been successful. How far can I be from becoming a god? In a mood full of excitement and expectation, Long Chen saw that the time was ripe, and suddenly made a snake rush, smashing the egg that had already cracked a few points. Sticking his head out and breathing fresh air, Long Chen seemed to feel the arrival of rebirth. However, before he had time to celebrate his new life, he suddenly found that the situation seemed a little wrong. He saw that all around him were pairs of curious and stunned eyes staring at him, which surprised them a little. Looking around, Long Chen was stunned to see that they were not his own kind, but a group of crocodile cubs that had just hatched. He immediately fell into deep thought. This amount of information was quite a lot. A snake, hatched in a crocodile cub nest? This is so annoying. Did I connect to the wrong server? Nightmare difficulty? No, it should be hell mode. Could there be a more tragic situation than this? Author's words. Writing a book is not easy. Please don't criticize if you don't like it. This book does not take the route of being invincible at the beginning. The protagonist will not be invincible at the beginning. It needs a growth process until he grows to the strongest peak. The background of this book is vast, the character settings are numerous, and the various lines are intricate but closely connected, comparable to the butterfly effect. It is not written in a long-winded way, but I want to write it in detail so that everyone can understand it. If you think this book is good, please give it a 5-star praise, dear. Looking around at the monster beast crocodile cubs, Long Chen, who has a snake body and a snake head, couldn't help shaking his snake eyes. He felt that he had broken out of the shell in the wrong way. Logically speaking, he was a snake monster and should have been born in a snake monster camp. Even if he was unlucky, he should have been born in the wilderness, which was acceptable. But now, he was born directly after breaking out of the shell in the nest of his natural enemy, surrounded by predators. The game starts with a hellish or even nightmare difficulty. Who can reason with this? Hiss! The crocodile cubs that had just hatched were also stunned when they saw Long Chen, who was out of tune with them. At this moment, the crocodile cubs all opened their young crocodile mouths slightly, and there seemed to be exclamation marks on their heads. Looking at a black demon snake cub, they all had question marks on their heads. Long Chen felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. He looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. The birth position was really beautiful and accurate. If the eggs of the crocodile cubs around were a ring, then his current position was at the center of the circle. What should I do? These 3 words swept through Long Chen's mind. Now he was really confused. Crocodiles are one of the natural enemies of snakes. Moreover, there are really snake monsters in the diet of these crocodiles. Because according to all of Long Chen's current memories, this group of crocodile cubs turned out to be a group of demon black water crocodiles. Although the black water crocodile has the qualifications of a demon beast, it lacks some talent for cultivating xuanqi, so it is between a wild beast and a demon beast. But even so, Long Chen's current situation can be described as quite desperate. Seeing the black water crocodile cubs around him, all staring at him intently, Long Chen felt more and more cold on his back, and his snake face twitched a little. Obviously, he was going all out. The situation is very critical now, so he can only strike first and try his best. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, showing a polite but elegant smile, and tentatively said, "Brothers, if I say I passed by, would you believe it?" As Long Chen's voice fell, the group of blackwater crocodile cubs first looked at each other, but when they looked at Long Chen again, they were no longer surprised, no longer confused, but fierce! Fierce, fierce, hiss! After the first black water crocodile suddenly screamed. Fiercely, it was probably starving. After seeing Long Chen, who looked like Food the demon snake, it finally jumped up with a fierce momentum. The movements were swift and fierce, and the perfect hunting ability seemed to be innate from the mother's womb. Good fellow, it is worthy of being a black water crocodile between a demon beast and a wild beast. Even the fighting power of the cubs is so terrible. Hiss! As the first black water crocodile cub jumped up and was about to hunt Long Chen, the other black water crocodile cubs around also jumped up, with a uniform momentum, all frantically and fiercely attacking Long Chen, who was in the center. The fierce roars of the black water crocodile cubs seemed to say, "Demacia!" Seeing this, Long Chen's snake face twitched a few times, looking at the many black water crocodile cubs that jumped up from all directions to attack, without any ripples in his heart. Beautiful, I just traveled through time and was reborn, and I am about to say goodbye to this world. If I can survive this dead end, I, Long Chen, will wash my hair upside down. At the moment when many black water crocodile cubs pounced on Long Chen, and at the moment when Long Chen was still secretly nursing himself, suddenly with Long Chen's snake body as the center, the space in the entire black water crocodile cub's nest suddenly solidified. In an instant, Long Chen felt that he could not move, except that his eyes could blink back and forth. He found that his body could not move, and the other many hungry black water crocodile cubs who wanted to pounce on him were also fixed in midair, all showing a fierce look, but no further changes. What's going on? Long Chen looked around silently and found that the space solidified very timely. If it was a second later, his life would be gone in an instant. Ding! The God-level infinite evolution system is being generated. Ding! The host has been captured and is connecting to the system server. Ding! The completion rate of connecting to the system server is 10%, 50%, 99%. Ding! The evolution system has successfully landed and has successfully bound to the host. What the hell? System? Or the evolution system? Can it evolve infinitely? Goldfinger? Several questions suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Could it be that those Goldfinger in the novel can also befall me, Long Chen? Long Chen, who originally realized that it was a dead end, was extremely excited when he knew that he was bound by the so-called God-level evolution system. Ha ha ha! I knew that there was a reason for being born in this so-called dragon ancient continent. The feelings also gave the system a Goldfinger. I don't know how you little chuas can fight against me. System, give me a little treasure. I want to smash these little chuas in a minute. It seemed that it had received an order from Long Chen, and only the calm voice of the evolution system was heard. Ding! Since the host is in an absolute dead end, the host currently has two choices. The first is to give up everything and choose death. I choose the second one. The second one. Long Chen didn't even wait for the evolution system to finish and interrupted it frantically, widening his eyes and roaring. Ding! The host has made his choice, and the system tasks are being issued. Ding! The host needs to make all the black water crocodile cubs surrender, and the system novice gift pack is being issued. Ding! The host gets a free evolution opportunity. Do you want to evolve? Evolve! Long Chen didn't even think about it, and chose to agree directly. Now time and space are frozen at this moment. Looking at those vicious black water crocodile cubs that pounced in the air, his heart couldn't help but feel cold. If the evolution system hadn't suddenly arrived, he would have really died. Ding! Evolution has started, and the host is beginning to evolve. With the calm and emotionless system prompt sound, the previously solidified space suddenly returned to its original state. When all the solidification was gone, Long Chen was stunned for a moment. I haven't evolved yet, and you're unfreezing the space. Are you kidding me, system? Facing Long Chen's inner roar, the evolution system seemed to be offline and didn't give any answer at all. Hiss! Although this moment came slowly, the many black water crocodile cubs in the space that were previously fixed didn't feel anything. They pounced on them in midair with only one goal. That was Long Chen's delicious meal. Chi-chi. The next second, as if responding to Long Chen, his young black-scaled snake body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the dim space around it. At that moment, he actually turned into light. This book is the prequel to all subsequent new book systems. The system, worldview are very large and have great potential. When the new book is published later, all the important characters in the later part of this prequel book will be the protagonists of the new book. Emphasis. If you like this book, please leave more comments in the comment area. The support of the family is the driving force of the keyboard. If you have any opinions, just raise them and I will consider them. With a fierce and dazzling light shining on the nest of the black water crocodile cubs, the entire dim and humid space suddenly became like daylight. Many black water crocodile cubs that were killing in midair closed their eyes subconsciously when they were pierced by this dazzling light, because they were born to live in this dim swamp. Hiss! This sudden appearance of the righteous light, which was comparable to a small sun and a little scorching, made the black water crocodile cubs unbearable and screamed in pain. At the same time, with a little scorching white light radiating, a thick and extremely strong silver snake tail suddenly appeared. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, the whipping force of the silver-scaled snake tail, with the momentum of a ghostly shadow, whipped the black water crocodile cubs in midair and knocked them down one after another. Faced with the suddenly strong and powerful silver-scaled snake tail, these newly born little guys were naturally no match. Under the dazzling light, they roared in pain one after another and were forcibly knocked down in the distance. Many black water crocodile cubs fainted the moment they fell to the ground, but there were no casualties. After all, no matter how bad the black water crocodile is, it is between a monster and a wild beast. It is also a copperhead and iron skin. Even a cub is not easy to get hurt. When the slightly hot light slowly dissipated, the inconspicuous black baby snake in the center area had long disappeared. Instead, a silver-scaled demon snake with a body length of 5 or 6 meters, covered with bright silver scales all over its body, like a dazzling handicraft, suddenly appeared. Squeak! The silver tail of the silver-scaled demon snake seemed to have its own consciousness, and it made a gentle humming sound, just like the tail of a rattlesnake. Opening his eyes, Long Chen was completely surprised to see that he had suddenly changed. He felt that he had endless power at this moment. Compared with the weak young snake form before, he was much stronger. Looking at the group of black water crocodile cubs that looked like a group of cubs, Long Chen knew that he had grown bigger and stronger, and couldn't help but whispering secretly, "Is it so magical that it evolves as soon as it is said to evolve?" With the first evolution completely completed, in this gap of time, the voice of the evolution system resounded in Long Chen's mind. Ding! The host's first evolution has been completed, and the attribute map has been updated. Host, Long Chen. Clan Monster Clan Form, Thunder Snake Class, 1-star Xuan Mai. Talent, Lightning Resistance. Full level skill, none. Experience value, 0-100. Feeling the attribute map that suddenly appeared in his mind, Long Chen simply tasted it and didn't say much because he knew that things were not over yet. Because the current situation has not been controlled, he needs to make all the black water crocodiles surrender before he can complete the task. Now that he has successfully evolved, he has completely surpassed these guys in terms of strength. Killing them is not a problem, let alone suppressing them. You were pretty ruthless just now. Now it's my turn. Long Chen glanced at the black water crocodile cubs around him, sneered, and was about to make a move. However, the next second, he suddenly froze in the distance, staring blankly at the group of black water crocodile cubs, and his facial muscles twitched. It seemed that these little guys understood that they were no match for the thunder snakes. They all trembled with their delicate bodies, crawled on the ground one after another, and bowed their heads as if they were kowtowing, and worshipped Long Chen one after another. Ding! The host has completed the novice mission and is rewarded with 10 attribute points. Long Chen's facial muscles trembled. He hadn't even exerted any strength, but the other party had already surrendered. His first novice mission was actually completed in this way. It must be said that this group of black water crocodile cubs, which were so ferocious before, are really very good at dealing with the current situation. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. Let's go. Long Chen didn't want to stay in this dark and humid nest for a moment, so he moved his snake body in a somewhat uncomfortable way and moved towards the direction leading to the outside. This suddenly changed from a human to a demon snake, without legs, and it was really a bit uncomfortable to walk. As Long Chen gradually moved out of the dark and humid cave, a group of black water crocodile cubs behind him also quickly followed, one by one as if they recognized their father, and followed happily. No, you can rest in the nest. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You don't have to see me off. Long Chen turned around and said in surprise. On the other hand, the group of black water crocodile cubs didn't listen to the other party at all, and recognized Long Chen as their relative, so they followed him intimately. As the saying goes, whoever feeds you is your mother. They can see that Long Chen is much stronger. Following him, they will definitely feel safe. Seeing that these guys have no intention of leaving him, Long Chen grinned speechlessly. He didn't want to take care of a bunch of younger brothers at the beginning. His strength would not allow him to do so. After simply moving his new body, Long Chen bounced up with the snake's tail, and with a whoosh, he rushed out of the cave with an instant bounce and acceleration. Seeing Long Chen disappear, a group of black water crocodile cubs in the back naturally followed him. of course, at a slower speed. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the cave, Long Chen looked at the light outside the cave. He knew that this was the beginning of his new life. Ha ha! Dragon Ancient Continent, a brand new life, here I come. As the light got closer and closer, Long Chen controlled his thick snake body, jumped and shot, and rushed out of the cave quickly like a carp. Feeling the baptism from the light, he squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the sun in the sky, and couldn't help but let out a refreshing voice. It feels so good to be alive. Long Chen spit out the snake letter, and he was very happy in his heart. Although he was ruined on Earth, he vowed to stand on the top again in this life, and let all the races in this world know his name, Long Chen. Ha! However, before Long Chen's joy subsided, a low breathing sound came instantly, and his eyes suddenly cast to a place not far away. The smile on the snake's face froze instantly at this moment. I saw an adult black water crocodile bathing in the pool, staring with stunned eyes at the thunder snake rushing out of its cave, and it was also stunned. It never expected that a demon snake would appear in its nest. Long Chen looked at the 10-meter-long black water crocodile, whose body was as thick as a pipe. He felt the powerful waves of profound energy in the other party's body, and his snake eyes widened. He secretly sighed at his luck. He was really unlucky. This is really a blessing that never comes alone, and a disaster that never comes alone. Just after leaving the dragon's pond, he entered the tiger's den again. What does it mean that a blessing never comes alone, and a disaster never comes alone? At this moment, Long Chen was in this situation. In the gaps between the breath of the adult black water crocodile, a trace of special breath waves surged. That was the foundation of cultivation in the ancient dragon continent, profound energy. The ability to exude profound energy was enough to prove that this black water crocodile already had the potential for cultivation. The black water crocodile was originally a beast between a demon beast and a wild beast. Now this adult black water crocodile has the ability to absorb profound energy, which is completely different. Its combat power naturally skyrocketed. Ding! Host, be careful. There is a 3-star profound vein black water crocodile in front of you. Killing it can directly upgrade the star. Facing the prompt sound of the evolution system, Long Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was just a thunder snake of a 1-star Xuanmai master. What could he use to fight against a 3-star Xuanmai master? Looking at the adult black water crocodile taking a bath, which was also staring at him with a pair of crocodile eyes wide open, Long Chen's snake face twitched slightly, and he immediately communicated in the language of the demon clan. Brother Crocodile, if I say I was passing by here, do you believe it? The black water crocodile, which was in a daze, gradually reacted. Looking at the eyes of the thunder snake, it instantly became ferocious, and the low roar resounded through the surrounding dark forests and pools. Judging from this posture, this adult black water crocodile is constantly trying to let the other party go. From the other party's low roar full of murderous intent, Long Chen understood that the other party had no intention of letting him go. He immediately rolled his eyes and kept contacting the evolution system in his heart. System, think of a way. Is there any way to kill this guy? Ding! The host can't beat it at the moment, but after 4 weeks of development, come back and kill it. I'm not asking you this now, I'm asking how to escape. Ding! The task has been generated. Please escape from here quickly. No limit to the method. The reward will be directly upgraded by 1 star. We are chatting across servers? Did you hear what I said? Ding! The system is being maintained and upgraded. After the host completes the task, the reward will be automatically issued. Beautiful. Long Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. He really wanted to give this system a military boxing. Looking at the adult black water crocodile ready to go in the pool below, feeling the other party's mysterious energy wave marks that are more than twice as powerful as himself, he was also calculating quickly in his heart. Fighting a black water crocodile with a 3-star mysterious vein is definitely a behavior that only a fool would choose. But now the road outside the exit was blocked by this guy. It was really difficult for me to break through by force. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen felt that the profound energy in his body had begun to circulate. He was surprised to find that he did not need to deliberately control it, and he could mobilize the profound energy contained in his body at will. The feeling of this power gradually condensing and filling was magical. The adult black water crocodile let out a terrifying roar at this moment, and his eyes were full of ferocity and violence, and he had the tendency to tear Long Chen into pieces in the next second. Chi-chi? At the same time, in the cave, many black water crocodile cubs rushed out of the door at this moment. They naturally saw the adult black water crocodile confronting Long Chen, and for a moment they were all stunned. However, Long Chen knew that he must not give these little guys time to react, and immediately ordered them. What are you still standing there for? Go up and bite it! With the order, the group of black water crocodile cubs, who had no time to react immediately, rushed out instinctively and pounced on the adult black water crocodile. Seeing that its children were biting it, it was furious, but it didn't dare to do anything, fearing that it would hurt its children. It could only let the other party pounce on it fiercely. Roar! Faced with the bites of many children, the adult black water crocodile didn't even break its skin. It looked at its children speechlessly, then roared, using the sound to intimidate its children. After all, they are all flesh and blood. It can't kill them all at once. The black water crocodile cubs came to their senses and found that this adult black water crocodile, who looked the same as them and was stronger, immediately changed from being fierce to being intimate, constantly rubbing against the other's sturdy body. The black water crocodile, as strong as a 3-star Xuanmai, looked at the appearance of his own children and immediately lay on the pool speechlessly. These guys, the speed of changing their faces is really unprecedentedly fast. No, where is the snake? When the adult black water crocodile reacted, it found that the thunder snake, which was several meters long, had disappeared without a trace. Ding! The host tied up and killed a spirit monkey and was rewarded with 10 experience points. Ding! The host swallowed and killed a bush beast and was rewarded with 30 experience points. Ding! With a series of system prompts, Chen, who had been developing madly, finally stopped at the level of a 3-star Xuanmai practitioner. Hick! Rest for a while, and then continued to develop. Chen used his snake tail to wrap a sharp object like a branch and shaved the residue in the gaps between his few fangs. System, call up my attribute map. Ding! Calling up the attribute interface for the host. Host, Chen clan, monster clan form, thunder snake class, 3-star Xuanmai talent, lightning resistance, max level Xuan skill none. Xuanfa, none, attribute points 10. Experience points 8,300. Well, I escaped from danger before and the reward was 1 star, and then I killed a lot of beasts along the way which rewarded me with a lot of experience. Chen nodded slightly. Seeing that he had just come to this world and had completed the initial growth, he was full of curiosity about this ancient dragon continent where he could practice. By the way, if I keep hunting this kind of beast, wouldn't I climb to the top by accumulating experience? Chen suddenly said. His eyes lit up and he really felt that he was very smart. If successful, this would be a super big bug. Ding! Please don't have such strange ideas. The experience points of the beast are only for the host to grow at the level of Xuanmai. Once the advancement breaks through, the experience of the beast will also decrease, and the minimum limit is 1 experience point. Ding! Similarly, when the host hunts demon beasts or humans and other low-level life forms, once the host's own profound vein level is too high, it will all be compressed to the minimum limit of the experience value. Hearing the words of the evolution system, Chen curled his lips, secretly unhappy, but he also understood that this bug could not be stuck. After eating and drinking, Chen, who had eaten and drunk enough, swung his snake body on the treetops, quietly watching the sunset, slowly falling, with mixed feelings in his heart. In the last life he owed a lot of debts, his girlfriend ran away, and his brother betrayed him. It was extremely aggrieved. In this life, Chen secretly vowed to live a wonderful life and trample all living beings under his feet. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the sky gradually dusking, and the endless mountains and dense forests, Chen, who was high up and cold, suddenly said, "System, tell me about this so-called dragon ancient continent." At sunset, the sky began to gradually darken, representing the night of the first day of Chen's rebirth, which was about to arrive. Hanging comfortably on the treetops, Chen occupied a tall tree, looking at the boundless mountains and dense forests in front of him, took a deep breath and grinned. "System, tell me about this world." After all, he had just traveled to this world, and he was completely blind and didn't know anything. If he could get information about this world from the system, he would at least know where he was and what to do next. Ding! The basic information of this world has been transmitted to the host's mind. Please check. As the system prompt sounded, Chen felt a sudden surge of coolness in his head, as if he had been enlightened. The next second, a large amount of unfamiliar information surged into Chen's mind. By constantly reading the messages from the system, Chen also had some understanding of this magical world. This world is called the Dragon Ancient Continent, where all races stand side by side. The strong are respected, the weak are preyed on by the strong, the laws are cruel, power is supreme, and there is no mercy. In the ancient Dragon Continent, there is no so-called fighting spirit and spiritual power in the novel, and Xuanqi is the mainstream of cultivation in this continent. All living things have the potential for cultivation, and the representative of this potential is the Xuanqi that only practitioners can feel on the continent. Without Xuanqi, you can only be like everyone else in this life, or like a beast. Only those who have the potential to cultivate Xuanqi can practice and lead to a stronger level and path. All living things have a general name, practitioners. On the continent, the cultivation of Xuanqi has almost developed to the absolute peak under the endless years of reproduction and development. As long as the talent is acceptable, it can reach the point of national cultivation. It is precisely because of this that Xuanqi is the foundation that can make all living things stand in this world. As the saying goes, the peak of Xuanqi, after countless generations of evolution and evolution of human demons, has developed countless methods of cultivation. The so-called skills have their strengths and weaknesses, and the differentiated Xuanqi methods are naturally also high and low. The path of cultivating profound energy is to go against the will of heaven. The strength of profound energy is closely related to one's profound energy level. The levels of profound energy are divided from low to high into profound veins, profound energy realm, profound spirit realm, profound wheel realm, creation realm, realm of life and death, nirvana realm, heaven-reaching realm, 3 realms of profound respect, saint realm, and reincarnation realm. Each realm is divided into 10 stars. Level of profound energy you cultivate is also the key to your future achievements. In the ancient dragon continent, the distinction between strong and weak depends on 3 basic conditions: profound energy, talent, and soul. If you want to become a peerless strongman, all 3 conditions are indispensable. After reading all this basic information in one breath, Chen fell into deep thought and couldn't help muttering, "It seems that I, a 3-star profound vein, am actually the lowest level. I thought I was pretty awesome, but it turns out I'm still a little brother." Of the 3 basic conditions, it seems that except for my relatively strong soul, the other 2 are quite weak. Chen is absolutely confident that his soul is strong. Because he came to this world by traveling through time, his soul can be said to have lived 2 lives. Among his peers, he has almost no rivals. Ding! Host, don't worry. Talent and Xuanqi will all be helped by this system. Hearing this, Chen's eyelids lifted and grinned. What do you mean? Ding! Host doesn't need the so-called talent because you have the evolution system. As long as you earn experience points and meet the requirements for star upgrades or advancements, you can directly upgrade stars and advance without any shackles. Ding! As for Xuanqi, the host only needs to complete the next novice task. The reward for the novice task will give you a Xuanqi technique to make up for the disadvantage of your Xuanqi. Listening to the words of the evolution system, Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at the dusk sky with a snake's letter, grinning. This is really worry-free. I like it. Because he knew that the cultivation of Xuanqi in this world was extremely difficult, especially the cultivation of high-level Xuanqi, which was even more life-threatening. As the saying goes, the path of cultivation is to go against the will of heaven. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. This statement is absolutely true. When will the next novice mission be sent to me? Chen couldn't help asking. Ding, depending on the mood of this system, please let the host develop first. With your weak Xuanqi level, it will be of no benefit to you to learn Xuanfa too early. Facing the system's very calm rebuttal, Chen curled his lips, hung on the treetop, quietly looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "System, where are we now?" Ding! The host is now at the southernmost tip of the East Continent, the Yowling Mountains, which is known to have the most monsters in the East Continent. Hearing this, Chen looked stunned and said, "East Continent? The East Continent you are talking about refers to the East Continent in the Dragon Ancient Continent?" Ding! That's right. The Dragon Ancient Continent is the total continent, and its interior is divided into 4 continental sections, south and north, and the central continent of the Holy Land in the center. When Chen heard the Zhongzhou continent, he remembered why it sounded so familiar just now, because the previous continent information included this point. Zhongzhou continent, a super holy land where countless evil geniuses are born, strong men gather like clouds, and all kinds of races stand side by side. It is known as the Holy Land of the Dragon Ancient Continent, and it is the Holy Land that countless people dream of competing for. There, no one should say how strong they are, because you never know that there will be a stronger strong man in the next second, who will instantly annihilate you. Zhongzhou continent is full of crises, but also has unlimited opportunities. If you are lucky, you will soar into the sky and occupy a place. If you are unlucky, your ashes will be scattered in minutes. Chen looked towards the horizon of Zhongzhou continent, and his curiosity about this continent was growing. One day, I can also stand at the top there. Ding! Host, don't just drink, eat some food. If there is even a cephalosporin, you won't drink like this. It feels like I was looked down upon by the system. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you, sleep. Chen turned over and still hung on the treetop. Buzz! Just as Chen was about to take a rest, he suddenly felt the giant tree he was standing on was shaking, and the shaking became increasingly stronger, and the ground was also shaking. What's going on, an earthquake? Chen looked around at the increasingly strong shaking. For some reason, he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, a large number of animal shadows were fleeing frantically in this dim forest. In the blink of an eye, the quiet forest was in chaos, with trees falling and land collapsing. It was in chaos. Looking at the forest, a large number of animal shadows were fleeing frantically towards this side, and the earth was shaking. The originally quiet, dense forest became turbulent, and Long Chen's face changed accordingly. The lazy intention of wanting to rest before was gone in an instant. What's going on? Looking at the large number of animal shadows that were frantically passing by, whether they were wild beasts or various monsters, they all looked panicked, and Long Chen was stunned. Everything was fine just now. How come something happened all of a sudden? And there was an earthquake at any time? Ding! Two extremely violent waves of profound energy were detected 1,000 meters ahead. Please flee from here as soon as possible. Hearing the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, Long Chen was shocked. Before he could say anything, he heard a loud noise coming from the end of the distant mountain range. In an instant, a giant chimpanzee with a black body and a body like a steel wall suddenly appeared at the other end of the mountain range. Roar! As if possessed by black steel, the giant chimpanzee, which was covered with muscles the size of city wall bricks, was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be angry about something, beating its chest and stamping its feet and roaring in a certain direction. The roar shook the sky and the earth, and the powerful roaring wind formed a violent airflow that wanted to spread in all directions. The profound energy was so powerful that many monsters that fled too slowly from afar died tragically on the ground one after another. They were either scared to death or shocked to death. They all died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and their internal organs shattered. Long Chen covered his head with his snake's tail and fell from the treetop. Even though he was very far away, he felt dizzy when the violent gust of wind swept over. This was the highest status and strength of the Xuanqi level. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the fish pond was affected. Long Chen naturally did not dare to stay for too long. He swung his snake's tail wildly and swept wildly in the direction he came from before. It was no wonder that he fled so quickly and wildly, because the giant chimpanzee that was like a steel wall was actually stepping towards this side. If he stayed here any longer, he would really be close to death. While Long Chen was fleeing quickly, he did not forget to observe the terrain around him. Suddenly, he saw a frantically fleeing iron water rhinoceros. The figure swung on the treetop and then used its own flexibility to forcibly hang on the iron skin of the iron water rhinoceros. With natural leg strength, Long Chen was naturally happy to use it. Although his movement speed was swift, it was not enough in such a large-scale monster beast escape. Possessing the body of the fierce iron water rhino could also save his energy. After all, if he was trampled to death by the beast tide while fleeing, it would be a joke. Long Chen found that the strength of this iron water rhino was actually at the level of an 8-star Xuanmai person, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. This beast, which was known as the Iron Skin, was hard to find an opponent among the monster beasts of the same level. It was indeed strong enough. However, the strength of this iron water rhino was at a low level among the fleeing beast tide. If a stronger monster beast suddenly attacked, it would inevitably become a meal for the stronger monster beast. However, due to the extremely critical situation now, the fleeing monster beasts, no matter how strong or weak, would not choose to provoke it at this time, so the process of fleeing was also smooth. On the other hand, the iron water rhino naturally felt that there was a demon snake wrapped around its back. Although he was angry, he was also afraid of the 100-foot giant beast that was stepping towards him. He could only flee to save his life, and naturally had no time to care about Long Chen, who was hitching a ride. Long Chen, who was attached to the back of the iron water rhino, felt the violent vibration of the ground and the beast tide fleeing around him. He was secretly shocked by the scene of such a huge beast tide fleeing. It was really the first time he had seen it. It was worthy of the monster mountain range where danger and opportunity coexisted. On the first day of coming to this world, he could encounter such a big scene. Long Chen didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. System, what on earth is that guy? Long Chen couldn't help asking the system, wanting to know what kind of chimpanzee giant beast it was, whose strength was so strong that it shocked the world. To be able to make so many monsters flee in fear, that guy was very arrogant to reach this level. Ding! That is a Titan Kangchong with a strength of 3-star Tongtian Realm. When Long Chen heard the 3 words Tongtian Realm, he was completely stunned. Tongtian Realm, what does it represent in this world? It represents the absolute supreme strength. If Long Chen used his understanding of the level of Xuanqi of this Titan Sky in the game, it would be like a level 73 wild monster boss. Because Xuanmai practitioners are equal to the entry level in this world, if they want to practice, they must open their Xuanmai to practice Xuanqi, so Xuanmai practitioners are not considered to be in the real level division. Starting from the Xuanqi realm is the beginning of the real practitioners. Looking back at himself, he has not even reached the real level of cultivation Xuanqi realm. How can Long Chen not be shocked? This Titan sky suddenly appeared. Could it be that it just slept in the wrong posture and got angry? Got up and went crazy? Long Chen couldn't help muttering. A super monster of the 3-star Tongqian realm is simply bombing a fish pond here. Good guy, just coming to this world, you can see such a powerful monster, which is also an eye-opener for Long Chen. Hiss. As he fled, suddenly a loud and extremely loud phoenix sound suddenly sounded from another mountain range. As the sharp and shrill phoenix cry came out, Long Chen suddenly felt his snake body tremble. This tremor was not something he could control, but came from the fear in his soul caused by the conflict between the tribes. What's going on? Don't tell me there's another one? Hearing the phoenix cry, Long Chen looked at the top of the mountain not far away. In an instant, his pupils shook. A giant phoenix with dragon-shaped flames burning all over its body suddenly soared into the sky. The 2 phoenix wings, which were also 100 feet long, vibrated with a roar of wind burning all the trees in the mountains. Compared with the strength of the Titan sky, it seemed that the golden phoenix of the same level with dragon-shaped flames burning all over its body seemed to be able to burn the sky. With the flapping of its wings, the sky seemed to be on fire, and the temperature rose sharply. The huge beast tide that was fleeing saw the sudden appearance of the 100-foot phoenix and changed its escape route in unison. The scene seemed a little flustered and funny for a while. Ding! A great Xia dragon bird was spotted in the southeast, and its strength is at the 5-star Tongqian realm. Beautiful. Just now an orangutan came, and now another divine beast? Long Chen looked at the great Xia dragon bird in the sky and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He couldn't describe his feelings in words. What kind of world is this? It's so dangerous. Seeing the great Xia dragon bird flying towards the Titan sky, the 2 big guys were tit for tat, and Long Chen was secretly relieved. He quickly flashed on the backs of various monsters and escaped from this place of trouble. Ding! The host killed a fighting spirit snake and the reward was plus 30 experience. Ding! The host killed a flatworm and the reward was 30 experience. Ding! The host killed. On the snow-white rocks on the turbulent river, Long Chen rested leisurely here, feeling the breeze blowing, and with enough food and drink, his life was very comfortable. During the escape, Long Chen killed several seriously injured monsters, including an adult black water crocodile that almost wanted to kill him in its den. Because of the battle between 2 fierce beasts at the Tongqian level, more fleeing monsters were either dead or injured. Long Chen also took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity to start a crazy development mode. The final result of the development was very immediate. The Yaoling Mountains under the night sky seemed to be even more dangerous. From time to time, you could hear the fierce roars and battle marks between monsters. Of course, Long Chen didn't care about these. His own snake scales were bright silver, and it was perfect for him to live on this snow-white stone. There were monsters passing by to drink water along the way, but there was no clue at all. Long Chen's disguise seemed to be integrated with the rocks on the river, and it was extremely secretive at night. Looking at the moon in the night sky, Long Chen shook his tail, which occasionally had a hint of thunder, and said, "System, call up my attribute map." Ding! Calling up the attribute map for the host. Host Long Chen. Clan Demon Clan. Form Thunder Snake. Class 8-star Xuanmai. Talent Lightning Resistance. Full level Xuan skill. No Xuan method. No attribute points 10. Experience value 66,850. Looking at his Xuanqi level, Long Chen was secretly delighted in his heart. He glanced at the bottom of the attribute map and said in astonishment, "Why don't I have any Xuan skills? Just having a talent is not the same thing." Indeed, he is in a rather embarrassing situation now. He only has a Xuanqi level, but no Xuan skills, which is indeed missing something. This is like a powerful warrior who does not have a weapon to wield. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable to have brute force. Ding! Host, don't worry. These are all done step by step. As long as you complete the tasks given by the system, you will naturally get the corresponding rewards. As soon as Long Chen heard the system's words, he suddenly felt relieved. After all, he had just arrived in this world, and he was unfamiliar with the people and the place, and there were dangers everywhere. Fortunately, he had the golden finger of the evolution system to assist him. If there was no evolution system, Long Chen even thought that he would not survive the first night. His eyes kept scanning his attribute chart. Long Chen suddenly became curious and couldn't help asking, "System, what do the 10 attribute points I was awarded before mean?" If it weren't for the fact that the Great Escape at dusk was too exciting and he had no time to ask, Long Chen would have wanted to ask this a long time ago. Ding! Host, don't be confused. This is the additional reward given by the system after you complete the task. This attribute point is to make up for your shortcomings. Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned, still perched on the snow-white rocks on the river, and spoke in astonishment. Shortcomings? I'm such a handsome and unrestrained demon snake. Besides not being handsome is my shortcoming. What other shortcomings can I have? Evolution system. Seeing that the system remained silent and did not answer him, Long Chen also knew that there was a limit to joking. He coughed dryly and grinned. Let's get to the point. What shortcomings of mine are these attribute points used to make up for? Ding! Host, you also know that in order to become a peerless strong man, the 3 conditions of profound energy, talent, and soul are indispensable. Ding! Except for the soul, your other 2 talents are simply bad. This is your shortcoming. Hearing this, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a little, and he smiled bitterly. I know my talent and profound energy are a little weak, but you say I'm bad. That's too much. Ding! Bad is bad. In the ancient dragon continent, the strong are respected, and bad is the original sin. Okay, let's get to the point. What exactly is this attribute point used for? Long Chen replied with a dark face. As if sensing the host's unhappy expression, the evolution system stopped joking and replied, Ding! This attribute point addition is tailor-made for the host, so please see the attribute diagram update panel. Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but look at the attribute diagram again. Suddenly, he realized that there were indeed some changes in details. Host, Long Chen, Monster Clan. Form, Thunder Snake Class, 8-star Mysterious Vein Talent. Lightning Resistance. Full Level Mysterious Skill, none. Mysterious Method, none. Attribute Point Addition 10. Mysterious Energy, 0. 0. Agility, 0. Soul Defense, 0. Experience Value, 66,850. Looking at the attribute panel that was updated again, Long Chen was stunned. The 5 attribute columns of Mysterious Energy, Strength, Agility, Soul, and Defense that suddenly appeared looked very much like the attribute map in the game. However, with this division, Long Chen could instantly understand it, and understand what the so-called attribute point addition, 10 above, meant. System, do you mean that my 10 attributes can be added to the 5 attribute columns below at will? Long Chen asked. Ding! That's what I mean. This is the attribute column map that belongs to the host. Your soul is strong enough. It is recommended that you don't click it in the early stage of the growth of the Xuanqi level. The other 4 attributes are what the host currently lacks. Ding! As for how to click the attributes in the end, everything depends on the host's own intention. This system can only provide guidance and assistance and does not participate in the decision. Ding! Here is the analysis of the attributes. Please check it out. Feeling a cool feeling in his mind, along with the transmission of information, Long Chen immediately closed his eyes and opened them again. In a few short seconds, he had a deep understanding of this so-called attribute analysis. Xuanqi attribute. This is the Xuanqi value, which refers to the foundation of the host's cultivation and can maximize the release of the Xuanqi endurance. Strength attribute. This is the strength value, which refers to the host's physical strength and enhances the attack power, and can also offset the negative stiffness in battle to the maximum extent. Agility attribute. This is the agility value, which refers to the host's maximum speed and body movement ability. Soul attribute. This is the soul value, which refers to the host's maximum soul attack power. The soul is the origin of all things. Don't protect your soul. Defense attribute. This is the defense value, which refers to the attribute value of the host's ability to resist the maximum Xuanqi attack and soul attack in battle. The 5 attributes each interpret their own role and importance, but there are only 10 attribute points at present. How to point them has become a problem. Long Chen subconsciously stroked his chin with his snake tail, looking at one of the attribute bars. The luster in his eyes kept flashing, and then asked the system with a serious look. System, I want to ask you something. You answer truthfully. System, I have a very serious question to ask you. You must answer truthfully, Long Chen said in a deep voice. Ding! If the host has any questions, just ask. Don't be so serious. Everything this system knows will be replied to you. Hearing this, Long Chen, whose snake tail was rubbing his chin, was silent for a second, and then he sank into his dantian and asked seriously, System, can I add 0.5 to my attribute points? After this, the evolution system was silent for 5 seconds, and finally with a roar, it dispelled the former's idea. Ding! Add your sister's 0.5. I think you look like 0.5. Are you bargaining with this system? No. Then no. Why are you scolding me? Long Chen's eyes widened and grinned. Ding! Host, please understand that you are not a human now, but a demon. No longer a human. Long Chen roared. Your body is that of a demon, and your soul is that of a human. Is that not okay? It was already depressing enough to travel through time and space and be reborn as a demon, and this evolution system made up for it. Ding! Please choose your own attribute points. This system can only provide auxiliary guidance. It is recommended that you can click on other attributes except the soul attribute column, except for the early growth stage. Returning to the main topic, Long Chen looked at his attribute chart again and fell into deep thought. Because he traveled through time and space and was reborn, he had a strong foundation of soul power, so he could make up for some aspects in terms of soul power strength. Although Xuan Qi can increase attack power, due to the small number of attribute points, the degree of improvement is just so-so, not to mention that there is no Xuan skill. Adding this is a bit extravagant. The strength attribute column feels like it can be clicked to increase its own strength and attack power, so it can be considered. After thinking for a full few seconds, Long Chen's eyes suddenly fixed on one of the attribute columns, and that kind of eyes that seemed to have finalized, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Ding! Host. This system suggests that since it is difficult to grow in the early stage, you can click on strength. However, before the evolution system finished speaking, Long Chen had already widened his eyes, spitting out snake signals, and frantically clicked on a certain attribute column. And that attribute column turned out to be the defense attribute. After clicking on defense, Long Chen felt that his heart suddenly became more stable, and he clearly felt that his skin scales became harder. This feeling is really stable. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief and found that he really did not make a mistake. In the early stage of growth, it is said that it is safe, so defense is definitely the first choice. Only by not dying can you develop and grow better. Ding! Host, you clicked all defense? The voice of the evolution system was a bit stunned, obviously a little beyond its expectations. It originally suggested that the other party click on Xuan Qi, but when it thought that Long Chen might be timid, it retreated and suggested strength. However, what no one expected was that Long Chen was so cowardly that he put all his defense points in. Long Chen nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm afraid of pain, so I put all my defense points in. Is there any problem?" To explain, putting all my defense points in the early stage was a trap to resist my wife's sword. It's not that the protagonist is cowardly. Long Chen takes the invincible route of both offense and defense, so his combat effectiveness in the midterm is very explosive. You don't have to worry about the protagonist being cowardly. After growing up, he is quite reckless. Ding, host, I can understand that you put a few points of defense in, but putting all your defense points in is a bit too, what? Hearing this, Long Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance and explained seriously, "What do you know? This is called stability. Putting all the defense points on a trap is like digging a hole, not being cowardly. Not being cowardly. Not being cowardly." I will say it 3 times, because it is important. You can read this book with confidence, and you will never regret it. Ding! Aren't you being too cautious? It makes no sense at all. Tsk, I'm too lazy to explain to you. You are still too young. Long Chen snorted and murmured, "I just have a feeling that my defense is definitely not in vain." Although he didn't know why he suddenly put all the defense points on, he instinctively felt that he was preventing something. What he was preventing specifically, he couldn't explain to himself clearly. Since he had already done it, he didn't think about it too much. Ding, I feel that you are not being cautious. You may really be afraid of pain. Yes, I just said that I am afraid of pain, so I put all the defense points on it. Is there a problem? Ding, forget it, as long as the host is happy. Don't worry, I am very happy. Just as the snake and the system were chattering, they heard some noises in the distance, accompanied by some mysterious waves. Long Chen instantly became quiet. His eyes swept to the distant forest outside the river, and his eyes, which were like night vision goggles, seemed to see 2 blurry shadows. Ding! New task released. Please go to the southeast 100 meters away immediately and kill the Dongting snake. The task reward is 10 attribute points and a random mysterious skill. The evolution system released the task again, and this time the task reward is not only attribute points, but also a mysterious skill. Long Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and the snake's tail kept swinging, looking very excited. With a surging heart, he naturally stopped sticking on the smooth rock, and his figure swung and rushed over immediately. Thunder Snake is a kind of demon snake, with speed as its strength, and agility as the advantage of Thunder Snake. Even Long Chen, who was at the level of a Xuanmai, could quickly shuttle to the designated location of the mission, with the speed of a lightning snake on the river. Bang! With the splash of mud, a butterfly with a colorful body, but seemingly without any attack power, was seen. Its 2 dazzling wings frantically vibrated, and it looked panicked, trying to escape the pursuit behind it. Perhaps because of its colorful body and 2 dazzling wings, this butterfly shuttled through the forest at night like a moving lighting. Whoosh! While the colorful butterfly was frantically flying, a thick and winding snake shadow in the forest kept shuttling quickly through the dark woods. The cold and eerie snake letter was revealed in the darkness, and the pair of scarlet snake eyes that seemed to contain murderous intent stared at the colorful butterfly that kept flying in front of it, wanting to treat it as tonight's dinner. Hiss! Hiss! This extremely dark and sturdy demon snake, whose scales do not reflect light in the moonlight, is like a ghost that follows it everywhere, moving forward in the darkness. Bang! As the colorful butterfly frantically swept, it was horrified to find that the tree trunk in front of it suddenly collapsed, and then there appeared an extremely dark and fierce snake tail that whipped it. Bang! Its body was severely whipped, coupled with its inner fear and its own weak defense. This colorful butterfly fell into the forest with a wail, like a winged angel. The faint light marks flickered on its body. This colorful butterfly was only half a meter long and had no attack power, but its mysterious energy was real, and its mysterious veins were open. It was obviously a real demon beast butterfly. But even such a butterfly demon beast could not stop the attack from the Dongting snake, the pursuer in the dark. Hiss! The pitch-black Dongting snake, seeing its prey being shot down, uttered a cold snake signal, and was moving its winding and thick snake body, slowly approaching the colorful butterfly whose body was flickering and whose breath was weak. Scarlet Snake's eyes were full of pride and the pleasure of the hunt, which frightened the colorful butterfly so much that it used its wings to cover its body for comfort. Seeing this, the Dongting snake uttered a cold snake signal, sneered, and opened its bloody mouth to swallow the other party. Puff! The next second, the Dongting snake, which was full of murderous intent before, suddenly stopped moving at the moment when its big mouth was about to swallow the colorful butterfly, and its 7-inch position was pierced by sharp fangs. In an instant, a thunder snake with silver-white scales all over its body suddenly appeared. Puff! Just when the Dongting snake was about to swallow the colorful butterfly, it suddenly froze, feeling a sharp pain in its 7-inch position, which immediately caused its thick snake body to twitch and twitch. This was a 7-inch penetration injury caused by the sharp fangs. It seemed to feel that something was wrong, and subconsciously used the butterfly wings to cover its colorful butterfly, revealing a pair of clear big eyes, and suddenly froze. The Dongting snake, which had wanted to swallow itself and had a majestic and ferocious face before, now had a silver fanged snake mouth that suddenly appeared, piercing its 7-inch position. This suddenly appeared monster is also a monster snake, and in terms of breath waves, it is obviously weaker than the Dongting snake. But it is such a thundering snake with a body of snow silver that, with a force of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, attacked the hard 7-inch scales of the Dongting snake by surprise, and successfully caused penetration damage, which really surprised the colorful butterfly. Boy, don't be nervous. I won't kill you. My target is this big guy. Long Chen bit the 7-inch scales of the Dongting snake that had been penetrated, and his voice was as steady as possible, so that the colorful butterfly would not be frightened. At the same time, Long Chen did not take it lightly. Even if he attacked the common weakness of the snake, the 7-inch, and even if it caused a penetration wound, the system did not prompt the killing prompt sound. If it were an ordinary demon snake, it would have died long ago if the 7-inch was penetrated. That is enough to prove how terrifying the defense of this Dongting snake, which is at the level of a 9-star Xuanmai, is. This 7-inch has been penetrated, but it's not dead. It's really tough. Long Chen bit the 7-inch of the Dongting snake that was struggling with its thick snake body. Seeing that the opponent's strength was obviously stronger than his, he showed a fierce momentum in his eyes and refused to let go. Because he knew that if he let go, he might not be able to kill the Dongting snake, and he might be killed in return. Although he had not yet fully adapted to the new environment full of murderous dangers, Long Chen, as a demon snake, had the innate killing nature of demon snakes, and he also understood that he must not be soft-hearted to the enemy, otherwise he would be doomed. Long Chen's snake mouth bit the 7 inches of the Dongting snake tightly, and the 2 sharp silver fangs pierced through the opponent's scales, letting the opponent struggle continuously and never letting go. Hiss! The fatal weakness was penetrated, and the Dongting snake let out a wail and roar. It never expected that it would be attacked by the same demon beast, and the attacker was a thunder snake. If it weren't for the fact that its own profound veins were strong enough, Long Chen's attack just now would be enough to cause instant death. The next second, the Dongting snake naturally would not choose to sit and wait for death. During the crazy struggle, the thick and winding snake tail tightly entangled Long Chen's body in the opposite direction. Even though its fatal weakness was penetrated, it could still quickly fight back and struggle. This was only the Dongting snake. If it were an ordinary demon snake, it would have died long ago if it was not as strong as Long Chen. Seeing the Dongting snake's dying counterattack, it was so fierce. In a blink of an eye, his snake body, which was not as strong as the other parties, was entangled in the opposite direction and felt the force tearing it to both sides. Long Chen took a breath of cold air. It was indeed a guy who was 1 star stronger than him. The resistance was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, all this seemed to be calculated. Long Chen let the thick black-scaled body of the Dongting snake entangled him in the opposite direction and let the two powerful forces tear his body. But all this was in vain. The Dongting snake that was entangled and tore Long Chen tightly found that its huge power could not shake the ground at all. It was obviously a small thunder snake. Except for its high agility, it was useless. I didn't expect that its defense would exceed the strength of its own profound energy attack. What made the Dongting snake even more confused was that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't tear apart the thunder snake, which was 1 star weaker than itself. This stalemate lasted for several minutes. When the Dongting snake's strength began to loosen, its consciousness, because its fatal weakness was pierced, began to become increasingly blurred. Gradually, the Dongting snake began to paralyze itself, and its consciousness became increasingly blurred. In the end, it had no strength to continue to entangle and pull Long Chen, and slowly let go of the thick black-scaled snake body. Heh, I didn't expect that I had already selected defense before I came to kill you? Can't you pull me? Long Chen sneered. Seeing that the other party had begun to lose strength and his breath had become extremely weak, he knew that this guy couldn't hold on for much longer. Hiss! The Dongting snake, whose breath was already extremely weak, didn't understand what Long Chen said, but thought that the other party was mocking it. It was immediately angry and its eyes widened, and its body began to become stiff. Poor guy, he was actually pissed off to death in the end. Ding! The host killed a 9-star Xuanmai Dongting snake, and the reward was increased by 1 star. When this familiar killing sound sounded, Long Chen realized that the other party was completely dead, and then released the snake's mouth, which was a little stiff and sore. Damn, this guy's scales are too thick. I almost bit through. My mouth is numb. The body of the Dongting snake that was released and bitten has gradually stiffened at this moment, become fish on the chopping board. Ding! The host has completed the mission points. The mission rewards are being distributed. Ding! The mission rewards have been completely distributed. Please check. Long Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't care about his numb mouth and ordered, "Open my attribute map." Ding! Opening the attribute map for the host. Host, Long Chen, Monster Clan. Form Thunder Snake. Class 9-star Mysterious Vein Talent. Lightning Resistance Full Level Mysterious Skill. Explosive Fang. Yellow Rank Advanced. Mysterious Method None. Attribute Points 10. Mysterious Energy 0. Strength 0. Agility, Soul 10. Experience Value 66 1000. Well, I did get 10 new attribute points, and my strength has also been upgraded to 9-star Mysterious Vein. This upgrade is really fast. Long Chen looked at his attribute map carefully and nodded continuously. Thinking back to the previous battle, he was quite relieved. If I hadn't previously selected all the defense attribute points, the Dongting snake's ferocious counterattack might have really killed me. Until now, Long Chen still felt the slight pain from his snake body being pulled. After dealing with the Dongting snake, Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his attribute chart, and grinned. Hehe, there's one more attribute point. Now which one should I add? Ding! The host has 10 extra attribute points this time. This system recommends adding 5 points of Xuan Qi and 5 points of strength. However, before the evolution system could finish its words, Long Chen stretched out his snake tongue and frantically clicked on the defense attribute, which made the evolution system completely silent. Ding! Host, you all clicked on defense again? Hearing this, Long Chen replied in his heart, "Yes, I'm afraid of pain, so I clicked on defense attribute points. What's the problem?" Ding! Aren't you too cowardly? If you don't add any strength or Xuan Qi attribute, after the Xuan Qi level is increased, your other attributes can also grow, but they will be the same as those of ordinary practitioners. Long Chen curled his lips when he heard this, with a steady look of confidence replied, "What do you know? This is called steady. People with higher levels than me can't beat me. Isn't that great? And in the Dragon Ancient Continent, all these attribute points of mine are for nothing. My combat power is still not weak at the same level, but my defense is much higher than that of the same level, so it is not easy to die. The enemy can't hit me. As long as I stand still, I can output damage. This is the kingly way." Evolution system. The system was completely defeated by Long Chen's idea, and finally I was too lazy to suggest anything. Let people click whatever they like. Seeing that the system no longer argued with him, Long Chen also raised his snake head proudly and clicked all the defense points again. On top of his own basic attributes, he added 20 points of defense, which was very satisfying. The defense value was on the basic line, and with an extra 20 points, Long Chen felt that his snake scales were even harder. Now, even if it was an attack from a 1-star Xuanqi realm, he had the confidence to withstand it. Don't underestimate these 20 extra defense attribute points, which instantly made a world of difference among the same level. Because if Long Chen didn't have the attribute interface of the evolution system to assist him, he would at most be the same as all the creatures on the Dragon Ancient Continent. Whether it is the level of profound energy, the strength of profound energy, or strength and defense, they are just basic value growth. But now it is different. He can now obtain additional attribute points by completing tasks. After adding attributes, the original growth value of 1 instantly becomes 10 or even 100. The effect is immediate. Just like the battle with the Dongting snake just now, if it weren't for the defense column with 10 attribute points just now, the defense value would have increased a lot, and it would really be uncertain who would live and who would die. Moving his eyes up along the attribute interface, Long Chen saw that there was an additional name called Explosion Fang in the Profound Skill column, and immediately asked, Explosion Fang, yellow rank advanced? System, the strength of this profound skill, there are also levels? As Long Chen's question came, the evolution system, as an auxiliary system, quickly sorted out the amount of information and then invested it into the other party's mind. Feeling the sudden coolness in his mind, Long Chen understood that there was also information about the profound skill. Xuanji, as the name implies, is a powerful skill that all practitioners on the Dragon Ancient Continent use Xuanqi as a foundation to trigger huge damage. Xuanji on the mainland is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xuan, and Yellow, and each level is divided into 3 levels: Primary, Intermediate, and Advanced. There are countless Xuanji on the Dragon Ancient Continent, like the stars in the sky, but the most popular and easiest Xuanji to obtain are naturally the Yellow-level Xuanji. On the mainland, more than 50% of the practitioners are the owners of Yellow-level Xuanji. After all, the number of high-level Xuanji is scarce, because starting from the Xuan-level Xuanji, whether in terms of the basic requirements for cultivation or the difficulty of obtaining it, it will become more and more difficult and rare. The higher the level of Xuanji, the rarer the number, and the difficulty of obtaining it will increase exponentially. And the higher level Xuanji, such as the highest level of Tianji Xuanji, once this skill is released, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as turning over mountains and seas, turning the stars, and burning the sky and the earth. Looking at the various explanations about the profound skills, Long Chen nodded slightly, and the snake's tail rubbed his chin, secretly saying, It seems that my high-level yellow-level Explosion Fang is quite good. At least it can be regarded as the king among ordinary ones. According to this trend, if I want to obtain more advanced profound skills, I can only join the sects or super schools in this world or go treasure hunting to try my luck. Just as Long Chen was puzzled, the genius butterfly leaning against the tree and sticking in front of him was still trembling at this moment. It subconsciously used its wings to cover itself, just like an ostrich sticking its head into the ground when it encounters danger, which is somewhat funny. Ding! The host does not have to worry about obtaining profound skills. Hearing the words of the system, Long Chen thought to himself, What does it mean, ding? The host only needs to complete the tasks randomly generated by the system, and it will be possible to obtain high-level profound skills. Of course, if the host is lucky, it is also possible to obtain them in other places. Hearing this, Long Chen understood it, grinned, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that this so-called system task is really very important to me. Ding! New system tasks are released. Please subdue the monster in front of you as your subordinate. The task reward is 10 attribute points. When Long Chen heard that there was another task coming, his snake eyes lit up and he spit out snake letters. But then he became helpless. System, aren't you making things difficult for me? Can it understand what I say? A low-level monster has no wisdom at all. What does it understand? It's no wonder that Long Chen was speechless. At this moment, the trembling, colorful butterfly in front of him was already extremely scared. Long Chen didn't dare to say anything more. He was afraid that he would do something wrong and cause the other party to be scared to death, which was a small matter, but if the system task could not be completed, that would be too bad. For Long Chen's complaints, the evolution system chose to ignore them directly. In this regard, Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the trembling, colorful butterfly monster in front of him. He clearly felt that the other party was a low-level monster and must not have any intelligence. He rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, "That? Brother, don't kill me. I am willing to be your little brother and go through fire and water for you." The next second, the colorful butterfly suddenly knelt down, and then under the stunned gaze of Long Chen's snake, it spoke fluent mainland language directly. Ding! The host completed the task and was rewarded with 10 attribute points. What? Long Chen was confused and stunned. This sudden completion of the task almost sprained his waist. Unexpectedly, the difficulty of completing this task was so simple. This should be the easiest task, right? This is equivalent to giving attribute points for free. Long Chen's snake stared at the colorful butterfly in amazement and said in astonishment, "You can speak too?" The colorful butterfly nodded repeatedly and said, "Brother, I can understand what you said. I am not like those low-level and stupid monsters of the same level. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Long Chen continued, "What kind of butterfly are you?" The colorful butterfly immediately replied, "I am a nylon butterfly." "Long Chen, your dragon father?" Seeing that Long Chen's snake face suddenly turned black, the colorful butterfly was frightened and hurriedly changed its words and answered cautiously and tentatively, "Brother, I have the blood of the dragon, but it has been passed down to this day and it has become very thin. Otherwise, you can treat me as a nylon butterfly." "Brother, don't get excited first. Although I have the high royal blood of the dragon clan, it has been passed down to this day, and the blood may not be so pure. Otherwise, you can treat me as a nylon butterfly. That's fine." Seeing that Long Chen's face was not very good, the nylon butterfly immediately changed its words and said humbly. However, the other party's words did not make any sense to Long Chen, because they sounded like insults to him. "I saved your life, but you want to be my father?" Snap! Long Chen's face turned black, and he swept up the silver-scaled snake tail and slapped Nylon Butterfly's head. Although he didn't use much force, Nylon Butterfly still felt his head buzzing. He looked at the other party aggrievedly, stretched out his little tentacles, touched his head, and asked in confusion, "Brother, why did you hit me?" "Look at the name of your species. Who else should I hit if not you?" Long Chen roared at this moment and kept whipping the other party with his snake tail. "Good guy, I rushed to save someone, which is equivalent to saving a father?" Nylon Butterfly used its wings to protect itself in grievance. It felt like crying but couldn't. It really couldn't figure out what was wrong with its name that made Long Chen, who had just saved it, so angry. As if to calm down the anger in his heart, Long Chen stopped moving, glanced at the seemingly silly Nylon Butterfly, and said, "What other names do you have? If I call you that again, I will beat you up." "No, brother, don't beat me up, I'll think about it." Nylon Butterfly nodded hurriedly after hearing this, then lowered its head and tried to think hard. After thinking for several seconds, it suddenly raised its head and said tentatively, "Brother, how about you call me Long D?" Seeing that the other party's face was gradually becoming gloomy, Nylon Butterfly was frightened and fell into deep thought again. After a few seconds, "How about, brother, you call me Daddy?" Snap! This time, Long Chen was even too lazy to answer and went up and whipped her with his tail. "That daddy is not okay. You can call me Xiaodi." Snap! At this moment, the Nylon Butterfly gave up struggling and quickly waved its little claws, looking like it had lost all hope in life. It said weakly, "Brother, call me whatever you want. I really don't know what my name is." It never understood why Long Chen would hit it. Why would he do this just because of a name? Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly stopped his tail from whipping it, then stroked his chin and fell into thought. Seeing that the other party had no intention of killing it at all, the Nylon Butterfly grinned, as if waiting for the new big brother to give it a name. Half a minute later, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, looked at this guy, and said, "From now on, your name is Mao Tai." In order to commemorate his favorite wine in his previous life, this is the only way. In the Dragon Ancient Continent, this kind of wine can basically say goodbye to him. Mao Tai? Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly frowned slightly, and seemed not to understand the meaning of it. He couldn't help asking, "Brother, what does Mao Tai mean?" "Don't ask, just ask if it's a good name. Don't talk nonsense, it's settled," Long Chen replied impatiently. Nylon Butterfly could only nod obediently when he saw the other party moving his snake body to leave, and he quickly spread his butterfly wings and followed. In the process of moving forward, Long Chen used his perfect flexibility to shuttle between trees and said steadily, "My name is Long Chen. You should understand it, right?" "I understand, Brother Long. From now on, I Mao Tai will work like a cow and a horse for you to repay your life-saving grace." Nylon Butterfly laughed hurriedly. "You're a sweet talker, but you don't have to work like a slave. I won't treat you badly if you become my little brother. You can't go wrong if you follow me." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, and then found the highest tree trunk in the dark night and coiled down. "Mute, I just consumed a lot of energy. Go get me some food." "Okay, Brother Long, you take a rest here for a while. I know where to get food. I'll be back soon." The Nylon Butterfly flew away happily without even looking back. The moment Long Chen let the Nylon Butterfly go, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Will this guy come back? Why does it feel like this is like letting the other dragon enter the sea and never come back? Forget it anyway, the system task is completed. Whether it comes back or not has nothing to do with me. Long Chen didn't care about these things. He coiled on the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. After all, the reason why he tried so hard to kill the Dongting snake just now was to get experience points. That the completion of the system task was the real purpose. The attribute points have been rewarded, and it doesn't matter whether the other party comes back or not. System, have my attribute points arrived? Ding! They have been distributed. Does the host want to put all the points into defense? Yes, I will. Ding! The host's defense attribute has been increased by 20 points. At the Xuanmai level, no enemy can hurt the host. I suggest that you can put some points into the Xuanqi or strength attribute. No, the Xuanmai level can be ignored. What about the Xuanqi realm above it? What about the Xuanling realm? Xuan. Ding, host, don't say anymore. I understand. All the defense points have been put into the host. The attribute chart is being updated. Update completed. Host, Long Chen, Clan, Monster Clan, Form, Thunder Snake, Kleinstar Xuanmai Talent, Lightning Resistance, Max Level, Xuan Skill, Explosive Fang, Advanced Yellow Rank. Attribute points, 0. Xuanqi, Strength, Agility, Soul, Defense 30, Experience Value 66 1000. Looking at his defense attribute bar interface, which has reached 30 points, Long Chen's mouth curled up slightly with satisfaction. He clearly felt his scales become stronger and harder again. The scales that already had a hint of silver began to glitter from time to time, which was very beautiful. Only by standing firm can we have output capabilities. We must survive steadily, which is the kingly way. Long Chen's mouth curled slightly. He firmly believed that this principle applied to any place. Brother Long, I'm back. Just as a certain snake was grinning to itself, the nylon butterfly flew back with a bunch of fruits in its claws. Long Chen's snake was stunned to see that the other party not only flew back obediently, but also brought a bunch of fruits he had never seen before. He said in astonishment, "You guy, I let you go like this, but you actually flew back?" That's right, he deliberately let the other party leave just now, just to let him go, but he never thought that this idiot would fly back by himself. Huh? Hearing this, the nylon butterfly was also stunned. It immediately grinned and said, "Brother Long, as your little brother, how can I run away so easily? You are my savior and big brother, so I am naturally willing to follow you." After hearing this, Long Chen glanced at the other party and said lightly, "Really?" Seeing that Long Chen's face gradually became calm, and for some reason, being stared at like this, Mao Tai suddenly felt a little guilty. He grinned and said, "Really?" Hearing this, Long Chen nodded calmly, swallowed a cool and delicious fruit, and then slowly raised his snake tail that was shining with silver light. "If you tell the truth now, there is still a glimmer of hope. No, 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 Brother Long, don't hit me." Mao Tai was so scared that he almost dropped the fruit in his arms. With his butterfly wings flashing, he hurriedly said, "Brother Long, as long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, his voice slightly cold. As a nylon butterfly that was born not long ago, Mutai naturally could not bear such intimidation from the other party, and hurriedly said, "Brother Long, I originally wanted to run away, but when I thought about it, I had nowhere to go after I ran away, and I would also face the danger of being hunted." "So you came back again?" Long Chen showed a sneer and stared at the other party, and said lightly, "Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly change my mind and swallow you?" "I have thought about this question." Mutai nodded honestly, but it seemed to have made up its mind and then said, "But Brother Long, my heart tells me that following you is definitely the right thing, so I decided to come back. If Brother Long really wants me to die, maybe. This is my destiny. Even if I die, I miss in your hands. After all, you are my benefactor and my elder brother." After the words fell, Mutai still looked like he was going to die generously, holding a pile of fruits, flapping his butterfly wings, closing his big eyes, looking ready. Long Chen was almost amused by the other party, but his face was still slightly cold. He glanced at this guy who was full of drama, and he felt a little funny in his heart, and then slowly stepped forward. Seeing that the other party popped out the snake head and slightly opened the snake mouth, Mao Tai squinted his eyes and saw it, which frightened it and trembled, but still did not dare to make any moves. Snap! The next second, Long Chen stuck his head out and swallowed all the delicious fruits in the other party's arms. Seeing that he was fine, Mao Tai opened his eyes and said with joy, "Brother Long, are you willing to accept me?" On the other hand, Long Chen did not answer, but skid his lips looking unsatisfied and said to himself, "This fruit is good." Although Mao Tai was afraid of death, he was very smart. He instantly understood what the other party meant. He immediately flashed his butterfly wings and said happily, "Brother Long, wait, I will go to pick some more for you. I want 10. Long Chen leaned leisurely against the tree trunk, shaking his snake tail, and his voice was leisurely. Whoosh! Mao Tai said nothing, and while flapping its wings, it suddenly turned into a small stream of light and flew away. Long Chen, who was leaning against the tree trunk with his snake body on the branch, looked at the direction where the other party disappeared. His originally serious expression disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. "It's not bad to have a little brother who can run errands. At least I can save a lot of effort." Looking up at the stars in the sky, feeling the pleasant evening breeze and the low roars of beasts faintly coming from a few kilometers around, Long Chen's heart gradually fell into peace. "It's a pity that I traveled through time in this life and became a demon. This body without hands and feet is really a bit uncomfortable. Long Chen, who was muttering this, closed his eyes and enjoyed the pleasant evening breeze, and suddenly opened his eyes. Yes, why didn't I think of it? As if inspired, Long Chen raised his snake head, just like a human sitting up on the bed, spit out his snake tongue, his eyes full of hope. This is the dragon ancient continent. There are even cultivators. How could there be no thing that can turn me into a human? System! Long Chen suddenly shouted. Ding! Host, what's the matter? Taking a deep breath, Long Chen asked with hope, is there a treasure that can turn me into a human? Or I can switch back and forth between the identities of humans and monsters. Since coming to this world yesterday, he has accepted the identity of a monster, but he has not been to the human world here. If possible, he wants to go and see it. After all, it is not reconciled to let oneself spend the rest of his life in the monster world as a monster, and never go to the human world here. Although it is the identity and body of a monster, Long Chen's heart and soul still belong to humans. After all, he was a human in his previous life. This sudden change is really not adaptable. While Long Chen was thinking, the evolution system was silent for more than 10 seconds before finally giving an answer. Ding! There is such a treasure! Ding! Host, according to your description, the treasure you need is called Hualing grass, which is a spiritual grass specially taken by the monsters. The monsters that take it can switch back and forth between human and monster forms. Upon hearing the word yes, Long Chen's eyes widened instantly, and his whole body seemed to be injected with chicken blood. He hurriedly asked, tell me quickly, where can I get such a good thing? If it is possible, wouldn't I be able to survive in this world as both a monster and a human at the same time? In the monster world, I can use the body of the original monster, and in the human world, I can use the body of a human. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Ding! I don't know. However, the next sentence of the evolution system made Long Chen, who was full of chicken blood, feel like he was poured with a basin of cold water. His snake eyes widened, and he said in surprise, the treasure you said exists. Why don't we know where it is? Ding! This system can only answer questions for the host, but it is not clear where such a treasure is in this world, so please don't embarrass me. Long Chen, who was originally full of hope, now put his snake head together, looked listless, and sighed secretly. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and this moment is exactly what Long Chen is like now. However, after a brief disappointment, Long Chen cheered up again, looking at the full moon in the sky, feeling the moonlight on his face, and secretly decided in his heart, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. Isn't it just the spirit grass? I don't believe that no one in this world knows it. Maybe when Mao Tai comes back, he will know it. Let me spend the rest of my life as a demon? Impossible. I not only want to let the demon race know my name, Long Chen, but also let the human race know my existence. Just when Long Chen was thinking arrogantly, the next words of the system ignited a glimmer of hope for him. Ding! Host, don't be discouraged. In fact, there is another way to change from a demon to a human form, and switch back and forth. Ding! Host, don't be disappointed. In fact, there is another way to allow the host to change from a demon to a human form, and switch back and forth. Ding! This method is more effective and stable than taking the spirit-transforming grass. Upon hearing that there was another way, Long Chen, who had temporarily given up hope, suddenly brightened up his eyes, and hurriedly stood up his snake body, spitting out his snake letter, and said, tell me quickly. He never expected that there was a way to change into a human form. After all, the sooner he could change into a human form, the more Long Chen looked forward to it. Although he traveled to the Dragon Ancient Continent and lived as a demon, he was still very excited and looking forward to being able to transform into a human form. After all, there are many things that can be done better as a human. If he had to choose between being a human and a demon, Long Chen would naturally choose the former, without hesitation. Facing Long Chen's words, the evolution system was silent for a few seconds again, and then gave an answer. Ding! This is very simple. It is for all the monsters in the whole continent. As long as their own Xuanqi level is raised to the Nirvana realm, they can possess the power of the monster's transformation. Ding! As long as the host enters the Nirvana realm, they can choose to use the power of transformation to change their appearance. Its function and effect are the same as the spirit grass, and it is more stable. Hearing the words of the evolution system, Long Chen, who was originally excited again, was suddenly poured with a basin of cold water and fell silent immediately. Ding! Host, are you depressed? Nonsense! You call this method a method? Long Chen suddenly widened his snake eyes. He was so angry that he couldn't help but roared. Nirvana realm, you said it was easy. I'm just a Xuanmai now. Why didn't you tell me to practice directly to the Samsara realm? It's no wonder that Long Chen was so angry. He is only a Xuanmai now. Although he is not far from the next Xuanqi realm, the method the evolution system just mentioned is to cross 5 levels and go straight to the Nirvana realm. How long will it take? Is this also called a solution? Facing Long Chen's roar, the evolution system also expressed helplessness and gave a reply. Ding! Anyway, this system has found two excellent solutions for the host. If the host does not adopt them, just pretend that this system has never said it. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Long Chen couldn't help but roar again. Boom! Just as Long Chen's voice fell, there was a sudden lightning and thunder in the distance. A silver light thunder, like a silver dragon descending, suddenly bombarded the mountain forest, and the turbulent and mighty impact force exploded and spread all around. In the area bombarded by the sudden thunder and lightning, many monsters fled in all directions, and Long Chen was so scared that he almost fell from the tree. Damn! What kind of thunder is so powerful? Long Chen concentrated his mind, looked into the distance and sighed in his heart. This was infinitely stronger than the lightning he had encountered on Earth in his previous life. Just the powerful shock waves of the lightning felt enough to reduce him to ashes. Hiss! At this moment, a faint hissing sound came from afar, and that sound, although extremely subtle, was very clear to Long Chen. This was the unique cry of the nylon butterfly. Mu-tai! Long Chen immediately shuttled through the woods and quickly rushed towards the direction where the lightning was surging and condensing. Boom! The magnificent lightning suddenly appeared in this peaceful night forest. It was no coincidence. When Long Chen arrived at the location, he found that he could no longer move forward. He saw that in front of him, an area similar to a thunder array had been laid out at some point. This area is 100 meters in radius, and the lightning that gushed down from the sky only bombarded this area that looked like a thunder array, without overflowing at all. Ding! In front of the host, there is a thunder array, which is a skill possessed by a spirit array master. It is extremely powerful. This spirit array can kill all ordinary creatures below the level of the creation realm. After hearing the explanation of the evolution system, Long Chen subconsciously moved his body back a few centimeters. My goodness, this sudden thunder array was actually a killing array arranged by some human spirit array master. This spirit array can actually kill creatures comparable to the 40th level in the game. I am a beginner who is not even at the first level, so I'd better not provoke it. At that time, the snake eyes that can be called night vision goggles looked around, and soon I found the shivering nylon butterfly opposite. Long Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and called over. Motai? Are you okay? Motai, who was trembling at the moment, raised his head after hearing the familiar voice, looked at the thunder snake on the opposite side of the thunder array, and immediately spread his wings and flew up, landing on a rock, jumping for joy. Brother Long, I'm here! Boom! Suddenly, above the dim sky, lightning and thunder roared and dark clouds gathered. A huge silver thunderbolt suddenly burst down and hit the spirit array fiercely, and the violent force splashed the soil. The area that was originally full of green vegetation turned into a bare scorched earth area in the thunder and lightning spirit array. Stand still and don't move. I'll find a way to get over there. Seeing this, Long Chen looked around and was stunned. Originally, this was a flat area road similar to the halfway point of the mountain, but the area was not very wide, only about 100 meters away. But because the range of the spirit array was too large, it had completely covered this place. If you want to take a detour now, you must go to the more precipitous rock wall 100 meters away, and you need to walk along the wall to get through. But this method is nothing short of a challenge for Long Chen now. If you are not careful, you will fall off the cliff and never recover. Yes, can't you just fly over here? Fly around. Long Chen suddenly seemed to be possessed by great wisdom and shouted with a snake's letter. However, the next second, Moutai raised his left wing with some grievance and pity and jumped and swayed on the rock, shouting, Brother Long, my flying wing was just pierced through a part, and I'm afraid I can't fly for a short time. Long Chen fell into deep thought after hearing this. Isn't this like making the already poor family worse? You stay where you are. I'll think of a way. Long Chen moved his snake body and came to the edge of the thunder array, looking at the Guanghua rock wall that was completely steep and comparable to a 90-degree angle. Below, there was a cliff that was as high as 100 meters. If he fell from here, with his small body, he would be crushed to pieces in an instant. Looking back, Long Chen immediately gave up the idea of taking a detour. His eyes moved and then fixed on a certain place, stunned. In this turbulent thunder array, there was actually a pure white egg receiving the baptism of thunder and lightning. An egg? Long Chen was stunned. However, the next second, the voice of the evolution system sounded. Ding! New task is being released. Ding! New task is released. Please take out the egg in the thunder array. The task reward is to directly ascend to the 1-star Xuanqi realm. Just when Long Chen was still stunned by the pure white egg in the thunder array, the voice of the evolution system issued the task in a very timely time. Hearing this task, Long Chen was stunned at first, as if he didn't hear it clearly, and tried to ask, "System, if I heard it correctly just now, you want me to go to the Thunder Array to get the egg?" Ding! The host heard it correctly. "The system task has been issued. Please complete it as soon as possible." Once again confirmed, Long Chen stared blankly at the silver lightning that kept pouring down on the scorched earth in front of him, and suddenly fell into a brief contemplation and roared in his heart, "System, are you kidding me? Let me go to the Thunder Array to get the egg? Why don't you just let me commit suicide?" Boom! As Long Chen roared in his heart, another silver thunder fell from the sky, like a silver dragon, fiercely bombarding the scorched earth in the Thunder Array. As the thunder bombarded the scorched earth, Long Chen clearly saw that the silver thunder just now actually penetrated and shattered a certain inconspicuous rock on the scorched earth, and the gravel fell and spread. Long Chen's face twitched a few times. Even the several-meter-thick solid rock couldn't withstand the thunder bombardment from the Thunder Array. So how could his small body, a mere 9-star profound vein person, withstand it? Ding! Host, don't panic. Just enter the Thunder Array. You have a body that is naturally resistant to thunder. No matter how strong the power of thunder and lightning is, it can't cause you any harm. Ding! And this is only a 4th-level spirit array. Unless it is a 7th-level thunder array comparable to the Tongqian realm, it can't hurt you at all. Listening to the words of the evolution system, Long Chen always felt a little skeptical. Although he knew that the talent the system referred to was his maximum level of thunder resistance. Even so, if he really tried it, he was still a little scared. Just kidding. Testing the thunder with one's own body is an act against heaven. If you are not careful, you will be turned into ash in an instant. Ding! Please execute the task immediately, otherwise it will be bad for the host. Long Chen did not think much about it. After hearing the serious voice of the Flay system, he curled his lips and slowly moved his snake body forward. Mao Tai, who was opposite the Thunder Spirit Formation, panicked when he saw Long Chen trying to test the Spirit Formation with his own body. He could not help but shout, "Brother Long, what are you going to do?" On the other hand, Long Chen ignored him and stared at the Thunder Spirit Formation in front of him with full concentration. While gradually moving his snake body, his face suddenly changed when he was about to approach the edge of the Spirit Formation. There was only a swoosh of thunder, as if it felt that there was life approaching the edge, and it fell down fiercely, hitting the edge of the Spirit Formation in front of Long Chen. On the already charred, scorched earth, a hot pit with black smoke suddenly appeared, as if warning, making Long Chen unable to help but stop. His facial muscles twitched several times, and Long Chen looked at the black pit of thunder that suddenly appeared in front of him. His throat moved fiercely, and he suddenly asked the system, "System, I want to ask something. If I give up this task, what will be the consequences?" Ding! The host has no right to give up the task and must complete this journey. Otherwise, it will be regarded as giving up oneself, and this system will have to format the host. Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned, as if he didn't hear it clearly, and his snake eyes widened and continued to ask, "Format? What does it mean? Are you going to format me?" Ding! The host should know the meaning of the 3 words format. Once the host fails to complete the task, it will be judged as an alien life by the system, and the host's life can only be formatted and cleared so as to find the next host. When Long Chen finished listening to the other party's explanation, he immediately fell into deep thought. Completing the task, there is a reward? Giving up the task is equivalent to giving up life. What kind of logic is this? Then why didn't you tell me at the beginning? Now that such a difficult task suddenly appeared, you told me again? Are you crossing the river and destroying the bridge? Long Chen couldn't help but roar. Ding! Host, don't be angry. This task is randomly issued by this system, not deliberately issued, and the difficulty of any task is beyond the control of this system. Ding! Just like there was a task before, asking the host to take Nylon Butterfly as a younger brother, this task was completed effortlessly. Now you are asked to go to the Thunder Array and take out the egg, which is also a task. Although it is difficult, it must be completed. Ding! Once the host exceeds the time limit or chooses to give up the task, he will be subject to the uncontrollable sanction force of this system and formatted. Faced with the continuous answers of the evolution system, Long Chen understood that having this system is not necessarily a good thing. Then if you ask me to die now, I have to go too. Long Chen sneered. Ding! Host, please rest assured. The system has a bottom line when issuing tasks, including this task, which is issued according to the host's talent. Long Chen knew in his heart that the talent the other party was referring to was the ability to resist the full level of thunder. Although it was written on the attribute chart, Long Chen looked at the silver thunder that was falling in front of him, and it was impossible for him to say that he was not nervous. Without paying attention to the evolution system, Long Chen's eyes immediately saw through the light film of the Thunder Spirit Array, and saw a flawless egg in the center, as if it was soft white and snowy, standing under this thunder spirit array. Boom! From time to time, thunders fell down one after another, as if justice fell from the sky, and smashed around the snow-white egg. But there were also several silver thunders, with a surging momentum, fiercely bombarding the egg. But the seemingly fragile egg seemed to have some special power. No matter how the silver thunder bombarded it, it was as stable as Mount Tai, standing on this world, and could not be shaken. This scene really surprised Long Chen. That was an attack damage comparable to that of the creation realm, and the egg could withstand it easily. It was incredible. Ding! I know, don't ding anymore. Isn't it just for me to go in and get the egg quickly? Long Chen said impatiently. He knew that time was running out, so he began to slowly move his snake body and gradually put his head into the Thunder Spirit formation. Just after entering the edge of the Spirit formation, Long Chen chose to stick to the wall and walk around the edge for the sake of safety. Boom! However, the next second, above the night sky, a violent thunder, with the momentum of the majestic heaven and earth, fell down fiercely, aiming directly at Long Chen, who was walking at the edge of the Spirit formation. Boom! With a violent silver thunder, it fell fiercely from the dark clouds above the night sky. The violent and majestic power of thunder seemed to have instantly found the uninvited guest in the Spirit formation, locked the target, and pointed directly at Long Chen's figure. Long Chen, who had just entered the edge of the Thunder Spirit formation, looked up and saw the silver thunder that suddenly fell and pointed at him. His snake eyes widened, and he spit out a foul word. Damn! Is this thunder of yours automatically locked? Long Chen's figure quickly rushed to the side. His whole body was like chicken blood, and his speed was more than twice the usual. Bang! The silver thunder vented down and slammed down on the scorched earth in the Spirit formation, and once again a big pit exploded from the dark scorched earth. However, there was no charred corpse at the location where the silver thunder bombarded, let alone Long Chen's figure. Damn it! Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have become roasted snake meat. Long Chen, who was desperately dodging, hid behind a hard and huge rock on the side, looking at the big pit that had just been bombarded with lingering fear, and his heart was filled with fear. The thunderous blow just now seemed to have almost killed him. Boom! It seemed that because Long Chen was hiding in a blind spot behind the rock, he could not find the target in the dark clouds of thunder above the Spirit formation. And then he began to release thunder to baptize the pure white holy snow egg. Ding! Please don't be afraid. You have the talent of lightning resistance. You can easily resist this thunder. Please be brave. Hearing the prompt sound of the evolution system, Long Chen almost spit out fragrance again, widened his snake eyes and roared. That damn thunder is as thick as a tree trunk. You go and try it? Although he was very unhappy, he knew that his time was limited, and if he failed to complete the task, he would die. It seems that there is a trend of death anyway. Seeing the pure white jade egg standing quietly under the thunder in the center of the Spirit formation, Long Chen's throat moved fiercely, and then his eyes flashed fiercely, as if he had made up his mind, and quietly moved out from behind the rock. At this moment, Mao Tai, who was standing on the rock at the other end of the thunder array, looked anxiously at the spiritual array where the thunder was constantly venting. Suddenly, he saw the figure of the thunder snake gradually appearing, and he was relieved. Fortunately, Long Chen was fine. In this dangerous demon mountain range, he had no attack power, so he naturally needed the other party's protection. As the saying goes, lips and teeth are cold. If Long Chen had any problems, the fate of Nylon Butterfly would not be much better. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to pray for his newly recognized big brother to be fine. However, while Mao Tai was praying, he suddenly found that Long Chen in the spiritual array seemed to have other movements. At this moment, Long Chen was not heading to the other end of the spiritual array, but to the center. Brother Long, what are you going to do? Mao Tai was stunned when he saw this, and couldn't help but said in a hurry. It naturally discovered the egg in the center of the Spirit formation. Although it could see its extraordinary power, it was wishful thinking for Long Chen to take the egg from the Thunder Spirit formation. Facing Mao Tai's anxious shouts, Long Chen, who was sneaking quietly under the thunder in the night sky, could not hear the other party's shouts at all, because the light film of the Spirit formation was blocked outside. At this moment, Long Chen held his breath and approached the center of the Spirit formation quietly, with the most conservative overall trend of moving close to the ground. Hulong. With the passage of time, every time Long Chen moved forward, the silver thunder in the night sky, like justice from heaven, bombarded and exploded around him with deafening sounds. Every time the thunder bombarded and exploded not far away from him, Long Chen felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, but under the urging of the system task, he could only bite the bullet and move forward. Boom! Above the Spirit formation, the thunder waves condensed in the dark clouds were more ferocious than before. The mighty divine light alone was enough to scare countless creatures below the creation realm. Perhaps because of anger, a silver dragon lightning bolt thicker than any thunder before appeared above the spirit formation, ready to go. The sky and the area within a radius of several kilometers instantly became dim. This time, the thunder that seemed to be charging up was obviously because of Long Chen's appearance, and it became manic and angry, wanting to annihilate it with one blow. Long Chen naturally noticed the changes in the sky. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately slapped the ground with his snake tail, and the scales on his body glowed silver. His figure was as fast as a phantom, accelerating at a speed of 100 kilometers per second, and quickly swept towards the center. It was only one step away from the pure white jade egg of holy snow. Hulong, when seeing Long Chen approaching the jade egg baptized by thunder, the thunder spirit formation seemed to roar angrily, and the deafening roar of thunder suddenly exploded. Bang! The next second, the huge and thick silver thunder that had been accumulating power for who knows how long, like the roar of a silver dragon, fell down in an instant, locking the target on Long Chen, who was moving forward quickly, and whistling the mighty thunder force, pointing directly at him. Mutai, who was anxiously watching outside the spirit formation, looked at the figure of Long Chen in the spirit formation, and also heard the thick and huge thunder like a thunder, which sounded and fell from the sky. Looking at the direction of the thick silver dragon-like thunder force, it was naturally the location where Long Chen was, and Mutai was scared and shouted hurriedly, "Brother Long, hide, hide, hide!" After the words fell, Mutai could only watch the thick and violent silver thunderbolt, which instantly enveloped Long Chen's figure. The destructive force spread out from the spirit array with overwhelming force. Although the aftermath was fierce and violent, it would not exceed the range of the spirit array due to the existence of the spirit array light film. Therefore, it was only the explosive hurricane caused by the aftermath that rushed out of the formation and overturned Mutai on the rock. Mutai stabilized his figure and stood higher again. He looked at the spirit array where the aftermath was dissipating, and his expression was shocked. In the extremely dark scorched earth area, endless white flames were slowly released from the surface, as if roasting the earth. The scorching temperature was terrifying. In the spirit array, it seemed that there was no intact piece of land, all of which were riddled with holes. Only the snow-white jade-like eggs still stood firmly in the center of the spirit array, unmoved by the wind and rain. However, this is not the point. The point is that Mutai can't see Long Chen's figure in the spirit array, let alone feel his life breath. Brother Long. Mutai wanted to rush in, but found that the spirit array was still running, and the thunder was surging. It was so scared that it could only stand on the edge and worry. The screams echoed in the mountains and forests. With the previous magnificent silver thunder swallowing Long Chen's figure, the spirit array seemed to find that there was no uninvited guest, as if everything was restored to its original state and continued to operate. Although the powerful and manic thunder power still permeated the spirit array, the huge and magnificent thunder that swallowed Long Chen before no longer appeared. At the same time, outside the spirit formation, a colorful nylon butterfly sat on the rock, ignoring its injured wings, sitting there decadently, with snot and tears. Brother Long, how can you just disappear like that? You said you could just go around the edge. Why did you have to look for the egg? This is courting death. You saved my life, but I couldn't save you. If you were gone, how would I live? It's no wonder that Mutai is not sad. He just met a big brother who can protect him, but now he is gone. He has lost his protection and is naturally worried about his future survival. Poor nylon butterfly was born not long ago. Although it has spiritual value that ordinary monsters don't have, it is still in its infancy and naturally can't think so much. If Long Chen died in the thunder array, the blow to it can be imagined. Looking at the thunder snake in the spirit array, there was no trace of Long Chen, and Mutai couldn't help but burst into tears again. Brother Long, if you are still alive, show up. If you are really dead, I will not live. Ahem, stop howling. I am not dead yet. At the same time, in the spirit array, a cursing voice suddenly came from the scorched earth. Hearing this familiar voice, Mutai, who had just burst into tears, stopped crying instantly. He jumped on the rocks with joy, looking at a dark snake shadow in the scorched earth, and shouted repeatedly, "Brother Long, are you okay? Are you really okay?" He really couldn't believe his eyes. The attack of this spirit formation was comparable to the power of a strong man in the creation realm. Logically, Long Chen would die if he was struck by lightning. However, in the end, Long Chen was strangely not dead. How could Mutai not be shocked? Poking his head out of the scorched earth, Long Chen ignored the smoking scales on his body and looked up at the eye of the thunder formation in the sky. He couldn't believe that he was still alive. I was really not killed by lightning? This is not an illusion. The feeling of being struck by lightning just now was not painful at all, and there was even a slight numbness. Yes, it was a numb feeling. I didn't expect that this lightning resistance ability is so abnormal that it can even withstand this lightning. The system really didn't lie. Ding! Host, stop thinking about it. A human cultivator is approaching here. Please quickly take the egg. The silent prompt sound of the evolution system interrupted Long Chen's wild thoughts. Twisting his head, Long Chen spit out his snake letter and looked at the jade egg standing in the spiritual formation not far in front of him. He immediately grinned confidently and flew forward. Outside the spiritual formation, Mao Tai, who was originally extremely happy, saw Long Chen's figure, not flying towards this side, but still wanted to take the jade egg. His face immediately panicked and he shouted, "Brother Long, are you going to die?" In its view, the most majestic silver dragon thunder just now did not kill Long Chen, which was already a blessing. Now that guy is still thinking about the egg? It seemed to sense that the thunder snake, the uninvited guest, was still alive. In the eyes of the thunder array, dark clouds, lightning, thunder, and wild winds were dancing, and the momentum was huge, as if it was completely angry. Crack! A thunderclap fell from the sky, followed by several silver thunders, one after another, hitting down in a chain. The target was all aimed at Long Chen's body. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the thunder power exploding around him again, Long Chen did not feel nervous at all this time. Instead, his expression gradually became happy. He spit out the snake's letter and went straight to get the egg. Hulong. When the second thunderclap fell suddenly and enveloped Long Chen's figure, Mao Tai, who was outside the spirit array, was immediately poured with a basin of cold water because of the joy that the other party was still alive. It was seen that it suddenly collapsed on the rock again, muttering, "It's over. It's over now." Whoosh! Just as Mao Tai was preparing to feel sad, he saw a silver snake suddenly rush out from the silver thunder that had just swallowed Long Chen. Not only was it unscathed, but even the light on its scales became more abundant. Mao Tai was stunned when he saw Long Chen, who was in the thunder formation, as if he was in an unmanned space. This guy is not afraid of being struck by thunder? That is the explosive power comparable to that of the creation realm, and he is not hurt at all? After all, Mao Tai didn't know that Long Chen had the ability to resist thunder. But in his eyes, Long Chen's tall and mighty image was even more profound. "Good guy, my body is numb." Long Chen, who had just rushed out of the thunder, shook his numb neck, spit out his snake tongue. His face gradually became happy and frivolous, and quickly rushed to the side of the jade egg. Looking at the white and holy snow-like jade egg at such a close distance, Long Chen was suddenly stunned. This egg was so perfect that there was not a single flaw to be found. It was like a work of art carved by heaven, a rare existence in the world. Long Chen habitually spit out his snake tongue, and couldn't help but stretch out his snake tail and stroke the jade egg. Gulp! The next second, as if responding to Long Chen, the flawless jade egg gently beat with light and shadow like a heart. At that time, Long Chen felt that there was an indescribable connection between his tail and the egg. This feeling was like an invisible line that held him and the life in the egg. Hulong! Same time, one silver thunder after another, under Mao Tai's stunned gaze, struck Long Chen fiercely. However, Long Chen didn't feel anything at all, let alone any harm. He shook his head, knowing that time was not suitable for staying for long, and immediately used his head to support the egg and quickly flew out of the spirit formation. Hulong. The thunder array in the sky seemed to be even more angry because it could not kill Long Chen. However, no matter how it struck, it could not hurt him at all. It could only watch him leave the spirit array with the egg. On the rock outside the spirit array, Mao Tai was stunned, watching Long Chen rush out from the thunder bombardment as if he was in an empty space. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. "Brother Long." Before Mao Tai finished speaking, Long Chen came to his side and wrapped him up with his snake tail, looking solemn. "No time to explain. I will take you away from here first. Someone is coming." Outside the spirit array filled with thunder and noise, Mao Tai stood on the rock, watching Long Chen, who was staring at the jade egg and flashing out quickly, and was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. "No time to explain. I will take you away from here first. Someone is coming." Long Chen did not give him a chance to speak. He immediately flashed past him and wrapped him up with his tail with a slight thunderous sound. Outside the thunder array in the forest, a thunder snake with a jade egg on its head and a nylon butterfly wrapped around its tail quickly moved towards a hidden place. Mao Tai, whose body was wrapped around, looked at Long Chen's back as he quickly moved forward, and his shock was imaginable. A demon snake at the level of a xuanmai could not only withstand the attack of a spirit array at the level of a creation realm, but could even handle it with ease. If Mao Tai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He now found that Long Chen was not only mysterious, but also that his tall figure gradually calmed his heart. Following such a big brother, why worry about not having soup to drink? Just as Long Chen, with the jade egg mentioned in the system task on his head, and the nylon butterfly wrapped around his tail quickly flashed into the dense forest. He heard a series of majestic waves of xuanqi spreading all around. Moreover, the waves of mysterious energy coming out from all directions were obviously very close, so Long Chen had to hide with Mao Tai on a treetop. The silver snake scales were suppressed by the mysterious energy, making them dim in the dark night forest to prevent outsiders from seeing them. As a nylon butterfly, the colorful patterns on Mao Tai's body also dimmed at this moment, which was a signal that there was danger around. The four eyes of the two quietly watched the surroundings, and finally all stayed on the majestic Thunder Spirit Formation just now. Whoosh! Just a dozen seconds after Long Chen and Mao Tai left the Spirit Formation together, several black-clothed figures suddenly surrounded them from all directions, all of whom were outside the Spirit Formation. When these black-clothed figures found that there seemed to be something missing in the Spirit Formation, the atmosphere immediately became a little manic. "Damn it, I refined an egg, but someone stole it! What do you guys do?" One of the burly black-clad figures with a strong back and strong waist came out. He was hot-tempered. When he saw that the jade egg that was supposed to be refined in the Thunder Spirit Formation had disappeared, he was so angry that he kicked the person next to him. The powerful, mysterious energy wave followed the kick of the burly black-clad man, and he kicked the person next to him more than 10 meters away. The latter immediately vomited blood, but he did not dare to be angry at all, and could only bow his head and endure it silently. "Waste, a bunch of waste. The target can't even take care of an egg. What's the use of you waste?" The burly black-clad man was furious, and he cursed the black-clad figures around him one after another. Although they were angry at this burly guy in their hearts, they could only bow their heads and remain silent because of his strong background. They dared not speak out. "The target has disappeared. If the boss asks about it, what should we do?" The burly man knew that beating his men would be useless. He looked at the Spirit Formation and paced back and forth, feeling extremely annoyed. "Second brother, how is the matter going? Has the target been refined?" At that time, only a calm voice was heard from not far away. When the burly man who was still angry just now heard this voice, he immediately became a little depressed and ran over with a smile on his face. "Boss! Captain!" Seeing this, the other men in black quickly followed and saluted, respectfully one after another, with a very humble attitude. A man in a blood-red windbreaker, his eyes exuding a bloodthirsty luster like a wolf, a calm voice, coupled with the murderous aura of slaughtering countless lives, made everyone present shudder. "Second brother, where is the target I asked you to guard?" Hearing this, the burly man who was cursing before didn't know what to say at this time, and his words became hesitant. "That, boss, we—" Raising his hand to signal the other party not to say anything, the man in the blood-colored windbreaker swept his eyes across the Spirit Formation, stretched out his big hand, and the powerful, mysterious energy wave that was enough to overwhelm everyone immediately penetrated into the Spirit Formation. As if sensing the power of its master, the Spirit Formation that was attacking with thunder and lightning instantly withdrew its magical power, and a round pond as big as a spring was immediately collected in the palm of the blood-colored man. Looking at the scorched earth, there was no figure of the so-called target, except for the scorched earth and broken rocks. The blood-colored man frowned immediately. Seeing this, the burly man in black felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and his legs were immediately weakened with fear. The blood-stained man's wolf-like eyes, full of hostility, turned to the burly man, and immediately picked him up with his bare hands, smiling cruelly, staring at him, his voice slightly cold. "Second brother, I need a reasonable explanation. What about the target?" At the same time, on the hidden treetops, Long Chen saw living humans for the first time in the Dragon Ancient Continent, especially seeing the cultivators who looked like those in the novels, and he was somewhat mixed with emotions. "So this group of people are human cultivators. Tut tut! That blood-stained man can actually collect the spirit array with his bare hands. I guess he is almost at the level of good fortune if he is not." After continuing to listen carefully to the conversation between the group of human cultivators on the spirit array side, Long Chen was also slightly startled. Target? The jade egg that the system task just pointed out was actually the target mentioned by these guys? What is special about this egg? Thinking this in his heart, Long Chen couldn't help but roll the jade egg that was locked on his head with his tail in front of him and looked at it carefully, but he couldn't see any clues. Although this jade egg looked snow-white, it seemed that all the filth in the world could not infect it. Ding! The host of this jade egg cannot hatch yet, and it has been automatically sent to the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the opportunity to evolve, and it is evolving. As the jade egg disappeared, quietly, Long Chen knew that it was taken away by the system, and he didn't say anything, but when he felt his own profound energy power, it was actually transformed in some irreversible way. As the luster of his own silver scales gradually shone, Long Chen's eyes gradually widened, and then under Mao Tai's surprised gaze, it gradually became uncontrollable. Long Chen forcibly suppressed the progress of evolution, stopped his own profound energy, and roared in a low voice. "No, why are you asking me to evolve now? Do you want me to be exposed to others' sensing range and die?" Ding! The host has completed the system task, and the reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an evolution opportunity. It is being issued along with the system reward and is starting to evolve synchronously. As the system rewards were gradually issued, Long Chen clearly felt that the traces of profound energy in his body were gradually becoming more powerful at an uncontrollable trend. He found that both his strength and his length were beginning to grow at a trend visible to the naked eye. If it were normal, Long Chen would definitely shout with joy, but the situation was different now. He looked at himself in astonishment and couldn't help but roar in his heart. "System, do you want me to die? There are so many people in front of me, and you want me to evolve now? Isn't this exposing me to others' sensing range?" Due to the advancement of the profound power level and the synchronous evolution process, Long Chen wanted to move his body away, but he couldn't do it at all. In addition, his body was totally out of control at the moment, so he could only stare with his snake eyes wide open, changing under the equally astonished gaze of Mao Tai. At the same time, the blood-stained man standing next to the scorched earth, under the horrified gaze of his other subordinates, a strong murderous aura flowed out of his body, and he lifted up the burly man with one hand, his voice slightly cold. "Second brother, tell me, how did the target disappear in the eyes of you bunch of trash? Second brother, you must think of a reasonable reason. If I am not satisfied with what you hear, this day next year will be your Memorial Day. In other words, if you can't give a reason to convince that adult, you will all be buried with him, understand?" Listening to the slightly chilling voice, feeling the deterrent force of the mysterious energy waves around him that could not be resisted at all, the burly, black-clothed man who was forcibly lifted up was frightened and sweated coldly. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice trembled. Boss, I swear I was definitely staring at the spirit formation, but I don't know why the target suddenly disappeared." Seeing that the other party did not mean to lie, the blood-stained man frowned and said, "Suddenly disappeared?" He knew that the other party had followed him for many years and never lied to him. He immediately threw him aside and threw the burly man to a rock somewhere, causing him to hit the rock hard and fall. The burly man grimaced in pain, but in front of the blood-stained man, he did not dare to show his fierceness towards others before, and was as honest as a kitten. This is a world where the strong are respected. If you are weak, you have to accept your fate. The blood-stained man set out to the scorched earth covered by the spirit formation before, and swept to the place where the jade egg was before, feeling the unusual breath with it. Although it was very subtle, it was real. This made the blood-stained man frown tightly, narrow his eyes slightly, and smile contemptuously. "It seems that there is really a beast who has sneaked in. In front of my Bloodwolf mercenary group, he actually stole the target. It's really interesting." At this moment, an invisible, unusual wave of a profound energy floating in the air spread in an extremely subtle way. This time, not only the blood-stained man saw it, but also the burly black-clothed man who was thrown out before, and many other black-clothed members, all felt it. In an instant, everyone's eyes followed the direction of the increasingly obvious profound energy wave. Under the night sky, on the hidden treetops, Long Chen tried his best to suppress the spread of his profound energy, but in the end he was discovered by the group of human practitioners in the distance, and secretly cried out that it was not good, because he found that at this moment, the group of people in the distance were all looking here, including the blood-stained man who was chasing the strong before. "Brother Long, I feel we seem to have been discovered." Mao Tai swallowed hard and couldn't help whispering, "Nonsense! I also know that I have been discovered." Long Chen rolled his eyes and said angrily, if the system hadn't suddenly jumped out to cause trouble, nothing would have happened. But now, not only was he completely discovered, but he couldn't move because he was still evolving. Isn't this telling others that he was a beast at the mercy of others? Standing on the scorched earth, the blood-stained man felt the familiar traces of mysterious energy, which was undoubtedly the breath left on the scorched earth before, and he sneered. "Ha ha! A beast is a beast. He can't even hide his own breath, and he still wants to be a thief?" The burly man stood up, showing a fierce look, and then rushed over with his little brother. "Damn it! You dare to steal the spirit egg in front of our Bloodwolf mercenary group? You are really courting death, brothers. Go!" Whoosh! Under the charge led by the burly man in black, the others quickly followed with a fierce and frightening momentum. "Brother Long, they are coming!" Mao Tai felt the irresistible waves of profound energy and immediately hid on Long Chen's snakeback, trembling. Long Chen was silent after hearing this. Since he had been discovered, he could no longer suppress the power of evolution. He immediately devoted himself to the process of evolution. Now there was only one way to survive, and that was to fight for time with these guys. You still don't run? Ha ha ha, this beast seems to be paralyzed by us. Brothers, kill it and roast snake meat tonight. The burly man swung his palm with a strong and violent impact force of the mysterious energy. The fierce palm wind hit the tree trunk next to Long Chen fiercely. The giant tree shook a little, and thousands of fallen leaves fell. Oh my God! Mao Tai could only tremble in fear behind Long Chen at this moment, praying in his heart at the same time. In the distance, only the blood-stained man did not move. His wolf-like eyes stared at the tree trunk entrenched in the distance opposite. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he immediately swung his sleeves. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple action of waving your sleeves. You can see several blood-colored darts suddenly burst out from his sleeves, carrying the momentum of the powerful and violent mysterious energy waves. And the momentum is like a rainbow, pointing directly at the evolving snake head of Long Chen, and shooting away. Seeing the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, led by the burly black-clothed man, rushing towards him with great momentum, getting closer and closer. There are also blood-colored darts from the back that seem to be asking for life, which are also shooting violently. Long Chen knows that he can't panic now. Only by staying calm can he create miracles. Buzz! At the same time, Long Chen feels that his silver scales are becoming more snowy and silvery, with a trend visible to the naked eye. His body, which was originally several meters long, has also become thicker and stronger. In a blink of an eye, it is more than 10 meters long. The next second, Long Chen found that his own strength began to rise suddenly, as well as the sudden increase in his own mysterious energy level, and his body that can move again. The deep and fierce snake eyes scanned the many human cultivators who rushed over, revealing their snake signals and fierce eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1-star Xuanqi realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving synchronously, a new form, Thunderscale Snake King. Ding! Updating the attribute map for the host. Host Long Clan Demon Clan. Form Thunderscale Snake King, class 1-star Xuanqi realm. Talent, Lightning Resistance. Full level Xuan skill, Explosion Breaking Teeth. Yellow rank advanced. Xuan method, attribute point 0. Xuanqi, 0 strength, agility 0, soul, defense 30, devouring experience value 0 1200. Hearing the words of the evolution system and feeling the 7 tendons and 8 veins in the body, there are a series of chi channels that have never been seen before. The corners of Long Chen's mouth slightly lifted. He knew that the appearance of this chi channel proved that he had truly entered the level of a cultivator, the Xuanqi realm. However, the situation was critical and special now, so Long Chen naturally had no time to look at the updated attribute chart, let alone ask what the devouring experience value was. He glanced at the many black-clothed figures rushing forward, spitting out snake-like signals, with fierce eyes. Beast, hand over the spirit egg. You can't run away. The burly black-clothed man who had already rushed to the forefront waved a fierce palm wind and slapped it violently. The fierce and powerful wind surged with the palm. This guy's strength was actually at the 3-star Xuanqi level. Such strength was already good in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Long Chen's slightly narrowed snake eyes, it was like a decoration. Ha ha, beast, die! With a cold and terrifying laugh, the burly black-clothed man was full of fierce light, jumped up, came to the treetop where Long Chen was perched, and waved his palm down. As the cold palm wind with powerful waves of profound energy came down, Long Chen did not even dodge, but calmly accepted the palm. Ha ha, die! Seeing that the other party did not dodge, Qiwu was also stunned, and immediately grinned, wielding the palm wind full of profound energy, and slapped it fiercely on Long Chen's scales. Bang! The cold and violent profound energy impact spread in all directions. Mao Tai, who was hiding behind Long Chen, felt the strong palm wind and was almost overturned. The airwave swept around, causing a large number of cracks to appear on the thick treetops, and the cracks spread to the thick tree trunks. Such a strong palm, under normal circumstances, is enough to kill a creature in the 1-star, profound energy realm. But the next second, something unexpected happened to everyone. Long Chen, who had been hit hard by the explosive power of the 3-star Xuanqi realm, was still intact on the treetops, spitting out his snake tongue, twisting his head, looking at the burly man with a gradually surprised face, grinning and sneering. With your injuries, you are giving me a bath? Pure cow and horse, generally meaning nothing. Get out! A cold laugh came from Long Chen's mouth, and then under the shocked gaze of the burly man, the thick Leyland snake tail swept him away with the force of autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Mao Tai was shocked to see that Long Chen, at the level of 1-star Xuanqi realm, could not only withstand the explosive power of the 3-star Xuanqi realm, but also repel the enemy without any damage. However, when it thought of Long Chen's previous resistance to thunder in the spirit formation, it would also be relieved. Even the thunder power of the creation realm can be resisted. This 3-star Xuanqi realm power does seem to be pure bull and horse. Mao Tai had no idea that the reason why Long Chen dared to resist the palm wind attack of the burly man was because all his attribute points were used for defense. With the improvement of Xuanqi level, the blessing of attribute points naturally continued to increase on the basis. Now, even if a 5-star Xuanqi realm cultivator came, Long Chen could resist it. The burly man who was knocked back by the tail could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew backwards and hit the tree trunk beside him and fell. The burly man was suddenly shot down, causing the other black-clothed men who rushed over to kill to stop in a daze. Because none of them had the powerful Xuanqi level of the former, even if he was defeated, it would be nothing more than a waste. Ding, ding, ding. The blood-colored darts that the blood-clothed man had swung before hit Long Chen's scales one after another, making a crisp sound. However, those blood-colored darts that contained enough power to kill a 1-star Xuanqi realm level had lost their sharpness at this moment and could not even leave a mark on Long Chen's scales. Ahem! The burly man stood up a little weakly and coughed violently a few times. He looked up in shock and looked at the more than 10-meter-long, sturdy thunder-scale snake king perched on the treetops above him. He was immediately surprised. What surprised him was not the other party's amazing physical strength and power, but that it could actually speak human words. The blood-stained man standing in the distance and watching also heard Long Chen's voice and frowned slightly. A demon snake can actually speak human words at the Xuanqi realm level, which is enough to prove its noble and unique identity. You know, whether a demon beast is respected and powerful can be judged from its talent, intelligence, and the fact that it can speak human words. A demon snake at the Xuanqi level, a low-level demon beast that could die in his palm at any time, he didn't take it seriously at first, but when Long Chen actually spoke human words, it was different. Second brother, capture that beast alive. I believe that master will be interested. The blood-stained man ordered. The appearance of an extraordinary demon snake that can speak human words is enough to make people interested. Hearing the order, the burly man immediately obeyed the order, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately led the others to swarm in. Beast, surrender! The burly man laughed and shouted angrily. He was careless just now. This time, all the Xuanqi waves in his body were running and his big hands stretched out. This time, the Xuanqi output waves were more powerful than before, and the air waves danced, causing the surrounding tree trunks to sway. The other men in black followed the burly man in black and jumped over, surrounded from all sides, and cut off Long Chen's retreat. A bunch of little bastards, pure cattle and horses. Seeing this, Long Chen spat out his snake tongue in disdain, and his thick Leyland snake tail flashed with light. In an instant, like a searchlight, the many black-clothed figures subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of low-pitched slapping sounds, one after another, the burly man and others who had wanted to take down in one go, all fell to the ground with a howl, groaning in pain. Tsk, that's it? Long Chen sneered disdainfully, and the next second, his soul suddenly sounded an alarm, causing his face to change slightly, and he quickly rolled up the Mao Tai behind him and fled from the treetop. Bang! At the same time, the treetop where Long Chen had just been perched exploded and shattered in an instant, and the majestic and turbulent, mysterious energy waves, accompanied by violent energy, rushed out in all directions. Bang! At the moment when Long Chen rolled Mao Tai away from the treetop where he had been perched before, it was suddenly shattered by a violent force that was used at some unknown time. The bloody Xuanqi wave marks were explosive and spread out in all directions. The Xuanqi wave marks full of hostility even completely shattered and collapsed the giant tree that had cracked before, breaking several small trees along the way. The snake body flashed 4 giant trees in succession. Long Chen finally stopped at the top of another tree with Mao Tai. The snake's eyes flashed with fierce light, and it spit out snake signals, staring at the front coldly. Haha, I didn't expect that a mere beast in the Xuanqi realm would have such a strong reaction ability. It is worthy of being a spiritual monster that can speak human words. A man in blood-stained clothes, standing with his hands behind his back beside the giant tree that had shattered and exploded before, was looking at Long Chen in the distance with a calm face. His indifferent voice was a bit disdainful. Ding! Host, be careful. This person is at the 3-star Xuanling realm level. You are no match for him. Please retreat quickly. At the same time, the prompt sound of the evolution system appeared in Long Chen's mind. Although Long Chen, who was speaking like a snake, had a calm and cold expression on his face, he was still very surprised in his heart. Because the 3-star Xuanling realm that the evolution system pointed to just now was the blood-clothed man who looked the strongest in the Blood Wolf mercenary group. The Xuanling realm is a whole level higher than the Xuanqi realm. It is simply a fantasy for Long Chen now to challenge the blood-clothed man across levels. What should I do, Brother Long? Mao Tai hid behind Long Chen and felt the irresistible and powerful Xuanqi fluctuations of the blood-clothed man in front of him, and couldn't help asking. Hearing Mu Tai's voice, the blood-stained man was also somewhat surprised and curious to look at the nylon butterfly behind Long Chen and smiled faintly. Good things come in pairs. I didn't expect there is a beast with super spirituality. Haha, that's good. First catch these 2 beasts, then force out the burial place of the spirit egg, and finally offer them to that adult. Run! Long Chen remained calm, and the thick thunder scale's snake tail suddenly slapped the ground, carrying Mu Tai, and suddenly rushed to the back. Good guy, a 3-star Xuanling realm is already difficult enough, and there is an even more mysterious so-called adult behind him. To let someone at the Xuanling realm level be called an adult, the mysterious adult must be stronger than the blood-stained man. If you don't run now, when will you run? As Long Chen took Mu Tai to break through to the back without changing his expression, the 2 black-clothed men who were blocking the back were instantly blown away by the slap of the thick thunder scale's snake tail. You beast! You still want to run in front of the boss? The burly black-clothed man saw this with a fierce look on his face, and wanted to lead people to chase him out, but was stopped by the blood-stained man. Haha, let the beast run for a while. The beast can't get away. The blood-stained man smiled faintly. Long Chen's life and death seemed to be under his control. Whoosh! As time passed by, second by second, in the dark forest under the night sky, a snow-silver snake shadow, with a nylon butterfly with injured wings wrapped around its tail, was fleeing madly. At this time, under the guidance of the evolution system, Long Chen was constantly shuttling between the mountains and forests with Mao Tai, and at this moment, Mao Tai was hesitant and passively rolled up, and in the strong wind, his eyes were completely free and his mouth was distorted. Such a terrible strong airflow was entirely because Long Chen's speed was too fast, which was equivalent to a sports car accelerating to 100 kilometers. But even so, Long Chen ran for more than 10 kilometers in a short time, and finally found a relatively dark and hidden giant tree and settled down. Because of the desperate escape just now, Long Chen's breath was relatively disordered at the moment, and he breathed in fresh air in big gulps. The scales on his body were also forcibly suppressed and dimmed under the flowing light of snow silver, hiding in this darkness. Huh! After running for so long, that guy should not be able to catch up. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen looked around with lingering fear and found that there was no fluctuation of profound energy within 100 meters, and he was relieved immediately. Good guy, I didn't think about anything just now, and I ran for more than 10 kilometers. It was quite thrilling. Long Chen used his tail to figure out that if he was caught by the blood-stained man, he would basically be dead. Brother Long, what eggs did we take from them? Mao Tai licked the butterfly wings in his hand, couldn't help but crawl behind Long Chen and asked, You ask me? Who should I ask? Long Chen rolled his eyes, then rolled up the other's body and placed it in front of him. He frowned as he looked at the other's injured butterfly wing. This was obviously the penetration damage caused by the previous Thunder Spirit formation. As expected of a nylon butterfly that once had dragon blood inheritance, the butterfly wing that caused such damage actually only had a black hole wound, and the wound was already healing slowly at a trend visible to the naked eye. Is your injury okay? Long Chen asked. Hearing this, Mao Tai shook his head and grinned. Hey, Brother Long doesn't know that although I don't have much combat power, I have a very strong healing ability. As long as I am still breathing, I can live. Listening to the other's description of his own characteristics, Long Chen also raised his eyelids, then grinned, and placed him on the treetop beside him, secretly sighing in his heart. Although he is a pure cow and horse in terms of combat power, he is really 10 times better than me in terms of self-healing. Ding, host, you must protect this nylon butterfly. Don't look at it as trash now. Once the level of profound energy rises, it will destroy the world. At the same time, the voice of the evolution system suddenly rang in Long Chen's mind. Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned. He looked at the nylon butterfly beside him who was healing itself with some surprise. He was shocked and said in his heart, Young man, can you explain it in more detail? Ding! There are some things that the host does not need to know too much. Knowing too much is meaningless to you now. You just need to protect it. It will only benefit you in the future, not harm you. Tsk, it's quite mysterious. Long Chen curled his lips. His eyes swept across the snow jade spirit egg that was incubating in the system space, and couldn't help asking, System, do you know what kind of monster egg this egg is? An egg that can't be broken, even by the spirit array attack comparable to the explosive power of the creation realm, is definitely not an ordinary thing. Ding! This system has no way of finding out unless the egg has been hatched now. Hearing this, Long Chen raised his eyelids and stopped caring about these trivial matters. He looked around, felt the breeze, and prepared to take a short break. After all, shuttling through the spirit array and escaping from the Blood Wolf mercenary group was exhausting. However, just as Long Chen was about to rest on the treetop, suddenly, a strange and hard-to-find sneer came from the sky. "Ha-ha! I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it and escape. A beast is a beast. In that case, don't blame others. Haha, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. A beast is a beast." At this moment, a sneer like an immortal guest suddenly fell from the sky. Long Chen's face changed drastically when he heard the voice. He didn't even hesitate at all. He directly used his thick snake scales to wrap up the confused Mao Tai and protected him tightly. Bang! Because this came too suddenly, a powerful palm wind full of hostility, accompanied by an extremely powerful impact of Xuanqi, instantly hit Long Chen's scales. Long Chen's mouth was sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure took advantage of the force to carry Mao Tai to the bottom of the giant tree, and then continued to flee from here at a rapid speed. At that time, the blood-stained man fell from the giant tree, stood on the treetop, stood with his hands behind his back, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Boss!" At the same time, several black-clothed men, including the burly man in the lead, came quickly. "The beast was injured by me, and there is a blood mark. You follow the mark on the ground to chase him and make sure to catch him alive." The blood-stained man said lightly, "Swish, swish, swish!" Led by a burly man, everyone quickly followed the order and quickly chased after the bloody marks on the ground. Watching his men disappear, the blood-stained man standing on the treetop with his hands behind his back looked at the distant mountain forest, where Long Chen was fleeing with Mao Tai. "Ha-ha, a beast is a beast. You've been hit by my blood-bone palm. You should be weak now. I wonder how you can escape from my palm." Under the night sky, in the dark forest, a silver snake with a bloody palm print on its body was quickly flashing between the mountains and forests. When did that guy appear? Long Chen, who was on his way with Mao Tai, never expected that the other party would come so suddenly. It was so sudden that even the system didn't notice it. Ding! System maintenance completed. Reconnecting. Connection successful. Listening to the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, Long Chen was speechless. It turned out that this guy had just maintained the system. No wonder he didn't call the police. However, although the blood-stained man's palm strike did not cause him any absolute harm, as he was running away, Long Chen clearly felt that his consciousness was beginning to weaken. It was obvious that the seemingly simple palm strike by the blood-stained man actually contained such a terrifying corrosive force. Now as time passed, Long Chen felt that not only his consciousness, but also his body, began to gradually become a little heavy. "Brother Long, how are you now?" Mao Tai, who was being plundered, poked his head out and looked at Long Chen with some heartache, and said anxiously. He was very clear that the blood-stained man's sudden palm strike was aimed at him. If Long Chen had not reacted quickly and protected himself with his own scales, Mao Tai didn't know how he would survive. The other party had saved his life, and now he saved him again. How could Mao Tai not be extremely moved? "You won't die. Hold on to my scales. I'm going to move forward at full speed." Long Chen stabbed his mouth with his teeth to keep himself awake. With his tail slapping the ground, he jumped onto the tree, and his forward speed was one step higher than before. Mao Tai was very obedient and held onto the scales on Long Chen's body tightly, never giving him any burden. Looking at the obvious bloody handprint on Long Chen's body, Mao Tai's heart was aching. Swish! In an instant, Long Chen's figure suddenly stopped in front of him, his eyes slightly condensed, emitting a cold and fierce light, and spitting out his snake tongue. "Brother Long, why don't you move?" As if, wondering why the other party stopped suddenly, Mao Tai stuck his head out, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly understood why Long Chen stopped suddenly. 1,000-foot abyss. That's right, 1,000-foot abyss. There was no road ahead, but a cliff. The distance between the cliff and the cliff on the opposite side was 100 meters away. This distance was like the end of the world of death. Even if he tried his best, Long Chen could not jump over it. Long Chen looked at the abyss in front of him and then looked around. He found that he was in a desperate situation and couldn't help laughing. "Tsk, it's really interesting. This place is really suitable for being a cemetery." Hearing this, Mao Tai naturally couldn't hear Long Chen's teasing words, and his face changed and said, "Brother Long, we are all desperate and you can still laugh. Is crying useful?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at the other party, spitting out his snake tongue, and his figure moved forward. As time passed, Long Chen felt dizzy. The blood-stained man slapped the blood handprint on his body, as if he began to exert force, and the feeling of weakness surged like a tide. After shaking the snake's head vigorously, Long Chen walked close to the ground and came to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the rock wall. Suddenly, Long Chen seemed to have discovered something, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. "Mutai, how are your wings now?" Hearing this, Mutai tried to flap his butterfly wings and said, "I can fly now, Brother Long, but the distance is too far. I can't carry you." Long Chen shook his head and grinned. "You don't have to carry me. I have 2 plans now. Let's do this for a while." Swish, swish, swish. After a while, several black-clothed figures were seen. Under the pursuit of the burly man in the lead, they followed the blood marks on the ground and came to the cliff. Looking at the cliff, there was no figure of a snake or a butterfly. The burly man looked around and shouted, "Look, one of these 2 beasts is injured and can't run far." The other men quickly dispersed, obviously looking for the target. In the hidden woods around, a silver figure was ready to go, silently spitting out snake tongues as if looking for an opportunity. "We must find them for me, otherwise we will all die." The fierce appearance of the burly man made the other men panic. When they heard the word death, they immediately sped up their search. But in the eyes of this group of people, Long Chen and Mao Tai seemed to have evaporated from the world, and they did not see each other. Did they jump off the cliff? The burly man frowned and could not help but walk forward. Looking at the bare surface of the cliff, the extremely steep cliff, and the abyss below, it was immediately a bit frightening. Whoosh! Just as the burly man was puzzled, a subtle and traceless shadow quietly appeared behind the hit former, spitting out snake tongues, and the sound made people's backs cold. "I heard you were looking for me? Hey, I heard you were looking for me?" As the snake's tongue spit out gently, the chilling sound of movement came quietly from behind the burly man. The other men were all horrified when they saw this, because from their perspective they could see it clearly. It was a silver-scaled snake that was more than 10 meters long, surrounding the burly man. Hearing this spine-chilling sound, the burly man was startled. He never thought that he would be so careless and expose his back to the enemy. He immediately turned around and swung his palm. The powerful, mysterious energy wave marks, accompanied by the palm wind, slapped fiercely and hit the snake in front of him with a lightning speed. The mysterious energy wave marks seemed to hit some kind of defense, forming waves and waves that spread to the surroundings. However, all this was simply not possible for the Thunder-Scale Snake King in front of him. Among the same level, Long Chen has additional defensive attributes. Even though he is now extremely weak after being hit by the blood-bone palm, he is still not something the burly man can contend with. Long Chen stared at the burly man in front of him, grinned and sneered, and said, "Since you want to kill me so much, then go find the King of Hell first." In an instant, Long Chen did not give the other party any chance to escape. The thick silver-scaled snake tail was thrown out brazenly, and then it tightly wrapped around the waist of the burly man. Squeak! With the continuous force of the snake tail, the force that was comparable to that of a car was instantly broken. The burly man's ribs were all broken, and the man screamed in pain. "Ah! Let me go, otherwise I, the captain, will grind you to ashes." Blood flowed from the burly man's mouth, and the severe pain of the broken bones made his pupils tremble violently. Hearing this, Long Chen sneered, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if I die, I have to take someone with me. Go!" Without saying anything extra, Long Chen threw the terrified burly man out with a ruthless look. The place where the burly man was thrown out was the abyss in the cliff. Looking at the dark and endless abyss below, it seemed like a black hole swallowing everything, and the burly man was instantly incontinent. "Ah!" Accompanied by a scream that lasted for more than 10 seconds, it came from the abyss under the cliff, and then disappeared. He glanced at it without leaving a trace. The abyss seemed to be bottomless. It was really unknown how deep it was. Long Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. "Good guy, such a deep abyss. If you can't fly, won't you fall into it and be shattered to pieces?" Ding! The host killed a 3-star Xuanqi Realm human and was rewarded with 1,200 experience points and was promoted to 1 star. Good guy. I didn't expect that killing a guy with a higher level than me would be worth so much experience points. Feeling his own Xuanqi level, from 1-star Xuanqi Realm to 2 stars, the body's physical strength, Xuanqi strength, and soul strength have all increased significantly. Even the blood-bone palm that was just hit has become a little weakened. The star upgrade has played a role in suppressing the damage of the blood seal. So this is the benefit of upgrading. One's own strength will become stronger and stronger. No wonder the Dragon Ancient Continent focuses on cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen looked around at the horrified black-clothed men around him, spitting out snake letters, and sneered, "Who else wants to play? I will play with you to your heart's content." After solving the burly man, the remaining miscellaneous soldiers, in his eyes, are just moving experience points. These black-clothed men belonging to the Blood Wolf mercenary group, they looked at each other, and all read the word horrified in each other's eyes. They made a quick decision and quickly dodged and fled. Are you kidding? The strongest person in their hunting team is the burly man at the 3-star Xuanqi realm. Even he was killed by Long Chen. They, the 1-star and 2-star Xuanqi realm level, are not worth mentioning at all. It is more important to save their lives, so they naturally gave up the idea of hunting Long Chen. Seeing those black-clothed men leaving quickly like the ebb tide, Long Chen spit out the snake letter and was relieved. However, the feeling of weakness in the body surged like a tide, and there was a slight dizziness in the head. Ding! The host's own consciousness state is less than 50%. Please find a safe place to heal yourself as soon as possible. The prompt sound from the system made Long Chen shake his snake head. Yes, the most important thing now is to find a place to heal the injury. The blood-stained man's blood-bone palm is really cruel enough to erode until now, and there is still strength left. Mao Tai flew over and landed on Long Chen's head and said quickly, "Brother Long, we succeeded. Let's go." It had no fighting power and could only watch the battle from the tree. Now that the battle was over, it quickly followed and saw that Long Chen was not in a good state, and then stretched out its little claws. As its little claws pinched the scales on Long Chen's body, a faint glow passed back and forth between Mao Tai's claws and the scales. In an instant, Long Chen suddenly felt that his condition had improved a little. He was a little surprised and said, "Can you heal me? I'm not very good at it, but I can try hard. Maybe I'm too weak now." Mao Tai grinned and continued to work hard to inject his own healing power into Long Chen's body. Feeling the weakness in his body disappearing with a tendency to dissipate, Long Chen's eyes were a little solemn. He now seemed to understand why the evolution system wanted to protect this nylon butterfly. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! In a few seconds, Long Chen and Mao Tai, who were about to leave, suddenly heard several screams coming from the deep forest ahead. The screams of those people sounded a little familiar, as if they were the people of the Blood Wolf mercenary group who had chased him before. Did they encounter other monsters and get killed? Long Chen was a little confused and uttered a snake letter, but he knew that this place should not be stayed for long, so he immediately asked Mao Tai to hold on to his scales and wanted to leave this place of trouble. "Haha, a bunch of trash. You can't even catch 2 beasts, and you need this leader to do it yourself." A familiar sneer suddenly came from the depths of the woods, and at the same time, several blood-colored darts that were even scarleter than before shot forward. Swish, swish, swish! The explosive power of the mysterious energy of these blood-colored darts was much higher than before, and it already had a huge impact at the level of the mysterious spirit realm. Facing the blood-colored darts that were shot at him, Long Chen's face changed. Although he had been upgraded by 1 star, he was so weak that he had already reached the critical value of his state and could faint and heal himself at any time. What was even more fatal was that he could not catch any of the blood-colored darts that appeared this time. If he was hit, he would die. Long Chen made a prompt decision and threw Mutai out first, then jumped towards the cliff together and shouted, "Quick! Use the method I said!" At that time, the blood-colored darts seemed to have lost their target and kept circling around the cliff. The sound of the wind breaking was terrifying. The blood-colored man slowly walked out of the dark forest, his wolf-like eyes swept around the cliff, and his brows frowned. He found that he had discovered that the traces of Long Chen and Mutai's breath before were actually disconnected at this moment. Moreover, even the bloody palm that he had used to hit Long Chen before, the bloody marks that spread out, only disappeared at the cliff. The facts were in front of him, and it was obvious that the bloody man's face gradually turned a little livid, and his fists clenched tightly. "I didn't expect this beast to be so courageous. He would rather jump off the cliff than be caught by me." The bloody man snorted coldly, and a faint smell of blood gradually came from behind him. Those were ordinary mercenaries from the Blood Wolf mercenary group that had been chasing him before. They were weak and average in their work. They were killed. A bunch of trash. They couldn't even catch a wounded demon snake. They deserved to die, and they wasted that Lord's 4th-level spirit formation. The bloody man's face was a little livid, and he was even more angry at the moment. It was a small matter to mess up the task that the mysterious Lord had entrusted to him. The main thing was that he had no way to get the generous reward. Knowing that it was meaningless to stay here, the blood-stained man turned and left, disappearing into the dark forest. In his hazy consciousness, Long Chen felt as if he had been reborn. The palm full of hostility that had been injected into his body before had finally made him faint at the moment of jumping off the cliff. Ding! The excess hostility in the host's body has been completely cleared, and the strength is recovering. Ding! The host has swallowed all the hostility that was cleared before, and gained +50 swallowing experience points. Swallow? Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw the cold and damp rock walls around him. Outside, it was still a quiet and dim, steep rock wall. Here was a cave entrance. System, what do you mean by swallowing? Long Chen asked in astonishment. He clearly remembered that he didn't have any so-called swallowing talent. Could it be that the system had given it to him? With a sense of coolness suddenly coming out of his mind and some information coming into his mind, Long Chen suddenly realized and grinned. Swallowing, as the name suggests, can swallow everything in the world to improve its own strength. This short sentence made Long Chen's eyes light up immediately. Before, he could only rely on hunting creatures to gain experience points, but now he has the talent of devouring, which means that he can devour anything to gain experience. This is definitely a magical skill. Ding! From now on, the host can devour everything, but it can only be limited to everything below the same level. The host's devouring ability grows with the growth of the Schwanki level, so be careful. Hearing the prompt sound of the evolution system, Long Chen was stunned and laughed. It's just devouring a thing. Do I have to worry about whether the other party has the power to harm myself? Ding! Not really. Take the host now as an example. The host is now in the 2-star Schwanki realm, so he can only devour everything at the highest 2-star Schwanki realm level. If he devours something with a higher Schwanki level than himself, he will be blown up and die. The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched a little. Good guy, this devouring can't be released casually. If the other party is stronger than himself or more precious than himself, once swallowed, he will be exploded and died. This must be paid attention to. System, refresh my attribute map, Long Chen ordered. Ding! Updating the attribute graph for the host, clan Monster Clan, form, Thunderscale Snake King rank, 2-star Schwanqi realm. Talent, lightning resistance, full level Schwan skill explosive fang, yellow rank advanced. Schwanfa none, attribute point 0. Wangqi, strength raw, agility so defense 30. Devouring experience value, 50, 1200. Looking at his attribute graph, Long Chen found that the previous experience value column had become devouring experience value, proving that he had truly acquired the ability to devour. If this devouring ability is used well, then the upgrade will be whoosh. Looking at the attribute graph presented by the system, Long Chen couldn't help but ask, System, when can I get the first Schwanfa? After all, in the previous battle, he found that without the Schwanfa, he was completely confused in the use of Schwanqi, and the consumption of Schwanqi was extremely high. Moreover, through his previous understanding of the mysterious technique, he also understood that without the mysterious technique to replenish himself by absorbing the free mysterious chi of the heaven and earth, the mysterious chi in his body would be exhausted sooner or later. Once the mysterious chi is exhausted, it will be difficult to generate it again in the mysterious veins, which is a very serious problem. This is why Long Chen did not use the mysterious technique Explosive Teeth when he killed the burly black-clothed man of the Blood Wolf mercenary group, but chose to throw him into the abyss. If he used the Explosive Teeth to kill the opponent in the previous state, Long Chen would probably be drained of his body in an instant by the consumed mysterious chi. The consumption of mysterious chi by the mysterious technique is very terrifying without the endurance blessing of the mysterious technique. Ding! Host, don't worry. The next task will reward you with a special mysterious method. Long Chen raised his eyebrows and spit out a snake letter, saying, When will the next task be given? Ding! It has to be at a specific time. The system tasks are automatically generated, not randomly issued by this system. In this regard, Long Chen was too lazy to continue asking. He looked around and found that this dug hole actually had a way to the depths. No, where is Mao Tai? Long Chen found that it was so quiet around him, and then he remembered what was going on and couldn't help shouting, Mao Tai! The echo was transmitted in the deep of this cliff and the passage at the entrance of the cave, but there was no trace of Nylon Butterfly at all. At that time, Long Chen's heart sank. He tried to recall the scene of jumping off the cliff before, but found that he couldn't remember how he got here at all. Did Nylon Butterfly bring him down, or did he fall here in his subconscious? You guys, you can't die. The system told me to protect you. Long Chen spit out the snake's signal, first flying towards the passage leading to the deep darkness. When he found that there was no breath of Nylon Butterfly in front, he immediately turned back. However, just as Long Chen felt a little anxious, he was stunned when he was about to reach the cave entrance. At the entrance leading to the outside, a huge, colorful butterfly wing shadow was reflected here, accompanied by Mao Tai flashing butterfly wings gradually coming here. It was holding a pile of things and looking around. With a pair of glowing eyes, it looked forward and saw the stunned Thunder Scale Snake King, and immediately shouted with joy. Brother Long, you're awake! Brother Long, you're finally awake! That's great! Seeing that Long Chen was fine, Mao Tai jumped over excitedly, looking at the frowning and unhappy Thunder Scale Snake King, and immediately asked carefully, Brother Long, what's wrong? Looking at the lively Mao Tai, Long Chen's previous worries disappeared, and he said unhappily, "Where did you go?" Hearing this, Mao Tai answered honestly, "Brother Long, before you fainted, I asked you to bring you here, and then when you fainted, I went out to find some food so that you would have something to eat when you wake up." Facing Mao Tai's answer, Long Chen was slightly stunned, looking at the many fruits in the other's arms. For some reason, there was a trace of bitterness in his heart. This should be the first guy who is willing to care about him, right? Even in the previous life on Earth, whether it was a girlfriend or a partner, he took the initiative to care about her. Now thinking back, the number of times the other party cared about him was not even once. Not even once. And now the only one who cares about him is a demon. Seeing that Long Chen's face was a little wrong, Mao Tai suddenly became honest. It thought it had done something wrong again, and didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing Mao Tai's honest look, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. He resisted the pain in his heart, and slowly embraced the other party with his snake tail, and slowly said, "Thank you." Mao Tai grinned when he heard it, and wiped a green and yellow fruit in his arms with his little claws, and then handed it over, saying, "Brother Long, this is my favorite fruit. You try it." Nodded, swallowed the fruit handed to him, and smiled. "It's really delicious, very sweet." Mao Tai smiled innocently. As he spit out the snake's letter, Long Chen still felt a little hungry in his stomach. That feeling was not that he could fill his stomach with fruit, but that he needed meat. After all, he was a demon snake, not an insect-like nylon butterfly. Meat was the basis of his strength. Although the powerful practitioners in this world did not need to eat to sustain themselves, Long Chen was still far away from being a powerful practitioner. At that time, Long Chen's eyes fell on the road leading to the depths of darkness and asked, "Have you explored it?" Mao Tai, who was holding the fruit and eating it, shook his head and said, "I only went in a short distance. This cave is very deep. It seems to lead to other places, and it is connected in all directions." Connected in all directions? Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes stared at the passage ahead. His deep eyes, like those of night vision goggles, indeed found that it was really long. "Where are we on the cliff now?" Long Chen continued to ask. "It's about a few dozen meters above, but Brother Long, you're too heavy. I tried to take you up before, but unfortunately I didn't have enough strength to do it." Mao Tai said awkwardly. Long Chen looked at him and nodded with a smile. Yes, it was a bit difficult for a Mao Tai, who was only at the level of a 9-star Xuanmai, to take him. "Since we can't fly up, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let's go in and take a look." Long Chen moved his body and flew towards the passage, leading to the deep darkness. Seeing this, Mao Tai subconsciously held the two fruits and quickly followed, using the reflected light of his own colorful butterfly wings to illuminate the passage. After walking forward for a few minutes, Long Chen finally came to the 4 words that Mao Tai had pointed out before. What exactly did they mean? Wow, in the huge underground cave that suddenly opened up, densely packed cave entrances of different diameters appeared in front of Long Chen and Mao Tai. "Brother Long, this is the passage that I mentioned. I was afraid I would get lost, so I didn't dare to explore further." Looking at the densely packed cave entrances in front of him, Long Chen's eyes were condensed, and he nodded. "You did the right thing. You didn't continue to explore. This is a snake cave. Be careful." "Snake cave?" Mao Tai asked in confusion. "You are not a snake monster. It's normal that you can't feel the breath. This is definitely a snake cave." Feeling the subtle breath coming from the cave entrance from time to time, Long Chen nodded, but when he felt it carefully, he exclaimed again. "Strange, since it is a demon snake cave, why is it so clean?" The cleanliness that Long Chen refers to is naturally the traces of demon snakes shedding their skin. After all, demon snakes are also snakes, and they naturally have the habit of shedding their skin. Although there is the breath of demon snakes here, there is no snake skin that has been shed. Very clean. Why do I feel that this snake cave seems to be abandoned? Long Chen was secretly puzzled, and then the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system task has been issued. Please go to the end of the Demon Snake Cave and kill the Thunderscale Snake King. The task reward is an exclusive growth-type Xuanfa. As the system prompt sounded, Long Chen was stunned at first. In his eyes, it seemed that an arrow-like indicating route appeared automatically, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I didn't expect that I would get a blessing in disguise and set off a system task here, and the task reward was really a Xuanfa. For this Xuanfa, I must get it. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked in the direction indicated by the system arrow and said, "Follow me. Let's go in." Hearing this, Mao Tai was stunned. Seeing that the other party rushed to an inconspicuous cave without looking back, although he wanted to ask, he still followed obediently. After the brief and thrilling events just now, Mao Tai believed in Long Chen's words without a doubt. Ding! Go right after 100 meters ahead. Ding! Turn left 50 meters ahead. Ding! Following the guidance of the system prompts, Long Chen, who was carrying Mao Tai, soon came to a truly bright underground space again. Green vegetation was everywhere here, and underground undercurrent waterfalls flowed down the rock wall, leading to the abyss. A beam of light that should not have appeared was reflected from the gap in the sky. Obviously, it was the sun's rays, and it was already daytime outside. Long Chen was naturally very happy to find the gap leading to the ground, but the next second, he was disappointed. Because it was too steep and slippery, it was impossible to climb up. In the dim and huge underground space, there was such a unique environment, which really surprised Long Chen. Here, there was actually a building comparable to the ancient one, like the Egyptian pyramids, but it was a smaller version. On both sides of the ancient building, there were 2 statues of demon snakes standing, and the ancient vigor made Long Chen slightly stunned. This feeling was like meeting an ancestor, a bit strange. However, before Long Chen could appreciate this place, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Please enter the palace as soon as possible and kill the target. Ding! Please do not waste time. Enter the palace as soon as possible and kill the target. Hearing the sound, Long Chen spit out the snake letter and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy was even more anxious than himself. Brother Long, are we really going up? Mao Tai hesitated. Just now, it was curious and looked at the 2 snake statues standing in the underground space. For some reason, it felt a creepy feeling. The sudden creepy feeling made the blood flow in Mao Tai's body slow down a little. Long Chen glanced at the other party and couldn't help laughing. Obviously, this guy was a little scared. Mao Tai seemed to feel a little embarrassed and immediately landed on the other's head, holding his head high and saying calmly, Brother Long, I will advance and retreat with you. After spitting out the snake's letter, Long Chen teased, Really? Really? Mao Tai's expression was still very calm. In this case, Long Chen did not say anything more, moved his snake body, climbed these ancient stairs, and quickly rushed into the ancient palace in front. Along the way, Long Chen saw that there were still a few thick traces beside, which obviously meant that there was indeed life not long ago. It seems that the mission target pointed out by the system is still here at this moment and has not left. At that time, when Long Chen brought Mao Tai to the ancient palace, he stood up and looked at this building that should not exist and sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, the human architectural style appeared on the demon snake side. Although it looked a little strange, it was a complete palace. These guys were really good. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Chen would never believe that the demon snake could build. Seeing that the palace gate had been partially opened, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly sneaked in. Old thing, hand over the horn of the Snake King quickly. I want to be the strongest king of the Thunderscale Snake Clan. Old thing, don't play dead. I know you are still alive. No other clan can find you now. Be smart and hand over the horn of the Snake King quickly. I can spare your life. You old thing, do you think you can get away by keeping silent? Let me tell you, today I will definitely get the horn of the Snake King. Listening to the roar in the hall, Long Chen's mouth curled, slightly. This guy really looks like a sprayer possessed by the soul of Zuan. The hall was very clean and tidy. In addition to a throne-like demon snake exclusive throne, there were only 12 thick pillars standing in the hall as support points. Looking forward, I saw a huge Thunderscale snake coiled on a disc-like throne, closing its eyes and resting, lying there quietly. A faint trace of mysterious energy gradually emerged from its silver scales. Long Chen couldn't help but ask in his heart, System, how strong is that Snake King? Ding! This is the old generation of the Thunderscale Snake King. Although it has a 5-star Xuanlun realm, it is already on the verge of sitting and dying, and it is not threatening. Hearing this, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Wow, such a big old Snake King that is comparable to tens of meters long actually has the strength of the Xuanlun realm. However, looking at its aura fluctuations, it seems that it has a sense of twilight without the slightest majesty and tyranny. Although it is strong, as the system said, it no longer has combat effectiveness. Now, even if I were to kill the Snake King, it would be easy and pleasant. Old thing, don't play dead. I know you still have a breath left. Hand over the horn of the Snake King. At the same time, in front of the old Snake King perched on the throne, there were several relatively small Thunderscale snakes, which followed the leading Thunderscale Snake King and obeyed him submissively. After spitting out his snake letter, Long Chen's eyes were immediately locked on the Thunderscale Snake King that was shouting happily in front of the old Snake King, and immediately moved forward. As if sensing that another life was approaching here, the turbid snake eyes that were perched on the throne, with their eyes closed, slowly opened, and when it saw Long Chen, who was slowly approaching, a trace of clarity flashed in the originally turbid snake eyes. Huh? Who? At this moment, the Thunderscale Snake King, who had been shouting very loudly before, suddenly turned around, and when it saw Long Chen, it was immediately stunned. Long Chen was also stunned when he saw this unfamiliar Thunderscale Snake King. Not only that, even the other members of the Thunderscale Snake tribe were also stunned after seeing this. Long Chen frowned and looked at the Thunderscale Snake King, who was looking at him, and couldn't help but said, "Why do you look exactly like me? Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" The unfamiliar Thunderscale Snake King also spoke. It never expected that there would be another Thunderscale Snake King. Long Chen also didn't expect that the same Thunderscale Snake King existed, but even the appearance and scale texture were exactly the same, and even the voice was the same as it. Not only did he not expect it, even Mao Tai, who was staying above his head, was stunned. If it wasn't familiar with Long Chen's breath, it would really think that there were two Long Chens in front of it. At this moment, whether in the eyes of Long Chen or the eyes of the Thunderscale Snake King, they all felt that the other party was a replica of themselves. The old Snake King, perched on the throne, glanced at Long Chen and the Thunderscale Snake King, who had been shouting before, then closed his eyes again and lay quietly, as if the world had nothing to do with him. After spitting out his snake tongue, Long Chen's eyes swept over the other party and said, "You? Don't tell me that you are also called Long Chen? You actually know my name?" The Thunderscale Snake King immediately spit out his ferocious snake tongue and pounced on him and bit him, saying angrily, "Dare to pretend to be this king, you are courting death." Hearing this, Long Chen rolled his eyes. It was true that the world was so big that there were so many strange things. Even the names were the same, so he was drunk. However, the next second, Long Chen saw the situation and regained his fierce look, and threw the Mao Tai aside. Facing the attack of Long Chen, who was comparable to the 4-star Shuanqi realm, he remained motionless. Seeing that the other party did not move, the Thunderscale Snake King, who was attacking him, opened his grim mouth and bit Long Chen tightly. "No matter where you came from, since you have discovered all this, you must pay the price with death." The next moment, the sharp fangs, carrying the powerful explosive power of Shuanqi, the fangs that were enough to tear through the hard rock, stabbed and bit Long Chen fiercely. Bang! The next second, something unexpected happened. The hot-tempered Thunderscale Snake King stared blankly at its broken fang. It felt that it was not biting Long Chen's body, but a piece of hard iron plate. In response, Long Chen swung his snake tail and looked at the counterfeit, biting him tightly. He said, lightly, "You have such attack power. How can you give me a bath?" Facing the counterfeit Thunderscale Snake King, who had a broken fang and still refused to let go, Long Chen's eyes were calm and he said lightly, "With your damage, how can you give me a bath?" Bang! The next second, Long Chen swung his tail, sweeping the opponent off his body with the force of a dragon swinging its tail, and knocked him back. Although his confidence was so strong that the opponent could not break his defense, his own profound energy seemed a little poor. After all, 1, he did not have the blessing output of the profound method, and 2, the opponent was at the level of the 4-star profound energy realm. In terms of comprehensive attributes, it should be higher than his 2-star profound energy realm. Of course, he had additional attribute points, so even an enemy at the level of the 5-star profound energy realm could not break his defense, let alone a fake Thunderscale Snake King. The Thunderscale Snake King was knocked back by a blow, and its fierce snake eyes glared at Long Chen, ignoring the pain of the broken teeth in its mouth, and then roared at the men around him. "You bunch of rubbish! What are you still standing there for? Kill that fake who is pretending to be the king!" The many Thunderscale snakes that were watching blankly before all looked at each other blankly, looked at the Thunderscale Snake King that followed, and then looked at Long Chen, who suddenly appeared. For a moment, they didn't know who to support. Although there was only one king in the Thunderscale Snake clan, now there were 2 genuine Thunderscale Snake Kings, and they were also confused. At this time, they naturally chose not to act rashly. It seemed that he could see why his subordinates didn't come to help him, and the Thunderscale Snake King was furious. Hearing this, Long Chen also grinned and sneered. "Little, I am the real king, you. Rubbish. You still want to pretend to be me?" Especially with the mockery from Long Chen, the Thunderscale Snake King, whose teeth were broken before, burst out with the domineering power of profound energy. The shockwave marks seemed to spread all around, and his eyes became ferocious and scarlet. "Today, only one king is alive, and that's me!" The Thunderscale Snake King finished charging, and once again bit with swiftness and frantic force. However, this time, the Thunderscale Snake King chose to use its sturdy body to tightly wrap around Long Chen's figure, and then circled to the opponent's 7 inches behind, spitting out its ferocious snake signal. "This time, let's see how you can struggle." The Thunderscale Snake King sneered coldly, and then opened his bloody mouth again. Although a fang was broken, it still bit down stubbornly. Crack! As the second fang was broken and flew out, many members of the Thunderscale Snake tribe who were watching the battle were all surprised. They never expected that the king they followed would be so weak in front of another king. As the saying goes, a normal person would not trip over the same stone twice, but this Thunderscale Snake King, who has a touching IQ, fell twice. Seeing that his strongest attack could not cause any damage to Long Chen, and could not even leave a scratch on the opponent's scales, the Thunderscale Snake King was stunned. It began to doubt its own strength and became confused. It even doubted whether it was really a fake. Long Chen twisted his neck, then twisted his body and turned to look at the Thunderscale Snake King, who was completely stunned behind him, sneering, "That's it? That's it?" Puff! The next second, the explosive fang was activated. Long Chen did not give the opponent any chance. He immediately bit the Thunderscale Snake King 7 inches and completely penetrated it with the explosive power of the profound skill. Just like killing the Dongting snake, he came to kill the Thunderscale Snake King again. As its 7-inch throat was completely pierced, the Thunderscale Snake King began to lose consciousness. Before it died, its eyes were fixed on Long Chen. It never expected that it would lose to a guy weaker than itself. Unfortunately, it had no regrets now. The Thunderscale Snake King finally lowered its head helplessly, its 7-inch throat pierced, and it died completely. Ding! The host killed the Thunderscale Snake King and was awarded plus 500 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The task reward and exclusive Xuanfa are being issued. Ding! The task reward was issued successfully, and the attribute map is being refreshed for the host. Please check. Host, Long Chen, Clan, Demon Clan. Form, Thunderscale Snake King, Class, 2-star Xuanqi Realm. Talent, Lightning Resistance, Full Level Xuan Skill, Explosive Fang, Yellow Rank Advanced. 9 Transformation Dragon Ju. Yellow Rank Advanced. Currently in the first transformation state. Attribute points. Xuanqi, 0. Agility, Soul Fence, 30. Devouring Experience Value, 550/1200. Looking at the updated attribute map and the new Xuanfa that he had successfully learned, Long Chen grinned as he felt that he did have an indescribable feeling of unblocked blood and the feeling of being able to absorb the surrounding free Xuanqi molecules at any time. So this is the Xuanfa. Sure enough, the feeling of operating with the blessing of the Xuanfa is different. Moreover, the 9 Transformation Dragon Art. This mysterious method sounds so noble. Long Chen's mood is naturally happy, but when he looked at the 2 brackets behind the mysterious method, he was stunned. Yellow rank high? 1 transformation form? My mysterious method is only yellow rank high? As if seeing Long Chen's inner doubts, the prompt sound of the evolution system sounded in. Ding! Host, don't worry about these. Although this mysterious method is yellow rank high, it can grow. It will improve as the host's Xuanqi level increases, and it can reach the peak of the heavenly level of the 9 transformation forms. Listening to the explanation, Long Chen subconsciously spit out the snake letter, grinned and thought to himself, this is more or less. It turns out that this 9 transformation dragon art is closely related to the level of one's own Xuanqi. It will improve as it improves, which is not bad. After all, the level of the mysterious method has been in the Dragon Ancient Continent since ancient times. What level is what level? It is what level? An exclusive mysterious method like Long Chen that can grow should be the first case in the continent. The level of the mysterious method is exactly the same as the level of the mysterious skills, which should belong to the 4 levels of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. System, listening to the name of this mysterious method, can I turn into a dragon? Long Chen suddenly asked with some interest in his heart. After all, this mysterious method is called the 9 Transformation Dragon Technique. As the name suggests, there is definitely a possibility of turning into a dragon in the end. If it cannot turn into a dragon, wouldn't the name of this mysterious method be meaningless? Ding! The host guessed correctly. This mysterious method, 9 Transformation Dragon Technique, can indeed help the host break through the shackles and eventually turn into a dragon. Hearing the affirmation from the system, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he continued to ask, then tell me quickly, how many levels do I need to turn to reach the point of turning into a dragon? After all, his mysterious method at this time is already in the form of 1 turn, and it is believed that in the near future, he may be able to turn into a dragon perfectly. However, the next second, the evolution system's answer made Long Chen's smile freeze instantly. Ding! The host needs to reach at least the 6th level of the mysterious law before he can transform into a dragon. Facing the evolution system's answer, Long Chen's gradually happy smile froze instantly. 6th level? To practice the 9 Transformation Dragon Art to the 6th level, doesn't that mean he has to practice to the Nirvana realm? No, system, are you kidding me? Long Chen's face darkened, and he couldn't help asking, I'm only in the mysterious Qi realm now, but I'm still a long way from the Nirvana realm. Ding, the host should be content. It's good enough to give you the opportunity to transform into a dragon. Some monsters are snakes all their lives. It's all a dream for them to transform into dragons. Hearing this, Long Chen curled his lips. He didn't argue with the other party. After all, he knew in his heart that the 9 transformation dragon art was tailor-made for him. It was also very good to be able to transform into a dragon in the Nirvana realm. Dragons are supreme creatures, no matter which plane they are placed in. They are at the top of the food chain, nothing less. Now that I have obtained the mystical law, there is no point in staying here any longer. It's time to leave. After obtaining the mystical law, Long Chen felt that the mystical qi that had been consumed in large quantities in his body was slowly replenished. He threw the dead Thunderscale Snake King aside and glanced at the group of Thunderscale snakes. Seeing this, the Thunderscale snakes immediately trembled, but under the pressure of the king's aura, they all finally stuck to the ground and hissed respectfully. Obviously, what they expressed was the unique language between monsters, and they were worshipping their king. Long Chen naturally understood the language between monsters and immediately waved his snake tail. "You retreat. Wait for me outside." Hiss! The other members of the Thunderscale snake tribe nodded immediately and quickly left the hall, obviously waiting outside. "Brother Long, you were so amazing just now. How did you manage to stay unscathed?" At the same time, Mao Tai, who was hiding in the dark, saw that the battle was over, flew over quickly, landed on Long Chen's head, and said excitedly. Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and grinned. "There are not many people of the same level who want to beat me." The more Mao Tai listened, the more his eyes became brighter. He grabbed the scales on Long Chen's body and laughed. "Brother Long, you are really amazing. It would be great if I could be as powerful as you." Hearing this, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and grinned. "Young man, it's not that you are not strong, but it's not the time yet. When your Xuanqi level grows up, you can't be weak even if you want to." Although Mao Tai is also a high-blooded spiritual beast, it is now in its juvenile form and can't understand what the other party means. It scratched its head with its little claws and said, "Brother Long, why don't I understand?" "It's okay. You don't need to understand. I understand it." Long Chen grinned, but in fact he was secretly sighing in his heart. Good fellow, he had thoroughly understood this fellow with the evolution system before. Nylon butterfly, one of the ancient Tiankong fierce beasts, has the blood of a true dragon and belongs to the high-level Emperor bloodline monster beast. It is also a well-known existence in the demon world. An adult nylon butterfly has a wingspan of 100 feet, which can cover the sky and the sun. It is powerful and has a strong bloodline, making it the emperor of the demon world. The reason why the nylon butterfly is so strong is that it has 2 talents, medicine and poison. Only with the ability of a doctor can it save all living beings. Under the healing aura of the nylon butterfly, it is difficult to die, and it is known as the living dead. The power of poison can make blood poison thousands of miles away, making all things tremble. All things in the world cannot withstand the poison from the peak form of nylon. Of course, the back of being powerful is naturally a sad disadvantage. That is, the nylon butterfly, which has been passed down to the present, is either blood flow and deterioration or extinction. Now encountering such a purebred juvenile form of nylon butterfly, Long Chen feels that he has picked up a treasure at the beginning. As long as he protects this currently powerless nylon butterfly in the early stage, it will be difficult for him to die in the later stage. At that time, Long Chen glanced at the old Snake King perched on the throne, raised his eyebrows, and didn't care. Just when he was about to leave with Mao Tai, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind again. Ding! A new system task is being released. Hearing the words of the evolution system, Long Chen was stunned and stopped in place. His face became gradually stunned. In his heart, he suddenly felt a little scared of the 4 words, system task. "Brother Long?" Mao Tai looked at Long Chen, who was suddenly stunned, and couldn't help wondering, "What's wrong? Don't talk first." After Long Chen replied casually, he asked in his heart, "System, what's wrong with you? Just completed a task, and now another task comes? Aren't these tasks coming a little too often?" Ding! The system task is being generated. Please don't leave, host. You will be rewarded for completing the task. Why should the host be unhappy? The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Yes, the relationship is completed. If it can't be completed, I will say goodbye to this world. Why didn't you say this?" Ding! The system task has been generated. Please rescue the old Snake King on the throne. Task reward, 20 attribute points. Hearing the content of the task generation, Long Chen was stunned again. He couldn't help looking back at the old Snake King on the throne, who was closing his eyes to rest, and asked in his heart, "Isn't it fine? Does it still need to be rescued?" Ding! This throne is the base that seals the old Snake King. Please overturn the throne. The system has already prompted here, and Long Chen naturally understood what it meant, and immediately turned around and moved forward. "Brother Long, you are not going to let this guy out, are you?" Mao Tai seemed to see what Long Chen was doing, and could not help but said in surprise, "That guy is much stronger than us. What if we save him and he wants to kill us? Cold. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a few times. How could he not understand the result? But now the system task has been issued, and if it is not completed, it will be formatted and destroyed. It is a death anyway, so Long Chen naturally has to choose to take a chance and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Mao Tai saw Long Chen moving towards the throne, and it was so scared that it quickly flew away from the other party's head and hid aside. At that time, Long Chen came to the old Snake King who was entrenched on the throne. Seeing that the other party was still resting with his eyes closed, he coughed dryly and said, "Junior, meet the old Snake King Senior." After all, he was rescuing the other party, and using politeness to win the other party's favor was also one of the ways. After all, he would not be like the brainless Snake King before, who only knew how to make a fuss. Hearing the voice, the old generation of Thunder Scale Snake King, who had been as still as a mountain from beginning to end, slowly opened its eyes and looked at the extremely young Long Chen before it. The cyclone surged, and then it closed its eyes again. "Go away. I will not give you the horn of the Snake King. You can't get anything from me. Go away. I will not give you the horn of the Snake King. Although you have saved me, you can't get anything from me." The Thunderscale Snake King, who had been sitting on the throne as steady as a mountain from beginning to end, just glanced at Long Chen, and after saying it mercilessly, he continued to close his eyes and rested on his own. If Long Chen had not just killed the Thunderscale Snake King who disrespected the elders, if Long Chen had not communicated with him in a friendly way before, it would not even bother to pay attention. Hearing this, Long Chen laughed and said, "Don't worry, Senior. I didn't come here for your so-called Snake King horn. I stumbled in by mistake. I'm not interested in that thing. I came here to rescue you. Please rest assured, Senior. What I said is true." On the other hand, the old Snake King, who was resting with his eyes closed, had a slightly dim silver scale on his body. It flashed a little luster in an instant, but then dimmed again, and a low, angry voice sounded. "Humph, the guy you killed just now said the same thing before, but in the end I saw through it and became angry. Compared with it, you are no different. So you want to win the favor of the old man to get the Snake King horn. I advise you to go back to which clan you came from. The Thunderscale Snake Clan is over." Facing the suddenly angry Thunderscale Snake King, Long Chen raised his eyebrows and grinned, feeling at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It seems that this old guy hates being deceived the most. When he was young, he must have been deceived a lot. "Senior, you may have some misunderstandings about me, but I really don't care about your so-called Snake King horn, and I am not from our Thunderscale Snake Clan." Long Chen was telling the truth. After all, he is only at the Xuanqi realm level now and has evolved into the Thunderscale Snake King. When he enters the next level of the Xuanling realm, he may evolve into another demon snake. Therefore, the vest identity of the Thunderscale Snake King is only temporary, and he, Long Chen, cannot return to the territory of the so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan in the mouth of the old Snake King. Facing Long Chen's words, the old Snake King still quietly perched on the throne, and his voice was quite cold. "Go back. Don't disturb the leisure of the few days left for me." Seeing that this guy was a little stubborn, Long Chen scratched his scalp with his snake tail and spit out his snake tongue. Knowing that it was useless to say more, he simply cast his eyes on the throne that looked like it was customized. He discovered that this throne, which seemed to be tailor-made for snakes, was actually a seal that consumed life. And this so-called consumed vitality is exactly whoever sits on it will consume his life. And once sealed, it cannot be released on its own, which can be said to be very vicious. Old Senior, your throne is something. Who is so vicious that he actually tricked you to stay here? Whoever stays here will die." Long Chen frowned. On the other hand, the old Thunderscale Snake King, after hearing Long Chen's words, suddenly trembled a little, but that was all, and he did not mean to answer. Seeing that the other party was silent, Long Chen did not care. The snake's tail swung, stroking his chin, carefully looking at this seal based on the throne, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that this so-called sealed throne is really as the system said, relying on brute force to overturn it. In this case, let's do it directly. Long Chen moved his snake body to the edge of the throne. For safety reasons, he first used his tail to gently touch the throne. As if he had noticed the other party's actions, the Thunderscale Snake King sealed in the throne slowly opened his eyelids and said lightly, "It's useless. This throne has the forbidden power of thunder and lightning. Anyone who touches it will be repelled by thunder and lightning." It knew that it could just overturn the throne, but unfortunately, it had tried to find and rescue its own people, but all returned empty-handed. The forbidden power of thunder and lightning that protected the sealed throne could not be resisted by its own Xuanlun realm, let alone Long Chen, who was only at the Xuanqi realm in its eyes. The forbidden power of thunder and lightning? Long Chen, who was originally a little nervous, was immediately happy when he heard the word thunder and lightning. He had a natural talent for resisting thunder and lightning, and he was afraid that the attack of thunder and lightning would only be a tickle to him. "It's okay. I have a strong ability to resist lightning." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, grinned, and continued to slowly touch the throne with his snake tail. However, Long Chen knew in his heart that although his ability to resist lightning was at the maximum level, his own Xuan Qi level was too weak, resulting in him being able to resist lightning attacks below the Nirvana realm. But thinking back, who would be so bored as to arrange a Nirvana realm seal for this old generation of Thunderscale Snake King? Using that kind of strength to seal a person who is only at the Xuan Lun realm is simply a bit of a butcher knife to kill a chicken. As the snake tail slowly touched the throne, the old Thunderscale Snake King glanced at Long Chen, sneering in his heart. Although it also understood that as a Thunderscale snake, it itself has the attribute of resisting lightning, but the forbidden power of lightning that sealed the throne is not even comparable to its Xuanlun realm level, let alone Long Chen, who is only at the Xuan Qi realm. However, the next second, something that the old Snake King never expected happened. Zizi, Long Chen's tail actually reached into the area around the throne. The invisible forbidden power of thunder and lightning did exist, and it did not weaken with the passage of time. Feeling the numbness of the power of thunder and lightning filling his body, Long Chen turned his head, grinned, and said, "Well, the power of thunder and lightning is not small, but it does feel good, very refreshing." "Old Snake King? No, you are not afraid of this forbidden power of thunder and lightning?" The old Snake King was shocked, looking at Long Chen, who was not blown away, but also looked like he was enjoying it. His voice was full of surprise. Hearing this, Long Chen turned his neck comfortably and grinned. "I'm not afraid. This power is much worse than the 4th level Thunder Spirit formation I encountered before." 4th level Thunder Spirit formation? With your small body, you can actually withstand the power of a 4th level Spirit formation? Seeing this, the old Snake King was stunned. Looking at Long Chen's happy expression, he couldn't help but call him an expert. "That's a level 4 Spirit formation that's comparable to a Creation Realm attack. My goodness, what's this guy's skin made of?" In the eyes of the old Snake King, this is really the first time he's seen such a situation in his life. "It feels too fantastic." Long Chen nodded and grinned. "Yeah. Is the level 4 Spirit formation very strong? I feel it's just so-so, just average." "Wait a moment, Senior, I'll save you right away." Old Snake King. Seeing that the other party really didn't seem to be lying, the old Snake King was silent. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly had some waves. Maybe this guy can really save himself. Maybe. Seeing that Long Chen was the first Thunderscale snake that could ignore the forbidden power of thunder and lightning, the old Snake King who was sealed on the throne was silent, and there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. It seems that he may be able to leave here alive. Seeing the hope of life as an old generation of Thunderscale Snake King, he naturally longed for it. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Who wants to die just like that? This old Thunderscale Snake King is no exception. Hey, with a light shout, Long Chen's thick Thunderscale tail fiercely embedded under the throne. He began to exert force, trying to overturn it, but found that it was not that simple. Although the throne was a bit heavy, he could bear it. However, there was a Thunderscale Snake King sealed on the throne that was more than 20 meters long. It was not easy to lift it under the double weight. "Get up! I'll get up again! Damn, I'll try my best to get up!" After trying 5 times, Long Chen's face was red and his neck was thick. He had used up all his strength, but the throne was only lifted a little. He still lacked the strength to completely overturn it. Ding! I told you before, host, you should add some strength and profound energy to your extra attributes. Now you don't understand, right? Facing the words of the evolution system, Long Chen rolled his eyes and chose not to pay attention to the other party. The old Snake King saw that Long Chen tried so hard but couldn't lift the throne. This was like the farthest distance in the world. That is, you are in front of me, but I can't see you. This is very uncomfortable. Boy, can you do it? The old Snake King spit out his snake tongue and grinned. This was the most hopeful time for him after being sealed for so many years. If it still didn't work this time, he would completely give up self-destruction. "I can do it!" Long Chen still tried again and embedded his snake tail firmly at the bottom of the throne, trying to overturn it. However, due to the weight of the throne and the old Snake King, his physical strength was limited. The attribute points he had obtained before were just as the system said, without adding strength. Now he showed a slight disadvantage of crossing levels. Seeing Long Chen, who was blushing and thick-necked, trying his best, the old Snake King, who was sitting on the throne and couldn't move, couldn't help but say, "Come on, young man, eat more meat later." Perhaps seeing hope, the old Snake King even called Long Chen a lot friendlier. and his tone was no longer as cold and indifferent as it was at the beginning. Mao Tai, hiding in the dark, watched Long Chen trying his best to overturn the throne. At this moment, it also clenched its claws tightly and shouted, "Brother Long, come on!" Although it also wanted to help, not to mention how much strength it had, the forbidden power of thunder and lightning alone was enough to keep it out. When Long Chen tried his best for the last time, but still couldn't shake the throne, he was now panting and took a break. After scanning the throne and not finding any clues, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and finally looked at the old Snake King and said, "Senior, can you shrink a little?" "Sure." The old Snake King nodded directly, and then under Long Chen's confused gaze, he really shrunk his originally sturdy and huge body to the size of a fist. "Young man, how about this?" Facing the old Snake King's straightforward words, Long Chen was stunned at first, and when he reacted, the flames in his heart rose up. Long Chen, who was so angry that his head was full of black lines, finally couldn't suppress the rage in his body. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He immediately overturned the throne effortlessly and roared back and forth in the hall. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you could shrink? You made me work so hard. You were teasing me on purpose, weren't you?" It was no wonder that Long Chen didn't go berserk. It was just a simple matter of farting, but he had to take off his pants to fart. The seal of the overturned throne was automatically broken. The old generation of Thunderscale Snake King that was previously sealed in it suddenly became like a dragon entering the sea, and violent and powerful waves of profound energy slowly rose. In the entire hall, violent waves of profound energy, like waves, continued to gather from all directions and finally gathered on the body of the old Snake King. Ah, this long-lost power has finally returned to this king. The Thunderscale Snake King, who had been unsealed, instantly recovered all his strength, and the powerful strength of the profound wheel realm returned to his body again. The dull scales on his body were now full of flowing silver light, which made him couldn't help but let out a long hiss. "Ha ha! I'm still alive! Wait, I'm going to get them all back!" Feeling the old Snake King recovering to the level of the 5-star Xuanlun realm, Long Chen stood aside obediently. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, he was a little uneasy. "I wonder if that guy will choose to be ungrateful and kill me?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. All 20 attribute points have been issued. "Give me full defense, now, right now, hurry!" Long Chen shouted in his heart. "Evolution system? Full defense again?" Ding! "Host, I suggest you consider adding some strength or profound energy. Don't you see the current situation? All defense." Ding! All defense has been added for the host. Feeling the defense in his body growing at a visible trend, Long Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, which was also a psychological comfort for himself. Although he knew that although there was an additional 50 defense attribute points, it seemed very resistant, but the rescued old Snake King was a genuine Xuanlun realm. To put it bluntly, no matter how good the defense was, the profound energy level was 2 levels lower, and he would probably be killed by a slap from the other party. Twisting the snake head, the fist-sized Thunderscale Snake King instantly turned into a 30 to 40 meter long thick giant snake. Its scarlet and cold snake pupils flashed with a grim light and then turned to Long Chen not far away. The originally slightly turbulent and lively hall became calm with the return of the old Snake King's power. In the hall, the two looked at each other. Long Chen looked at the giant snake that was many times bigger than himself. The sharp contrast in size made his facial muscles twitch slightly. Compared with the old Snake King, he was almost a baby snake. Looking at Long Chen standing not far away, the old Snake King spit out his snake tongue and grinned. "Young man, I was not wrong about you. Thank you for saving my life. Tell me, I can agree to one of your requests. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can satisfy you." "You saved my life. Tell me, young man, I can satisfy one of your requests, as long as you want. It can even be my Snake King horn." The old Snake King twisted his snake head, not caring about what Long Chen had just roared at him, and even didn't mention it. He looked very happy. After all, it had just been reborn, and there was nothing happier than this. Because the seal was lifted, its own strength returned. Although it was still the old generation of the Thunderscale Snake King, it would not be a problem to live for a few more decades with its own Xuanlun realm strength. Facing the old Snake King's words, Long Chen's facial muscles trembled. He found that the other party had no intention of hurting him, and curled his lips and said, "Didn't you say that you would never hand over the Snake King's horn no matter what? Where is your persistence?" Long Chen said this. In fact, there was another reason. That is, the so-called Snake King's horn did not appear on the old Snake King's head at all. He also secretly suspected that the other party said this to him, maybe to test him. Seeing Long Chen's answer, the old Snake King was not angry and grinned. If it were on a normal day, this arrogant old Lei Lin Snake King would definitely strangle this junior who disrespected him. However, the Thunderscale Snake King would not repay Long Chen, who had saved his life, with a chuckle and said, "Haha, didn't I feel that I was going to die before, so I decided that no one should get the horn of the Snake King. But it's different now. I can continue to live. These are all your contributions. This so-called horn of the Snake King is a thing outside of my body. If you want it, I can give it to you." Hearing this, Long Chen spit out his snake letter and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. I'm not interested in your so-called horn of the Snake King. What I want now is for you to take me out." The Thunderscale Snake King looked at Long Chen in astonishment and said in amazement, "Boy, do you know what the horn of the Snake King represents? That represents the absolute power to command the entire Thunderscale Snake Clan. With the horn of the Snake King, even I have to listen to you." As soon as the words fell, the Thunderscale Snake King's eyes fell on Long Chen's face. It was disappointed to find that the other party really didn't seem to be interested in these things. Long Chen was speechless, but his face remained calm. He grinned and said, "Forget it, Senior. I don't have any other requests. I saved your life. If you really want to thank me, just take me out." "Are you kidding? He is going to be the top of the continent in the future. How can the Thunderscale Snake Clan tie him up?" Hearing this, the old Snake King looked at Long Chen, who was younger than him, with a strange expression on his face. Suddenly, he was full of curiosity about the young Thunderscale Snake King and couldn't help asking, "Interesting. Give me a reason?" In response, Long Chen spit out his snake letter and said indifferently, "No reason. I just don't like being bound. Power is good, but it's not as good as freedom." He himself is not a pure member of the Thunderscale Snake Clan. If he evolves to the next level, he will be another kind of demon snake. Does he need to lead the next clan? Seeing the other party's answer, the old Snake King also nodded slightly, grinning and said, "Actually, I was just asking just now. After all, if you really want the Snake King's horn, it is not with me at the moment. You have to go to a secret place in the tribe to get it." Long Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, not caring about it. The most important issue for him now is how to take Mao Tai and leave this god-forsaken place. Seeing the other party's nonchalant look, the old Snake King was really moved and couldn't help asking, "Young man, I remember the auras of all the young Snake Kings of my tribe. Which tribe are you from?" Hearing this, Long Chen grinned and replied, "I am not from any tribe. I am just a wandering little Snake King." He didn't know how many tribes there were in the Thunderscale Snake tribe, so he honestly found another reason to prevaricate. From this point of view, this so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan seems to be quite large. The old Snake King took a deep look at Long Chen, then laughed and said, "Young man, it turns out that you also like freedom. Not bad. You have the appearance of my youthful frivolity. I am optimistic about you." As he spoke, he used his thick snake tail to pat Long Chen's back as if he was patting someone's shoulder. With a series of bang-bang sounds coming from his back, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. He endured the powerful diamond palm-style snake tail slap from the old Snake King and said, "Old Senior, I want to leave here with my brother now." Mao Tai, who was hiding in the distance, saw that there was no danger at all, so he flew out and landed on Long Chen's head. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that he seconded the proposal. Long Chen glanced at this guy who hid when he disagreed with him, and he was also in a dilemma. His face remained calm and silent, and he looked at the Snake King quietly without saying much. Hearing this, the old Snake King nodded slightly, pointed to the back with his tail and said, "There is a secret passage there that leads directly to the ground. The little guys in the tribe just now all came from there. Thank you for telling me, Senior. See you later." Long Chen nodded and moved his snake body, ready to leave. "Young man, wait a moment. I have something to ask of you. May I help you?" Just as Long Chen was about to leave, the hesitant old Snake King suddenly turned around and called to him, his voice carrying a bit of pleading. Hearing this, Long Chen stopped, turned around, and asked in confusion, "Old Senior, your strength has been restored. Why do you still need my help? He is just a little demon at the Xuanqi level. No matter how you look at it, he can't help the Xuanlin level, right?" The old Snake King coughed dryly and laughed dryly. "It's like this. I have some personal matters to deal with now. Can you go to this place on my behalf and find a person named Linner to protect me?" "Protect Linner?" Seeing this, Long Chen was stunned. Looking at the direction pointed by the old Snake King's tail, it was the clan distribution map of the Thunderlin Snake Clan on the rock wall. The place pointed by the old Snake King seemed not very far from here. Moreover, judging from the scale of the place, it seemed not small. "You mean, let me sneak into the clan, find a clan member named Linner, and then protect you?" Long Chen said in astonishment. The old Snake King nodded and pleaded, "Yes, that's what I meant. I have never asked for anything in my life, but this time is an exception. I beg you to protect the tribe member named Linner. Because you killed the previous Snake King, you also have the blood of the Thunderscale Snake King, so you can blend in. With your identity as the Thunderscale Snake King, ordinary tribe members dare not question you. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded, but the answer in the next second was unexpected to the old Snake King. Sorry, old Snake King, I have other things to do, and I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Long Chen shook his head slightly and chose to refuse directly. What a joke. Let him go deep into the Thunderscale Snake Clan alone? If everything goes well, it's fine, but if there is any mistake in the middle, I guess he will be dead. Long Chen still has a little understanding of this so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan. Just looking at the clans, there must be more than one Thunderscale Snake King like him. He can't go for such a dangerous job. Facing Long Chen's straightforward refusal, the old Snake King was also totally unexpected. His face was stunned at first, and then he said with some disappointment, "Young man, we can discuss it. Don't rush to refuse." No, old Snake King, you misunderstood. I just don't want to go. I can't help you with this favor." Long Chen shook his head. Hearing this, the old Snake King's face returned to its previous solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, "Young man, aren't you afraid that if you refuse me, I will kill you now?" Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, looked up at the other party, and grinned. "Old Snake King, if you can, you took action when I refused just now, and you would have stayed until now? If I am not mistaken, you should not have fully recovered your strength now. The recovery just now is only temporary, or you need a long time of cultivation to gradually restore your original strength." The old Snake King frowned when he heard this, and found that what the other party said was completely correct. It did just recover its Xuanqi level, and the majestic Xuanqi wave marks were enough to bluff people. But anyone who saw the clues would not be afraid of it. Because although the level of profound energy and the traces of profound energy are real, they are extremely superficial. Due to the long-term seal, its own strength is less than 1/10, and its combat power is even weaker. This is also what makes the old Snake King helpless. If you want to restore the peak level of the past, it is impossible without some days of meditation. Young man, is there no room for negotiation? The old Snake King knew that he could not scare the other party, so he could only use kind words to retain Long Chen. Moreover, although it is a demon snake, it is upright by nature. Even if its strength has just been fully restored to the peak, it will not do such an ungrateful thing as killing Long Chen. In the world of demons, being ungrateful is a taboo and will be punished by heaven. Hearing this, Long Chen shook his head, then turned and flew to the back of the hall, saying, "Goodbye, old Snake King, see you later." The next second, Long Chen's figure disappeared in the dark passage behind the hall, leaving the old Snake King alone in the hall. Whoosh! Quickly moving forward in the dark passage, Long Chen's eyes were always fixed on the front. He moved quickly, looking at the faint light at the end of the front, projecting in with a certain weak force, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. After the thrilling episode, he finally returned to the ground. Ding! System tasks are being issued. Please return to the main hall. Just as Long Chen was about to see the light, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. He suddenly stopped moving forward, ignoring the puzzled moutai on his head, and thought to himself, "System, what are you doing? Why did you issue so many tasks today?" And with the rhythm of the system wanting to issue tasks, Long Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition. Ding! The system task has been released, requiring the host to agree to the old Snake King's request and go to the Leyland Snake Clan to protect a tribe member named Linner. Ding! If the task is completed, 10 attribute points will be awarded. As the system task was released, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a few times, his eyes widened, and he roared in his heart, "No, you are not kidding! This can also issue tasks! Who are you from?" Faced with Long Chen's 3 roars, the system did not seem to care, and the prompt sound sounded again. Ding! Please complete the task according to the task requirements. If you fail to complete the task or give up the task, the system will format and clear the host. "Okay, you are my brother, I will do it." Long Chen hurriedly agreed in his heart, this helpless. Originally, he didn't have to wade into this muddy water, but the system forced him to wade? What kind of operation is this? In response, Long Chen also sighed speechlessly, turned around, and slowly moved towards the direction of the underground hall. Mao Tai, who was on Long Chen's head, naturally didn't know what happened to the other party. Seeing that the other party was walking back, he couldn't help asking, "Brother Long, what are we going back for?" "Don't ask, you won't understand even if I tell you." Long Chen spit out the snake letter and condemned the evolution system in his heart. Although he was extremely unhappy, in order not to be formatted, he still went back obediently. In the hall, the old Snake King, who was frowning, moved his huge snake body back and forth in the hall in the form of a crossing step, and seemed to be in a dilemma. What should we do? There is no one to support us inside. If we go back like this, won't it alert the enemy? "Hey, old Snake King, I agreed to your request just now. Let's talk about the benefits." The next second, a familiar voice came from the secret passage, behind the throne in the hall, making the old Snake King, who was originally frowning, instantly become happy. "Ha ha! Young man, I knew you would come back to help me." The old Snake King quickly swooped over and came to the entrance of the secret passage. Looking at Long Chen, who had already appeared, he really wanted to give him a hug. Long Chen, who spit out his snake tongue and looked like he had lost all hope in life, waved his snake tail and grinned. "Old Snake King, I can promise you that I will sneak into our clan system to protect the tribe member named Linner." "That's great, that's great." The old Snake King nodded happily. In response, Long Chen said calmly, "Let me tell you first, what benefits can I get if I help you?" Hearing this, the old Snake King did not even think about it and replied, "I will give you the most precious Snake King horn. As long as you help me protect Linner, everything else is fine." Long Chen glanced at him helplessly and said, "Are there any other benefits? I don't want to lead the Thunderscale Snake Clan." The old Snake King was speechless. It might be because he had been sealed for too long. For a while, the speed of his brain was somewhat limited. He didn't know how to answer. Long Chen glanced at him speechlessly, feeling helpless in his heart. He knew that this sealed old guy seemed to have nothing more valuable than the so-called Snake King horn. Just as Long Chen was speechless, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding! Host agrees to it. The horn of the Snake King, given the host's current situation, is more valuable than any treasure." "Ding! Host agrees to it. I want the horn of the Snake King." As the system's prompt sounded in his mind, Long Chen was slightly startled, frowned, and replied in his heart, "What use do I have for this horn of the Snake King? Do you want me to lead the so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan?" He didn't want to stay in this so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan for the rest of his life. Even if he died, he would never agree. Ding! The host misunderstood. The value of this horn of the Snake King is the most needed for the host's current situation. If the host wants to quickly improve the level of profound energy, this is a good way. Hearing the words of improving the level of profound energy, Long Chen, who was originally listless, instantly brightened up. If getting the horn of the Snake King can help him upgrade, then this muddy water can be waded. Seeing Long Chen was silent, the old Snake King was racking his brains at this moment, but it found that it seemed that it really couldn't take out other treasures except the horn of the Snake King. Take some of the money obtained from hunting human practitioners in the past? In the demon race, human money is almost never used for transactions. Those are just dirt and are of no use at all. Old Snake King, it's settled. I will help you protect Linner, and you will hand over the horn of the Snake King to me," Long Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, the old Snake King spit out his snake letter, nodded repeatedly and smiled. "That's great. Then it's settled, little friend. When do you plan to leave?" Maybe because of his happiness, the old Snake King even called Long Chen very friendly. "Without further delay, I'll go now. How long will it take for you to come back?" Long Chen asked. The old Snake King smiled and said, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I won't let you fight alone in there. I just need a little time." Mao Tai stayed on Long Chen's head, looking east and west, and still remained silent. The next moment, Long Chen turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and looked at the old Snake King and asked, "Who is this Linner to you?" The old Snake King was stunned when he heard this. His face suddenly turned red. He coughed dryly and said, "This is my private matter. I hope you won't ask too much." Long Chen raised his eyebrows and might be able to guess something in his heart. Maybe it should be this guy's concubine. Anyway, he has already promised the other party. Whoever's wife she is, he just needs to do his job well. After a while, on the peaceful plain grass behind a rock, a silver thick snake shadow flashed out and coiled on the rock, feeling the breeze and the sunshine, which was very comfortable. Coiling on the rock, Long Chen took a deep breath, felt the breeze on his face, spit out the snake tongue, and grinned. The feeling of being alive is really great. After the thrilling escape last night, Long Chen almost thought he was going to say goodbye to this world. Fortunately, God was kind to him and saved him from death. Blood Wolf Mercenary Group, when I finish upgrading, I will come back and kill you first. Thinking of the pursuit of the blood-stained man last night, Long Chen's eyes became full of murderous intent. Mao Tai felt Long Chen's murderous intent and immediately asked in confusion, "Brother Long, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Long Chen dispersed his murderous intent, shook his head and sighed, "Nothing. Let's go to the Thunderscale Snake Clan. This really feels like getting out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. Originally, it could have developed steadily, but the system always made me look for stabs, which was really too exciting." "Oh, Brother Long, wherever you go, I will go with you." Mao Tai smiled innocently. Now that he had a goal, Long Chen was suddenly stunned, because he found that he didn't know the way to the Thunderscale Snake Clan at all. The Thunderscale snakes that followed the fake just now have been sentenced to death by the old Snake King. How can I go to the Thunderscale Snake Clan without a guide? Whoosh! While Long Chen was thinking, he saw several silver snakes suddenly coming from the dark and stopped in front of Long Chen. They all spit out snake letters and saluted respectfully. "Meet His Majesty the Snake King. The Snake Queen invites His Majesty to go back immediately." This group of thunder scale snakes must be ordinary people. They have an absolutely obvious difference from Long Chen, that is, the scales on their bodies. The scales on ordinary thunder scale snakes are all dull silver, while the scales on Long Chen are bright silver with flowing light. Moreover, they can feel the pressure of Long Chen's king snake bloodline, and the other party is exactly the same as the fake thunder scale snake king who was killed before, so they can't see any difference or clues at all. Facing the thunder scale snake that suddenly appeared in front of him, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and grinned secretly. It is true that after searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. I was just struggling to find the way to the tribe, but now it has been solved. Ahem, I know. Lead the way. Long Chen coughed dryly, trying to make his voice as low as possible, and deliberately showed superiority in his attitude. Yes. The other ordinary thunder scale snakes nodded respectfully, turned around immediately, and flew in a certain direction. With his own people leading the way, Long Chen was naturally happy. At the same time, he found that the other party did not realize that he was no longer the fake Long Chen before, and he laughed in his heart. It seems that the old Snake King did not lie to him. He can completely use the identity of the previous fake to sneak into the tribe. This is indeed much simpler. Following quickly all the way, soon a plain hilly land similar to a big pit appeared in front of Long Chen. Looking into the big pit along the hill, Long Chen was secretly stunned. I saw a torrential waterfall gushing out from the rock wall, rushing straight down and spreading along the lowlands under the plain. In the large pit on the plain surrounded by green vegetation, the waterfall flows straight down, forming a river of life on the lowlands below, flowing to the distance. This is the source of the waterfall. There are many thunder scale snakes guarding the secret road in the middle of the waterfall. Obviously, this group of guys are guarding the gate. "Your Highness!" Several thunder scale snakes that had led the way in front of them immediately attacked and saluted, bowing their heads and saying, "The Snake Queen has ordered Your Highness to return to the tribe and go to the Snake Queen Hall. We scouts are not allowed to enter the tribe, so I hope Your Highness will go on his own." Well, I know. Long Chen nodded lightly, then jumped himself, came to the naturally formed slippery road next to the waterfall, and walked slowly forward. "Hello, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness." Along the way, many thunder scale snakes guarding the gate of the thunder scale snake clan all bowed their heads and saluted. Long Chen nodded calmly, looking at the group of guys without leaving any trace. The evolution system told him that the strongest guardian here was at the 3-star Xuanqi realm. In response to this, Long Chen secretly sighed. Even the gatekeeper had reached the Xuanqi realm. This Leyland snake clan was probably not simple. Walking along the slippery passage, Long Chen moved forward slowly. Seeing that there was only one passage leading to the waterfall, he was slightly relieved. Fortunately, there was only one road leading to the clan. If it was connected in all directions, it would be easy to be exposed. Following the dark passage in the waterfall, Mao Tai moved inward. He was like a curious baby, looking around, without any sense of danger. It seemed that as long as Long Chen was there, it would not feel afraid. On the other hand, Long Chen was spitting out the snake's letter, moving forward along the dim passage behind the waterfall, carefully looking around and moving slowly. At the end of the front, there was a light which gave people a sense of devu. At that time, when Long Chen walked out of the dim passage, he came to a huge underground space that suddenly opened up. This place was not a dark and damp underground snake cave, but a very warm and dry one. There were irregular gaps on the rock wall, and the sunlight from outside was projected in, giving it warmth. It was not as dark and damp as imagined, nor was there the imagined smell of snakes. Everything seemed so fresh and dry. Even Long Chen, who came here for the first time, couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Leyland snake clan seemed to like cleanliness. Here, it looks like the water curtain cave. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Chen really thought that this was the water curtain cave like the flower and fruit mountain. Everything looked so imaginative and realistic. A large amount of green special vegetation permeated the rock wall in the huge water curtain cave, exuding a fresh fragrance. It seems that the reason why there is no snake smell here is probably because of these vegetation. Whoosh! The next second, several thunder-scale snakes suddenly appeared in front of him, bowed respectfully to Long Chen, and said, "Your Highness the Snake King, we have been waiting here for a long time. The Snake Queen invites you." Hearing this, Long Chen recovered from his surprise, nodded slightly, and said lightly, "Lead the way." "Yes, Your Highness the Snake King." 3 thunder-scale snakes took the lead and led the way. Long Chen followed them slowly, Looking at the three guys who were only at the level of 9-star mysterious veins, he sighed secretly in his heart. Before, I was also such a small demon snake. In a blink of an eye, I could sneak in here and become the king. Thanks to the help of the Mach evolution system, I successfully evolved into the Thunder Scale Snake King. Otherwise, entering the belly of others would be a fool's dream. Following the winding and irregular snake cave route, Long Chen carefully discovered that there were several Thunderscale snakes guarding every distance along the way. Although the guarding Thunderscale snakes were not very strong, they were outnumbered. This tribe was very well prepared. As they moved forward, Long Chen's eyes suddenly fell on a fork in a snake cave. There seemed to be something inside, and there was also a female Thunderscale snake, which was slowly moving inside. On the head of the female Thunderscale snake, there was a plate of food. It seemed that something was being kept in captivity in the dim snake cave. "Your Highness the Snake King, please come this way." The Thunderscale snake leading the way turned around and saw Long Chen suddenly stop behind him, and respectfully reminded him and called out, "Oh." His thoughts were pulled back, and Long Chen's eyes glanced at the dim snake cave fork without leaving a trace, and without thinking too much, he immediately followed and moved towards the direction of the hall where the so-called Thunderscale Snake Queen was. After walking forward for an unknown period of time, when he left the last winding snake cave, Long Chen's eyes swept forward and he was secretly surprised. In the huge snake cave, there was actually a man-made palace that suddenly appeared. On the top of the palace, there was a giant snake statue with a huge snake head like a dragon horn, looking up at the sky, with a fierce momentum. Although it was just a giant snake statue, the traces of hostility contained in it were enough to surprise Long Chen. Although the palace looked quite majestic, if you look carefully, you can find that this palace was just deducted from the cave, not using the construction ability. It was similar to the palace that sealed the old Snake King before. "I said that even if a snake is a cow, it can't build." Long Chen smiled secretly in his heart. However, he was quite surprised by such a project. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. It was considered to have refreshed his 3 views on the Dragon Ancient Continent. Looking up, Long Chen naturally saw the top of the giant snake statue, the dragon-like existence, and suddenly he was a little surprised. I'm afraid that the dragon horn-like thing is the Snake King horn that the old Snake King refers to. It's true that the demon snake stone statue with the Snake King horn, whether it's the momentum or the special waves contained, are all incomparable to ordinary thunder-scaled snakes. I'm afraid that this so-called Snake King horn is what the real king can have. It seems that the reason why the fake went to the old Snake King to ask for the Snake King horn is probably because of the instructions of this Snake Queen. Long Chen spit out the snake letter, narrowed his eyes, and thought secretly. When they arrived at the door of the hall, the 3 thunder-scaled snakes leading the way suddenly stopped, and then saluted Long Chen behind him respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, the Snake Queen is in the hall. You can go in." Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly, and calmly took Mao Tai and slowly walked into the palace where the Snake Queen lived in front of him. Entering the Snake Hall, the huge and simple space inside was extremely simple, with only a red passage, like a red carpet representing the way forward. Long Chen walked forward on the red stone ground, looking around, and found that there were no other Thunderscale snakes here. At the end of the front, there was only a golden platform, standing there like a throne. On the throne of the platform, a silver, thick and winding Thunderscale snake appeared in front of him. This Thunderscale snake was estimated to be about 20 meters long, with a thick body, like a pillar supporting this snake hall, and it looked full of strength. "Ding! Host, be careful. This is a Thunderscale Snake Queen, and its strength is at the level of the 7-star mysterious spirit realm." Hearing the voice of the evolution system, the corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that this guy was even more powerful than the blood-stained man who chased him before. Suddenly, Long Chen found that the matter that the old Snake King had begged him to do was not that simple. The next second, the huge Thunderscale snake, which had closed its eyes to rest, seemed to sense the approach of life and then opened its lazy eyelids, looking at Long Chen coming, and a beautiful and charming voice rang out. "You are back. How are things going?" Sensing the entry of life into the palace, the Thunderscale snake, which was perched on the golden platform throne, slowly opened its lazy eyelids, looked at Long Chen below, and spit out its snake tongue with a beautiful and charming voice. "My little prince, you are back. How are things going?" Hearing such a beautiful and charming voice, Long Chen was stunned for a moment. He found that this so-called Thunderscale snake, regardless of its appearance, was enough to make people feel sweet. It was a pity that this was a demon snake, not a human being. In this regard, Long Chen was only surprised by the other party's voice and had no other thoughts. Although thinking this in his heart, Long Chen was surprised to find that he might be a demon because he heard the soft voice of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen, and he actually felt a little excited in his heart. This excitement was not his original intention, and it was obviously affected by the fact that his body was a demon. After all, according to the aesthetics of the demons, this graceful Thunder Scale Snake Queen did look like a beauty. It was a pity that Long Chen, who had traveled through time as a human in his previous life, would definitely not get this point. Not hearing the answer, the Thunder Scale Snake Queen frowned slightly. The originally soft voice also had a bit of coldness, pulling Long Chen back from his thoughts. "Little Prince, how is the matter going?" Facing the question, Long Chen's brain was also working rapidly. Before coming, he had already thought of the answer, and pretended to be aggrieved and answered. "Reporting to the Snake Queen, that old thing is ungrateful. I have tried everything, but the damn old thing simply ignored me. I still can't do anything to it, so I can only return empty-handed. Report to you, the Snake Queen." He could only choose to answer like this. After all, he also understood that what the Snake Queen wanted the imposter to do before was the horn of the Snake King. Hearing the answer, the atmosphere in the originally dim hall suddenly became a little cold. Before Long Chen could react, he saw the thick silver snake tail slapping fiercely. Bang! With a slamming sound coming from the hall, Long Chen didn't even understand what was going on. Suddenly, he was slapped by the tail of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen, and his figure flew backwards and hit the stone pillar. Cough, cough! Suddenly, he hit the stone pillar fiercely, and Long Chen felt that his internal organs were violently shaken. He coughed violently a few times and fell to the ground. He remained silent, but cursed in his heart. Damn, I help others and still have to endure being beaten. No, when that old Snake King comes, I must ask him for more money. This beating can't be taken for nothing. Long Chen won't do it if it's a losing deal. Although the force of the slap was very strong, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen knew that she was hitting the only Snake King in the clan, so she only punished him slightly and didn't use much force. Her charming voice turned cold. "Humph, you are such a waste. You can't even do such a simple thing when I asked you to do it. If you didn't have the blood of the Snake King in your body, I would kill you now." Hearing this, Long Chen stood up straight and said respectfully in a steady manner, "The Snake Queen is right. I disappointed the Snake Queen." The previous blow scared a certain nylon butterfly, and it flew to a hidden place and hid. Looking at the young Snake King in front of her, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen snorted coldly and said, "What else did that old thing say?" To answer the Snake Queen, that old thing relied on the fact that I couldn't touch the sealed thunder and lightning taboo power, and didn't say a word. "I tried everything, but I couldn't do anything to it." Long Chen replied, "A mere old fellow who is about to die actually wants to hold the horn of the Snake King and die. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." The Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen spit out her snake tongue, and her voice returned to its previous beautiful and charming voice. "Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. You know, the clan meeting is coming soon, and the young Snake Kings of other clans will come. At that time, you must not mess things up, otherwise." Hearing this, Long Chen didn't say anything extra, and nodded. "Don't worry, Snake Queen. I will definitely not let the Snake Queen pass by." No matter what happened next, leaving here first and looking for the so-called Linner was the top priority. "Well, go down, practice well. I heard that there is a guy with good talent in this clan meeting. You have to be careful. If you lose, your death is a small matter, but if you lose the face of the clan, you will be waiting for the Yi-San clan." After the words fell, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen no longer paid attention and closed her eyes again, quietly sitting on the throne to rest. Seeing this, Long Chen turned around and made a look at the dark part of the hall. When Mao Tai came over, he took him out of the hall. After leaving the hall and coming to the passage, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the complicated snake cave passage. Fortunately, he was smart just now. If he said something wrong, he might not be beaten. "Brother Long, where are we going next?" Mao Tai seemed to dislike this place and asked honestly. After spitting out the snake letter, Long Chen looked at the passage where he had been before, with a little imperceptible color in his eyes, and said, "Where else can we go?" "Of course, we should help the old Snake King find the one called Linner." Walking back in the direction he came from, Long Chen's memory was outstanding. Although the passages here were complicated, he could avoid going wrong. After passing through several snake caves in a row and quickly, Long Chen came to the fork that he was more concerned about before. He glanced at it and raised his eyebrows slightly. Although there were Thunder-Scale snake patrols in many snake cave passages along the way, there was no guard at all in this fork direction. Only from time to time, as if it was time for dinner, a female Thunder-Scale snake would carry a food tray on her head and rush in. There must be something fishy here. In Long Chen's heart, he subconsciously felt that there must be something in it. In his opinion, His self-feeling was still very accurate. Looking left and right, when Long Chen found that there were no other thunderscale snakes, he moved his figure and quickly entered the seemingly ordinary but slightly special fork snake cave. After walking forward for several minutes, Long Chen found that this snake cave was actually very long, and how long the road was in the depths of the dim passage inside, he had no idea. The next second, Long Chen suddenly froze, stopped where he was, and his face changed slightly. Mao Tai saw the former stop and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, Brother Long?" Long Chen's eyes were gloomy, and his face gradually became solemn. He frowned and said, "I actually lost the guy who went in before." Long Chen's eyes, which were like night vision goggles, looked around the snake cave passage, frowned, and said in astonishment, "I actually lost him." Although there were still some forks in the road after entering, he was obviously following the thunder scale snake that entered with the dinner plate on its head before. Now, in just a few minutes, he actually lost it. Seeing that the surroundings were all unfamiliar, and there were few traces of the thunder scale snake's activities, Long Chen's face was slightly gloomy. Now that the snake that led the way before was gone, he could only search according to his own feelings. His eyes swept across the two forks in the distance in front of him, and Long Chen's eyes were slightly gloomy, and then he moved forward. Soon, Long Chen brought Mao Tai to the fork in the road. Looking at the two passages on the left and right that had little traces of the thunder-scaled snake's aura, Long Chen's eyes were caught in a bit of entanglement. Hesitating that he had just lost the snake, it was difficult to choose now, because Long Chen found that he could not tell which of the two passages had left the aura of the thunder-scaled snake just now. "Your Highness the Snake King, you are here!" At the same time, a somewhat cowardly female snake voice came from behind, scaring Long Chen out of his thoughts. He quickly turned around and stared. He saw that the thunder-scaled snake that he had quietly followed in just now had come out from behind him without knowing when. Obviously, Long Chen found that he had walked in front of it without knowing when, and he could not feel the aura of the fork in the road ahead. "Your Highness the Snake King?" Seeing that Long Chen was uncertain and did not reply to him, the maid-like thunder-scaled snake called out carefully with the plate on his head. Long Chen came back to his senses, looked at the maid snake, coughed dryly, pretended to be serious, and said, "Where are you?" "Delivering food to." Hearing this, the maid snake was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but said, "Your Highness the Snake King, didn't you ask me to deliver food to Princess Linner on time?" She didn't expect that the first question His Highness the Snake King asked her this, which was a bit unexpected. In response, Long Chen was stunned and said in astonishment, "What did you say just now? Who did I ask you to deliver food to?" "Princess Linner, Your Highness the Snake King, have you forgotten?" The maid snake became more and more confused, and felt that His Highness the Snake King seemed a little strange today. But it was sure that the other party was indeed the Snake King Long Chen that it saw on weekdays, and it was even more confused in its heart, but it didn't think much about it, just thinking that the other party was forgetful and might have forgotten this. However, it didn't know that the Snake King Long Chen that it knew had long been dead, and the one standing in front of it now was the real Snake King Long Chen. Hearing the maid snake's answer, Long Chen was secretly happy. He didn't know how to find this guy named Linner, but now he got him without any effort. It was really God's favor. Seeing Long Chen grinning to himself, the maid snake couldn't help but call out, "Your Highness the Snake King, are you okay?" Long Chen came to his senses and realized that he was almost exposed. He coughed dryly and said in a deep voice, "Ahem, it's like this. Where is Princess Linner now?" Hearing this, the maid snake asked in confusion, "Your Highness the Snake King, Princess Linner was imprisoned by you. Have you forgotten? How dare you? How can you talk to me?" Long Chen's face suddenly became fierce, and his thick, bright silver snake tail suddenly raised up, tightly wrapped around the maid snake's 7 inches, and said angrily. Being frightened suddenly like this and feeling the threat of death, this maidservant Lei Lin Snake, who was only at the level of a 7-star mysterious vein master, was naturally frightened and timid, and quickly begged for mercy. "Your Highness the Snake King, please spare my life. It was the maidservant who overstepped your bounds. I hope to atone for my sins." Long Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Looking at the maidservant snake whose life was controlled by him, he said in a deep voice, "Whatever I ask you, you should answer honestly. If you tell me those nonsense again, you know the consequences, understand?" "You understand." The maidservant snake trembled, feeling the pressure from her bloodline. She was so scared that she even lost her ability to think, and had to agree repeatedly. Seeing that the other party had been frightened by him, Long Chen slowly let go of the other party and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, Princess Linner, where did you imprison me? I was too busy before and forgot about it. Now I want to see it." The maid snake coughed violently a few times, then picked up the fallen plate and put the rotten meat that had fallen on the ground directly on the plate without cleaning it. She said in a timid voice, "Return to His Majesty the Snake King, Princess Linner. Go to the end of the left passage and you will see it." Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly. His eyes swept to the left passage of the fork in the front, and then looked at the maid snake beside him, and said lightly, "Give me the things. I just want to ask Princess Linner something. You go down." "Yes, Your Majesty the Snake King." The maid snake carefully placed the plate on the ground, saluted respectfully, and turned to leave. Seeing the maid snake leave, until he could no longer see her figure, Long Chen looked at the piece of rotten meat on the plate on the ground, and immediately threw it aside with disgust, and followed the direction of the passage pointed by the other party before, and leaped away. When Long Chen's figure disappeared in the forked passage, the maid snake that was scared away before hid in the dark place in the cave until Long Chen disappeared, and then left here with doubts. Time passed slowly, and he continued to go deeper into the cave. Long Chen followed this snake cave passage that no longer had a fork, and finally at the end in front he found something like a cage. As the distance got closer and closer, Long Chen found that this cage was not an iron fence, but a special cage carved from stone, with a faint mysterious energy fluctuation, and some complex patterns carved on it. Spirit formation? Long Chen looked at the cage with complex patterns and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in the Leyland Snake Clan. When he encountered the 4th level Thunder Spirit Array before, he had seen those complicated patterns and inscriptions, but unfortunately he could not understand them at that time and did not care about them. In terms of complexity, the 4th level Thunder Spirit Array is much more complicated than the 1st level Spirit Array in front of him. Ding! The host is in front of a 1st level Spirit Array, a Thunder and Lightning Array, nothing to be afraid of. As the system prompt sounded, Long Chen smiled. He was really afraid of everything now, except thunder. "Wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look." Long Chen put the Moutai aside and then leaned into the 1st level Spirit Array. Entering the 1st level Spirit Array, ignoring the lightning penetration force that was like tickling around him, Long Chen looked forward. In the dimness ahead, a medium-sized thunder unicorn snake curled up in the corner appeared in front of him. In the dimness in the corner of the Spirit Array, a medium-sized thunder unicorn snake was poking its head into his arms, curling up there. Looking at the bright silver scales all over the body, there were scars of varying sizes. Some of the scars were particularly obvious and deep, as if it had been subjected to extremely inhuman abuse. Seeing this, Long Chen frowned and looked around, surprised. He found that there was a bit of stench here. He saw that the spirit formation was surrounded by broken, rotten meat. He just took a bite and stopped moving. The rotten meat had even been rotten to the point of being unrecognizable. This kind of garbage, let alone monsters, would not be eaten even by animals. Presumably, this abused thunderscale snake must have been extremely hungry, so it couldn't help but take a bite of the disgusting rotten meat. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen calmed down his inner surprise, and said in a voice as calm as possible, "You, but Linner?" Hearing the common language among the monsters, the thunderscale snake curled up in the corner subconsciously and carefully poked its head out, spitting out its snake tongue, and suddenly became terrified in its soft and timid eyes. Because she saw the shadow that frightened her in her life, the Thunderscale Snake King, hiss! Perhaps because of seeing Long Chen appear, the scarred Thunderscale snake leaned back like a girl who was extremely frightened. Zizi. However, the figure leaned back desperately, but in exchange for the lightning impact of this spirit formation. But even so, the Thunderscale snake still preferred to be constantly attacked by the lightning force, but did not want to get close to the former. Hiss! With the continuous strengthening of the lightning force of the 1st level spirit formation, the scarred Thunderscale snake kept making low and delicate hisses, but the pair of soft and fearful eyes were always staring at Long Chen. Seeing this, Long Chen frowned and suddenly felt a pinch in his heart. How much stabbing and torture did it have to suffer to make the other party so scared? But he knew in his heart that the other party was not afraid of him, but was afraid of the fake Long Chen, who was killed before. I guess that fake must have bullied and tortured her a lot, and he was really perverted. Long Chen suddenly felt that he was right to kill that fake, and he really deserved it. With a trace of pity in his heart, he moved forward with a gloomy face. However, with every step he took, the Thunderscale snake, which was close to the edge of the lightning barrier of the spirit array and was electrocuted, was more afraid of him than the explosive power of the lightning array, and leaned back tightly. It was a pity that the range of the spirit array was limited. No matter how she moved back, there was no room for her. No, I really don't know where the horn of the Snake King is. I don't know anything. This Thunderscale snake, which looked handsome from the perspective of the demon clan, was trembling with fear at this moment, lowering its head, not daring to breathe, and even daring not to look at the approaching Long Chen. Because of the huge fear in her heart, she didn't know that the Long Chen in front of her was not the Thunderscale Snake King who had been torturing and bullying her before. After stopping, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, narrowed his eyes, and immediately slammed his tail forward. Facing the whistling attack of the thick, silver-scaled snake tail, the trembling and curled-up Thunderscale Snake closed her eyes instantly. Just when she thought she could not escape a beating, she was surprised to find that the lightning power that had been erupted by the spiritual array barrier before was no longer coming from behind her. She timidly opened her eyes and saw Long Chen standing in front of her. The Thunderscale Snake still did not dare to make any move. Although she did not understand what the other party wanted to do, she had already made plans for the worst. "You are Linner?" Long Chen looked at the scarred demon snake in front of him and asked softly. Hearing this, the Thunderscaled Snake looked at Long Chen with some doubts and couldn't help asking, "You aren't His Highness Long Chen?" The snake's tail scratched its head subconsciously, and Long Chen grinned and said, "This Long Chen is not that Long Chen. I am His Highness Long Chen, but not the Long Chen who bullied you. That guy has been executed by me. I came to agree to the request of a certain old guy to protect you." Hearing this, Linner raised his head with some doubts, looking at Long Chen with a hint of sunshine in his smile, and was so scared that he lowered his head and trembled again, saying, "Your Highness Long Chen, I really don't know where the horn of the Snake King is. Please don't hurt Linner again." Seeing the demon girl in front of him being scared like this, Long Chen couldn't help but curse the faker he had killed before. What kind of inhuman experience must she have experienced to be scared like this? "Mutai, heal her." Long Chen knew that he had to take one step at a time. Now he had to stabilize the girl's mentality first, so he asked Mutai to take action immediately. Although this kid has no fighting power now, he is also a good hand at healing. Skin injuries are no problem. "Okay, Brother Long." It seemed that it was time for him to show off. Mutai even used his little claws to pry each other, then fell from Long Chen's head and came to Linner. Looking at the other's most shocking wound, he frowned slightly. "It may take some time to heal, and it may be painful. You have to bear it." With a series of bright lights, Maotai's little claws continued to condense, and then gradually penetrated into Linner's scales. Hiss! Maybe Linner felt the severe pain from the wound, and was scared to break free, thinking that the other party was hurting him, but Long Chen stepped forward and suppressed the other party in a low voice. "Don't move. Believe me, I'm not the Lord Long Chen you mentioned. I won't hurt you." Hearing this, Linner calmed down a little. Although she was still afraid, she was a little less afraid than before, because she found that the other party seemed to be not the Thunderscale Snake King who abused her constantly. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have changed into a different snake. Although he was a little overbearing, he still had a special and unique gentleness. This kind of luxurious gentleness was something that the cruel counterfeit Long Chen could not have. Time passed by minute, and Maotai kept using his little claws to heal the wounded Linner. On the other hand, except for some movements due to the pain of the wound at the beginning, Linner was much more honest at other times. At that time, Maotai sat on the ground, wiped his sweat and said, "It's no good, Brother Long, I don't have any Xuan Qi. Come back tomorrow." Hearing this, Long Chen found that the serious injuries on Linner's body had all healed, and now only some minor injuries remained. He nodded slightly and asked, "Linner, how do you feel now?" Hearing this, Linner felt that the most serious scars on his body had all recovered as before, and even the scales were glowing with vitality. He nodded happily and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me. Linner is much better." Maotai held his little paw and reminded him, "I treated you." Linner was slightly startled, then he spit out his snake tongue and whispered, "Thank you very much, young master. Linner doesn't know how to repay you." Seeing this, Maotai waved his little paw, looking very proud, and said, "No need. If you want to thank you, thank my brother Long." Gurgle, gurgle. Linner turned her eyes and was about to thank Long Chen again, but her stomach suddenly growled. She was startled, and then she became a little shy and timid, burying her head in her arms, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Long Chen was startled, and immediately took out a bunch of fruits that Maotai had picked before from his system space and handed them over. "Eat some fruits to fill your stomach first. I know you want to eat meat. Don't worry, I'll ask my subordinates to bring it to you tomorrow." Seeing the crisp firefly fruit appear in front of him, Linner didn't care about anything else and immediately gobbled it up, without any trace of the gentleness and timidity before. "Eat slowly, there are plenty of fruits." Long Chen frowned, feeling more and more upset. How long has it been since he last ate something fresh? He was so anxious. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten such fresh fruits for a long time, Liner ate all the fruits quickly, and the hunger in his stomach disappeared. Seeing that the other party's condition had recovered a lot, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and said, "That's it for today. I came in a hurry. I will come back to see you tomorrow. I will protect you these days. Mao Tai, let's go." Just as Long Chen turned around and was about to leave with Mao Tai, Liner suddenly called him timidly and said shyly, "That, Your Highness Long Chen, you are also called Long Chen, then the Your Highness Long Chen in the clan before." Hearing this, Long Chen turned around and smiled. "I am not the Your Highness Long Chen you mentioned. That fake has been executed by me. Now there is only one Long Chen." Liner was a little confused when he heard this and couldn't help asking, "Then, are you the new Your Highness Long Chen of the clan?" Stroking his chin with his tail, Long Chen looked thoughtful and responded, "I guess so, but you have to keep this secret for me. Other members of the clan don't know about it yet." Hearing this, Liner nodded seriously and said, "Your Highness, don't worry, Liner understands." Seeing that the work was almost done, Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, I promised that guy, the old Snake King, to protect you these days. These days I have to inconvenience you first. Old Snake King?" When Liner heard these 3 words, his body suddenly shook violently, and then he suddenly stepped forward, looked at Long Chen seriously, and said anxiously and excitedly, "Your Highness Long Chen, the old Snake King you are referring to is my father? Your father?" Facing Liner, who almost kissed him, Long Chen moved back without leaving a trace and said in astonishment, "Aren't you the old Snake King's wife?" "Wife?" Liner blinked his beautiful and clear eyes and said in the same astonishment, "That's my father. I'm not his wife. Your Highness Long Chen, you made a mistake, right?" Hearing the other party's answer, Long Chen's face flushed slightly, and he realized that he had made a mistake. It turned out that the old Snake King wanted him to protect his daughter. Mao Tai, who was standing aside, suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "Are you the daughter of that old guy?" On the other hand, Liner did not answer the former's words and then asked Long Chen anxiously, "Your Highness Long Chen." Seeing the other party approaching him, Long Chen subconsciously retreated a little without leaving a trace and said with a wry smile, "Just call me Long Chen. I'm not used to you calling me that." Hearing this, the timidity and fear in Liner's eyes had long disappeared, as if he had been reborn, and nodded repeatedly. But looking at Long Chen, he was a little shy and tentatively asked, "Then can I be your brother Long Chen?" "Whatever you want, as long as you don't call me so formally." Long Chen nodded and continued, "What did you want to ask me just now?" I saw Liner approaching Long Chen again and said anxiously, "That, brother Long Chen, is my father still alive? There are many rumors in the clan saying that my father died outside." Long Chen was stunned when he heard this and then laughed. "Killed? It should be the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake who told you, right?" "Yeah, it's not my mother. It's my stepmother. My mother died of complications during childbirth." Liner nodded. "This is such a sad thing." Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He grinned and gently comforted the other party with his tail, saying, "Don't worry. Your father is fine. He said he was doing some private business and would be back soon. I will protect you secretly these days until the old Snake King comes back. After all, you also know that in a few days, there will be a clan meeting in our clan, and the Snake Kings of other clans will come at that time." Hearing this, Liner nodded happily and said happily, "Liner understands, so I'll trouble brother Long Chen. But these few days, you have to stay here. I can't take you out now for fear of being suspected by other clansmen." Long Chen said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, brother Long Chen. Liner is here. Liner is very well behaved and won't cause you any trouble." Liner nodded obediently and then said a little embarrassedly, "Well, brother Long Chen, there is enough meat." Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned and felt a little sad. Then he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you the best food. I will protect you these days." "Okay, Liner will wait for brother Long Chen here." Liner nodded happily. "That's the best, Mao Tai. Let's go." Long Chen wrapped Mao Tai with his tail and then put it on his head, just about to leave. "Oh, right." Suddenly, Mao Tai seemed to have thought of something and immediately fell from the other's head, quickly jumped in front of Liner and asked, "Liner, do you have a partner? My brother Long is single now." Hearing this, Liner was also shy because of Mao Tai's sudden words, and immediately shook his head gently and said, "Liner doesn't." Long Chen's face darkened, and he immediately rolled Mao Tai back with his tail and rolled him away together. "Why are you everywhere? Just shut up. I'm looking for a partner for you, brother Long. Liner is not bad either. Say less. No one thinks you're dumb. But you're a piece of shit. But don't make trouble." Seeing Long Chen disappear, Liner's eyes, which were full of despair and fear before, were now full of hope. He returned to the corner and the first-level lightning spirit formation restored its blocking power, trapping him in it. Seeing Long Chen's figure completely disappear in front of her, Liner's eyes, which were originally desperate, were now full of hope and excitement. Her father, who was rumored to have died long ago, was still alive. Now she had a Long Chen who was more gentle than the previous Long Chen fake to protect her. Now she really felt that she had finally gotten her reward after all the hardships, especially when she thought of Long Chen's figure before. Leaner, who was squatting in the corner, couldn't help but smile shyly. Little did she know that Long Chen's shadow, like a seed, was planted in Liner's heart, becoming taller and clearer, unforgettable. Watching the lightning spirit formation recover as before, from this moment on, Liner was no longer afraid. She was now living well as Long Chen had told her before leaving. All that was left was to wait quietly. At that time, Long Chen took Mao Tai and walked out of the passage where Liner was imprisoned. He glanced around and saw the maid snake that he had threatened before, now staying next to the initial inspection entrance, and immediately swooped over. As if sensing the approach of a tribe member, the maid snake cast her eyes and found that the person coming was Long Chen. She immediately moved over quickly and said respectfully, "Your Highness the Snake King, you are back?" Long Chen came to the maid snake, his face returned to his previous serious look, and said, "What are you doing here?" "Your Highness the Snake King, the maid has served you for many years. Of course I am taking you back to rest now." The maid snake was slightly stunned and then replied, "Oh, take it back." Long Chen nodded, knowing that one should be careful when talking too much, and ordered. Under the guidance of the maid snake, Long Chen was quickly taken to the resting place. After arriving at the place, looking at the palace that was seized from the snake cave in front of him, Long Chen secretly sighed in his heart. "Good guy, it is worthy of the residence of the Thunderscale Snake King. It is so magnificent." Looking at the stone hall where the fake one who was killed before lived, especially at the entrance of the stone hall, there were several maid snakes waiting. Long Chen was slightly startled and secretly despised it in his heart. Presumably, the fake Long Chen before must have been a stupid king who liked to wander in the wind. Because the several female thunder-scale snakes waiting in line in front of the stone hall were all in the stage of minors, and according to the aesthetics of the demon race, they were all pretty. This shows that the fake one that he killed was quite tasteful. "Why are you all standing at the door?" Long Chen pretended to be serious and shouted, "You don't have to come these days. I need to rest well. All of you retreat." As Long Chen's shout fell, the several thunder-scaled snakes that were originally standing in a line were all stunned, and then hurriedly saluted and left, not daring to delay at this moment. The maid snake following Long Chen was also slightly stunned when she saw this, and she became more and more confused about Long Chen's abnormal behavior. Usually, Highness likes young and beautiful girls in the tribe the most. What happened today? Is he bored? If Long Chen knew what the maid snakes beside him were thinking at this moment, he would probably be so angry that he would spit out snake blood. Seeing several girl thunder-scaled snakes that were supposed to serve him leave, Long Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, moved forward, pushed open the stone door, and entered. My goodness, the moment the door was opened, Long Chen thought someone had installed spotlights inside. The light of gold and silver treasures was all around, which really dazzled his eyes. Looking at the stone hall full of glittering treasures, Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whose rich human family did this guy rob to get so many treasures? There were golden imperial wine cups, various silver collars, and many gold-like ornaments with some blood stains on them. Obviously, these treasures with fine workmanship and glittering gold were all made by humans in the ancient dragon continent. After all, there might be a demon clan that could forge items. Long Chen felt that there might be such a clan, but it was definitely not the Leyland Snake Clan. Mao Tai seemed to be attracted by these bright things, so he left Long Chen's side, flew there quickly, and watched curiously. Seeing that the other party was the colorful butterfly that came back with Long Chen, the maid snake naturally didn't dare to say anything, and pretended not to see anything. Returning to the throne and sitting down, Long Chen looked at the maid snake who always followed him respectfully. Seeing her affectionate and ready look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and his voice became low. "You should go out too. You don't need to bother me recently." Hearing this, the maid snake, who had been prepared, was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Your Highness the Snake King, have you been tired recently?" Long Chen glanced at the other party and shouted coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish now." The maid snake immediately bowed and timidly said, "I dare not. Please forgive me, Your Highness." As if seeing the other party's confusion, Long Chen coughed dryly and said, "The clan meeting is coming soon, and the young snake kings of other clans will also come. I have to save my physical strength and combat effectiveness so that I can show myself at the clan meeting." Hearing this, the maid snake understood instantly, and then hurriedly picked up a plate of peeled fruits, carefully handed it to Long Chen, smiled gently, and said, "Your Highness, the clan meeting is indeed your opportunity to show yourself. After all, although the talents of the princes in other clans are decent, they are still far behind you. I believe that you are the strongest. Long Chen nodded slightly and took the fruit handed over by the other party with his mouth, and subconsciously said, "Thank you." Hearing this, the maid snake was stunned again. She stared at Long Chen blankly, feeling unbelievable and incredible in her heart. The prince, who usually regarded life as worthless and cruel, actually said thank you to her today. Seeing the maid snake's eyes full of disbelief, Long Chen suddenly came to his senses. He coughed dryly and hurriedly said, "What I wanted to say is, I'm tired and want to take a rest." The maid snake nodded respectfully, put down the fruit plate, saluted respectfully, and said, "Then I won't disturb your highness to rest. I'll take my leave." Just as the maid snake was about to leave the stone hall, Long Chen, who was perched on the throne, suddenly raised his head and ordered, "There is one more thing. From today on, send the freshest meat to Liner." The maid snake standing at the door said with a hint of doubt, "Your highness, this is the most rotten meat you requested for Princess Liner." Now, the plan has changed. For the queen snake's plan, I need to make a long-term plan, so give Liner the freshest food so that she won't be careless. Do you understand? Long Chen ordered. Hearing this, the maidservant snake immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Don't worry, your highness, I understand. Well, leave now." After the maidservant snake left the stone hall, and the stone hall door was closed again, Long Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost got caught. After the maidservant snake completely left, and the stone hall door was closed, the entire stone hall instantly became quiet. Only Mao Tai was still wandering among the various treasures. On the throne platform, Long Chen, who was perched, suddenly let out a long breath and grinned. Damn, fortunately I was quick-witted and quickly changed my words. I almost got caught. After leaving the previous underground palace, he followed the tribe all the way into the clan territory of the Thunderscale Snake Clan. Now he has been fooling around all the way and has not been caught yet. It's amazing. Thinking back to the things that were done in one go before, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. Fortunately, these guys have low IQs. Otherwise, if there was any smart one, I'm afraid I would be dead. Everything is going according to the original plan. Liner has also been settled. Now we just have to wait for the old Snake King to show up. Long Chen murmured secretly, suddenly feeling helpless. No matter what, if I sense danger, I will leave here as soon as possible. I hope that old guy can come soon. Although the old Snake King said that he would be back soon, he didn't say how long he would be back. If he didn't come back by the clan meeting, it would be a bit of a scam. Ding! The system task has been completed. The reward of 10 attribute points has been issued. Long Chen's head was resting on the throne. He closed his eyes to rest when suddenly the system prompt sounded. He raised his head and said in surprise, "Is the task completed already?" System, refresh my attribute map. Ding! Retrieving the attribute map for the host, please wait. Host Long Chen, race, demon race. Form, Thunder Scale Snake King class, 2-star Profound Chi Realm talent, Lightning Resistance, full level Profound Skill, Explosive Fang, Advanced Yellow Rank, Profound Method, 9 Transformation Dragon Jue, Advanced Yellow Rank, currently in the first transformation state. Attribute points, 10, Profound Strength, 0, Agility 0, Soul Defense 50, Devouring Experience Value, 550, 1200. Looking at the update of the attribute map, Long Chen's gaze turned to the air and spit out a snake tongue. He couldn't help but think in his heart. This mission was completed too quickly. Right, since the mission was completed, couldn't I just run away? After all, the system mission to protect Liner had been completed. It would be dangerous to continue staying in this so-called lair of the Thunderland Snake Clan. It would be better to run away now. Ding! The new mission has been released. The host must ensure the safety of Liner's life until the old Snake King arrives. Beautiful. I knew it. Long Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the sudden system mission. He knew that this matter was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that this adventure had to continue. I just want to live well, but the system always increases the difficulty of survival for me. It's really hard for me. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling helpless. Although helpless, Long Chen knew that life had to go on, so he simply stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to rest. Ding! The host has 10 attribute points that are idle. May I ask? All points are defense. Stop bothering me. Ding! Okay. Feeling that his own defense power has indeed improved a lot, Long Chen felt a little relieved. He was leisurely and suddenly seemed to think of something. He couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the attribute chart. His eyes were fixed on his own Xuanfa 9 transformation dragon art. Long Chen spit out the snake letter and couldn't help asking, "System, I think I need to practice to the 6th level to transform into a dragon. Before the 6th level, I can only evolve in the form of a demon snake?" Ding! Host, don't worry. When the host practices the 9 transformation dragon art to the 4th level, you can upgrade the snake into a dragon. Although it is not as good as a dragon, its combat power will be greatly improved. Hearing the system's answer, Long Chen nodded slightly. He is now more and more interested in the 9 transformation dragon art, which is the only one on his continent that can be upgraded independently. If you cultivate to the 6th level, you can evolve into a dragon. If you cultivate to the 9th level, won't you be able to ascend to heaven? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the future was promising. Brother Long, look at this cup. It's amazing. At the same time, Mao Tai flew over from not far away, holding a cup of a special shape in his little claws. Mao Tai showed Long Chen the magic of the cup. As long as he changed the angle at will, the originally silver cup instantly turned into gold, which was very strange. A cup? What's so magical about it? I can't eat it. Long Chen glanced at the cup boredly, and just as he was about to lower his head, he suddenly raised his head again, which scared Mao Tai. Mao Tai looked at the startled Long Chen and couldn't help but said in astonishment, "Brother Long, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the cup in Mao Tai's claws. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and he saw the surrounding mysterious energy waves. Then, a flash of light flashed by and Mao Tai stared at his claws in a daze. The cup he had originally taken was actually missing. He looked at Long Chen and said in astonishment, "Where is the cup?" Ding! The host swallowed a cup, and the swallowing experience increased by +2. Hearing the prompt sound of the evolution system, the corners of Long Chen's mouth began to rise gradually. Without answering Mao Tai's words, his eyes immediately looked not far away. Looking at the treasures piled up like a small mountain, the joy in his eyes gradually rose, and Long Chen wanted to shout out in excitement. "Ha! God really helps me! Mao Tai?" Looking at Long Chen, who suddenly looked happy, Mao Tai was also full of question marks, not knowing what to say, and couldn't help but said, "Brother Long, are you okay? If not, I'll take a look at you. Maybe you have some problems. Don't worry about it, I'm in good condition." Long Chen rolled his eyes at him and said, "In a while, no matter what you see, don't be surprised, because these are your brother Long's basic operations." Oh. Mao Tai didn't think much about it and nodded obediently. So that night, under Mao Tai's completely astonished and unbelievable gaze, Long Chen used a night to devour all the treasures piled up like a small mountain. However, Mao Tai could not understand Long Chen's devouring ability and could only call him an expert in shock. The next day, when the sun shone through the gap above the stone hall, Long Chen opened his eyes sparsely and couldn't help but burp. He simply stretched his body and looked at the place in the stone hall where the treasures were originally piled up like mountains. Now it was empty, and the arc of Long Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. The group of treasures swallowed last night actually directly upgraded from the 2-star Xuanqi realm to the 5-star Xuanqi realm. System. Refresh my attribute map. Ding! The host's attribute map has been updated. Host, Long Chen Monster Clan. Form, Thunderscale Snake King, rank 5-star Xuanqi realm. Talent, Lightning Resistance. Full level Xuan skill, Explosive Fang, yellow rank advanced. Xuan method, 9 transformation, Dragon technique, yellow rank advanced, currently in the 1st transformation state. Attribute point 0. Xuanqi, 0 strength, agility. Soul, defense, 60. Devouring experience value, 123,1600. Looking at the updated attribute map, Long Chen's mouth corners also slightly lifted. After a night of devouring, his original 2-star Xuanqi realm was directly upgraded to the 5-star level. He felt that the Xuanqi waves in his body were becoming more and more powerful, and the additional defense attribute bonus brought about by it doubled his confidence. Now, even if I encounter a 9-star Xuanqi realm, I am safe and not afraid, Long Chen said secretly in his heart. However, he knew that the attribute points he had added in the early stage were all for defense, so it was unlikely for him to kill a stronger opponent by leaps and bounds. Although he could not kill a stronger opponent, he already had the ability to protect himself among the same level, so Long Chen felt at ease. Alas, it's a pity that with the increase in level, the requirements for the attribute points are getting higher and higher. After encountering a demon at the level of the mysterious spirit realm like the Thunderscale Snake, it's still not enough. Long Chen sighed secretly. Although he has successfully walked out of the novice village and officially stepped into the path of a cultivator, it's a pity that the early stage of the game is a bit of hell mode, which is not very friendly to him. System, is there any other way for me to upgrade quickly? Long Chen felt that his upgrade speed was still a bit slow, and he couldn't help asking immediately. Ding! In reply to the host, if the host currently has no useless things to devour, then upgrade through AFK training. Although the speed is slower, the effect in the early stage is very significant. Hearing the system's words, Long Chen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking, I can also AFK to practice? Why didn't you tell me before? Ding! Host, you didn't ask! Speechless, Long Chen took a deep breath and then ordered in his heart, System, then I want to AFK to practice now. Start it. Anyway, there are still a few days before the so-called clan meeting and see if I can improve my level as soon as possible. In this way, I can increase my self-protection ability. Ding! The host is in AFK training status. Ding! AFK training begins. Host experience +1. Ding! Host experience +1. Long Chen, who closed his eyes and practiced AFK, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly as he heard the experience constantly increasing by +1. Although this AFK training seems to be very worry-free, as you only need to stay there to gain experience, the speed of gaining experience is a bit too slow. Only 1 experience point is gained every 10 seconds. Now it takes up to 1,600 experience points to upgrade 1 star. When will this increase end? Forget it. A fly is still meat, no matter how small it is. Just AFK. 5 days passed quickly. During this period, Long Chen also woke up several times in the middle. He went to Liner several times and found that the maid snake did change the freshest ingredients as he said, and there were other help. Liner's condition has also improved a lot in the past few days. He is no longer timid and desperate. Instead, he has returned to his nature and likes to be very lively in front of Long Chen. In the past few days, under the secret protection of Long Chen, Liner has become much more cheerful. In the past few days, Long Chen has been very careful about his words and deeds. Before the clan meeting began, he also cooperated with the clan to prepare. But there was a small episode in this. That is, Mao Tai, the nylon butterfly of the sky blue beast, suddenly wrapped himself in a light cocoon in the stone hall without knowing when. Long Chen was also secretly puzzled by this. Fortunately, there was an explanation from the evolution system, which made Long Chen understand it. It turned out that every time the nylon butterfly advanced, it had to break out of the cocoon, which was equivalent to experiencing 9 rebirths. This was the most important advancement ceremony for the nylon butterfly clan. In this regard, Long Chen also guarded the nylon butterfly in the form of a light cocoon from time to time during this period. However, seeing that the clan meeting was approaching, Mao Tai had no signs of breaking out of the cocoon, which was really exhausting. The clan meeting arrived as scheduled. As the grand event held once a year among the huge branches of the Thunder Scale Snake clan, it was naturally very lively. During the clan meeting, more than 5 branches of the Thunder Scale Snake lineage had arrived, which was considered to be early. However, as the landlord, Long Chen naturally had to receive the arrival of all the branches on behalf of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen. The East Plains Side Clan has arrived. The South Rock Ridge Side Clan has arrived. The Holy Pass Border Side Clan has arrived. Long Chen received the arrival of each side clan with a fake smile. The maid snake who was still serving beside him also stood quietly by the side. In this kind of occasion, it was only worthy of following Long Chen silently. The Luanlingang side clan has arrived. Hearing the name of this side clan, Long Chen's faint smile slightly restrained, and his eyes flickered with a little imperceptible color. Just before, the maid snake had told him some important information. This so-called Luanlingang side clan is said to have made great progress in strength in recent years, and has cultivated several young Thunder Scale Snake Kings with strong strength. Although the Thunder Scale Snake Kings of the Luanlingang side clan were killed by the fake Long Chen in the clan competition, this grudge has been formed for several years. Oh, Your Highness Long Chen, I didn't expect you to come and receive us in person. I am really flattered by the clansmen of Luanlingang. As the saying goes, the voice arrives before the snake arrives. However, this light laughter with a bit of mockery made many of the clan's own Thunder Scale Snake guards secretly angry. Your Highness, be careful. The one who came this time is still Your Highness, a man who escaped from your hands last year. The maid snake whispered in Long Chen's ear and explained quietly. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and said, "A mere defeated general, would I be afraid of him?" Haha, the 4 words defeated general do make me a man a little ashamed, but this year's competition, Your Highness Long Chen, you have to be careful. The next second, accompanied by arrogant laughter, several strong Thunder Scale snakes with a strong breath and a lot of hostility slowly came to the Water Curtain Cave. When a red-faced Thunder Scale snake arrived, the other members of the Collateral clan who had arrived earlier all stepped back in surprise. After all, the Collateral clans were divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and the Luanlingang Collateral clan was a powerful existence that could rival the clan. The red-faced and sturdy Thunder Scale snake at the head glanced at Long Chen, who was receiving him at the entrance of the snake mansion, and laughed. Your Highness Long Chen, have you been well over the past year? Hearing this, Long Chen still kept a fake smile and said with a faint smile, Haha, thanks to Your Highness Aman's concern, I'm doing well. Aman nodded slightly, revealing the ferocious snake's letter, and said with a smile, It would be best if Your Highness Long Chen is well. I hope we can still be drawn together this year. Haha, what? Didn't you get beaten enough last year, but you still want to come this year? Long Chen said with a faint smile. Because of the maid snake's help in recalling, he knew clearly that the fake Long Chen, who had died long ago, almost beat the so-called His Highness Ah-Man to death at the clan meeting last year. Not to mention, although the fake was not good-looking, his strength and talent were still acceptable. Hearing this, Ah-Man did not care about the slight sarcasm in the words and laughed. Ha ha ha, I admit that I was reckless last year, but this year I will definitely make His Highness Long Chen look at me with new eyes. By then, Xuan Qi will be speechless. If I accidentally hurt His Highness, don't blame Ah-Man. Okay, I'll look forward to it this year and see how long you can live. Long Chen nodded. Haha, it's still uncertain who will survive by then, Your Highness, be careful. Haha, you are quite confident? Ah-Man has always been very confident, Your Highness, you know that. Ha ha ha. Although it seems to be a friendly joke between friends, in the eyes of the clan members and other collateral clans, the murderous intent contained in it is very strong. I still have to receive other collateral clans' own people. You find a place to rest first? Long Chen smiled faintly. Ah-Man nodded and grinned. I want a comfortable room and a young maid. Long Chen grinned and nodded. Satisfy you. Ignoring Ah-Man's departure, Long Chen glanced at the 10-meter-long red thunderscale snake without leaving a trace, and was secretly surprised. This thunderscale snake king named Ah-Man has reached the astonishing 8-star Xuanqi realm level. He has been practicing on the AFK for the past few days, and has barely improved to the 6-star Xuanqi realm. If you look at it from a normal perspective, you are still 2 stars weaker than the other party. Don't underestimate this so-called 2-star gap. Under normal circumstances, the level difference between the 2 stars is enough to make the weaker party despair. Unfortunately, Long Chen naturally can't look at it from a normal perspective. The extra defense attribute points alone are enough to make him proud in the Xuanqi realm. At the entrance of the Snake Mansion, other members of the collateral clans came here one after another. Long Chen naturally continued to receive them helplessly. There was no way. Now he was walking on thin ice and had to cooperate as much as possible to integrate into this circle. Otherwise, once he was exposed, it would be troublesome. In this regard, Long Chen was secretly helpless and sighed, Alas, I never thought that I would play a spy war among the Demon Clan. After a full half-day, it was finally possible to receive all the representatives of the collateral clan of the Thunder, Scale Snake Clan. In the clan, in the lively clan square, there were countless Thunder Scale Snakes gathered. Many young Thunder Scale Snakes from many clans danced in the square like young girls, as if they were performing a show. As the clan's Snake King, Long Chen naturally sat in the most conspicuous position on the table, and around him were the Snake Kings of various collateral clans. Looking around, Long Chen couldn't help but grin. Looking around, secretly amazed. Although they were collateral clans of the Thunder Scale Snake Clan, there were some strange differences between the visitors and the clan. For example, the Luanlingang Collateral Clan, all the Thunder Scale Snake representatives who came were like Ah-Man, with red scales mixed in their silver snake faces, as if they were not of pure blood. Not only the Luanlingang Collateral Clan, but also several others were like this. The Sideline Tribes at the Tianqiao Pass border, the Red Maple Forest Sideline Tribe, and the Beichin Sea Sideline Tribe, these are all like the Luanlingang Sideline Tribe. They are not friendly. Long Chen's eyes swept across these sideline tribes without leaving a trace, and shook his head secretly. The Sideline Tribes at the Tianqiao Pass have dark green scales, the Red Maple Forest Sideline Tribe has dark yellow, and only the scales of the Beichin Sea Sideline Tribe are dark blue and silver, which is quite appropriate for the bloodline color. However, according to the previous explanation of the Maid Snake, these are all second only to the clan in strength. If the clan did not have the horn of the Snake King, I am afraid it would not be able to suppress these sideline tribes. Looking away from these powerful sideline tribes, Long Chen looked at other weak sideline tribes and found that the scales of these guys were all silver like the clan. It seems that the weaker the strength, the less obvious the change. It's not an easy thing to defend among these snakes. Long Chen ate a piece of fruit calmly, thinking secretly in his heart. On the night before the clan meeting, the damned Lei Lin Snake Queen actually ordered him to defend the glory of the Snake King horn in the clan meeting no matter what, and not to let other collateral clans gain power. To put it bluntly, anyone who wants to challenge him, Long Chen must kill the challenger, because the loser will definitely die. The winner has the right to obtain the right to recognize the Snake King horn once. Now other collateral clans don't know that the old Snake King is no longer in the clan, and the whereabouts of the Snake King horn are naturally unknown. Therefore, the winner's power, which only comes once a year, Lei Lin Snake Queen requires Long Chen to win to the end. Otherwise, if the matter of the Snake King horn is exposed, she is afraid that the anger of other collateral clans will cause riots, and her position as the Lei Lin Snake Queen will be lost. If I hadn't been unable to defeat that old woman for the time being and had a mission to accomplish, would I have suffered such an injustice? Thinking of the things that the thunder-scaled Snake Queen had arranged for him, Long Chen became more and more angry. This thunder-scaled Snake Queen didn't care about the lives of others at all, and only cared about her own status and her own safety. The greedy and selfish nature of the demon race was reflected in her. However, when he thought about it halfway, Long Chen also criticized the system. If the system hadn't insisted on issuing that damn serial mission, he would have left long ago. Why was he still suffering here? This feeling of being used as a gun was really extremely unpleasant. No matter how unhappy he was in his heart, Long Chen had to endure all of this in order to complete his mission. At the same time, in the Luanlingang nearby, Amon used his snake tail to lift a bowl, then drank it all, then smashed the bowl, looked at Long Chen and looked arrogant. In response, Long Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to her and ate a piece of fruit by himself. The Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snakes has arrived. At the same time, a loud voice resounded throughout the square, and then all the thunder-scaled snakes stopped talking and looked at the most conspicuous platform at the top. The Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snakes has arrived. As a voice that sounded somewhat androgynous came from the square, all the noisy and bustling noises on the square instantly became quiet. The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard this androgynous and weird voice. This guy is probably the reincarnation of my father-in-law in my previous life. The next moment, on the most eye-catching platform in the square, the most sturdy and huge Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snakes slowly appeared in front of all the clansmen. Greetings to the Queen of Snakes! In the square, all the thunder-scaled snakes saluted respectfully together, and their voices were in unison. Whether they were from the clan or the collateral clan, they all saluted respectfully. However, the powerful snake kings in the collateral clans looked respectful but looked disdainful, as if they didn't care. The Thunderscale Snake Queen passed by with her thick and winding body, looking at the many clansmen who were like a mountain of snakes and a sea of snakes, and immediately said loudly, "Everyone knows the rules. This year's clan meeting will still be taken over by His Highness Long Chen of my clan. If there are challengers, they can all come up one by one. If you want to get the right to touch the horn of the Snake King, you just need to defeat His Highness Long Chen. If there are challengers who want to try, you can come up and try. If not, then the meeting will proceed as usual." As soon as these words fell, the Thunderscale Snake representatives of many collateral clans all shook their heads secretly. They were still shallow in foundation, and without the powerful and talented Thunderscale Snake King on stage, they naturally had no say. Many of these collateral clans are branches of the Rising Clan. Their foundation is unstable, so they naturally do not have a strong background and foundation to inherit. They come here just to follow the rituals of the clan from ancient times to the present. If it were not for those rules, they would not even want to participate in these so-called clan meetings. After all, this so-called meeting is just a formality, just for those collateral clans with huge power and strong foundation. Long Chen's eyes fell on the positions of the Luanlingang collateral clan without leaving a trace, and he sneered in his heart. These collateral clans have the strength to compete for the position of the royal family. I guess their goal is very clear, that is, for the Horn of the Snake King. Because the Horn of the Snake King has the absolute power to command all the Thunderscale snakes, it is the most important treasure in the clan. It can be said that if you have the Horn of the Snake King, you have the absolute control over the entire Thunderscale Snake clan. It is probably because the news of the death of the old Snake King suddenly came out a few years ago, and these powerful collateral clans began to quarrel. Otherwise, if the old Snake King is not dead, these collateral clans will definitely be honest. Long Chen thought in his heart. Although he knew all this, the reason that made Long Chen speechless and want to curse was that the damned Thunderscaled Snake Queen threw him out as a shield. To put it bluntly, if these collateral clans want to have the power to approach the Snake King's horn, they must defeat the Snake King, whose clan has always been a single-line inheritance. To say, victory is actually to kill, Long Chen knew it very well. This so-called clan meeting competition is a life-and-death battle between the two sides. The one who survives is the winner, and the loser will inevitably die and be eliminated. And Long Chen is now very clear in his mind that he must first survive this meeting. After all, it is impossible to run away. The system task clearly requires protecting Liner and waiting for the arrival of the old Snake King. Just this point alone made Long Chen almost curse. Things that had nothing to do with him were now forcibly linked to him. Who can he talk to? After the square was silent for more than 10 seconds, Man, who was in the Luanlingang side clan area, was the first to stand up, then looked at the position of the Thunderscale Snake Queen and said respectfully, Snake Queen. Hearing this, the huge Thunderscale Snake Queen turned her eyes downwards, and her majestic voice was a little low. Ah man, you failed in the challenge last year. Do you want to challenge again this year? Ah man bowed respectfully, laughed, and said, Snake Queen, please forgive me. I was negligent last year. This year I want to make up for it. Seeing that the first challenger was Ah Man from the Luanlingang side clan, many Thunderscale snakes from other side clans all looked at him. Everyone knew that this so-called challenge was a life-and-death battle between the two, and it was a life-and-death battle between the Thunderscale Snake Kings cultivated by each clan. Once this battle is generated, it will only be a matter of life and death. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Do you really want to challenge His Highness Long Chen of my clan? The Thunderscaled Snake Queen frowned slightly, and her majestic voice never softened. After all, she knew that the Snake King Horn was not in the clan at all, and this news must not be leaked. If Ah Man really decided to challenge, then the pressure would have to be placed on Long Chen. Ah Man nodded seriously and laughed. Yes, please allow me, the Snake Queen, to challenge His Highness Long Chen. Roar, roar, roar! As Ah Man's voice of challenge fell, the whole place suddenly rang with roars like mountains and seas, as if to build momentum for both sides, swallowing up the mountains and rivers. Seeing that the situation had reached a point where there was no room for redemption, the Thunderscale Snake Queen could only do so. Her eyes fell on Long Chen and she said, Your Highness Long Chen, will you accept the challenge from the clan next to Luangang? To this, Long Chen naturally stood up and replied, I accept it. There was no way not to accept it. He didn't want to accept this damn battle. Although it was not very dangerous, it was better to have less trouble than more. If he didn't accept it, I'm afraid the entire clan wouldn't allow it. After all, he was now replacing the previous imposter's position as the Thunderscale Snake King. If he didn't accept this battle, it would be like handing over the opportunity to touch the horn of the Snake King to Ah Man. So this battle, Long Chen had to accept it, whether he wanted to or not. As Long Chen accepted the challenge from Ah Man, the entire square was filled with roars like a tsunami. After all, the clan members accounted for the majority, and more of the clan members were building momentum for Long Chen. Your Highness Long Chen is mighty. Your Highness Long Chen will win. Inwardly, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He always felt that these guys were playing tricks on him. Ah Man's movements were extremely agile. He jumped up several times and landed on the wide square. Seeing this, Long Chen didn't hesitate and landed on the square. What on earth is this kid doing? The Thunderscaled Snake Queen looked at the field, frowning, and was secretly puzzled. As a powerful demon snake at the Xuanling realm level, it could naturally see that Long Chen was not as good as Ah Man in terms of Xuanqi level. Where did she get the confidence to mock him? Of course, the Thunderscaled Snake Queen was not clear at the moment. The His Majesty Long Chen, it knew, had long been killed and replaced by the real Long Chen. At this moment, His Majesty Long Chen was not just superficial. In the square, facing Long Chen's previous ridicule, Ah Man's face was uncertain. The already red scales may have become even redder because of anger. Around her figure, the domineering Xuanqi wave marks gradually spread. Feeling the suppression of the Xuanqi wave marks from the 8-star Xuanqi realm level, Long Chen nodded slightly and couldn't help but grinning slightly. The difference of 2 stars in the level of profound energy is indeed a big difference in combat power. If placed under equal conditions, the 8-star profound energy realm will definitely suppress the 6-star profound energy realm, but Long Chen can't just look at it superficially. Seeing that the opponent has released the profound energy wave mark, Long Chen will naturally not hide it. In front of many people, he released his own profound energy wave mark. Feeling that Long Chen's profound energy wave mark is obviously weaker than Ah Man's wave, the clan members who originally built momentum for him all sighed secretly. The strength of profound energy is suppressed. In their eyes, His Highness Long Chen is in danger in this battle. Seeing that Long Chen's profound energy level is exposed, several Thunderscale Snake Kings who are watching in the side clan look at each other and sneer secretly. As a branch of the side clan with a strong background, they originally wanted to challenge Long Chen, but Ah Man took the lead in testing the waters. Seeing the strength of the clan's Thunderscale Snake King this year, they are not to be feared at all, so they naturally feel relaxed and eager to try. Ah Man felt that Long Chen's Xuanqi level was weaker than his own, and immediately sneered. Your Highness Long Chen, you should attack first, otherwise you will have no chance if this trash of mine attacks. Facing the mocking words, Long Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, Trash is trash. Short-sighted, you must go all out. Otherwise, you really have no chance at all. Roar! Facing the mocking words of Long Chen, whose Xuanqi level was lower than his own, Ah Man's temperament was limited after all, and he finally couldn't help but took the lead in a roar. Ah Man's speed was very fast and fierce. With his own fierce impact force, his figure suddenly rushed over, and the distance of more than 10 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Facing Ah Man's fierce attack, Long Chen remained calm and chose to stay put, using stillness to control movement. Seeing the battle begin, all the clan members, whether from the clan or the collateral clan, shouted and cheered. After all, although there are life and death battles every year at the clan meeting, they are rare. After all, no one is stupid. Life is only once. Without absolute certainty, who dares to easily bet on their own life? However, facing Ah Man's fierce attack, Long Chen chose to stay put abnormally. Many clan members in the viewing stand could not help but look at each other. In their view, His Highness Long Chen, who has always been known for his ferocity and brutality, has always been reckless and fierce in his fighting style. This time, his abnormal behavior really made all the clan members confused. Even the high-ranking Leylin Snake Queen was a little confused about Long Chen's behavior. In the square, Ah Man, who rushed over to kill, was secretly puzzled when he saw that Long Chen did not move at all. After all, it had fought with the other party before and knew his brave and aggressive character. But this year's battle was not like that, which really made it hard for it to understand. Ha, I guess he panicked and didn't know what to do. Ah Man sneered inwardly without studying it carefully. His momentum of attacking became more and more fierce and swift. Under the absolute suppression of the Xuan Qi level, he firmly believed that he would win this battle. Seeing Ah Man's figure getting closer and closer to Long Chen, the whole audience couldn't help but hold their breath and stare. Everyone was very confused. Why didn't Long Chen make any moves when the two sides were almost face to face? Seeing that he was close to the killing line, Ah Man immediately sneered and roared, revealing his cold and sharp fangs and biting towards Long Chen fiercely. Ha, die! The next second, seeing that Ah Man's fangs were about to bite his vital point at this moment, Long Chen's originally calm eyes suddenly became sharp, and his figure stretched out his snake tail in a special, twisted shape in the opposite direction. This time, just like the Tai Chi of using softness to overcome hardness, Long Chen used his perfect flexibility and the rich fighting skills in his memory to reversely control Ah Man, who was rushing towards him fiercely. In an instant, Long Chen, under the astonished gaze of all the Thunder Scale snakes, entangled Ah Man's figure in a way that he had never seen before, and then took advantage of the situation and slammed him to the ground. Long Chen borrowed the essence of fighting learned from watching movies in his previous life, and through his own restoration, he restored the classic fighting style of using static breaking to slam Ah Man to the ground. On the ground, there were some cracks because Ah Man took advantage of the situation to slam the ground. It can be seen that this blow was not light. Long Chen looked at Ah Man with a confused face and wide eyes and smiled faintly. That the whole place fell into a dead silence. All the Thunderscale snakes couldn't understand what kind of fighting skills Long Chen used to make up for the difference of 2 stars in the level of profound energy. Even the Thunderscale Snake Queen, who was watching from the platform, could not see clearly. However, seeing that Long Chen had briefly gained the upper hand, it secretly breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to have more confidence in him. After all, the fact that the Snake King Horn was not in the clan must not be exposed. Otherwise, not only would the clan be in danger, but even the Thunderscale Snake Queen, who was originally high and mighty, would also be in danger without the shock of the Snake King Horn. Ah Man, who was knocked unconscious by the counterattack, looked at Long Chen, who was sneering at her after a brief moment of confusion. She was so angry that she trembled, and violent waves of profound energy spread out and attacked, forcing the opponent to retreat. Looking at Long Chen, who was standing not far away, as steady as a mountain, Ah Man roared in anger and rushed to kill him again with a fierce and swift momentum. I used my skills to show off my clumsy tricks. How can you show off your skills in front of an expert? Die! Ah Man rushed over to kill him, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He had the intention of not letting Long Chen go. However, Ah Man's anger was also visible. After all, he was a powerful monster at the level of 8-star Xuanqi realm, and Long Chen was 2 stars less than him. With such a clear difference in Xuanqi level, he still suffered a loss from Long Chen's fighting skills that he had never seen before. How could he not be extremely angry at him? In front of the whole clan, suffering a loss was a small matter, but losing face was more painful for Ah Man than being injured himself. Facing Ah Man, who rushed over to kill him, Long Chen, who stayed in place and moved slightly, did not choose those so-called fighting skills this time, but made a decision that the whole clan could not understand. That was to wait. That's right. Facing Ah Man's fierce and violent attack, Long Chen chose to stay put. He seemed to deliberately show his weakness to Ah Man. Wow, all the Thunderscale snakes around the square were shocked when they saw Long Chen didn't move at all. They never thought that such a situation would happen in the life and death battle they expected. As the most powerful and powerful thunder-scale snake in the clan, when seeing Long Chen's abnormal behavior, the snake eyes narrowed slightly. It couldn't see why Long Chen let Ah Man bite and attack him. Die! At the moment when the whole crowd was shocked, Ah Man's attack had already arrived in front of Long Chen, opened his bloody mouth, aimed at the 7 inches, and bit down fiercely. Snap! The next second, something that the whole clan, even Ah Man, had not expected, Long Chen's body did not move at all under Ah Man's biting, just like a sacred tree as solid as a rock in the wind and rain. The difference between the two sides was a full 2 stars of profound energy level. Logically speaking, Ah Man's attack was swift and fierce. When Long Chen was without any defense, he could easily penetrate the opponent's 7-inch fatal wound. Unfortunately, the result was a surprise to the whole clan. Ah Man's fangs, at this moment, could not penetrate the defenseless 7-inch of Long Chen. It felt that what it bit was not the snake body, but the rock, which was extremely hard. Feeling a slight itch on his neck, Long Chen turned his head and looked at Ah Man, who was biting his 7-inch position tightly. He couldn't help but yawn, and the sound of his words was light and calm. "That's all you can do, kid? You can't even break my scales, and you still want to kill me? Are you scrubbing me?" Facing Long Chen's ridicule, Ah Man was furious. He never thought that his most proud level of profound energy would not be seen at all in the eyes of the other party. But because of this scene, not only Ah Man couldn't figure it out, but all the Thunder Scale snakes in the clan, including the Thunder Scale Snake Queen, couldn't figure it out. How could Long Chen, with his mere 6-star profound energy level, be able to withstand the fierce attack from Ah Man, who was at the 8-star profound energy level, without any defense? Perhaps they might never figure this question out in their lifetime. Ah Man, who was hanging on Long Chen and refusing to let go, smiled coldly, then stuck his head out and opened his bloody mouth. "I'll teach you how to fight." Poof! At that time, Long Chen did not hesitate to launch the explosive fangs technique. The 2 fangs were as sharp as knives, and the powerful explosive power of profound energy was added to them. Then, in full view of the public, they fiercely pierced into Ah Man's 7 inches. The 2 sides were entangled, and it was easy for Long Chen to kill Ah Man. From the initial inaction to the effortless counterattack now, everything was within his calculations. After all, Long Chen knew very well that his own defense power could not be seen on the surface. He had additional defense attribute points. Under the same level, the additional attribute defense points showed an absolute advantage. Perhaps facing a powerful enemy at the level of the mysterious spirit realm, Long Chen's so-called additional defense attribute points seemed a little stretched, but at this level of the mysterious energy realm, he was absolutely invincible. Feeling that his fatal weakness was pierced, Ah Man, who was extremely fierce before, lost consciousness in an instant and felt his own consciousness begin to recede like a tide, and he didn't understand until he died. This year, the clan meeting, that was most likely to be a revenge meeting, ended with such an ending. "I am an 8-star Xuanqi realm powerful demon. I actually..." Ah Man's voice was intermittent, his eyes widened, full of disbelief, and he finally died with confusion and regret. "Ding! The host killed an 8-star Xuanqi realm thunder unicorn snake. Reward experience 1,000. Listening to the prompt sound of the evolution system in his mind, Long Chen's mouth corners slightly lifted, and he let go of Ah Man, who had become a corpse. Only when the enemy is really dead will the evolution system deliberately remind him, so Long Chen doesn't have to worry about the other party pretending to be dead. Ah Man, with his eyes wide open and unwilling to close his eyes, finally fell out of Long Chen's mouth at this moment, and fell heavily to the ground without any vitality fluctuations, completely dead. The whole audience suddenly fell into a dead silence, and all the Thunder Unicorn snakes did not react. How did this seemingly nonsensical battle end? All the tribesmen were still immersed in Ah Man's previous ferocious attack rhythm. However, when they came to their senses, they found that it was Ah Man that was dead. Even the Thunderscale Snake Queen never expected that Ah Man, a strong enemy, would be killed so easily by Long Chen. On the other hand, Long Chen stood steadily in the center of the field, and the hostility on his body slowly spread, causing countless clansmen to tremble in their hearts. This was the suppression of the absolute bloodline aura from the Thunderscale Snake King. Such an extremely abnormal counterattack that amazed countless Thunderscale snakes was truly the first time in the clan meeting in the past years. The winner, the clan dragon, His Highness Long Chen. With that shocked voice like an eunuch, it spread throughout the venue, and the entire clan, which was originally completely stunned and shocked, suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. His Highness Long Chen, His Highness Long Chen, His Highness Long Chen. Countless clan members shouted the name that brought them glory. After all, in the clan meeting, as the strongest clan, the clan naturally had to protect this glory. On the other hand, the other demon snakes of the Luanlingang collateral clan when they saw that the Thunderscale Snake King cultivated by their clan was easily killed, looked extremely unhappy. As a collateral clan branch, the other members of the Luanlingang clan, who were originally very optimistic about Aman, looked extremely unhappy when they saw that it was Aman who died in the battle. That kind of ugly and extremely uncomfortable expression was really like eating a dead child. They thought of countless final battle results, but they did not expect that Aman, who was at the level of the 8-star Xuanqi realm, would be defeated by Long Chen, who was at the level of the 6-star Xuanqi realm. Moreover, Aman's defeat was so clean and neat without any drag, which gave them an unbelievable illusion. Faced with the death of the Thunderscale Snake King cultivated by their own clan, this group of collateral clan branches from Luanlingang immediately became much more honest, and dared not to be as arrogant and presumptuous as before. It can be said that they were like clowns losing face. As the strongest and most powerful Thunderscale Snake Queen in the clan, it was a little hard to believe the result of this battle. At this moment, the whole clan had a feeling of, "You are fucking," like a dream. Facing the end of the battle, Long Chen twisted his neck, glanced at Aman who had become a corpse without leaving a trace, and sighed in his heart. It's a pity for this guy. He originally had a grudge with that fake, but in the end, he was against himself. If the fake had the strength, facing Aman today, he would definitely die tragically. It's a pity that he finally met the real Long Chen. Long Chen, who was about to leave the battle square, was suddenly stopped by a voice like a father-in-law. "Your Highness Long Chen, you can't come down yet." Hearing that strange voice that made people feel uncomfortable and even gave them goosebumps, Long Chen frowned slightly and couldn't help asking, "I've already won. Why can't I come down?" "Because, Your Highness Long Chen, the clan meeting is still going on. You have to follow the practice of previous years and ask the other collateral clans present if there are any clansmen who want to challenge you." Hearing this, Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded silently. Then he looked around at the seats of all the collateral clans and said loudly, "Who else? Want to come up and challenge me?" Facing Long Chen's confident voice, the entire clan roared, as if they were cheering for their own Snake King. Hearing Long Chen's voice spread throughout the venue, many branch demon snakes of the entire collateral clan couldn't help but look at each other. There were also a few Thunderscale Snake Kings with similar strength to Aman who wanted to come up. But after seeing Aman's puzzling death, they immediately gave up the idea. In their opinion, Long Chen must have some secret method, otherwise it would be impossible for him to kill Aman so easily with a 2-star level difference. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, all the Thunderscale snakes would never believe it. Sighs came from the collateral clan one after another. Many cultivated Thunderscale Snake Kings couldn't help but feel scared when they saw Long Chen, and finally chose to give up in order to protect their lives. After all, life is only once. As a group of Thunderscale Snake Kings cultivated in the collateral clan, although they are fearless, they will never choose to die in vain. That is an idiotic behavior. Seeing that there was no Thunderscale Snake King coming out to challenge the collateral clan for a while, Long Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and secretly said that he was bored. Looking at the position where the Thunderscale Snake Queen was, looking at the male snake, Long Chen's voice was low and loud. "Hey, let's announce that there should be no challengers." The Leyland Snake Queen, who watched the whole process, felt a little relieved when she saw that this year's clan meeting would skip the martial arts stage so easily and quickly. After all, the secret of the loss of the Snake King's horn must not be exposed. But if you want to prevent all the clan members, including the collateral clan members, from knowing this, you must ensure that Long Chen is always alive and standing there, and always winning. Hearing this, the demon snake that was standing next to the Leyland Snake Queen, whose voice was like a public, was stunned and immediately announced, "This year's clan meeting martial arts stage is completely..." "Wait a minute. I am from the Beichinhai collateral clan, Mo Ling, come to challenge." However, before the male snake said the word end, a rough and low voice sounded throughout the venue. Facing the voice from the Beichinhai collateral clan, the eyes of the entire square clan were all cast over. "Good fellow, this year, the Long Chen of their clan is so strong, and there are still people who are not afraid of death. This is really beyond the snake's expectation. Logically speaking, Long Chen has shown enough strength on the field, killing a Thunderscale Snake King from a side clan, and this record is enough. But now the Beichinhai side clan wants to intervene, which is really confusing for all the Thunderscale snakes." I saw a light blue Thunderscale snake that was a little thicker than before, slowly moving its body and gradually coming to the field. However, the next second, Long Chen's eyes slowly widened, because he was not scared by the other party's bigger and thicker reminder, but the next system prompt sound from his mind. "Ding! Host, be careful. There is a high-level Xuanqi reaction ahead. The Thunderscale snake in front of you is a one-star Xuanling realm. The rest of the words were fine, but when Long Chen heard the three words Xuanling realm that appeared at the end, his eyes suddenly widened and he was shocked. He never expected that the ridiculous farce that was about to end would now have a turn. Seeing Long Chen's surprised look, the Thunderscaled Snake King from the Beichin Seaside clan seemed to have expected this expression and didn't care at all. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Long Chen, I respect you, but you can't win this battle. I hope your Highness Long Chen will put his own interests first. Don't make fearless sacrifices, admit defeat, and let me win. I'm Oling, don't mean anything. I just want to get a chance to get close to the recognition of the Snake King's horn." As soon as the voice fell, Mo Ling's thick snake scales showed a wisp of more tyrannical and violent profound energy waves, which then suddenly appeared under the gaze of countless thunder-scaled snakes with wide eyes and staring in shock. The profound energy waves that were even more massive and powerful than the profound energy level actually spread from Mo Ling's body. What? The thunder-scaled snake, who was in the highest and best position, was full of disbelief after feeling Mo Ling's profound energy waves. It never thought that this side clan could actually cultivate a young Thunderscale Snake King at the mysterious spirit realm level. Not only did the Thunderscale Snake Queen not expect it, but even Long Chen on the field did not expect it. At this moment, the cheers and applause that were originally deafening on the entire underground square came to an abrupt end with the appearance of Mo Ling. All the clansmen, from top to bottom, stared with their snake eyes wide open, revealing their snake letters with expressions of disbelief. No one expected that a situation that had never occurred in the past years would actually appear for the first time this year. Because the cultivation of the young generation of Thunderscale Snake Kings is basically below the mysterious spirit realm level, being able to cultivate a Thunderscale Snake King at the mysterious spirit realm before adulthood is enough to shock the entire clan. Even the high-ranking Thunderscale Snake Queen fell into silence after seeing Mo Ling on the field. The one-star mysterious spirit realm has completely transcended the level of the mysterious Qi realm. If Long Chen had killed Ah Man with his own strength before, that was when both sides were at the same level. Now, the gap between the Xuanling realm and the Xuanqi realm is like a natural chasm that is difficult to cross. No matter how skilled Long Chen is, he wants to kill Mo Ling in the Xuanling realm with the Xuanqi realm. In the eyes of the whole clan, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream. This situation not only shocked all the Thunderscale snakes, but also Long Chen, who is in the same form, never expected it. This originally relatively easy situation suddenly became out of control. Facing the one-star Xuanling realm level Thunderscale Snake Mo Ling who suddenly appeared on the field, Long Chen felt the more powerful Xuanqi waves slowly spreading around the opponent, and his heart was slightly condensed. The current situation is extremely bleak. He knows that even if his defense is strong, he can still resist for a short time if he wants to cross the level. But once the battle lasts for a long time and it really has to decide the winner, Long Chen knows that he will definitely lose. Looking at the current situation, the old Snake King has not appeared yet. It is obvious that he wants to ask others to come at this time, which is probably not realistic. System, please think of a solution for me. Long Chen looked very calm, but he was secretly thinking. Ding! Please hold on for 1 minute under the opponent's attack. After 1 minute, the second stage gift package will be presented. Facing the words of the evolution system, Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help roaring in his heart. What kind of solution is this? Aren't you asking me to die? As the saying goes, when masters fight, every move is fatal. Especially in such a cross-level battle, everyone knows that the battle is swift and ever-changing. If you are not careful, the battle can end in 1 second. 1 minute is enough time for many things to happen. Especially in such a cross-level battle, Long Chen knows that although he can hold on for a while, it is only a few dozen seconds. 1 minute is really a gamble with his life. Your Highness, Long Chen, what do you think? At the same time, Mo Ling saw Long Chen motionless and immediately spat out his snake letter and said in a deep voice, I advise your Highness Long Chen not to throw away his life. There is no grudge between you and me, and I don't want to kill you. After the words fell, perhaps in order to make Long Chen admit defeat faster, the gaps between Mo Ling's light blue scales, the powerful mysterious energy waves that spread like a tide, slowly released and crushed. Mo Ling's original purpose was to make Long Chen surrender voluntarily by defeating the enemy without fighting. In this way, he could not only get a chance to contact the qualification of the Snake King's horn, but also completely suppress the clan. It is very likely that the Beichin Side clan will soar to the sky and become the clan. After all, in the Thunderscale Snake clan, there has been an unwritten rule since ancient times that any clan member who has become powerful, whether it is a side branch or a branch, can become the clan. This is why the Thunderscale Snake clan, although no more powerful monsters have appeared, is still like a local snake, and it is endless. Facing Mo Ling's suggestion, Long Chen really wanted to adopt it, but unfortunately the system did not allow it. During the previous discussion, the evolution system once told him that he could only fight in this battle. If he did not fight, the system's second stage gift package would not be distributed, which would easily cause the system to crash and bug. In the case of minor cases, the system will automatically restart, clear its own bugs, and restore to normal. In the case of serious cases, the system will enter the self-protection mode. In the true sense, it means clearing all bugs, including the guide Long Chen. The word clear, as the name suggests, is system formatting. Alas, disasters are always one step ahead of me. Long Chen sighed inwardly. He really couldn't advance or retreat now. Since retreating means death, it's better to be stubborn once and for all. Mo Ling, right? Long Chen's eyes immediately fell on the guy standing opposite him, who was far superior to him in both figure and profound energy traces. He smiled and said, "I, Long Chen, accept your challenge." Wow! As Long Chen's words of accepting the battle were heard in the quiet square, the entire underground square suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, all the members of the Thunderscale Snake clan, as well as all the collateral clans, cast their unbelievable eyes on Long Chen, who suddenly became unwilling to play by the rules. In their opinion, Long Chen should choose to surrender when facing an opponent he could not defeat. After all, with the gap in absolute strength, even if he chose to surrender, at most his honor would be slightly damaged, but no clan members would point fingers at him behind his back. Are you kidding me? A profound energy realm going to fight against a profound spirit realm? This is an act of seeking death, just when everyone thought that he would choose to surrender to save his life under the pressure of Mo Ling's majesty. However, Long Chen did the opposite and played his cards in a completely unreasonable way. He agreed to this absurd battle that seemed to have no suspense and no turning point. Seeing that there was almost no one in the audience who supported him, Long Chen was secretly laughing and crying in his heart. I am afraid that if the system had not made him stubborn, he would really choose to surrender. When Mo Ling heard Long Chen's answer, his originally pleasant and confident smile slowly condensed, and his gradually sharp eyes locked on Long Chen and said word by word, "Your Highness Long Chen, are you serious? Do you really want to fight me?" In its view, Long Chen's fight this time was nothing more than a brain problem. This was a suspense-free battle of a mantis arm trying to stop a chariot. Anyone can see that when the two sides fight with such a large gap in the level of profound energy, of course, the one with a higher level of profound energy has the final right to win. Since he had already started the fight, Long Chen naturally put down all his burdens, restored his deep black pupils to calmness, and looked at Mo Ling, smiling lightly. "I'll give you 1 minute. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." "I'll give you 1 minute. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, because after 1 minute you won't have any chance of winning." Long Chen smiled lightly. Anyway, things had come to this point, so he naturally couldn't back down. After all, the notification from the system just now was also telling him that he had to take on this battle. In that case, let's be a little wild. As Long Chen's voice fell, the originally somewhat silent whole place immediately fell into an incredible dead silence again. This time, the clansmen, who were already somewhat pessimistic, could not help but remain speechless after hearing Long Chen's words. In their opinion, even if Long Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, with the absolute difference in the level of profound energy, what could he use to fight Mo Ling? Not only did the whole clan not understand, but even many members of the collateral clans sneered secretly after hearing Long Chen's words. In the clan meeting of previous years, fighting against the Xuanling realm with the Xuanqi realm level was tantamount to seeking death. Seeing this, the Thunderscale Snake Queen frowned and couldn't help wondering, what the hell is this guy doing? In its understanding, although Long Chen was arrogant and strong on weekdays, he was also a bit smart, but today it seemed that Long Chen looked like he stood up and was fearless. But this seemingly fearless look seemed very stupid to the Thunderscale Snake Queen. It was a pity that the Thunderscale Snake Queen could never imagine that the fake Long Chen it was familiar with had already been killed by the current Long Chen. On the square, Mo Ling, who was standing opposite, was stunned after hearing what Long Chen said, and his originally calm snake face gradually became gloomy. "Are you mocking me?" That's right. In Mo Ling's opinion, Long Chen's arrogant words before were just mocking him. Everyone knows that Long Chen, who is only in the mysterious Qi realm, how can he fight against Mo Ling, who is at the same level as the mysterious spirit realm? Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly and grinned and said, "Yes, I am mocking you. Come on, from the moment you attack, 1 minute will count. If you can't kill me, then you will definitely lose." In this situation, when Long Chen said this, everyone felt that it was simply a fantasy. 1 minute was enough for too many things to happen. In the eyes of all the Thunderscale snakes, They all felt that Long Chen was humiliating himself. In response, Mo Ling nodded calmly. The respect in his voice was gone at this moment. He sneered, "Your Highness Long Chen, since you have chosen to die, don't blame me." Long Chen smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Life and death are determined by fate. Whoever loses should not feel resentful." "Of course." Mo Ling also sneered back, and then his figure unfolded into a bow shape. His sturdy body, the gaps between the light blue scales, and the violent and domineering waves of mysterious energy slowly spread out. Facing Mo Ling, who was ready for battle, Long Chen would naturally not be as casual as he was before facing Ah Man. His deep black pupils turned cold and ready for the battle. In this battle, Long Chen was also gambling with his life. If he won, he would be famous, and if he lost, he would be doomed. Haha, 1 minute. If His Highness Mo Ling can't win during this period, it will be defeated? Alas, His Highness, Long Chen is indeed strong, but that is only for the same level. Does he think His Highness Mo Ling is an opponent like Ah Man? His Highness Long Chen, maybe he is a little too confident. It's already good enough for him to survive in 1 minute. Can he still win? If His Highness Long Chen can win a battle like this, I will fly upside down. Facing the sighs from the clan and the ridicule from the collateral clan, Long Chen can naturally hear those whispers because of his strong soul power. However, all the voices are pointing to one point. That is, all the members of the Thunder Scale Snake clan are not optimistic about themselves. In this regard, Long Chen's heart also expressed understanding. If he were also a spectator, when he saw a battle at the level of 1 level difference, he would definitely think that the higher the level of profound energy, the more stable the winning rate. However, all the members of the Thunder Scale clan would not think that he, Long Chen, is a cheating existence, and he must not be measured by appearance. Ding! We are searching for the attribute diagram of a strong enemy for you. Please fight against him according to his weaknesses. In the tense atmosphere, Long Chen, who was ready for battle, suddenly heard the prompt sound from the evolution system and the attribute diagram that suddenly appeared in his eyes. He was slightly surprised. "System, can you still do this?" Ding! "Host, rest assured, this system will not let you die easily, so this kind of auxiliary function will be available." In this extremely short moment, Long Chen saw the attribute diagram of his opponent Mo Ling in the gap before the two sides prepared for battle. Looking at the introduction of Mo Ling, Long Chen's heart was also mentally prepared and understood. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. This guy's combat power is indeed strong, with a strong attack sensing talent, outstanding strength and mysterious energy, and weak defense and agility. It is obviously a strong attack type monster. Long Chen thought secretly in his heart, if you want to last a minute in the battle with Mo Ling, you have to deal with it. Otherwise, a head-on attack is tantamount to seeking death. This function of observing the opponent's attribute map is, of course, only he can see it. However, being able to see Mo Ling's strengths and weaknesses is also of great help. Swish! The next second, the thick tail behind Mo Ling suddenly slapped the ground. Using a tyrannical impact method, the figure suddenly rose up, and with a fierce and ferocious momentum, it swooped down to fight Long Chen on the field. "Your Highness Long Chen, I'm sorry." Since the opponent chose to seek death, Mo Ling naturally would not hold back at all, and sneered in his heart. To put it bluntly, although there is no grudge between it and Long Chen, in order to get a chance to get close to the horn of the Snake King, it would not hesitate to kill the other party. Among the monsters, life is cold and ruthless, and that's it. Just like Ah Man, who was just killed when he was alive, he was the only Snake King cultivated by the Luanlingang side clan. Now that he has been killed by Long Chen, the other clan members of the Luanlingang side clan are angry and have only the next goal: cultivate a new Thunder Scale Snake King. Facing Mo Ling, who rushed over with a violent momentum, Long Chen remained calm. His eyes were calm and focused. Die! Mo Ling's killing momentum was extremely swift and fierce, and he was about to crush Long Chen with his huge advantage. The next second, when the two sides were about to get close, Long Chen, who should have defended himself, did not choose to do so. Instead, in full view of the crowd, he made a reaction that everyone in the audience could not expect. Seeing Mo Ling leaning over to fight Long Chen with an absolutely powerful wave of profound energy, many young Thunder Scale snakes around the square were afraid to look. After all, Mo Ling's strength was too strong. With the powerful level of the Xuanling realm, he could completely kill Long Chen. "Your Highness Long Chen, prepare to die." Mo Ling opened his bloody mouth, flashing a trace of thunderous fangs. With the addition of Xuan Qi, they became longer and sharper, and he wanted to tear Long Chen in front of him into pieces. Seeing this, Long Chen's deep and steady eyes flashed with an imperceptible color. Then, in front of the whole clan, he actually avoided Mo Ling's fierce attack with some extremely twisted reverse movement. Bang! As Mo Ling's ferocious hunting was in vain, its huge body smashed a small pit on the ground, and dust splashed everywhere. It actually dodged? Many thunder-scale snakes were secretly surprised and shocked when they saw this. Normally, Long Chen should not be able to avoid it at all in this situation, because Mo Ling's killing momentum was not only fierce and swift, but also had a stronger pressure from the Xuanqi level. The invisible pressure and deterrence should have frightened Long Chen a long time ago, and he had no chance to dodge. But the fact was that all the clansmen had an unexpected result. That was that Long Chen was not affected by the huge pressure from the Xuanling realm level at all, and he could dodge rationally and quickly, avoiding Mo Ling, who had a strong attack ability. After dodging this fatal blow, Long Chen spit out his snake letter. In his heart, he also had a simple understanding of the attack damage at the Xuanling realm level, and was secretly surprised. It was worthy of Mo Ling, who was strong in both strength and Xuanqi attributes. If it weren't for his shortcomings in agility, he might not be able to completely avoid the opponent's attack. At that time, before Long Chen could completely stabilize his figure, he saw that in the process of dust and sand, the thick and sharp snake tail suddenly swept out, accompanied by bursts of thunder and lightning, and rolled towards Long Chen fiercely. Seeing this, Long Chen would not give the other party a chance to catch him, but because the other party's attack was too swift, he could only roll over and over to avoid Mo Ling's rock-shattering force. Boom! Another low sound of ground-shattering slamming sounded, and Long Chen's figure rolled to the other side of the square, and stopped in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He stood up straight, staring at the black shadow in the dust and sand, and his heart was awed. He did not completely dodge the explosion of Mo Ling's snake tail just now, and his tail behind him did suffer some damage. The scales on Long Chen's tail fell off a little, and a trace of blood flowed out of it. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he felt that his tail had suffered substantial damage. Long Chen's eyes slightly shone, and he thought to himself, "This beast is not fast, but it's really powerful." Because the difference in the Xuanqi level between the two sides is too big, Long Chen is also very clear in his mind. Even if he has added 60 extra defense attribute points, it is just a drop in the bucket. The extra defense attribute points can only bring Long Chen as much damage as possible, but it is not enough to completely avoid Mo Ling's attacks. After all, he is not facing an opponent of the same level, but a stronger enemy of a higher level. Unless the defense attribute points are over 100, or he is also at the Xuanling level. Otherwise, it is undoubtedly a fantasy to want to confront Mo Ling head-on. Because Mo Ling's sudden attack just now completely broke the defense behind Long Chen, and also caused some damage to himself, the effect is remarkable. While Long Chen was secretly surprised at Mo Ling's explosive power, Mo Ling, who was standing not far away on the opposite side, was also surprised when he saw Long Chen, who was only slightly injured after being hit by his tail whip. What on earth is this guy made of? Are all the clan members so thick-skinned? Mo Ling was secretly puzzled and surprised. He clearly remembered the blow of his tail whip just now. He hit Long Chen hard, but he didn't kill him instantly. You know, if it was any opponent at the Xuanqi level, he would be killed instantly, but Long Chen only lost some scales and left some blood, and did not lose his fighting ability. Unfortunately, Mo Ling would never have thought that Long Chen was cheating. The people outside the field were really surprised when they saw such a fierce battle, and more clan members were worried about Long Chen of their own clan, especially when they saw that the prince in their hearts was hit hard by Mo Ling's tail whip. They felt that Long Chen was doomed to die. However, what all the thunder-scale snakes did not expect was that Long Chen not only survived the strong blow of the snake whip, but also only had minor injuries on his body, which was not serious. For a moment, many clan members who were not optimistic about this battle began to roar at Long Chen. "Come on! Your Highness Long Chen! Your Highness Long Chen! You have to hold on!" Facing the roars from outside the arena, Mo Ling, who stood on the square, trembled on his face, and the sense of humiliation in his heart became stronger. "I am a powerful demon in the mysterious spirit realm. How could I lose to a weakling in the mysterious Qi realm?" Mo Ling let out a chilling roar, staring at Long Chen, who was also standing not far away, with a murderous intent in his heart. Seeing this, Long Chen endured the numbness and pain brought by his tail, spit out his snake tongue, looked at Mo Ling calmly, and said lightly, "There are still 5 seconds. You have to think about it." Especially when he heard the so-called time countdown from the other party, Mo Ling was even more furious. "Ah, you actually humiliated me. I must kill you." Mo Ling let out a heart-shaking roar, and the already majestic waves of profound energy around him became even more violent under the blessing of anger. He rushed towards Long Chen like a tiger descending from the mountain. Mo Ling, who was already strong, was ridiculed by a guy weaker than him. He had no scruples at all and released the strongest and most ferocious fighting method, wanting to tear Long Chen, who humiliated him, into pieces. Seeing this, Long Chen's face became solemn again, and his figure quickly dodged to the side. The strongest and most powerful profound energy light burst out from his body, and the silver profound energy was surging and his speed increased to the extreme. It's useless. This time I won't let you dodge again. Mo Ling's thick snake body whistled and rushed over, and the strong winds surged. It seemed that he had predicted the direction that Long Chen was going to dodge before, and made a turn and kill in advance. All this happened extremely fast, without even the slightest sign. Even Long Chen, who originally thought he could dodge it, did not expect that the opponent would predict his dodge direction. Even though there were only 5 seconds left, if he was bitten by Mo Ling, Long Chen's body would be torn into pieces in less than a second. Seeing this extreme death time of 5 seconds, Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that the opponent had predicted his dodge direction, and his brain was working rapidly. These last few seconds were fleeting. For the current battle between the two sides, a few seconds were enough for too many things to happen. In this case, we can only resist it. In response, Long Chen gritted his gums and felt the threat from death. From the gaps between all the scales on his body, the power of flowing light and thunder flashed and burst out. The powerful, Xuanqi wave marks vibrated and diffused, and Long Chen's cyclone condensed a little, and then unfolded a most solid Xuanqi barrier. Xuanqi barrier, a unique talent of Xuanqi realm practitioners. Hiss! Let me tell you, all resistance is in vain. Mo Ling spit out the snake's hideous tongue. His face was extremely ferocious, his momentum was fierce, and his killing momentum became more and more terrifying, biting and tearing. Bang! Mo Ling opened his bloody mouth, and his 2 fangs as sharp as blades were firmly embedded in front of the Xuanqi barrier set up by Long Chen. 1 second? 2 seconds. The short 2 seconds passed in a flash. While Long Chen counted silently in his heart, his face changed slightly. I saw that the Xuanqi barrier that I had released with all my strength before actually began to show tiny cracks at this moment. The cracks spread from the vicinity of Mo Ling's biting fangs like a spiderweb. Although the Xuanqi barrier is a defensive talent of cultivators, it is indeed effective in defense, but it is a pity that the difference in Xuanqi level between the two sides is too large. Even the Xuanqi barrier released by Long Chen, after adding additional attribute points, still could not stop the opponent for 5 seconds. Seeing that the Xuanqi barrier was about to break, Long Chen's face was gloomy and he counted silently in his heart. 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds. Bang! However, at this moment, the defense barrier in front of Long Chen exploded and shattered in an instant, and the fragments of the barrier rushed in all directions and finally turned into invisible Xuanqi fluctuations, fading and disappearing. Die! Mo Ling pierced the Xuanqi barrier in front of Long Chen with a fang piercing. In this last second, the world seemed to stop at this moment. All the Leyland snakes watching the battle, they saw them staring at this unfair battle in the center of the field. Especially when they saw that Mo Ling was about to tear Long Chen into pieces at this moment, many young tribesmen were scared and dared not watch with their eyes. They were afraid to see the tragic scene of Long Chen being torn into pieces in an instant. Long Chen gritted his teeth and retreated as fast as he could, but Mo Ling's attack speed was so fast that he was about to bite his vital point. Ding! 1 minute is up. The second-level gift package is being sent. Ding! The system gift package has been sent successfully. Please accept it. Open it! Long Chen shouted without thinking. The next second, the space around Long Chen suddenly became distorted, and a violent force that arose from the invisible began to surge and permeate between him and Mo Ling. This was a violent fluctuation of absolute killing intent, which was frightening. It was as if when feeling this killing intent, it was as if it was trapped in a sea of blood and corpses. This is Mo Ling, who had come to fight fiercely, felt that Long Chen's own power was twisting in a certain absolutely suppressed situation, especially when he felt the invasion brought by the killing intent, which made him even more surprised. At this moment, Mo Ling even forgot that he was the active party in the attack. Under the influence of the killing intent, it was as if he had stepped into a terrifying place with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A picture that should not have appeared in Mo Ling's mind. In that picture, there were only endless corpses, demons, humans, and even existences like gods. At this moment, Mo Ling completely stopped attacking, as if he was in a daze, and then, under the gaze of all the Thunderscale snakes on the field, he stopped attacking Long Chen. All the Thunderscale snakes who were watching the battle were also stunned when they saw this situation. But they didn't understand what Mo Ling was doing at this moment. Why did he suddenly choose to stay put when he could have ended Long Chen's life in the next second? These guys, at most, looked like they were watching the fun, and they couldn't see any way at all. On the other hand, it was the queen of the Thunderscale snakes, whose eyes were now fixed on the field. The target that the queen of the Thunderscale snakes was looking at was not the strongest Mo Ling, but Long Chen, who was undergoing a huge change. What kind of power is this? The thunder-scaled Snake Queen looked at Long Chen's body and suddenly felt the cold red fluctuations of profound energy rising up and was secretly puzzled, because it also felt the fluctuations of profound energy that seemed to be in the endless killing. This is a kind of power that absolutely makes creatures who like killing obsessed. If I can get this power, won't even the old Snake King be fearless? The thunder-scaled Snake Queen spit out her snake tongue, and her eyes were full of greed. It can clearly see that the power that Long Chen suddenly released is not what he possesses at all. The only possibility is that this guy has inherited some kind of power. At this moment, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen's eyes were fixed on Long Chen on the field. She had already made plans in her heart. As long as this battle is over, she will take it away no matter what. I didn't expect this kid to have this trick up his sleeve. If Mo Ling hadn't forced him, I would have fooled him. The thunder-scale Snake Queen spit out her snake tongue, coveting the sudden surge of power from Long Chen. On the battlefield, Long Chen was slightly stunned by the killing intent that erupted around him and the sudden surge of red profound energy. He clearly felt that this sudden surge of killing intent was the second-level gift package given by the system. System, what kind of power is this? Looking at Mo Ling, who was completely stunned, Long Chen couldn't help but ask in his heart. Being able to suddenly make Mo Ling, who was at the level of the mysterious spirit realm, lose his combat ability is definitely not ordinary. Ding! The host is really lucky. The treasures in this second-level gift package are random, but what the host got this time is the bloodline power that can change fate against the will of heaven. Bloodline power that can change fate against the will of heaven? Does it sound so noble? Long Chen's eyelids were slightly raised, and he felt like he suddenly stood up. Ding! The blood power obtained by the host is called the blood of the War Ghost Dragon, and the power that the host is exploding now is called the War Ghost power. Ding! This is the power that the host can only possess when he reaches the 7th turn of the Dragon Transformation Art. This gift pack is equivalent to allowing the host to possess the priority version of this power in advance. Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned and said, "Priority version? What does that mean?" Ding! The meaning of the priority version is that the host is not qualified to possess the War Ghost power of War Ghost Tianlong. Ding! But now the gift package presents the blood power of War Ghost Tianlong. In order to prevent the host from being unable to withstand this power and exploding and dying, some of them have been castrated and condensed into the priority version, which can be experienced by the host first. Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but grin, feeling as if his body was changing blood. The powerful waves of his own profound energy, which originally presented a thunderous silver profound energy, turned into scarlet at this moment. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if he had endless power in his body. Even when he looked at Mo Ling, who was dazed in front of him again, he did not feel any pressure. Because he felt that the moment he unfolded the power of War Ghost, his own profound energy level seemed to be quietly changing and improving. Ding! Although the host's War Ghost power can help you fight across levels, it cannot be maintained for too long. This power is very blood-burning. Burning blood? Berserker? Long Chen was startled when he heard this, and the first word he thought of was, Ding! The host can understand that this power of the War Ghost is supported by the power of the War Ghost Dragon bloodline in the host. Since the host's current level is too low, it is recommended that the power of the War Ghost should not be used for too long. Ding! If the host insists on using the power of the War Ghost, I am afraid that after a while, you will instantly become a dried corpse. Hearing this, Long Chen raised his eyes slightly, and just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly changed slightly. Everything was just as the host said. Now that he had the power of the War Ghost, he seemed to have endless power. Even if he faced Mo Ling across levels, he was not afraid. However, the sudden sense of loss in his body, as if his blood was being drawn, was also very obvious. Well, you are right, this sense of substitution is very strong. I feel that I am a little anemic. Long Chen nodded, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then I will kill Mo Ling first, and then withdraw this blood-burning power. He now felt a trace of weakness coming from his body. Since the duration of the War Ghost power was too long, he had to quickly end Mo Ling's life, otherwise he would be dead by the time the other party reacted. Ding! The host can withdraw the War Ghost power now, because you don't need it at all now. Facing what the evolution system said, Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help asking, why? Ding! Because that guy was the sacrifice that the host just used to activate the War Ghost Sky Dragon bloodline. The one-star Xuanling Realm Demon Snake is now just a shell. Ding! The host killed a one-star Xuanling Realm, Thunderscale Snake King, and the reward is directly promoted to 1 star. Facing the prompt sounds of the evolution system, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the extremely sluggish Mo Ling opposite him. After a closer look, it was indeed as the system said. Now Mo Ling is just a shell. which has been hollowed out like a sacrifice, without any vitality. After dispersing his own war ghost power, the weakness in his body surged like a tide. Long Chen instantly felt a little dizzy and smiled bitterly. This power is good, but it is a bit wasteful. The whole field, facing the scarlet power that slowly surged in the center of the field, gradually dissipated like a tide, and saw that Mo Ling in the center of the field still maintained his previous sluggish appearance. On the other hand, Long Chen was alive and well on the battlefield. For a while, many Thunder Unicorn snakes were secretly puzzled. Could it be that Mo Ling suddenly had a kind heart and let Long Chen go? But this answer was just a lie to himself. After all the Thunder Unicorn snakes present knew it well. The battle of life and death has long become a tradition. The winner is the supreme glory, and the loser will die and be eliminated naturally. This is the rule of the clan since ancient times. But even so, Mo Ling, who could have torn Long Chen into pieces in an instant, stood in front of Long Chen like a statue. Resisting the dizziness and weakness, Long Chen looked at the dead Mo Ling and grinned. Then, in full view of the crowd, he dragged his slightly heavy body and slammed out with his snake tail. Bang! The next second, Mo Ling, who had already been stagnant and dead, exploded in an instant with the fierce slap of Long Chen's snake tail. As Mo Ling suddenly exploded, all the Thunderscale snakes, whether from the clan or the collateral clan, were stunned. That was a snake body at the level of the one-star mysterious spirit realm, and it was shattered by Long Chen's tail. You have to know that no matter how strong Long Chen is, he is only a demon snake in the Xuanqi realm. Although Mo Ling is weak, and his defense is at the Xuanling realm, he was shattered by the former's attack, and not a single piece of his body was intact. This scene was enough to scare most of the Leyland Snake clan. Because Mo Ling did not react at all when facing the attack and allowed the other party to kill him, this was very strange in the eyes of all the clan members. On the square, the only one who was not surprised at this time was probably the Leyland Snake Queen. It could naturally see that the reason why Mo Ling died suddenly was because he was eroded by the Scarlet Xuanqi fluctuations, full of murderous intent, and its desire and greed for the power in Long Chen's body became even stronger. Oh my god, I was able to break it in one go? Long Chen looked at Mo Ling, whose body was instantly shattered by him, and saw that the other party was shattered like a Tetris block. He couldn't help but be secretly surprised. But surprisingly, there was not a trace of blood in Mo Ling's shattered body, which made Long Chen very confused. Ding, host, there is no need to be confused. This guy is the sacrifice to activate the power of your War Ghost Sky Dragon bloodline. It must be a blood sacrifice, so this is the case. Ding, the host can feel his own body. Even without using the power of the War Ghost, his own defense and physical strength have been improved by more than one level. Hearing this, Long Chen closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again, and nodded secretly without leaving a trace. Indeed, with the strengthening of his own blood due to the Battle Ghost Sky Dragon, Long Chen felt that his physical strength had also been greatly improved. If it were in normal times, this snake tail blow would probably only be able to pull Mo Ling back. As the saying goes, camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how strong Long Chen is, if he relies on his previous pitiful fighting power, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to break Mo Ling's own defense. Unless all of Long Chen's attribute points are all strength or profound energy. Facing Mo Ling's complete death, Long Chen, in addition to feeling a little weak and confused, turned around a little swayingly, looked at the highest stand, and shouted, "Hey! Announce the result of the battle!" At the same time, the eunuch snake standing beside the Thunder snake on the stands also reacted after hearing Long Chen's voice. It then looked at Long Chen in surprise with a slightly trembling voice. "In this battle, His Highness Long Chen won." After the words fell, the thunder-scaled snake with an eunuch-like voice gradually became excited. It thought that Long Chen was dead, but it didn't expect that the final result was still Long Chen's victory. This victory, for it who had hosted countless clan meetings, was definitely the first time in history. After the final battle result was announced, the whole audience fell into a brief silence, and all the clan members were shocked. Long Chen, with a mere Xuanqi realm level, should have thrown himself to Mo Ling when facing him, but he actually did the opposite, and won a great victory in the end. This battle was enough to be called a feat of the clan. Your Highness Long Chen is mighty. Long live His Highness Long Chen. Long live His Highness Long Chen. After a brief silence, there was a thunderous cheering like a tsunami. The whole clan was screaming and shouting wildly. At this moment, their hearts were completely conquered by Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen was the real Snake King of the next generation, no doubt. As the saying goes, there are snakes who are happy and there are snakes who are worried. The clan is blooming and spreading, while all the collateral clans are dead silent. But more of them are trembling and terrified. Especially the Luanlinggong collateral clan. When they looked at Long Chen in the field again, They were still angry about Aman's death, but they had long forgotten it. The clan has such a young king, which is really a blessing for the clan and a sorrow for the collateral clan. Even if they hate it, they can only keep it in their hearts and never dare to show it on the surface. On the side of the Beichinhai collateral clan, the many thunder unicorn snakes that came with it are even more afraid of the clan. Mo Ling is the hope of the entire Beichinhai clan for 100 years. This time, it is about to turn over and soar into the sky. However, this battle was not only stopped by Long Chen, but also the century-long expectations of the Beichinhai clan were shattered in an instant. Long Chen saw that he had nothing to do and was about to retreat, but was stopped by a voice with a bit of majesty. Wait a minute! On the battle square, Long Chen looked around and suddenly felt relaxed. The weakness in his body surged like a tide. No, I have to find a place to rest quickly. My current state is too bad. Thinking this way, Long Chen saw that all the Thunderscale Snake Kings of the collateral clan slowly lowered their heads to show their obedience and submission. They did not dare to look at his eyes and sneered in his heart. Obviously, these guys from the collateral clan did not dare to come up and die after he killed Mo Ling. Just as Long Chen thought in his heart, the group of Thunderscale Snake Kings of the collateral clan who expressed their submission did not mention challenging each other anymore. Just kidding. Even a powerful demon like Mo Ling at the level of the mysterious spirit realm could not defeat Long Chen. If they went up, it would be nothing more than a waste. Seeing that the battle phase of the clan meeting came to an end, Long Chen wanted to find a place to rest, so he moved his figure to leave. Wait a minute. At the same time, just as Long Chen was about to leave, a charming and beautiful voice with a bit of majesty came from the high platform. Upon hearing the voice, the whole factory fell into silence. As their eyes moved upward, all the Thunderscale snakes, whether from the clan or the collateral clan, looked up at the high platform. Long Chen was startled when he heard the words, and then his eyes slightly condensed, and his eyes also moved upward, looking at the Thunderscale Snake Queen on the high platform, and said casually, "Snake Queen, I'm a little tired and want to rest." At that time, the Thunderscale Snake Queen standing on the high platform gave a charming chuckle, which was a little sweet. From the perspective of the aesthetics of the Demon Clan, it was considered a very beautiful laugh. "Haha, Your Highness Long Chen, first of all, congratulations to you for once again defending the dignity of my clan. On behalf of all the clan members of the clan, I congratulate Your Highness Long Chen." This time, the Thunderscaled Snake Queen gently lowered her noble head, as if she was saluting Long Chen. This was a unique etiquette of the Wang family. Any prince who defends the dignity and glory of the clan at the clan meeting can receive such a favor. Seeing that the Thunderscaled Snake Queen slightly bowed her head to Long Chen, all the Thunderscaled snakes, whether from the clan or the side branches, stood up and saluted Long Chen in the center of the field. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for defending the dignity and glory of my clan. Long live Your Highness." Facing such a grand ceremony, Long Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He had never encountered such a grand ceremony before. It was impossible for him to say that he did not enjoy it in his heart. If you show kindness for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. This Thunderscaled Snake Queen is of a respected status and is the ruler of the clan. I'm afraid she has other intentions for showing kindness to me like this. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already figured all this out in his mind, even though he was so weak that he fell to the ground and fell asleep. But he had never lost his inner vigilance. In the Dragon Ancient Continent, vigilance is definitely a good way to save your life. At the very least, it will prevent those who have ill intentions towards you from finding any loopholes. I am flattered by the training and love of the Snake Queen. Due to the 2 consecutive battles, I hope the Snake Queen will allow me to go down and rest for a while. Long Chen naturally would not reveal any flaws and answered very calmly. After all, he was acting now, and he had to hold on until the arrival of the old Snake King who talked nonsense. Hearing this, the Thunderscale Snake Queen on the high platform stared at Long Chen in the field with a pair of greedy eyes, as if she was afraid that the other party would run away, but her voice was still beautiful and charming. "Your Highness Long Chen has fought 2 consecutive battles and is indeed a little tired. What surprised me the most is that Your Highness can actually defeat Mo Ling. It is really a great blessing for our clan." She said so, but the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snakes was really surprised by the previous battle of Long Chen. Of course, she was not surprised by the opponent's strength, but the scarlet mysterious energy of killing intent that suddenly burst out of his body. This scarlet power, which seemed to be external, really made the Queen of Thunder's Scaled Snake more determined to plunder. On the side of the Collateral Clan, many members of the Collateral Clan, after hearing the words of the Queen of Thunder Scaled Snake, all looked at the position of the Beichinhai Collateral Clan without leaving a trace, and smiled bitterly. This queen of snakes really brought up the pot and brought a finishing blow. On the side of the Beichinai collateral clan, many thunder-scaled snakes couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles crazily. They hated it in their hearts, but they couldn't show it. They had to show generosity and happiness. It was really too frustrating for the snakes. Long Chen didn't say much after hearing this. He remained silent, waiting for what the other party would do next. Haha, Your Highness Long Chen is so tired, you really need to be rewarded. I wonder if there is something I want to ask about. The thunder-scaled snake queen moved and curled up her body, falling into the field. The huge snake body, which was more than 20 meters away, fell beside Long Chen. Looking at the thunder-scaled snake queen, which was 3 or 4 times larger than himself, Long Chen was secretly amused. There is really no harm without comparison. Although he was amused, he never relaxed his vigilance and asked, "What does the snake queen want to ask? As long as Long Chen knows, I will tell you everything I know." "Ha, that's right." The thunder-scaled snake queen's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and then she spit out a little bit of happy snake letter, saying, "Your Highness, where did you get the power to defeat His Highness Moling just now?" "I am quite interested in this power. I hope Your Highness Long Chen will tell me." Hearing this, Long Chen seemed to be able to guess what the other party wanted to ask him, and he sneered in his heart. He knew that the thunder-scaled snake queen must have been holding back something by getting so close to him. To reply to the snake queen, "I don't understand the power that the queen was talking about. What kind of power do you mean?" Long Chen would naturally not tell the other party the truth. He had already prepared his words in his mind and replied, "Snake Queen, all the power you see is my own." Facing Long Chen's answer, the thunder-scaled snake queen, who originally had a charming smile on her face, quietly became a little cold at this moment, but her voice was still charming. She leaned forward, surrounded Long Chen, and spoke in a charming voice. "Heh, Your Highness Long Chen is not honest. I believe that not only I don't believe what you said, but even the whole clan will not believe it, right?" "Just kidding. No one is stupid." The thunder-scale snake queen was secretly angry that the other party was playing tricks on her. But since she was in public now, she naturally couldn't get angry at will, and could only communicate with Long Chen in a negotiating tone. In response, Long Chen also sneered in his heart, with a sunny smile on his face, and replied, "The queen snake has misunderstood. I really don't know what kind of power the queen is referring to." At that time, the charming smile of the thunder-scale snake queen finally completely dissipated, and frost and ferocity gradually climbed up the snake face. The aura of the thunder-scale snake queen suddenly became a little ferocious, and she slowly moved her body to surround Long Chen in the middle. Around the square, countless thunder-scale snakes saw the great thunder-scale snake queen actually surrounded Long Chen, and they immediately envied it in their hearts. They felt that this was the queen snake queen rewarding Long Chen in public. "Haha, you really don't want to drink a toast, but you drink a penalty. Do you think you can hide it from me with just a few words? Don't forget who has trained you so hard over the past few years. If I hadn't been here, would you have had the opportunity to become the Thunderscale Snake King? Doesn't your bloodline rely on my help? Be smart and hand over the method of releasing the scarlet power you released earlier." Seeing that he was surrounded by the Thunderscale Snake Queen, he suddenly felt relaxed from his originally stern heart. He raised his eyelids and sneered, "Sorry, what if I don't know what's best for me?" Seeing that he was trapped under the blockade of the Thunderscale Snake Queen's snake body, Long Chen, who had originally felt a little stern in his heart, seemed to have sensed something. His expression also became relaxed, and he grinned coldly. "Sorry, what if I don't know what's best for me? Don't know what's best for me." Upon hearing this, the Thunderscale Snake Queen was also startled, secretly furious in her heart, and immediately opened her real bloody mouth, biting towards Long Chen silently. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell. I can still get the power that can dominate." Although the Thunderscale Snake Queen was secretly wondering why His Highness Long Chen, who was usually obedient, suddenly became so tough today, she would no longer think about it, because the Thunderscale Snake Queen knew in her heart that as long as she killed Long Chen in front of her, got the blood in his body, and got the power full of murderous intent before, everything else was no longer important. After all, its heart is extremely dark and greedy. In order to become stronger and even dominate the world, the Thunderscale Snake Queen will never show mercy, even if she kills a member of her own clan. Facing the sudden bite of the Thunderscale Snake Queen at this moment, Long Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't seem to care about the other party's attack at all, and his voice was indifferent. "Old man, how far do you want to watch the excitement?" As soon as these words came out, the Thunderscale Snake Queen, who was about to bite Long Chen into pieces, was stunned. She spit out a ferocious snake letter and sneered, "Do you think anyone can help you now?" The entire Thunderscale Snake clan is under my control. Now you can't even beg me not to kill you." After sneering, the Thunderscale Snake Queen's swift bite was more fierce and vicious than before. The reason why the Thunderscale Snake Queen urgently needs the blood power in Long Chen's body is that it feels that obtaining this power will not only make itself stronger, but also make the foundation of ruling the entire Thunderscale Snake clan more solid. Around the square, facing the sudden change in style, many Thunderscale snakes in the clan seemed to feel the murderous intention of the Thunderscale Snake Queen and immediately became horrified. His Highness Long Chen defended the dignity and honor of the clan and made great contributions. He should have become a hero of the clan. But now, as the greatest Thunderscale Snake Queen of the clan and the strongest demon under the old Snake King, she actually wants to kill Long Chen? All the Thunderscale snakes present didn't understand this wave of operations. Humph, it's better to die. Anyway, it's the clan's business and has nothing to do with our clan. Many members of the collateral clans didn't feel much about this. At most, they were slightly surprised, especially the Luanlingang collateral clan and the Beichinhai collateral clan. These two clans wished that Long Chen would die immediately. As long as I kill this guy and get that power, maybe, I might be able to qualify to enter the 10,000 Monsters Conference in the Monster Mountain Range. Thinking of the promising future, seeing the other party's head very close to her bloody mouth, the Thunderscale Snake Queen did not hesitate at all and bit it down fiercely. Buzz! At this critical moment, an invisible force suddenly came from outside and came to the square, freezing the Thunderscale Snake Queen who was about to swallow Long Chen there, making it unable to move. This! The Thunderscale Snake Queen, who was suddenly frozen, felt that her body was out of control. In her heart, besides shock, there was only panic. The Thunderscale Snake Queen widened her eyes and saw that Long Chen's head was only 1 foot away from her, but she couldn't bite it no matter what. It was not that she didn't want to bite, but an invisible control force prevented her from doing so. Feeling that her body was out of control, the Thunderscale Snake Queen was briefly shocked and finally became panicked, roaring, "This is impossible. Hey, nothing is impossible. Do you think that without the horn of the Snake King, and once I die, you can just sit back and enjoy the Thunderscale Snake Clan?" At the same time, a low voice with a bit of disdain came slowly from the square. Including Long Chen, all the Thunderscale snakes, whether from the clan or the collateral clan, saluted respectfully after hearing this trembling voice and the invisible power that could infinitely control the lives of the clan members. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The sound of respectful salutes was deafening. Hearing the familiar voice, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the immobilized Thunderscale Snake Queen, he sneered, "Are you surprised? Surprised? The old Snake King is not dead at all, and I saved him. Do you think you are the only one who has kept a trick up your sleeve?" "You." The Thunderscale Snake Queen's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and the fear in her heart became even stronger. Because she knew that the so-called secret death of the old Snake King was also spread by Long Chen by her, and the imprisonment of the old Snake King was also created by her. Now that the old Snake King has escaped and suddenly returned to the clan, and in such a grand occasion, the Thunderscale Snake Queen was really ashen. After all, only the old Snake King knew where the real Snake King horn was placed. The Thunderscale Snake Queen knew very well that only the Snake King horn passed down by the kings of the Thunderscale Snake Clan could control her own power. "I'm leaving. I don't want to argue with you anymore." Long Chen left the body of the Thunderscaled Snake Queen. Before leaving, he raised his tail calmly and slapped the other snake's face. Although this blow could not hurt the Thunderscaled Snake Queen, it was enough to make her lose face. Boyan was furious. "Long Chen, even if you save that old thing, you are a participant in imprisoning it, so you won't be much better." The Thunderscaled Snake Queen was furious, and her voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. "Because this idea was originally proposed by you, and not only did you participate, you also took the initiative to invite me. What is your intention? Don't forget, if you hadn't deceived me, how could I do such a rebellious thing to the king? For the horn of the Snake King, you really do everything you can, Long Chen. I really misjudged you. Since the face has been torn, it is natural for it to be able to save its own life and push all the charges onto Long Chen as much as possible." Sure enough, after hearing the angry voice of the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen full of grievance, there were many clan members who originally sympathized with Long Chen, and they all cast their eyes over angrily. In their eyes, His Highness Long Chen was really guilty of 1,000 deaths for hurting the king so much and wanting to obtain the horn of the Snake King. Because this was a serious crime of treason, seeing that the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen had so neatly pushed the blame onto himself, Long Chen was also a little surprised to see her, and laughed. "This sense of substitution is very strong. Even I almost believed it." Seeing that the other party did not refute, the thunder-scaled snake queen was slightly relieved and sneered angrily. Long Chen, now that the king has returned, all the crimes you committed in the past will be exposed. Confess your guilt. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly, looking indifferent, spitting out the snake's back tongue, and said casually, "Yeah, you are right." Seeing that the other party was so relaxed and happy, the thunder-scaled snake queen smiled grimly on her face, but she was very uncertain in her heart. Because it had never seen Long Chen so confident and steady, and this kind of steadiness made it feel a little guilty. In response, Long Chen was too lazy to argue with him, so he turned around and grinned. "Old thing, you were enjoying watching the show just now. If the Queen of Snakes doesn't move, do you plan to keep watching the excitement?" As Long Chen's address fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. All the Thunderscale snakes looked at His Majesty Long Chen in shock, and their hearts were horrified. This guy actually dared to call the king an old thing? Is he tired of living? However, the next second, what surprised all the snakes was that a slightly friendly whisper came. Hey, in order to get the horn of the Snake King, it took some time. The king just arrived, so don't blame me. Old thing, you came so late. Have you been watching the excitement just now? Long Chen shouted. When Long Chen's words fell, the square where the clan meeting was held was instantly silent. All the Thunderscale snakes, including the collateral clans and the Thunderscale snake guards, all showed a look of shock on their faces and fell to the center of the field in unison. The gazes they focused on were exactly the figure of Long Chen. You must know that as the real Thunderscale Snake King who leads the entire clan, especially the Thunderscale Snake King with the horn of the Snake King, he is simply the emperor of the clan, the real king. In front of the real king, any member of the Thunderscale Snake clan, as long as he has the blood of the Thunderscale Snake, no matter the clan or branch, dare not be disrespectful or violate the true king. At this moment, Long Chen not only has no awe in his heart, but he even dares to call the old Snake King an old thing. This wave of operations is really a bit scary. No, it is scary. The Thunderscale Snake Queen glanced at Long Chen with disdain. Although her body was still fixed, she kept sneering and disdainful in her heart. Dare to be so disrespectful to the king, you can wait for the crime to be added. Now, as long as she watched Long Chen die in front of her, the Thunderscale Snake Queen would be able to leave no evidence, thus protecting herself and eliminating suspicion. Unfortunately, the seemingly perfect plan seemed to deviate from the original intention of the Thunderscale Snake Queen in this situation. Hey, in order to get the horn of the Snake King, I was indeed delayed for a while. I just got here, so I hope you won't blame me. However, the next second, although the old Snake King did not arrive, the ethereal reply really surprised the Thunderscale Snake Queen and all the Thunderscale snakes. Their great king did not seem angry at all, and even greeted Long Chen very friendly. If they had not seen this scene with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never believe that the old Snake King would be so easy to talk to. When the Thunderscale Snake Queen saw Long Chen addressing the old Snake King so casually and easily, she suddenly felt empty inside. She never thought that this guy had become so familiar with the old Snake King. As if seeing the shock and disbelief of the Thunderscale Snake Queen, Long Chen glanced at her with disdain and sneered. Don't worry, I will make you die clearly. Facing Long Chen's sneer, for some reason, the Thunderscale Snake Queen suddenly panicked, but she still had a fierce smile on her face. Haha, I want to see how you turn the tables. Don't forget, although all of this is my idea, you are the executor. When the time comes, do you think the clan will believe you or me? Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly, curled his lips and said nothing. He kept a sunny smile, but secretly sighed in his heart. It seems that the fake Long Chen who had died long ago was so stupid that he was treated as a tool by others, and he was still doing things. At that time, a huge silver snake shadow that was tens of meters long and as condensed as thunder appeared at the entrance at the edge of the square. The sense of déjà vu that the cave entrance couldn't let go was all because of the arrival of this Snake King, which instantly made countless clansmen stand in awe. The clans, who were originally arrogant, were embarrassed by the existence and deterrence of this old Snake King. This is why, in the past years, whenever there was a clan meeting, when the old Snake King was there, the collateral clans had no courage to challenge. The deterrent power of the old Snake King, coupled with his own strong enough strength, and finally with the horn of the Snake King, all the existence of the Thunderscale Snake Clan could not escape control. Seeing the old Snake King with snow-white scales appearing at the door, Long Chen looked up, watching the old guy who was countless times bigger than himself appear, and his mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, this was his own man. If it was an enemy, he really didn't know how to defeat a Thunderscale Snake King at the level of the mysterious Wheel Realm. Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. With the sudden appearance of the old Snake King, The entire clan saluted respectfully and solemnly. Even the collateral clans did not dare to resist at all. They all stood up straight and performed the highest etiquette. The thunder-scaled Snake Queen, seeing the imprisoned old Snake King suddenly appear in front of her alive, suddenly trembled in her heart. Because she could feel that the old Snake King's eyes, which seemed calm but contained endless murderous intent, were staring at her. My Majesty, you have to make the decision for me. The thunder-scaled Snake Queen was the first to complain, and she came to the side of the old Snake King. Her voice was full of sadness, and her appearance full of aggrieved tears. Even Long Chen was surprised after seeing it. "Good guy," she cried as soon as she said she would cry. Her acting skills were too explosive. This Snake Queen is an expert. With such good acting skills, it's a pity that she's not an actress. Long Chen grinned and sneered secretly, but he was not panicked at all, and even couldn't help wanting to laugh. Seeing the thunder-scaled Snake Queen bending over to come to him and rubbing against him intimately, the old Snake King would have doted on her in the past, but now he looked very indifferent and said calmly, "My beloved, how have you been these years?" Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't help showing a little disgust on his face. This old guy knew everything, and he still wanted to play the role of the thunder-scaled Snake Queen? Hearing this, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen cried even more sadly, then stretched out her snake tail and pointed at Long Chen, saying viciously, "Your Majesty, everything was done by this damned His Majesty Long Chen. I was also controlled and forced at that time. Your Majesty, please make the decision for me." Long Chen glanced at the thunder-scaled Snake Queen with explosive acting skills with an expressionless face, and sneered secretly in his heart. Sure enough, among the demon snakes, there are also classic types of green tea, and there is really no racial restriction. The old Snake King nodded slightly when he heard this, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar and expected angry voice that made his body tremble, and then it sounded. "You are talking nonsense. You designed to hurt my father, and also imprisoned and bullied me, all of which are crimes that you, an old demon snake, can never erase." When this voice sounded, Long Chen was also slightly stunned, and couldn't help but look back, smiling bitterly in his heart. Why did this girl come out at this time? Didn't she realize that your father was playing the Snake Queen? You exposed him directly. How can she continue to act? Upon hearing this, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen was suddenly surprised. She turned her head abruptly and looked at the pretty thunder-scaled snake that she hated to the core. Her face finally changed, and she couldn't help but screamed, "This is impossible! I have sealed your power. How did you leave that level of spirit formation?" Upon hearing this, all the thunder-scaled snakes in the audience cast their astonished eyes to the platform, only to see Linner standing on the platform with her clear and stubborn eyes staring at the thunder-scaled Snake Queen. "Brother Long!" At the same time, the nylon butterfly Maotai on Linner's head flew over immediately when he looked at Long Chen in the field, and then landed on the latter's head, laughing and saying, "Brother Long, look, I have successfully advanced." He moved his eyes up and looked at Maotai on his head. He felt that the other party actually had the level of 9-star profound Qi realm, and said in surprise, "You weren't a 9-star profound veined person before? This time you advanced and directly reached the 9-star profound Qi realm?" Hearing this, Maotai scratched his head with his little claws, and didn't know why. He smiled and said, "Hey, who knows? I don't know about this either." In this regard, Long Chen did not ask too many questions, and he was not interested in this. However, after he nodded slightly, he suddenly felt something was wrong and said in surprise, "No, aren't you in the cocoon state? How did you come with Linner? Aren't you still in the process of advancement? How did you come with Linner?" In this regard, Long Chen could not help but ask Maotai, Hey, Brother Long, you didn't know that, after I succeeded in advancing." Listening to Maotai's simple narration, Long Chen nodded slightly, and in his heart, he understood. It turned out that Maotai couldn't find him, so he couldn't help but come out to look for him. And then he happened to hear that the Thunderscale Snake Queen wanted to kill Linner, so he flew to Linner first and rescued him. So the following happened, and Linner was on the high platform, revealing the mask of the Thunderscale Snake Queen. Heh? Sealed Linner's power? At the same time, as the Thunderscale Snake Queen's voice full of exasperation fell, the old Snake King turned his eyes, and the waves of mysterious energy full of sternness slowly flowed out of his body and his cold. "Old demon snake, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. The Thunderscaled Snake Queen widened her eyes. She never expected that it was she who betrayed her in the end. On the clan square, all the clan members were shocked when they knew the truth. Then they looked at the Thunderscaled Snake Queen with great anger, full of murderous looks. As the daughter of the old Snake King, Linner is the princess of the Thunderscaled Snake clan. Her status is extremely respected, second only to the old Snake King. The strange disappearance of Linner was also spread by the damned thunder-scaled Snake Queen. It was a pity that when they learned about the strange death of the old Snake King, the backbone naturally fell on the thunder-scaled Snake Queen. So they believed her. Now that the matter has been exposed, coupled with the appearance of the old Snake King and Linner, the many tricks of the thunder-scaled Snake Queen are naturally broken. Whoosh! When the thunder-scaled Snake Queen knew that the matter had been exposed, she immediately left the old Snake King at the fastest speed and rushed directly into the Snake Cave passage, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Seeing the thunder-scaled Snake Queen humbly fleeing, although Linner hated her, she missed her father more. She immediately rushed to the square and threw herself into the arms of the old Snake King, crying bitterly, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances. After hearing the cry of his own daughter, the old Snake King immediately trembled slightly, trying to calm down the murderous intention in his heart, gently coaxing the other party, pampering and comforting. "Be good, Linner, don't cry. This time your father will not let anyone hurt my daughter again." On the other hand, Linner did not answer at all, with tears all over her face. The distressing cry almost broke the old Snake King's heart. Long Chen looked at this touching scene, grinned, and chuckled. "The sense of substitution is very strong. I am a little moved. It is true that everything in the world has spirituality. No matter what race it is, this blood is thicker than water." Ding! The host protection mission is completed and 10 attribute points are awarded. Defense attribute points have been added to all hosts. Hearing the prompt sound of the evolution system suddenly sounded, Long Chen could not help but nod slightly, thinking to himself, "Very good, you are very sensible this time. Refresh my attribute graph." Ding! The host's attribute graph has been refreshed. Host, Long Chen. Clan, Demon Clan. Form, Thunderscale Snake King. Bloodline, War Ghost Sky Dragon Class, 7-star Profound Chi Realm. War Ghost Power Profound Skill. Explosive Fang, Advanced Yellow Rank. 9 Transformation. Profound Method, 9 Transformation Dragon Gen Rank, currently in the first transformation state. Attribute points 0. Profound Chi 0. Agility Soul 0. Defense 70. Devouring Experience Value 183,1800. There is an additional bloodline column, the War Ghost Sky Dragon Bloodline. It does sound quite intimidating. Stopping the update of the attribute column, Long Chen nodded slightly, but when he moved his eyes down and saw the talent column, he was immediately stunned. System, wait, why is my talent only the power of fighting ghosts? Where is my talent for lightning resistance? Without the talent for lightning resistance, doesn't it mean that I can't enjoy being struck by lightning in the future? Ding! Since the host is now in the first level of Xuanqi Realm, it can only have 1 talent attribute. If the host wants to have more talent attributes, then upgrade its own Xuanqi level. For every level upgrade, there will be 1 more talent attribute column. Hearing the answer from the system, Long Chen was secretly speechless and couldn't help curling his lips. While Long Chen was communicating with the system, the old Snake King seemed to have coaxed Linner and said, "Little friend Long Chen, please take care of my daughter first. I'll go to take care of the housework." "Daddy, I'm not going anywhere. I'll follow you." I saw Linner pestering the old Snake King and refused to let go no matter what. Seeing this, the old Snake King was secretly helpless. It wanted to coax the other party, but the other party just didn't listen to anything, which made it a little difficult. Seeing this, Long Chen laughed and said, "How about this, old man? You can take Linner with you. I'll follow and protect her. As the saying goes, every grievance has its perpetrator. She has suffered a lot of losses. She has to take revenge and complain." Hearing this, the old Snake King's eyes suddenly lit up and nodded. "That makes sense." The front of the Snake Queen's palace was now surrounded by all the clans of the clan. In front of the closed stone palace, the old Snake King took the lead. With a cold face, he would never let the other party go this time. Bang! This time, the old Snake King did not even use the normal way to open the door, but used a very arrogant snake tail to attack and directly smashed the stone door. Long Chen looked at such a hardcore way of opening the door, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch secretly. He was indeed an old Snake King with insurging temperament. He was really arrogant. When I met it before, I liked this guy very much. After all, Linner's mother passed away early, and I wanted Linner to feel the mother's love. Everything is my fault. The old Snake King shook his head, muttered, and rushed in first. Long Chen and Linner left behind, and the last was a large number of Thunder-scale Snake Clan warriors. The originally empty and huge Snake Queen Stone Hall was now filled with Thunder-scale snakes. The old Snake King looked at the thunder-scaled Snake Queen perched on the throne. Seeing that the other party was suddenly not panicked at all, he said coldly, "Why did you want to murder me? It's okay to hurt me, but you also bully my daughter?" Hearing this, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen on the throne sneered disdainfully and said arrogantly, Hey, it's true that I murdered you and bullied your daughter, but why don't you ask who did these things?" Although I am the mastermind, all of this was done by the lovely prince beside you. In terms of the degree of harm, he even tortured your daughter in various ways. Do you plan to keep that, Long Chen? Hearing this, Long Chen laughed and shook his head. The other party still wanted to shift the blame to himself, but he understood. After all, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen didn't know that the previous culprit had died long ago. Hearing this, the old Snake King did not say anything else, but stared at the thunder-scaled Snake Queen and said in a deep voice, "In this case, it seems that you are ready to die." "Ha ha ha, die?" The thunder-scaled Snake Queen raised her head and laughed. Her laughter was full of disdainful. She sneered at the old Snake King and said coldly, "It is not certain who will live and who will die today." Hearing the thunder-scaled Snake Queen's very confident and cold sneer, all the thunder-scaled snake warriors present could not help but look at each other. Did this Snake Queen suddenly lose her mind? How could she be so arrogant in front of the king? The old Snake King was not angry when he heard the voice, and immediately stepped forward a few steps. The strong and thick silver-scaled snake tail suddenly whistled out, forming a sharp and violent silver light, trying to penetrate the body of the thunder-scaled Snake Queen. Whoosh! As the old Snake King mercilessly swung out his tail and lashed out, the deadly space in the hall was slightly shaken by the space affected by the diffusion of mysterious energy, and violent winds surged. The huge and thick silver-scaled snake tail, with the addition of the mysterious energy wave marks at the level of the mysterious wheel realm, shone with silver light, and the snake tail was like sharp silver hair trying to penetrate the body of the thunder-scaled Snake Queen. When Long Chen saw the mysterious energy wave marks from the old Snake King's full force, the violent and powerful wind even affected himself, and he sighed secretly in his heart. As expected of the explosive power at the level of the mysterious wheel realm, this tail lash could probably penetrate even the hardest diamond rock. Roar! Roar! As the old Snake King swung and tried to attack the thunder-scaled Snake Queen, countless thunder-scaled snake warriors kept making low roars, as if to cheer for their king. Hiss! Seeing the old Snake King attacking her without mercy, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen uttered a ferocious snake letter, and then let out a creepy low sneer, hissing, "Do you think you can take me down with brute force? Hulong!" The next second, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen let out a scream, and suddenly a violent force that had never been seen before rose around the throne where it was perched, gradually spreading and covering it in the form of a formation diagram. Accompanied by a fierce and violent wave of mysterious energy that looked like a formation diagram, it was like a protective umbrella, protecting the thunder-scaled Snake Queen steadily in it. Bang! The old Snake King's snake tail lashed out violently, and a sharp silver light was attached to the snake tail, trying to penetrate the suddenly rising mysterious energy barrier protecting the thunder-scaled Snake Queen, but was somewhat surprised to find the defensive barrier that protected the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake from harm actually had a rebound property. The old Snake King's tail was immediately hit by the counterattack of its own profound energy, and it immediately retracted its tail like lightning. When many thunder-scaled snake warriors in the hall saw the old Snake King's attack being rebounded, they were immediately surprised. They never expected that the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake would still have this trick up her sleeve until the end. Seeing this, Long Chen felt the very familiar breath wave and sneered, "I was wondering why this old demon snake suddenly ran back. It turns out that it has already arranged a third-level spiritual formation around its body. Spiritual formations are extremely rare. The Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake was able to lay down a third-level spiritual formation in one breath, which really surprised Long Chen secretly. After all, not everyone can control a spiritual formation. It must be a spiritual formation master who specializes in releasing spiritual formations to be able to control it in this way." But Long Chen looked at the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake carefully, and found that the other party did not look like a spiritual formation master at all. It was like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and activated the third-level spiritual formation. Third-level spiritual formation. The old Snake King's face sank when he heard this. It had suffered from the spiritual formation of the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake a long time ago. This time, it had a strong desire to kill it. The third-level spiritual formation can completely kill a cultivator at the level of the mysterious wheel realm. Fortunately, the barrier spiritual formation that protects the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake is not offensive, but only a defensive spiritual formation. Ha ha ha! Fortunately, a few years ago, I got this thing that can learn spiritual formations, which made me a spiritual formation master of the demon race. Seeing that the old Snake King could not hurt herself, the Queen of Thunder-Scaled Snake immediately sneered disdainfully. I saw its tail swinging along with the trend, and then took out a seemingly inconspicuous black stone embedded in the throne. The black stone looked insignificant, and its value could not be seen with the naked eye, but the Thunder Scale Snake Queen regarded it as a treasure. Her eyes were full of satisfaction and joy, and she couldn't let go of it. That stone. Long Chen's eyes suddenly stared at the black stone rolled on the tail of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to own it in his heart. The feeling that the stone gave him was extraordinary. Now Long Chen had only one idea, that small black stone. He must get it. Haha, old Snake King, I have a third-level spirit formation. Unless you can break through to the realm of creation now, don't waste your energy. The Thunder Scale Snake Queen sneered again and again, ignoring the fact that she was in a desperate situation, and laughed arrogantly. Although the Thunder Scale Snake Queen was frivolous, she did have the capital to deal with the situation now. Due to the limited strength of the old Snake King, if he could not break through the barrier of the third-level defensive spirit formation, he would not be able to take his life. However, Long Chen's focus was not on whether the Thunder Scale Snake Queen was a spirit formation master, but on why that guy could quietly release a level 3 spirit formation with only the level of the mysterious spirit realm. You know, the level of the spirit formation is almost equal to the level of the mysterious chi. After all, the arrangement of the spirit formation requires a lot of soul power. Long Chen could clearly feel the soul strength of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen. That is the soul strength of an ordinary snake demon. If it releases a higher level spirit formation across levels, it will be drained in an instant if it is not careful. Therefore, with all of this, Long Chen naturally locked his attention on the black stone curled on the tail of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen. It is almost impossible for a demon snake with ordinary soul power to release a higher level spirit formation across levels, and now the Thunder Scale Snake Queen has done it, which can only be said to be the extraordinary of the stone. At the same time, while Long Chen was thinking secretly, he heard the old Snake King in front of him suddenly sneered confidently. Heh, do you really think that this mere level 3 spirit formation can stop me? The Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen's eyes narrowed at the sudden change in the old Snake King's cold and confident laughter. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little guilty. Even so, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen still sneered at the old Snake King, her tone restored to its previous charm, but with a strong murderous intent. Don't scare me. If you really have the ability, why would you waste your breath here? If you have the ability, break my spirit formation, but be careful not to be rebounded to death. Your daughter, poor Linner, will be fatherless. Linner's snake body trembled a little when she heard the words. If Long Chen hadn't been watching, she would have rushed up long ago. Believe in your father. That old guy must have a way. Long Chen comforted. After hearing what Long Chen said, Linner finally resisted the urge to kill and nodded slightly, saying softly, Brother Long Chen, Linner listens to you. Long Chen's eyes then fell on the old Snake King in front of him with some doubts. He really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the other party wanted to rely on his own strength to forcibly break the third-level spirit formation? You know, the spirit formation is so strong that it is very troublesome and even dangerous for the same level to break it. He didn't believe that the old Snake King would be so impulsive. Seeing that the old Snake King didn't answer, the mocking voice of Lei Lin's Snake Queen became stronger and stronger, sneering, Oh, it turns out that it's good-looking but useless. Old thing, if you have the ability, come in. Hearing this, the old Snake King sneered disdainfully, nodded, and said, In that case then, let you die with a clear mind. The old Snake King suddenly lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, and the next moment, an invisible pressure and control force suddenly came out from this hall. Feeling this sudden repressive force, Long Chen was also secretly puzzled. He could not feel the traces of the Xuanqi wave of this repressive force at all. To put it bluntly, it was not maintained by Xuanqi at all. Roar! As the old Snake King roared, he saw its head pop out and a silver light emerged. This is... Long Chen looked at the old Snake King in surprise, looking at the silver light emerging from the other party's head, and then he was secretly surprised. Because he felt that his body was actually suppressed a little. With the silver light suddenly emerging from the old Snake King's head, Long Chen's eyes condensed, and he was surprised to find that his body was actually suppressed at this moment. The puzzled Long Chen seemed to suddenly think of something in the next second, and then suddenly set his eyes on the old Snake King's head, muttering, Could it be? This old guy wants to use that? I saw a large silver horn, covered by silver light, suddenly appeared on the old Snake King's head. Seeing the silver horn appear on the old Snake King's head, Long Chen looked around and found that all the Thunder Scale Snake warriors, including Linner, were looking at him with respect. At this moment, the doubts in his heart were also solved. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he felt that his body was suppressed and a little bit out of control before. It turned out that he was now in the form of Thunder Scale Snake. Although everything in his body has been filled with the power of the War Ghost Dragon bloodline, Long Chen's evolution at this stage is still a Thunder Scale snake, and his appearance has not changed, so it is normal to be slightly affected. However, compared with all the other Thunder Scale snakes that have appeared in the Snake King's horn and have shown respect and obedience, it is already very good that Long Chen can still act independently. After all, the Snake King's horn of the Thunder Scale Snake clan is a Thunder Scale snake that can control everything in the Dragon Ancient Continent. Horn of the Snake King. The Lei Lin Snake Queen was surprised when she saw the horn of the Snake King suddenly appearing on the old Snake King's head. But then she regained her composure and sneered. "Old thing, are you trying to use the horn of the Snake King to break my third-level spirit formation? However, this is really hilarious. The horn of the Snake King is just a symbolic treasure, and it only works on the Thunder Scale Snake clan." However, the next second, the voice of the Thunder Scale Snake Queen stopped abruptly, and it realized the seriousness of the matter. Its eyes were full of shock and coldness, and it said repeatedly, "This is impossible. You can never control me through the spirit formation. I have just used the spirit formation to cut off all connections. You can't do it." Seeing that the Thunder Scale Snake Queen began to panic at this moment, the old Snake King was very steady and sneered. "Forget it. Your ignorance of the horn of the Snake King is just like your ignorance of your own power. Just accept your fate. Actually, I didn't hate you at the beginning, and I can understand that the horn of the Snake King is attractive enough to you. Originally, this king was planning to exile you, but you dared to hurt my daughter. Today, even if you have wings, you can't escape. For everything you did to Liner, this king will cut you into pieces." As the old Snake King shouted with murderous intent, the silver horns on its head suddenly released a dazzling silver light. The silver light appeared and illuminated the entire hall. An invisible force of suppression and control suddenly enveloped the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen in the spirit array like a tide. Chi-Chi. The powerful barrier power of the third-level spirit array was enough to block all the power at the level of the mysterious wheel realm. However, the silver light of the Snake King's horn penetrated directly in like the air that penetrated all holes. Seeing that the third-level spirit array could lock the power of the Snake King's horn, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen was completely panicked. It quickly rolled up the black stone and said in a hurry, "Quick, another spirit array to protect me and disperse that damn power." The black stone, under the angry voice of the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen, was like a stone sinking into the sea without any fluctuations. Maybe this stone itself has spirituality. Even it gave up protecting the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen. "I haven't lost yet. I still lost." Seeing this, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen roared hysterically, and her ugly face was fully revealed. She rolled up her tail and angrily threw the mysterious black stone to the side, and then her tail brazenly pried the throne. Under the throne, a secret passage that had been dug at some unknown time appeared in front of Long Chen and the old Snake King. "Old thing, we will meet again later. I will come back sooner or later." Before the power of the Snake King's horn spread, the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen sneered and shrank several times, trying to get into the secret passage prepared in advance. "Humph! It's ridiculous to do useless work." The old Snake King sneered, and the Snake King's horn suddenly burst out with a stronger control force again, spreading out. The next second, as the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen entered the secret passage, the silver light also surged in. Time passed second by second. Long Chen quietly watched the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen, who had already escaped through the secret passage, frowning slightly. But when he looked at the old Snake King in front of him, who was not panicking at all, he remained silent. In the quiet hall, only the third-level defensive spirit formation was still slowly releasing, proving that the power of the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen was still there and had not left too far. Liner looked at the old Snake King with some doubts, wanting to say something, but the next scene gave her the answer. Hiss! In the secret passage that the Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen had just entered, the low hissing sounds of some demon snakes gradually came, which was a bit creepy and terrifying. Many Thunder-Scale Snake warriors became alert after hearing the familiar hissing sound. They knew very well that it was the voice of the Thunder-Scale Snake Queen. On the other hand, the calmest people on the scene should be Long Chen and the old Snake King. The old Snake King's calm snake eyes fell on Long Chen behind him without leaving a trace, and he was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that guy's identity was mysterious, but his calm mind was really incomparable to the vast majority of the tribe members. Long Chen naturally didn't care about the old Snake King's opinion of him. Instead, his eyes fell on the secret passage that the Thunder-Scale Snake Queen had entered before. Listening to the creepy low hissing sound, his eyelids slightly raised, and then he was a little surprised. The Thunder-Scaled Snake Queen, who had escaped before, now appeared slowly in the secret passage and returned to the main hall in full view of everyone. Seeing the thunder-scaled Snake Queen returning to the main hall on her own, Long Chen was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would choose to come back like this. "There is something fishy," Long Chen secretly said in his heart when he saw this, and stared at the thunder-scaled Snake Queen who slowly returned to the main hall without leaving any trace. The next second, he finally saw the clue. He saw that the thunder-scaled Snake Queen's eyes were dull at this moment, and she slowly returned to the front of the snakes like a puppet. At this moment, the thunder-scaled Snake Queen was really a body without a soul, without thoughts, without words, and without the arrogant and ferocious aura before. In response, Long Chen's eyes fell on the silver horn that suddenly appeared on the old Snake King's head, and his heart was slightly awed. It must be the credit of the Snake King's horn that made the thunder-scaled Snake Queen lose control of herself and become a walking corpse. It's a pity that a powerful demon snake at the level of the 7-star mysterious spirit realm has now become a puppet in the palm of his hand. "I said, no matter what, you must die today," the old Snake King roared, and the thick and huge silver-scaled snake tail attacked again, and the violent and stern mysterious wind danced around and then pierced through fiercely. Puff! The third-level spiritual formation that could resist and even rebound the old Dragon King's attack before did not show any power at this moment, allowing the opponent's snake tail attack to enter, and finally penetrated the body of the Thunder-Scale Snake Queen. Green and silver blood spurted out from the wound on the body of the Thunder-Scale Snake Queen. Her eyes were dull, as if her soul was annihilated, and she could not even feel any pain even when she was about to die. At that time, the Thunder-Scale Snake Queen fell silently, splashing dust all around. Seeing the opponent's life breath gradually fading, Long Chen felt very sorry and wasted in his heart, and couldn't help but murmur, "It's a pity to lose so much experience points. If it were me who killed it, I might be able to upgrade to 2 stars. As the thunder-scaled Snake Queen fell lifelessly, the hideous wounds on her body were bleeding like a stream. The snake's body twitched uncontrollably and its life force was gradually fading away. Seeing this, Long Chen's mouth curled slightly, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. It was a pity that he couldn't get such good experience points for killing. The old Snake King was too fast. The old Snake King saw that the thunder-scaled Snake Queen was completely dead, and it was only a matter of time. He then turned around and moved his snake body away with Linner and ordered, "Seal this place. No one should approach this palace without my order." "Yes, I will obey your order." A large number of thunder-scaled snake warriors saluted respectfully and began to take action. Long Chen's eyes swept the corner of the hall without leaving any traces. When the old Snake King took Linner away and turned around, he quickly and quietly passed by. Looking at the mysterious stone lying in the corner, Long Chen quickly rolled up the mysterious stone and put it into the system space, then turned around and left without making a sound. After leaving here, I will slowly study this mysterious stone. This is what Long Chen thought at the moment, because he found that the thunder-scaled Snake Queen did not have any qualifications to become a spiritual formation master. She was able to arrange a powerful spiritual formation completely relying on this mysterious stone. Of course, just now, he also asked the system to scan this thing. What Long Chen did not expect was that the system did not know what it was. Anyway, listening to the system's answer, Long Chen knew that this thing must be very powerful. Hiss! Just when everyone was about to leave the hall, they heard a low and creepy hissing sound. The old Snake King and Long Chen turned back at the same time, frowning, because they knew that the terrifying hissing sound came from the thunder-scaled Snake Queen, whose life force was gradually fading. "Long Chen, do you think you can live if you betray me?" The thunder-scaled Snake Queen was, like a last breath, uttering a ferocious snake signal. Knowing that she was going to die, she wanted to drag Long Chen down with her, and roared, "My king, although I am the mastermind of all this, Long Chen is the executor. He has been bullying Linner and torturing you. I don't believe you will let him go. I know that I will die today. I just hope that before I die, I can see that the big net can kill Long Chen." Hearing the words of the thunder-scaled Snake Queen, the fierce eyes of many thunder-scaled snake warriors instantly fell on Long Chen, as if as long as the old Snake King gave the order, they would instantly drown him. Linner's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at the old Snake King, wanting to explain. "Daddy, there are some misunderstandings. Brother Long Chen?" "Linner, you don't need to say more about this matter. This king has his own judgment." The old Snake King signaled Linner not to say more, and then under the latter's anxious and worried gaze, he moved forward. "Daddy?" Seeing this, Linner hurried to Long Chen's side, wanting to protect him with his stubbornness. Seeing Linner coming to his side, even stepping forward without leaving a trace, blocking his figure a little, Long Chen's expression slightly adjusted, looked at her, and then looked at the old Snake King, and suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He understood the meaning of Linner's doing this, and also blamed himself for not explaining it clearly to others before, causing Linner to worry about him. When the old Snake King came to the dying Lei Lin Snake Queen, he saw that the other party was forcibly holding his breath, wanting to see the result, and immediately sneered, and then raised his head. Gulu, puff! The old Snake King's stomach rolled a few times, as if there was something he wanted to spit out. Then, in full view of the crowd, he suddenly spit out a corpse of a thunder-skewed snake from his mouth. Bang! As a unique corpse of a thunder-skewed snake fell to the ground, the old Snake King sneered at the Queen of Thunder-skewed Snakes and said lightly, "Can you die with your eyes closed this time?" The Queen of Thunder-skewed Snakes seemed to have used up all her strength to open her eyes, looking at the corpse of the thunder-skewed snake spit out by the old Snake King not far in front of her. Her eyes widened immediately, and she collapsed instantly when she saw the thunder-skewed Snake King, Long Chen, who looked exactly like Long Chen. Ah! Why is it like this? The Queen of Thunder-skewed Snakes let out a mournful roar, and finally, with endless unwillingness, her head fell to the ground, and she died with endless resentment. The Queen of Thunder-skewed Snakes didn't understand until she died that the original His Highness Long Chen was not the fake His Highness Long Chen before. It wasn't until she died that she realized that she had been tricked. Linner watched the old Snake King bring up the body of the fake Long Chen, who had died a long time ago. She shrank back in surprise, looked at Long Chen again, and couldn't help but murmured, "This is too similar. It's exactly the same." In response, Long Chen just grinned and didn't say much. He really wanted to tell Linner that the fake who had always bullied her died in his hands. However, in order not to cause unnecessary shadow memories for Linner, Long Chen chose to conceal it. Then he raised his tail, rubbed Linner's head, and smiled. "No one will dare to bully you in the future." Hearing this, Linner was stunned at first, and then her eyes flashing with spiritual light looked at Long Chen and nodded happily. "Well, with Daddy and Brother Long Chen here, let's see who dares to bully Linner in the future." In response, Long Chen just smiled and didn't say much. After all, he couldn't say anything that would make Linner sad in this atmosphere. He couldn't stay in this so-called Thunderscale Snake Clan for the rest of his life just because of Linner. To put it bluntly, this place was just a memory in his life. Seeing that the Thunderscale Snake Queen was completely dead, the old Snake King turned around and left calmly, followed by a large number of Thunderscale Snake warriors. Linner turned around and was about to leave, but when he looked at Long Chen, who didn't turn around, he couldn't help but said, "Brother Long Chen, it's time for us to go." Hearing this, Long Chen looked deeply at the corpse of the Thunderscale Snake Queen, sighed in his heart, then turned around and smiled. "Okay." When Long Chen left with the other Thunderscale Snakes, he felt a little bit of pity in his heart. What a pity! Even if I didn't kill the Thunderscale Snake Queen, if I could use my devouring ability to devour the corpse, I would probably be able to upgrade 1 star. Unfortunately, the dead are the greatest. Unless the old Snake King allowed it, Long Chen would not dare to devour the corpse of the Thunderscale Snake Queen easily. After all, no matter what, he could see that when the old Snake King turned around and left, a trace of imperceptible sadness flashed across his pair of majestic and steady snake eyes. After leaving the Snake Queen Hall, a large number of Thunderscaled Snake warriors took out various filling materials and began to seal the hall. Seeing that all the work was going on in an orderly manner, Long Chen spit out his snake letter, knowing that the system task had been completed, and there was no point in staying here, so he began to think of a way to leave here. But before leaving here, Long Chen suddenly seemed to think of something, looked at the old Snake King who was comforting Linner, and moved over. Seeing Long Chen coming forward, the old Snake King was in a good mood at the moment, and smiled, "Little friend Long Chen, thank you this time for protecting Linner, and Linner told me everything." Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Since I promised you something, I naturally cannot break my promise." "Ha ha ha, little friend Long Chen, are you too young? I really want to be your sworn brother." The old Snake King laughed boldly, and he was in a very good mood now. His seal was touched, his daughter was fine, and everything in the clan ended with the arbitrary rule of the Thunderscaled Snake Queen, and everything returned to the normal path. Seeing that the old Snake King was very happy, Long Chen pondered for a few seconds, then asked, "Old man, do you know the whereabouts of the spiritual transformation grass?" "Old man, you are knowledgeable. Do you know the whereabouts of the spiritual transformation grass?" Long Chen looked at the old Snake King, pondered for a few seconds, and asked, "Spiritual transformation grass?" Hearing this word, the old Snake King was stunned at first, and then looked at Long Chen with a strange expression, and said inexplicably, "Boy, what do you want to use the spiritual transformation grass for? Isn't it better to be a monster?" Although the spiritual transformation grass can transform the monster and human forms in advance, It is still more practical to be in the original form, and as long as we cultivate to the Nirvana realm, we can also transform. The old Snake King really couldn't understand why Long Chen would be interested in this thing. You know, ordinary monsters don't even bother to touch the spiritual transformation grass. The monsters in the world still prefer their original forms. Transforming into a human form is useless to most monsters. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are monsters who like the tiny human body. After all, in battle, the human form has more advantages. The monsters are huge, and in some aspects, they are indeed subject to some restrictions. Liner also looked at Long Chen with some doubts. He naturally didn't understand why the other party wanted to transform into a spirit grass. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Old man, of course I know that cultivating to the level of Nirvana can perfectly transform, but have you ever thought about it? Which of the monsters that can cultivate to the Nirvana level on the Dragon Ancient Continent does not have a prominent family background and a strong background? Let's not talk about the distant ones. I don't look down on my own tribe. Has our Leyland Snake tribe ever walked out of a powerful monster tribe that has reached the Nirvana level?" Faced with Long Chen's 3 consecutive cannons, the old Snake King was speechless. Although it was also secretly speechless, it knew that what the other party said was indeed the truth. Although the Leyland Snake tribe has developed from ancient times to the present, its only advantage is its number. But the strong Leyland Snake has never had it. The cultivation of the monster tribe is inherently more difficult and dangerous than that of humans. This is why in a battle of the same level, the monster tribe has a greater advantage than humans in terms of combat effectiveness. As for the powerful high-level monsters, especially those that Long Chen said had cultivated to the Nirvana realm, the old Snake King really didn't dare to think about it. The Nirvana realm didn't seem far away, it just spanned a few levels. But the old Snake King asked himself that he would never be able to reach these levels in his lifetime. Because the cultivation of the Xuanqi level became more and more difficult as time went on, and cultivation was against the will of heaven, the old Snake King also understood that any monster that cultivated to the Nirvana realm had an identity and background behind it. The forces behind the monsters that could cultivate the Nirvana realm were all powerful, profound, and powerful on the continent. Alas! The old Snake King sighed deeply, as if he was a little hurt. He nodded in agreement and smiled bitterly. "You're right, kid. The Nirvana realm is indeed quite far away for you and me." In response, Long Chen looked at him quietly, but secretly refuted him in his heart. "The Nirvana realm seems far away for you, but it is not far away for me." Seeing that the topic of the conversation between the two parties gradually became serious, Liner stayed between the two obediently, looked at his father, and then looked at Long Chen. But his pretty face rarely showed a gentle and happy smile. Especially when he saw Long Chen now, for some reason, Liner's heart seemed to be moved by him, and even the speed of his heartbeat was like a deer running wildly, gradually getting faster. Long Chen naturally didn't know about Liner's inner feelings. What he wanted to know most now was the whereabouts of the Hualing grass. Although he was reincarnated as a demon in this life, he was a human in his previous life. There are some things that he still can't let go of. If he has to choose between a human and a demon, Long Chen still chooses to be a human. After all, being a demon is only a short time, and he was a human for more than 20 years in his previous life. The next moment, the old Snake King looked at Long Chen deeply, sighed, and his expression became gradually solemn. He slowly said, "Boy, do you really want the Hualing grass?" "I must get it." Long Chen smiled and nodded. The old Snake King raised his eyelids slightly, then nodded, and first glanced at the thunder-scaled snake warriors who were still busy filling the stone hall, then looked back and said slowly, "I really know where to find the spiritual transformation grass. But getting the spiritual transformation grass is far from as simple as you think, and there is even a great possibility of losing your life." Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "I am used to danger, old man. Just tell me, I am not afraid of death." Anyway, he has died once, and he is really not as afraid of death as he was at the beginning. He has let it go, and he doesn't care about life and death. If he doesn't accept it, then just do it. When Liner heard that he would lose his life, he looked at Long Chen with a worried look on his face, wanting to persuade him, but he didn't know how to start. The old Snake King looked at Long Chen deeply again, took a long breath, and said, "The spirit grass is at the northernmost end of the Monster Spirit Mountains. There is a holy place called Beidou Mountain, which is said to protect the monster race. There is indeed information about the whereabouts of the spirit grass there." Hearing this, Long Chen was slightly startled, and suddenly asked inexplicably, "Is Beidou Mountain, the northernmost end of the Monster Spirit Mountains, so far away? How did you know?" The clan land of the Leyland Snake clan is located at the southern end of the Monster Spirit Mountains, which is very far away from Beidou Mountain. Roughly speaking, it is at least half the distance of the North Pole. He was a little confused. Why did the old Snake King know that the spirit grass appeared in Beidou Mountain at such a long distance? As if he could see the other party's confusion, the old Snake King nodded slightly and grinned. Once, my grandfather left the tribe for adventure, and it? Listening to the story told by the other party, Long Chen suddenly realized that it was the old Snake King's grandfather who had passed by Beidou Mountain when he was adventuring, where he had seen the spiritual transformation grass. Ding! The latest system task has been released. Please go to Beidou Mountain to obtain the spiritual transformation grass. The task time is unlimited until the host completes the task. After the task is completed, the host will directly receive the reward of upgrading to 5 stars. Listening to the prompt sound of the evolution system, which suddenly rang in his mind, Long Chen was stunned at first, and then he secretly laughed and cried in his heart. He was originally still struggling with the distance issue, thinking that he would take his time later, but now he doesn't need to struggle anymore. The mission objective is here. Seeing Long Chen in a daze, the old Snake King seemed to feel that the other party was a little discouraged, and then he smiled, hugged the other party with his thick snake tail, and said, like a good brother, "Boy, I think you have great talent. Beidou Mountain is still too dangerous. How about staying here to be the king? What do you think of my daughter? Are you tempted?" Facing the sudden change in the style of the old Snake King, Long Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Huh? Heh! I plan to pass the Snake King's horn to you, and you marry my daughter, and this will be perfect. Anyway, I am old and plan to abdicate." The old Snake King smiled and made a look. Hearing this, Long Chen was shocked and didn't know what to say. He turned his eyes to Liner and kept giving him a look. It seemed to be saying, "Quickly persuade your father, he's a little bit crazy." However, Liner seemed a little shy. She didn't dare to look into Long Chen's eyes. Her submissive look made Long Chen roll his eyes secretly. This girl must have misunderstood. They are indeed the father and son. With the entire Thunder Lin Snake clan here, why are you still looking for the spiritual transformation grass? Isn't it better to be the overlord in this area? The old Snake King was getting more and more crazy as he spoke. In the end, he even used his tail to directly probe his head. With a pop sound, he actually broke off the horn of the Snake King under Long Chen's wide-eyed gaze. That's right, he broke off. Seeing the old Snake King actually breaking off the horn of the Snake King on his head, Long Chen's eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Can the horn of the Snake King be broken like this? Is it so hardcore? However, before Long Chen could react, he saw the old Snake King once again extended the Snake King's horn and then heard another pop sound, pressing it on Long Chen's head. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if there was a majestic and turbulent power in his head, like a revelation, continuous. In the process of being forced to accept the Snake King's horn, Long Chen had no thoughts at the moment, and he was not given the opportunity to have any thoughts. He could only passively bear it. Maybe it was too comfortable, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. That coolness, that refreshing feeling, was simply too intoxicating. The Mao Tai that had always been quietly staying on Long Chen's head was forced to leave after the appearance of the Snake King's horn. The butterfly wings spread out and flew in the air, looking at Long Chen, who was speechless and intoxicated, with a little doubt in his heart. Is it so cool? Liner looked at Long Chen, who was a little intoxicated, and couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was clear and beautiful, with a bit of the tenderness of a drunk snake. The old Snake King naturally knew that this situation would occur, and it didn't do anything else, just waiting for Long Chen to accept it. In fact, just now, it had already decided that no matter whether Long Chen could stay or not, it would hand over the horn of the Snake King to him. Because the old Snake King knew in his heart that although Long Chen was a thunder-scaled snake, his identity was unknown, not to mention his background, and he found that his talent was really extraordinary. When he first met him in the underground palace, Long Chen was only at the 2-star Xuanqi realm, but now not long after, he has reached the astonishing 7-star Xuanqi realm. For this reason, the old Snake King would not let go of such a gifted Long Chen. As the king of a clan, the old Snake King's vision can be said to be very long-term. He can see that Long Chen is extraordinary. Maybe, in the future, the rise of the thunder-scaled snakes can rely on him. If it succeeds, maybe my thunder-scaled snake clan can also jump into the qualification of the 10,000 Monsters Conference in the Monster Spirit Mountains. The old Snake King murmured secretly. At the same time, Long Chen, who was a little excited, gradually heard the prompt sound about the evolution system in his mind. Ding! The host has obtained an extra treasure, the Horn of the Snake King. Because the treasure is special, the system has confirmed that it has decided to reward him with a 3-star upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 1-star Xuanling realm. Ding, the host has obtained a chance to evolve, and the evolution is in progress. Feeling that his own Xuanqi wave marks gradually spread and became stronger, Long Chen's eyes also flashed with astonishment, especially when he found that the power of Xuanqi began to surge out of his body, and his heart was even more shocked. This star upgrade? This advancement? This evolution? Long Chen never expected that just by obtaining the horn of the Snake King, he could directly upgrade himself to 3 stars and advance to the Xuanling realm level. This happiness, too, came a little too suddenly, right? As the surging Xuanqi wave marks gradually spread from his body, Long Chen ignored the surprised eyes of others at this moment and directly chose to stay in place, his eyes closed, silently accepting the evolution in place. Seeing Long Chen's sudden abnormality, Liner thought that he had suffered some kind of injury. He was about to go forward to find out what was going on, but was quietly stopped by the old Snake King. This kid is a bit strange. His strength suddenly soared to the Xuanling realm. Let's retreat first and don't disturb him, the old Snake King said in a deep voice. Although he was worried about Long Chen's situation, Liner also understood the meaning of his father's words. He nodded obediently and followed his father to retreat. The old Snake King stared at the location where Long Chen was. In order not to disturb him, he even ordered the tribesmen to stop the process of filling the palace. Strange, why didn't my Xuanqi level increase when I accepted the Snake King's horn? But this kid can. The old Snake King was secretly puzzled. He felt that the Xuanqi level in Long Chen's body had indeed reached the amazing 1-star Xuanling realm. He really couldn't understand it. Don't underestimate the improvement of the 3-star Xuanqi level. This is an advancement. Each level of cultivation is very difficult. As a veteran, the old Snake King naturally knows it well. It had never seen or heard of a situation like Long Chen suddenly advancing to the Xuanling realm. However, everything in the world has its own inexplicable phenomena, and now the old Snake King has encountered one. Mao Tai, flying in the air, looked at Long Chen, who was squatting in the same place with his eyes closed. A touch of red light mixed with the silver Xuanqi spread out. Feeling the Xuanqi fluctuation stronger than his own, he was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Long Chen would advance in this way. During the advancement process, although Long Chen was squatting in the same place with his eyes closed, he was very sober at this moment. His soul power quietly spread out, alert to the surroundings. Feeling the changes in his body, the original silver Xuanqi color was slowly replaced by scarlet red at this moment, and the scales on his body were also changing between silver and scarlet red. The corners of Long Chen's mouth rose slightly without leaving a trace. He could have done nothing, just wait for the process of advancement and evolution to be completed. But if that were the case, it would be difficult for Mao Tai, the old Snake King, and Liner to accept it. In order to prevent these guys from being scared by him, Long Chen could only choose to practice in a proper state, the purpose of which was to reduce external doubts. The advancement of the Xuanqi level has been completed long ago, and now only the last step of evolution remains. Long Chen's snake body, which was originally several meters long, has now become a sturdy body of more than 10 meters long. Both his strength and physical strength have been significantly improved. Buzz! As the evolution process entered its end, Long Chen found that his silver scales had begun to turn red, and even the color of the Xuanqi surging from his body had completely turned red. He was secretly happy. This represents the success of the transformation. Seeing that Long Chen had changed so much, the old Snake King was extremely stunned. He and Liner looked at each other, and both of them were a little confused. Long Chen's power had obviously changed, both internally and externally. There were earth-shaking changes. Especially when the color of Long Chen's body's mysterious energy fluctuated and turned red, the old Snake King instantly felt the invisible burning sensation in the air, and his face was full of surprise. Red refining Snake King? The old Snake King was well informed, and naturally he could see clearly what kind of demon snake Long Chen was at the moment. But the shock in his heart was like a raging sea, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The Red Refining Snake King was a more noble existence than the Thunderscale Snake Clan, but the old Snake King couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. Why did Long Chen, who was in the form of the Thunderscale Snake King, suddenly transform into the Red Refining Snake King? The old Snake King couldn't figure it out, and Liner naturally couldn't figure it out even more. But at this moment, her eyes were somewhat happy to see the stronger Long Chen, and in her heart, the other party's figure was much taller. In her opinion, the stronger Long Chen was the better. At this moment, even the many Thunderscale Snake Warriors who had stopped working in the distance were looking at Long Chen in the form of the Red Refining Snake King with surprise. The pressure of the powerful demon bloodline spread invisibly, making them very uncomfortable. On the other hand, the calmest person on the scene was undoubtedly Mu Tai. Mu Tai looked very calm at the moment. Looking at the evolving Long Chen, he was happy but did not feel the slightest surprise or ripples in his heart. It was as if he had already looked down upon such things. In his heart, Mutai believed that no matter how strange things happened to Long Chen, they would not feel strange. It only took a few minutes from the breakthrough to the evolution. When everything was completed, Long Chen opened his eyes and looked at the surprised snakes. He could not help but smile and said, "What's wrong?" As a few minutes passed, Long Chen's evolution was finally completely completed. At this moment, his body was nearly 20 meters long, and his body was a little thicker than the previous form of the Thunderscale Snake King. The red scales all over his body looked very bright, but they exuded invisible, hot, and dangerous waves. The horn of the Snake King on the top of the head still exists, but it is hidden by Long Chen. After all, in his opinion, it is a bit low to have a horn suddenly grow on the snake's head. Feeling that the power in his body has reached a new level, and the red scales covering his body are more than twice as hard as before, Long Chen's mouth corners slightly lifted. This feeling of sudden increase in profound energy power is really very refreshing. Ding! The host has completed its evolution. The attribute diagram is being updated for the host. Host, Long Clan. Form, Red Refining Snake King. Bloodline, War Ghost Heavenly Dragon Rank, 1-star Xuanling Realm. Talent, War Ghost Power. Xuan Skill, Explosive Fang, Advanced Yellow Rank. Xuan Method, 9 Transformation Dragon Technique, Low Xuan Rank, currently in the 2nd transformation state. Attribute points, 0 on Qi. Strength, 0. Agility. Soul. Defense, 70. Devouring Experience Value 0 2000. Well, the 9 Transformation Dragon Technique has finally entered the transformation stage, and the level of the technique has also advanced to the Low Xuan Rank, which is one step closer to the 6th transformation. With the attribute diagram projected in front of him, Long Chen, who could only see himself, seemed to have discovered something. He raised his brows slightly and couldn't help asking in his heart, "My Xuan skill is still Explosive Fang? System? I have evolved into a Red Refining Snake King. Why don't you give me some new Xuan skills?" It's no wonder that Long Chen didn't ask that. After all, his current Xuan Qi level is no longer a rookie. After leaving the novice village, he naturally needs stronger power. The Xuan skill Explosion Fang was quite good in the early transition, but now it seems a little unsightly. The only reason it can be used is because the Explosion Fang is a high-level Huang-level Xuan skill. Otherwise, it would be like tickling the opponent to fight against the same level opponent. Ding! Host, please rest assured that the next task that appears at any time will update and reward the host with a new Xuan skill. Ding! The host has been promoted to the Xuanling realm and can have 2 Xuan skills at the same time. The Explosion Fang will not disappear because of learning a new Xuan skill, unless you choose to forget it. Listening to the explanation of the evolution system, Long Chen nodded slightly. Since others said so, he naturally couldn't say much. Turning back, looking at the old Snake King and Linner's confused appearance, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. He tried to hold back his face, but he couldn't help laughing and said, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Gulu. The old Snake King's throat trembled violently. Looking at the red refined Snake King Long Chen, who seemed to have transformed into a living snake, he could not help but ask, "Where on earth are you from?" If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe anything the old Snake King said. A snake that was originally a thunder-scaled Snake King suddenly transformed into a red refined Snake King? Moreover, in terms of blood purity, the red refined Snake King was obviously better and stronger than the thunder-scaled Snake King. Who could he reason with? Linner looked at the greatly changed Long Chen and couldn't help but muttered, "Brother Long Chen, you look so big." That's right, the current Linner is still at the small Xuanqi realm level, and his snake body is only a few meters long. Compared with Long Chen's current state, he does look a little petite. Hearing this, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "It's okay." The old Snake King laughed, then hugged Long Chen, looking like a good brother, and said with a grin, "Boy, now you are the new king of our clan. In the future, the Leyland Snake Clan will rely on you." Hearing this, Long Chen glanced at the other party speechlessly, but when he thought about his advanced evolution because of the horn of the Snake King, he finally chose to acquiesce and nodded. "Then I have to develop well, and you can't restrict my freedom. Of course, I still have a few decades to live. You can develop as much as you want, and don't forget my clan in the future." "Old man, you are slapping me in the face by saying this, and making me unkind and unjust." Long Chen grinned bitterly. "Ha ha! Let's not talk about this. I'm happy today, so I have to hold a big banquet. Give the order." At the banquet, the Thunderscale Snake Clan was very lively today. After all, it was the day of the clan meeting. The clan and the collateral clans were all here to celebrate the establishment of the new king, Long Chen. Long Chen, who had the horn of the Snake King, was shown the most respectful gesture by clan members and collateral clan members. After all, whoever possessed the horn of the Snake King possessed the entire Thunderscale Snake Clan. At night, under the quiet night sky, in the palace where Long Chen was. There's nothing left to take, so let's go. In the palace, Long Chen shook his head, which was a little dazed, and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I ran away in time, otherwise I might not be able to leave tonight. Although the banquet just now was very lively, it was really a bit torturous for him who didn't like lively personalities. So he just found a reason to escape, and the old Snake King did not stop him. Long Chen did not say much, because he saw the former's meaningful gaze before he left. Mao Tai flew to Long Chen's head again, stretched out his little claws and laughed. "Brother Long, I just stole a lot of fruits, enough for us to eat on the road." Long Chen nodded slightly, walked out of the hall, looked around and saw that there were no tribesmen, and his figure quickly flew towards a snake cave. After a long time, he finally flew out of the waterfall, turned over several times and came to the ground, feeling the fresh air and breeze and the gentle moonlight on his face. Long Chen took a deep breath full of enjoyment. Looking at the vast and boundless beauty, Long Chen's heart also calmed down a lot, grinning and said, "It's better up there. At least there is not so much depression." The thrilling experience in the lair of the Thunderscale Snake Clan these days has also made Long Chen grow a lot physically and mentally. Although there are some twists and turns in the middle, generally speaking, the result is good. "Brother Long, where are we going next?" Mao Tai, who was on the other person's head, couldn't help but take out the fruit from his storage space and started to eat it. "Of course, it's Beidou Mountain. Where else can we go?" With that, Long Chen simply identified the direction and prepared to set off. "Brother Long Chen, are you leaving?" Just as Long Chen was about to leave, a voice with a bit of reluctance came from behind. Long Chen knew from the sound that it was Liner who was chasing him. He turned around and looked at Liner standing upright with a face full of reluctance behind him, and smiled and nodded. "Well, after all, I can't stay here for too long. I have done what I promised the old guy, so of course I have to leave." Hearing this, Liner's eyes that were a bit hopeful were now replaced by a feeling of reluctance, and he looked as if he was about to cry at any time. Seeing this, Long Chen was speechless. He hated this kind of scene the most. He immediately moved over to Liner and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm not running away. Since I promised the old man, I will definitely take care of our tribe." Liner nodded gently. She looked up at Long Chen, who was much taller than her, and said softly, "Brother Long Chen, will you come back? Can we meet again?" Hearing this, Long Chen fell silent. He really couldn't answer this question. Although many things happened in the Leyland Snake Clan in the past few days, for him, they were all in the past. But now, hearing Liner say this, Long Chen could only keep smiling. He raised his snake tail and rubbed the other's head, saying with a smile, "Don't worry. Need my tribe to obtain the qualification to enter the 10,000 Monsters Conference. We will definitely meet again." Hearing this, Liner looked up at Long Chen, who always showed a sunny smile, and laughed, saying, "Brother Long Chen, I found that you look really good when you smile. Sometimes I really feel that you are not a monster, but more like a human." "Really? Maybe I was a human in my previous life?" Long Chen smiled and teased, although he was really a human in his previous life. Liner couldn't help laughing a few more times, and then he regained his reluctant expression and said softly, "Brother Long Chen, my father asked me to tell you that Beidou Mountain is very dangerous. The one guarding Beidou Mountain is a Snake King." "Snake King?" Hearing this word, Long Chen was slightly surprised, and he also had a simple understanding of the mysterious Beidou Mountain. He was really curious about Beidou Mountain, one of the holy places of the demon race, which could be called the Demon Spirit Mountain Range. Dad also said that when my great-grandfather was injured in Beidou Mountain, it was the Snake King on Beidou Mountain who saved him. It is said that the Snake King is very friendly to snake demon beasts like us. If Brother Long Chen goes there, he might really be able to get the spiritual transformation grass," Liner said repeatedly. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and nodded, rubbed the other's head again, and said, "Okay, I'll remember all this. It's getting late. I have to leave, and you should go back. Otherwise your father will be worried about you." "Oh." Although Liner was reluctant to leave, she nodded obediently in the end, holding back her tears, and smiled. "Brother Long Chen, come on. I believe you can do it, and you will definitely be the most powerful monster in the future. Thank you for your good wishes. I'm leaving." After saying goodbye to the other party, Long Chen moved his snake body forward without looking back, heading north. However, as he left, the voice of the evolution system sounded in the other party's mind. "Ding! Host, the physique of the Thunderscale Snake is a bit special. You can do this, and then do this." Looking at the direction where Long Chen left, Liner was also reluctant to leave, lowered her head and turned away. "Liner!" Just as Liner turned to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her. She was startled at first, and then she came over with joy and came to Long Chen, very happy. "Brother Long Chen, you're not leaving? Are you not leaving?" Hearing this, Long Chen was startled, then he said with a smile, "No, I came back because I suddenly remembered something and forgot to tell you." "Oh." Linner suddenly looked a little disappointed, then he smiled again and said, "Brother Long Chen wants to tell Linner what? It's like this, I have something for you." As he said this, Long Chen's eyes were narrowed, and then his heart became ruthless. He suddenly opened his huge snake mouth and bit his neck fiercely. There was the place where his reverse scale was. Seeing Long Chen suddenly biting at her, Linner was suddenly at a loss and said in a hurry, "Brother Long Chen, why are you hurting yourself like this?" She knew very well that among snake monsters, the hardest part is the reverse scale, and the pain of pulling out the reverse scale is also the strongest. Linner was really a little unmoved. Why did Long Chen hurt himself like this? The next second, Long Chen endured the severe pain brought by the reverse scale, then held his breath and ruthlessly tore the scale apart. Puff! At the same time, because of the forced tearing of a reverse scale, blood continued to flow out of Long Chen's wound. "Here's this, drink the blood on the scale," Long Chen urged. On the other hand, Linner was shocked and said, "Brother Long Chen, you are bleeding. This is not the point. Drink this blood quickly, otherwise it will dry up in a while." Long Chen hurriedly urged, regardless of the bleeding wound. On the other hand, Mao Tai was also startled by this scene, and then he quickly flew in front of the former's neck, using his healing talent to stop the bleeding for Long Chen. Seeing this, Linner was so scared that he dared not disobey, and could only obediently catch the reverse scale handed by the other party with his mouth, and then drink the blood on the reverse scale. Seeing the other swallowing his blood, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "You can keep this reverse scale. It has my soul mark on it, proving that I am still alive." The snake's tail wrapped around the reverse scale, and Linner stared blankly at the shiny red scale, then nodded happily and said, "I understand, Brother Long Chen. I will pray for you every day." "Haha, there is no need to pray, I'm leaving. I hope you will become stronger in the future." Long Chen rubbed the other's head, left this meaningful sentence, and left. Looking at the direction where Long Chen disappeared, Linner didn't even have time to ask the other party why he did this, but she chose to believe. "Brother Long, why did you suddenly hurt yourself? You did this, I really don't understand." Mao Tai lay on Long Chen's head with a pair of claws, and couldn't help asking, because it really couldn't understand what the other party's intention was. After all, the reverse scale is the strongest part of Long Chen's defense. Now that a reverse scale is missing, it will take some time to grow it again. Hearing this, Long Chen, who was quickly moving forward with the former, smiled mysteriously and said, "Anyway, it must be useful. Otherwise, if I hurt myself like this, am I crazy?" "That's right." Mao Tai nodded to himself. Long Chen, who was moving forward quickly and constantly shuttling between the mountains and forests, had a calm look in his eyes. When he thought of the previous things, the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly lift up. The evolution system told him before that Linner's physique was a little special and belonged to a mutant bloodline. But if this mutant bloodline wanted to cultivate and become stronger, it needed some medium. And this medium was the blood of the War Ghost Dragon in his body. Linner drank the blood of the War Ghost Dragon. Maybe there is no clue now, but when she gradually grows up in the future, her special mutant physique will completely emit a shining light. Late at night, the bright moonlight fell on the forest, covering it with a silver veil. Night-walking monsters were everywhere, and their roars echoed throughout the forest, full of dangers. Ding! The host killed a spirit water frog. Because the opponent's level is too low, it cannot increase experience. Ding! The host killed a ghost rat. Because the opponent's level is too low, it cannot increase experience. During the night walk, Long Chen first had a delicious meal and then found a big tree to roost. After 3 hours of fast travel, he had completely walked out of the southernmost border area. The next journey was the long journey to the northern Beidou Divine Mountain. Burp, roasted meat is still delicious, much better than eating raw. Long Chen burped, perched on a tall tree, grinned, and laughed. He had originally planned to eat the Xuanmai-level monster dinner he had just killed raw, but later he had an idea and roasted it with his own red refining fire. Not to mention, the roasted monsters tasted very crispy and tender. In short, it was delicious. Mao Tai was standing on the treetop on the other side, and he had closed his eyes and was ready to rest. Long Chen, who was no longer sleepy, ordered his system to call up the map of the monster mountain range. The next location is Hongyuan Ridge, which is a little distance from Beidou Mountain. Well, this distance can be considered negligible. Looking at the map, his current location and the distance to his target location, on the map, they were both far south and far north. This journey was indeed a headache for Long Chen. Ding! Host, please note that the egg you got before is about to hatch. At the same time, the voice of the evolution system suddenly rang in Long Chen's mind. Hearing this, Long Chen was startled and asked in astonishment, "Egg to be hatched? What egg?" When Long Chen heard that an egg was about to be hatched, he was stunned and couldn't help asking, "System, are you mistaken? What egg? Why don't I know?" Ding, it's the egg that the host got in the 4th level spirit formation. Do you still remember it? Long Chen fell into memories, and suddenly his expression was startled. He nodded and said, "It seems to be the case." Swish! At the same time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and then the system unexpectedly released the egg from the system space without any signs. Seeing the snow-white egg in his memory suddenly appear in front of him, Long Chen's eyes gradually widened and opened his mouth in panic to hold it. However, because the egg was too round and appeared too suddenly, he didn't catch it completely, and it bounced out of his mouth in an instant. Fuck! Seeing this, Long Chen's face turned pale, but fortunately his tail was long enough, and he stretched out his tail to wrap the egg that popped out in an instant. Looking at the egg that was as white as snow, Long Chen let out a long breath, wrapped it with his snake tail, and fell down from the tree, gently placing it on the grass. "Oh my god, you said something, I almost didn't catch it," Long Chen said with some fear. Mao Tai, who was also resting on the tree, saw Long Chen suddenly move, and couldn't help but open his eyes to look. When he saw the familiar snow-white egg, he immediately flew down. "Brother Long, why did you suddenly take out this egg?" Mao Tai asked in confusion. Long Chen stared at the egg on the grass and said, "This thing is going to hatch! It's going to hatch!" Hearing this, Mao Tai couldn't help but said in astonishment, "Then, Brother Long, aren't you going to be a father?" "Get lost, I didn't hatch it?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and then his eyes fell on the snow-white egg, and then he waited slowly. Seeing this, Mao Tai couldn't help but stretch out his little claws to scratch his head, and watched carefully with Long Chen. However, the two of them watched for a full hour and a half. Click! After an hour and a half, Long Chen and Mao Tai, who were already drooling, heard the crisp and subtle sound at the same time, and opened their eyes at the same time. Looking at the snow-white egg, after a crisp and subtle sound, a not too noticeable crack finally appeared. Mutai grinned and said with a wry smile, "Goodness, it finally cracked." Hearing this, Long Chen also nodded slightly and couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Yes, it finally cracked. The more than 1 hour of waiting, although not long, was very tormenting. Fortunately, it was not in vain. Crack! As the tiny cracks on the snow-white egg gradually spread and cracked, Long Chen and Mutai's eyes were also focused on it. The process of waiting was indeed a bit tormenting. Time passed by minute. Although the snow-white egg had already shown some cracks, the trend of spreading and breaking was a bit too slow. If he was not afraid that doing it himself would lead to bad consequences, Long Chen would have had the urge to peel the egg. Mao Tai yawned, looked at the snow-white egg in front of him with some boredom, crawled on the grass, and said, "Brother Long, what do you think will hatch from this thing?" On the other hand, Long Chen rolled his eyes at him unhappily and snorted, "You ask me, who should I ask?" Mao Tai spread out his little paws and said boredly, "Anyway, we're just waiting, why don't we guess?" Hearing this, Long Chen spit out his snake letter and found that waiting like this was indeed too boring. Anyway, there was nothing else to do, so he simply nodded and said, "I think it's a snake." On the other hand, Mao Tai glanced at him speechlessly and couldn't help grinning. "Brother Long, there are so many categories of monsters. No matter how you look at this scale, it doesn't look like a snake." Long Chen glanced at the other party and said, "Although there are many kinds of monsters, there are also many snake monsters. There are tens of thousands of monster snakes alone. Is there anything wrong with my guess about snakes? We are just guessing anyway. What if I guess right?" Hearing this, Mao Tai's facial muscles twitched slightly. He wanted to refute the other party, but found that he couldn't refute it. He couldn't help but grin and said bitterly, "I guess there should be a fierce beast in this egg." When he heard the word fierce beast, Long Chen's eyes lit up and he became interested instantly. He looked at Mao Tai and said, "What kind of fierce beast do you think it is?" Mao Tai is also a Tiankung fierce beast nylon butterfly. Although it doesn't know that it is still a fierce beast, its essence cannot be escaped. So Long Chen still believes its guess very much. After all, fierce beasts should know each other better. If there is really a fierce beast in this egg, then Long Chen feels that he has not been struck by lightning in vain. At least he has gained something. After all, Long Chen knew that when he first came to this world, he had seen the power of adult beasts. Brother Long, there are many kinds of beasts, but looking at the size of this egg and the aura that spreads. Mao Tai analyzed it, but found that he couldn't say it at all, and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Brother Long, I don't know either. Maybe it's a fierce beast." On the other hand, Long Chen looked at him in astonishment and said, "No way? You are also a Tiankong fierce beast, nylon butterfly. Don't you know the big guys in the fierce beast world? Mao Tai laughed dryly and said repeatedly, Brother Long, to be honest, my ancestors were indeed very strong, but the inheritance to me is already very rubbish. Unless I grow up later, I will be a joke in the eyes of fierce beasts. Although there are many fierce beasts on our continent, they are all rare in number. If this is really a fierce beast's egg, the blood aura contained in the egg should be very strong. Now this egg has cracked, but the aura it releases is very soft. I was born not long ago. Even if I have inherited memories, I can't see it unless my Xuanqi level is improved. Facing Mao Tai, who had analyzed everything but got nothing, Long Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, What a damn thing. I'm tired of listening to you, but you don't have any nutritious information. In response, Mao Tai laughed dryly and didn't say much. Crack! As the cracks on the snow-white egg gradually spread, it also attracted the attention of the two guys who were bored and guessing each other. Looking at the egg, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, his mouth corners slightly raised, thinking in his heart. If an ancient beast like Titan Kangqiong or Daxia Dragonbird is bred, it will be a huge profit. After all, once such a beast is well cultivated, it will not be able to walk sideways on the continent in the future, but it will definitely be very cool. Bang! While Long Chen was still fantasizing, he saw that the snow-white egg finally stopped cracking at a slow speed, but with a muffled explosion, the eggshell cracked from the middle. From the top to the bottom of the eggshell, a lightning-like crack suddenly appeared, and it cracked all the way to the bottom. Chi-chi! As the eggshell cracked completely, a fairy air like white mist floated out from inside. In the mist, neither Long Chen nor Mao Tai could see clearly what was inside. Because the white mist was a bit thick, the naked eye could not see the situation inside. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and found that he could not see it at all, but he could feel it in his soul. There was a living little life inside, and the seemingly weak heartbeat became steady and strong. The next second, a snow-white and fluffy little head slowly poked out of the eggshell. Under the quiet night sky, on a mysterious mountain forest grassland, a snake and a butterfly just crawled on the grass, staring at the egg in front of them that had cracked and was spewing mist. Seeing that the mist in the egg was too thick, neither Long Chen nor Mao Tai could see the mystery inside. The two looked at each other. Use your pitiful inherited memory to see what kind of beast would emit white smoke. Brother, Long, that's white mist? Mao Tai glanced at the other party speechlessly, then smiled bitterly. Brother Long, I am not omnipotent, unless I see what the guy in the egg looks like. Damn thing. What use do I have to you? Long Chen couldn't help but cover his face with his snake tail, looking like he didn't know this guy, and sighed slightly in his heart. If it weren't for the system's pointing, he really thought that this guy was just a bastard. How could any beast want it to be so finished? Now Mao Tai, except for a little healing power, has nothing. Weak defense, weak attack, weak everything. Ding! Host, don't be discouraged. Although the growth of the nylon butterfly is a bit pitiful, it is really strong in the later stage. Be patient. The evolution system was really afraid that Long Chen would get angry and kill Mao Tai, so it hurriedly reminded and comforted him. Hearing this, Long Chen snorted. Although he secretly felt that Mao Tai was weak, he still had a minimum bottom line. How could he kill his brother? Mao Tai was not sad. He bared his teeth and laughed heartlessly. Brother Long, you have to bear the burden now, and I will take care of the future. The future? Long Chen glanced at him with a smile and said teasingly, It's better to live in the present. The future is too far away. If you don't consider it, what if you die one day? Pooh, 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 Brother Long. How can you curse yourself like this? Puff it out, Mao Tai said hurriedly. Long Chen's face suddenly became fierce. He picked up the snake's tail and directly wrapped it around Mao Tai, squeezing him with his head, and said viciously, I was just joking. You cursed me? Mao Tai, who was scratched by the scales, stretched out his little claws randomly to push it away and shouted, Brother Long, I didn't mean to curse you. I was just telling the truth. The truth? No, it's not the truth. I just said it nonsense. Hey, I think you did it on purpose. I'll squeeze you to death. Just as Long Chen was repairing Mao Tai, the white mist in the snow-white egg began to slowly dissipate and thin, and a petite shadow poked out, attracting the eyes of Long Chen and Mao Tai at the same time. The next second, a small head as white as snow slowly poked out of the eggshell. The snowy head, without a trace of impurities, looked as perfect as warm and soft jade. A pair of round silver eyes, sparkling with luster, looked at the snake and butterfly in sight, but it seemed to be more interested in Long Chen, and the little mouth opened, and the beautiful voice was intoxicating. Mao! As the snowy little head poked out, Long Chen and Mao Tai were slightly stunned, and they were both attracted by each other's cute appearance and looked at each other. This time, use your memory to see what kind of thing it is. Long Chen looked at Mao Tai and grinned. However, with the appearance of this cute little head, Long Chen had the intention of backing out in his heart. This thing, no matter how you look at it, is equal to cute, and it is probably not related to the word fierce beast. If it is not good, it will be another burden. Hearing this, Moutai looked at the snow-white head seriously, rubbing his chin with his little paws, and then showed an awkward but polite smile. Okay, you don't have to say anything, I know. Long Chen glanced at the other party, knowing that this guy would definitely not be able to call out, so he simply stopped him from speaking. Heh, heh. On the other hand, Moutai had to use a silly smile to cover up his embarrassment. He really didn't know what kind of demon this fluffy little thing was. Long Chen's eyes then fell on the snow-white little beast in the egg, and he fell into deep thought. This thing is really capable of fighting? Ding! This is a snow beast cub, a supreme demon beast that is extremely rare on the Dragon Ancient continent. Snow beast cub? When Long Chen heard the word, his expression was slightly startled, and his eyes fell on the snow-white little guy in the eggshell again, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart. Is this little thing a snow beast? Does it have anything to do with gods? Ding! The Snow Beast clan is one of the king clans of the Monster Spirit Mountains. It is also a super clan, is absolutely a giant in the entire Dragon Ancient continent. It is the royal clan among the monster clans and has an extremely respected status. Ding! The reason why the Snow Beast is famous on the continent and its status is mysterious is that this clan gave birth to a real snow god in ancient times, and it is the descendant of a super beast. Super beast? When Long Chen heard these 4 words, he suddenly felt his breathing a little quickened, and his heartbeat speed also accelerated. Good guy, he originally thought that he could get a fierce beast cub, which was already a blessing. Now it's good. The system tells him that this little thing that looks very cute and has no divine beast heirs is actually a descendant of a super beast. The word divine beast is much stronger than a fierce beast. It's a god. This little fellow is called the Snow God Beast. Long Chen took a deep breath and said to Moutai, telling him the information he had just learned from the system. Moutai flapped his butterfly wings and looked at the Snow God Beast cub with its head poking out of the eggshell. He fell into memories and shook his head slightly, saying, I'm sorry, Brother Long, I'm still a little useless. I don't even know the Snow God Beast. Facing Moutai's words, Long Chen once again set his eyes on the Snow God Beast cub, looking at the pair of round silver eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and his words were full of indifference. It's okay, anyway, you have been useless for a long time. I'm used to it. Although, he said that, Long Chen knew in his heart that Moutai was still in his infancy. The inherited memory would increase with the increase of level. It was normal for it to know less now. Although he knew it in his heart, he couldn't help but want to tease him. At that time, facing the gaze from a red refined snake king, the Snow Beast cub seemed to have known Long Chen for a long time. Its fluffy little face was filled with a happy smile and it shouted happily. Mao! Listening to such a touching and beautiful voice, Long Chen thought secretly and couldn't help but grinning. Such a powerful descendant of an ancient mythical beast, no wonder the guy from the Blood Wolf mercenary group wanted to take it for himself. Picking up a cub of the descendant of a mythical beast is also a big profit, but if the system's explanation was not real and powerful, he would never be able to compare such a cute little guy with the mythical beast. The more Long Chen looked at this little thing, the more fantasy it felt. He couldn't help but stretch out his snake tail and wanted to touch it. Ding! The Snow Beast possesses eternal vitality and is also known as the Eternal Clan by time. It is gentle by nature and loves peace. When in danger, it is also fierce and brutal. Ding! The host is advised not to provoke it easily, as it is easy to get hurt. The Snow Beast cub cannot be underestimated. The prompt sound of the evolution system suddenly rang in Long Chen's mind, as if reminding him. Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, System, are you teaching me how to do things? What kind of combat power can a newborn like this have? And it's ferocious by nature? Long Chen simply ignored the system's reminder, and continued to stretch out his snake tail, teasing the Snow Beast cub with a happy smile that gradually became uncontrollable. Seeing Long Chen's uncontrollable happy smile, as he gradually approached the Snow Beast cub, Moutai suddenly had an ominous premonition and couldn't help asking, Brother Long, what do you want to do? Ding! This system finally advises the host that being naughty is risky and be careful when being naughty. Just as Long Chen was about to stretch out his tail to tease the Snow Beast cub, the last voice of the evolution system with a hint of speechlessness sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Long Chen's eyelids were slightly raised, and he didn't care at all. Looking at the Snow Beast cub in front of him, which was only the size of 2 palms, he grinned and said in his heart, It's just such a tiny thing, not even as big as my head. Even if it is the descendant of a divine beast, it hasn't even drunk milk yet. How can it have the strength to touch me? At that time, Nylon Butterfly saw Long Chen's face full of joy and playfulness, stretching out his tail to reach out to the big-eyed and cute Snow Divine Beast cub. For some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Long, Brother Long, what are you going to do? Nylon Butterfly looked at the harmless Snow Divine Beast cub, and then looked at Long Chen with a face full of talkativeness, and couldn't help asking him, Brother Long, you don't want to touch this guy, do you? Although Nylon Butterfly felt that the Snow Divine Beast cub was just born and should not be dangerous, for some reason, it might be the special suppression of the blood in its bones that caused it to suddenly realize it. Things seem to be far from as simple as they seem on the surface. Hearing this, Long Chen cast his eyes towards Mao Tai and grinned, What? If I touch this little thing, can it bite me? Seeing that the other party really wanted to touch the Snow Beast cub, Nylon Butterfly couldn't help looking at the newly born little thing again. For some reason, he suddenly felt creepy again. Brother Long, I think I suggest don't provoke it. Nylon Butterfly's throat moved fiercely, and he couldn't help but persuade, Don't look at it as weak now, but after all, it is related to God. What? It's awesome to be related to God? Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, looked at the Snow Beast cub blinking its cute big silver eyes and grinned happily. I want to touch it today. Seeing that Long Chen looked like he had made up his mind, Mao Tai stopped persuading him and sighed secretly in his heart. At the same time, the Snow Beast cub, who was still looking around in the eggshell, saw that Long Chen's tail wanted to reach out to touch him, and seemed to be somewhat resistant to the other party's action, and his little face immediately became a little gloomy. Long Chen's eyes fell on the Snow Beast cub, whose face was somewhat gloomy and became slightly alert and hostile to him. He was stunned. He could see that the other party seemed to be rejecting him. Yo, huh? You little thing, you can still be angry? Long Chen laughed and teased. The Snow Beast cub, who was originally quite interested in Long Chen, immediately became unhappy when he saw the other party's somewhat obscene smile. He pouted his mouth, and there was an invisible fierceness permeating. Maybe it was because it was too young now, which made the Snow Beast cub's fierceness now have a bit of a cute and fierce taste. Seeing this, Long Chen found that the more the other party rejected him, the more he wanted to laugh. He still stretched his tail to explore the other party and kept teasing. I heard that you are quite fierce, and you are the descendant of a divine beast. Good fellow, you look quite fierce, which is quite interesting. Show your teeth and show how fierce you are. A divine beast should behave like a divine beast. Come and show us how fierce you are. Seeing Long Chen teasing the Snow Beast cub, Mao Tai, who was watching from the side, suddenly turned pale. He wanted to remind, but it was too late. The Snow Beast cub watched Long Chen swinging the red snake tail in front of him, and it was so angry that it became a little fierce. Then, regardless of anything else, it opened its little mouth and bit the tip of Long Chen's tail fiercely. Long Chen, who was originally teasing the Snow Beast cub with a happy face, froze in an instant when the other party suddenly bit the tip of his tail. The next second, the piercing pain spread from the tail to the whole body. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Long Chen opened his mouth and howled continuously, dodging back and forth, trying to shake off the Snow God Beast cub that was biting his tail. However, the Snow God Beast cub had a fierce face at the moment, and looked like it would never let go. It bit the tip of Long Chen's tail fiercely, and no matter how it shook, it would never let go. Mao Tai looked at Long Chen, who was dodging back and forth, not only howling in pain, but also sighed and said, Brother Long, I have said it. Even though this guy is small, he is not easy to mess with. I just wanted to tease it. I didn't expect this little thing to bite me so painfully. Long Chen was in so much pain that he almost burst into tears and swung his tail hard, constantly dodging back and forth, trying to shake it off. Originally, he just wanted to tease the other party, and seeing that the Snow God Beast was a descendant of an ancient beast, but the cub was just born and had not even drunk milk, how much combat power could it have? After all, he was a powerful demon of the one-star Xuanling realm, and he also had additional defensive attribute points added by the system. Even demon beasts of the same level would find it difficult to break his defense, let alone a cub. But Long Chen, who held this idea, suffered a great loss. The Snow God Beast taught him a lesson, which was called you can't judge a beast by its appearance. However, Snow God Beast cub didn't care about anything, and just bit Long Chen's tail tightly at this moment. Maybe he was still angry. This time, Long Chen suffered a lot. Long Chen really had the urge to burst into tears at this moment. Although this Snow God Beast cub couldn't hurt his body, its bite was really painful. Mao Tai looked at such a farce, with one little paw resting on his chin and the other little paw holding a fruit and chewing it, looking very bored. At that time, Long Chen really couldn't bear it anymore, so he stopped decisively, looking at the Snow God Beast cub that was still biting his tail tightly, and put on a very fierce look. Little guy, are you going to let go? The snow god beast cub seemed to have misunderstood Long Chen's threat, thinking that the other party was provoking him, and bit even harder. Hiss! Long Chen grimaced in pain, his facial muscles twitching wildly, looking at the snow god beast cub biting his tail angrily and aggrievedly, with a threatening look on his face. If you don't let go, believe it or not, I will eat you alive. The snow god beast cub still ignored it and didn't make a sound. He ignored Long Chen's threat, still looking fierce on his face, biting the other party's tail desperately, and refused to let go. Feeling that the other party's bite was getting stronger, Long Chen endured the severe pain on his skin caused by the tail. He was so angry that he really had no way to deal with the other party. Finally, he became completely angry and roared in his heart. System, I want to swallow this guy alive now. Are there any side effects? If I swallow it, will I die of bloating? Ding, this system has just reminded the host, but unfortunately the host didn't listen. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not kidding you now, can I swallow it? Ding, if the host swallows this snow beast, it will be directly promoted to the Tongqian realm, and there will be no side effects. Hearing this, Long Chen was stunned for a moment. Especially when he heard the 3 words Tongqian realm, he was instantly numb. Long Chen stared blankly at the snow beast cub that was biting his tail desperately. Maybe because he was shocked by the words of the system just now, the pain was reduced a lot. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. If he swallowed this guy, he could reach the Tongqian realm instantly, which would be a miracle. That is the Tongqian realm, the peak level that countless creatures can never reach in their lifetime. And now the opportunity to reach the peak level is right in front of him. Swallow? Or not swallow? As long as he swallowed this guy, he would be able to reach the Tongqian realm. It would be impossible for Long Chen not to be moved and excited. To be able to gain the opportunity to cross the level and reach the Tongqian realm in one breath, no one could resist such an attraction. Although the snow god beast cub was very cute, especially the pair of big silver eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, and the voice was intoxicating. But even so, Long Chen could not resist the desire for strength in his heart and finally took a bite. I'm sorry, little one. It's just that your benefits are too attractive. I will build a new grave for you. I'm sorry, little one. The benefits I get from swallowing you are really too attractive. I will build a new grave for you. May there be no more pain in heaven. The next second, Long Chen opened his big mouth directly and swallowed the snow god beast cub that was biting his tail without thinking twice. Seeing that the other party was really going to swallow and kill him, the snow god beast suddenly felt a threat to his life. Although he was afraid, as a descendant of a divine beast, he was born with the character of not yielding even if he would rather die. Looking at the stubborn little guy, especially the pair of big silver eyes that seemed to be able to speak, which were now filled with tears, Long Chen's heart was also clenched. Sk! You've become a demon, and I'm still soft-hearted? Cursing himself secretly, Long Chen's eyes regained their sharpness again, and he opened his mouth to swallow and kill. Ding! This is the snow god beast cub. It's a girl! Just when Long Chen made up his mind to swallow and kill the snow god beast cub, to ascend to the Tongqian realm, the voice of the evolution system suddenly sounded in his mind. At this moment, as if the brakes were locked, Long Chen's original swift and fierce swallowing momentum suddenly dissipated, and his big mouth was still open. Facing the fact that he was only an inch away from swallowing the snow god beast cub, he stopped. Long Chen's eyes widened, his head retracted. Looking at the snow beast cub, he was shocked. Girl? Girl? This snow beast, is it actually a girl? If it is a girl, it seems that it can't be bullied like this. For some reason, when he heard the evolution system say that the snow beast is a girl, the murderous aura around Long Chen also quietly dissipated. Looking at the snow beast, he thought to himself, System, is it true? Ding, this system never says, guys, this snow beast cub is indeed a girl. Ding, this system recommends that the host not swallow this snow beast. Instead of growing it yourself, it is better to cultivate one. Cultivate. Ding. Yes, because this snow beast cub, once grown up, is a powerful combat force for the host, and in the later stage it is not inferior to the nylon butterfly, and even better. Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly felt that it seemed to make sense. This snow beast saw him as soon as it was born, and he clearly felt the other party's autonomous intimacy. Although he just made it angry, Long Chen knew it in his heart. This snow divine beast cub never really hurt him from the beginning to the end. He just wanted to make himself hurt. At that time, Long Chen sighed secretly, looking at the snow divine beast cub that was still stubbornly biting his tail, his voice helpless. Hey, little one. Hearing this, the snow divine beast that was biting the red snake tail subconsciously raised its fluffy little head and looked at Long Chen with a very innocent look. Even the bite force became a little lighter. Long Chen looked at the pair of silver eyes that seemed to be able to speak, although it was a little embarrassed, but for the sake of the integrity of his tail, he sighed deeply and said slowly, Can we let go first? I promise not to tease you, eat you, or hurt you in the future, so can you let go? The snow divine beast, who could understand the meaning of the words, looked at Long Chen in a daze, blinking its big eyes innocently, and the fierceness on its face just now also dissipated. Even the little mouth that was biting the tail tightly gradually loosened. Seeing this, Long Chen found that the pain in his tail had disappeared, and he was so touched that he gently wanted to pull back his tail. The snow god beast saw that the red tail wanted to withdraw from it, and it seemed to have lost its sense of security, so it bit it desperately again. Crack! Long Chen's eyes widened immediately, and he endured the sharp pain in his scales and flesh. His face was dark, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Little guy, I advise you to be kind." As if feeling threatened, the snow god beast, which had originally bitten the snake's tail tightly, bit harder, and Long Chen was so painful that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the ground with his head. Mute, think of a way. Long Chen's face was dark, and he endured the anger in his heart. His voice was extremely low, for fear that if he said something wrong, the snow god beast would bite harder. Seeing such a farce, Nylon Butterfly sighed inwardly, then flew to the side of the snow. Beast flapped its wings and said, "Hey, are you hungry?" Hearing this, the snow beast, which originally didn't know how to express itself, was able to understand what the other party said, nodded immediately, and made a distressing cry of grievance. Mao! Finding the source of the problem, Mao Tai flapped his wings, looked at Long Chen and said, "Brother Long, this little guy is hungry, so he refused to let go of your tail, afraid that you wouldn't give him food." Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of sudden understanding, looking at the snow beast biting his tail again, and said, "Little guy, if you are hungry, just squeak. Why are you biting me?" I saw that the snow beast could not convey any meaning except making a pleasant sound of Mao. Even Long Chen, the original body of the demon race, couldn't understand it. Fortunately, as a descendant of the ancient Tiankang beast Nylon Butterfly, Mao Tai could understand what the snow beast was saying. "Here, this is the most delicious fruit." Long Chen took out a beautiful fruit from the system space, and then grinned and said, "It's very sweet, much more delicious than my tail." Seeing Long Chen holding the fruit in front of him with his huge snake head, the snow god beast stopped biting his tail and slowly opened his mouth. Looking at the fruit in front of him, he couldn't help but stretch out his little claws to pick it up. After simply biting the sweet fruit and savoring it carefully, the snow god beast suddenly changed from curiosity to confusion, and finally spat it out with some disgust. Seeing the snow god beast cub directly throw the bitten fruit on the ground, Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. "Don't eat the fruit? Does this little thing eat meat?" Lifting up the slightly painful snake tail and scratching his head, Long Chen spit out the snake's tongue, then looked at Mao Tai and asked, "Do you have any meat?" Hearing this, Mao Tai shook his head and grinned, "Brother Long, you know that I love to eat fruits the most and never eat meat." Gurgle. The snow god beast suddenly heard a gurgling sound in its stomach and instantly felt a sense of powerlessness. Then it lay down on its side, holding its stomach, looking very aggrieved. Seeing that the little guy was really hungry, Long Chen's heart softened and said to Mao Tai, "You stay here to protect her. I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Mao Tai was stunned and said, "Brother Long, where are you going? How long will it take to come back?" "Soon, protect her." Whoosh! When Long Chen's figure flashed and disappeared, Mao Tai wanted to say something, but he could only hold it back. Looking at the hungry snow god beast cub lying on the side, he sighed secretly, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "Brother Long, have you forgotten that I don't have any fighting power? If I really encounter danger, I don't know who will protect whom." Along the way, Long Chen's figure was extremely swift, and his soul power was displayed, searching for the movements around him. In the process of searching for prey, Long Chen suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking the system, "If I really swallowed that little thing just now, can I really be promoted to the level of Tongqin realm in an instant?" After all, the more he thought about it now, he always felt that he had missed 100 million. Although this little thing was a girl, the training plan might not be bad, but he was still entangled. However, in the face of Long Chen's question, the evolution system's answer in the next second also made his originally somewhat entangled mood disappear instantly, just like the enthusiasm that was poured with a basin of cold water. Ding! That's right, if the host had swallowed and killed the snow god beast cub just now, he could have instantly reached the Tongqin realm. Ding! However, the system reminds you that once you swallow the snow god beast cub, the consequence is that even if the host escapes to the ends of the earth, the snow god beast clan will hunt him down to the end. Ding! It's true that the host can swallow and kill the snow god beast, and it's true that he can also reach the Tongqian realm. The ultimate price is that he will be hunted down by the snow god beast clan endlessly. Ding! Unless the host has enough strength to contend with the entire Snow God Beast clan, it's better not to choose to swallow and kill. Ding! It's fun to swallow and kill for a while, but when you're hunted down, you'll be in the crematorium. Then if I want to contend with the Snow God Beast clan, what level of strength do I need to reach? Ding! At least the Saint realm. Damn, you blue paper. Luckily I'm smart. During the exchange, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched wildly, and his figure still flashed forward. He snorted and said, I knew that you didn't press your fart well. Why didn't you say it just now? Ding! Host, you didn't ask? Sometimes, if this guy is not a virtual existence, Long Chen really wants to pick him out and beat him up. Now that I think about it, I didn't let other desires cloud my mind and swallow the snow beast cub. Otherwise, it would be a big mistake. It would be very bad to be hunted for the rest of my life. You have to reach the Saint realm to compete with the Snow Beast clan. This clan is so strong and abnormal. Long Chen sighed secretly and suddenly felt powerless. It's really different identities and different life experiences, and the gap caused is even more obvious. Although Long Chen knows that he has the system as an external plugin to assist him in cultivation, he is not comparable to ordinary monsters. But compared with the real super clans on this continent, there is still some gap. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Snow Beast cub just now. Although it is a cub, there is a super tribe behind it that even the saints will be afraid of. It seems that I have to raise this little thing well. Maybe it will really be a great force for me in the future. Ding! That's right. The host should look at the long term, and it is recommended that the training plan is reliable. Isn't it nice to raise a sister? Maybe in the future, she can be your wife, although the chance is extremely slim, rounding to 0. Slim? You actually think that I have no chance? Long Chen's face turned serious when he heard this. His face was dark, and his voice was full of pride. Although I am not from a famous family, I have your help. In the future, I can practice the 9 transformation dragon art to the 6th transformation, and I can also transform into a dragon. What's wrong? I am not worthy of others as a dragon? In fact, Long Chen thought so, and there was nothing wrong at all. The dragon race is destined to be the top of the food chain of all planes. The status is so respected that it cannot even be classified as a monster. This is why dragons do not belong to the demon clan, but are called the dragon clan separately. Ding! Host, don't get excited. This system is not saying that you are not worthy of them. But the Snow Beast clan, as a clan of descendants of divine beasts, is arrogant by nature. In most cases, they do not allow their blood to circulate outside. Ding! To put it bluntly, in order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, the Snow Beast clan will only choose to combine with clans of the same clan or descendants of the same divine beasts. Ding! There is also a saying circulating on the mainland that in the eyes of the Snow Beast clan, as long as you don't have a good foundation, no matter how awesome you will be in the future, they will look down on you. Long Chen was silent when he heard this, and was speechless for a moment. He grinned and said, Don't mention it. This Snow Beast clan is really interesting. They know how to manage their own clan and are experts. Ding! They have kept the pure bloodline from ancient times to the present, so of course they are experts, so the training plan is fine. If you want to marry into the Snow Beast clan, forget it. Marry into the Snow Beast clan? Forget it? Hearing this, Long Chen widened his snake eyes and looked ahead, staring at a moose drinking water in front of him, and said angrily, I am so strong and you still want me to marry into your family? Impossible, impossible in this life. I was born with a problem, that is, I don't believe in fate. The Snow Beast is so awesome, it just needs to be conquered by a young master like me. Wait, I will let you know in the future that what you just said is a joke. Although he said this in anger, Long Chen didn't take it to heart at all. He was just a little dissatisfied, and soon threw it out of his mind. He pressed down and walked close to the ground, shielding his breath to the extreme. Looking at the moose drinking water in front of him, he didn't feel that the crisis was approaching quietly, and he still looked very leisurely. Spitting out the snake's tongue, Long Chen quietly approached the prey, and the chi flowed to the Dantian, waiting for an opportunity to move. Ha ha, die for me! Suddenly, Long Chen suddenly roared fiercely from the tall grass, and rushed out, looking ferocious. The elk, who was drinking water, suddenly stared at Long Chen, who suddenly rushed out, and then fell to the ground uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Huh? Long Chen hadn't said anything yet, watching the elk that was so scared that it fell to the ground and twitched and foamed at the mouth. In an instant, it stopped moving, lost its breath, and its facial muscles twitched slightly. Is my aura so strong? Poor elk, it was not bitten to death by itself, but was scared to death. Ding! The host scared an elk to death, because the level is too low. Okay, I know I have no experience. I know it was scared to death. Don't compare. Long Chen said unhappily, and then the snake body wrapped around the elk's body and quickly flew back. At that time, Long Chen threw the elk's body on the grass, looked at the poor hungry little snow beast and said, "Here, I brought you some food. Eat some, little one." Hearing this, the snow beast opened its eyes and looked at the elk's body in front of it, which was many times bigger than itself. Its face immediately darkened and it looked a little unhappy. Seeing this, Long Chen seemed to know that the other party was a little unhappy, and he couldn't help but grin and laughed. "Ha ha ha, is this prey too big? You can't chew it at all?" The next second, the snow beast cub seemed to have forgotten that it was still very hungry. It immediately stood up and looked at Long Chen angrily, and it was about to explode. Chen's laughter stopped abruptly, especially when he saw the little guy exploded. His eyes fell directly on his tail, and he was so scared that he immediately retracted his tail and coughed dryly. "Ahem, it's okay. I'll help you cut it into small pieces." Long Chen honestly pulled the elk carcass far away to prevent the snow beast from seeing the slaughtering scene. If it wasn't for protecting his tail from being bitten, how could he have suffered such anger? After 2 minutes, Long Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, pulled a few pieces of venison of appropriate size, and then quickly placed them in front of the snow beast cub, grinning and saying, "Little ancestor, is this service okay? Remember to give it a 5-star rating." Looking at the fresh raw meat in front of him, it seemed to still be a little warm, but the hungry snow beast just took a look, then glanced at Long Chen with disdain, and turned his little head away. Seeing this, Long Chen looked stunned, looked at Nylon Butterfly beside him and asked, "Mutai, what does she mean? Dislike me?" He worked hard to tear the meat into the smallest pieces for others, and the little thing still disliked him. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly shook his head slightly, spread out his little paws and said, "I'm not sure, maybe. This little guy can't eat meat." "Not eating fruits, not eating meat, she lives on breathing?" Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but cover his face with his snake tail, and said with a smile. He really felt that this ancestor was too difficult to serve, and he was picky about everything. Could it be that this little guy eats vegetables? This thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, and then stored the fresh meat of the elk that he had previously decomposed and slaughtered into his system space, and then tried to squeeze out a smile towards the snow beast. "Wait, I'll get you some vegetables." With such a master, there was really nothing he could do. He couldn't get angry, and Long Chen was even more afraid that he would be razed to death by the other party. Otherwise, with his current small body, facing the anger of the Snow Beast clan, he would have no way to survive. Bang! He chewed the huge cucumber dish in one mouthful. At this moment, Long Chen used his tail to roll a cucumber-like body and chewed it by himself, saying, "You like to eat vegetables. You should have said so earlier. It made me toss for so long." After more than 10 minutes of struggle, Long Chen came back with a bunch of fresh vegetables. When the Snow God Beast cub saw the vegetables, his eyes were obviously brightened, and he began to eat them by himself. Looking at the Snow God Beast who liked to eat vegetables, Long Chen curled his lips and took another bite of the crunchy cucumber dish, muttering, "This thing is soggy. What's so delicious about it? It's not as delicious as meat." When he mentioned the smell of meat, he suddenly stopped chewing the vegetables and stood there in a daze. "Yes, didn't I just get a lot of fresh meat? Why should I eat this kind of food?" Long Chen suddenly understood and took out the meat that he had torn into small pieces before, then looked around and threw the torn meat to Nylon Butterfly. "Hold it up first. Don't let it touch the ground." "Oh, Brother Long, what are you going to do?" "Don't ask. Just hold it up honestly if you ask. I'll be back soon." "Oh." At this moment, the tool man Nylon Butterfly came online, holding a piece of torn meat in its little claws, watching Long Chen, who was busy running around, coming back for a while and then leaving again, and his little head was full of doubts. In its opinion, when did it become so cumbersome and troublesome for monsters to eat meat? "Ha ha! There are plants similar to ginger and aniseed here, and they can even squeeze out oil. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Is this sugar? This thing can actually squeeze out sugar. Ha, it's interesting. Or it's brown sugar water. Oh my, this pollen is actually Orleans flavor. Get it." Time passed by minute, and at this time Long Chen had completely reached the point of selflessness, with his snake tongue hanging outside his mouth, constantly tossing back and forth and getting back a pile of materials every few minutes. Watching Long Chen busying around and taking care of himself, Nylon Butterfly always obeyed his instructions, holding the piece of fresh meat, listening to the words he said that he couldn't understand at all, and secretly wondering, "My brother Long, is there something wrong with him? If not, I'll take a look at him while he's sleeping one day. He didn't have this symptom before, so there must be something wrong with him." Thinking like this, Nylon Butterfly's face was full of righteousness at the moment. It decided to find an opportunity to take a good look at Long Chen. It was really afraid that one day Long Chen's illness would become serious and he would die in a snap. Then it would be so miserable that it would have no place to cry. As Long Chen was busying around, even the snow god beast, which was still eating vegetables, was puzzled when it saw Long Chen's anti-monster behavior. From the perspective of the monster, both the snow god beast and the nylon butterfly couldn't understand what Long Chen was doing. Bang! With a low, loud thumping sound, the eyes of the nylon butterfly and the snow beast were attracted, and both were secretly ashamed. Long Chen dragged a thick tree trunk back and then came to the place where he had collected materials before. He lifted his snake tail and shook off the sweat on his head. He looked very proud and smiled. It just so happens that I can create fire at any time in my current form, so I can. Long Chen spit out a little proud, snake tongue, and then began to use his explosive fangs to instantly cut the tree trunk in front of him. Ding! Host, the mysterious skills given to you by the system are used to kill enemies, not to cut down trees. Then give me a knife? Ding! But it's a hammer, but where it's cool, it's better to squint. Long Chen used the explosive fangs brought by his own mysterious skills to split the originally thick tree trunk in a few seconds, and the shape and size of the split were very particular. Seeing the mold-like thing coming out of the wood from the tree, Long Chen smiled and completely ignored the tool man, Nylon Butterfly, who was holding a piece of meat in the distance. He started working on his own. Sawdust flew and floated with the breeze. Long Chen's movements were very fast. Soon a pile of wooden bowls appeared in front of him. Not only wooden bowls, but also wooden knives, forks, cooking spoons, chopsticks, small spoons, plates, soup cups, water, cups, etc. It turned out that Long Chen had made a bunch of tableware out of this piece of wood. Nylon Butterfly looked at Long Chen, who was constantly busy, especially when he saw that he made a bunch of strange things. He couldn't help but said in amazement, "Brother Long, what are you doing? Making a bunch of human tableware? Hey, you don't understand this. You will know in a while." After Long Chen finished making these tableware, he looked at a hard stone in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he flew away. Life should have a sense of ritual so that living can feel real. Looking at the hard black stone in front of him, Long Chen raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. The black stone seemed to have life, and it made a buzzing sound in the breeze. It seemed to say, "Don't come over here. Everything is ready, except for a pot. It's you." Long Chen didn't care about anything else, and directly chopped down the shattering teeth, and the powerful impact of the profound energy directly shattered the black stone. Then something happened that stunned both the nylon butterfly and the snow god beast. Click, click, click. Long Chen kept using his profound skill, Explosion Fang, like a bulldozer, to dig at the black stone. Although the black stone was hard, it was very fragile under the Explosion Fang. The stone body was constantly being exploited. Soon, Long Chen rolled up a stone pot with his snake tail, like a wheeled vegetable spoon, and swung the pot. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "This texture is good. It feels good to swing it." However, he couldn't stop swinging it, because he suddenly remembered that when he was on Earth, he was penniless and worked as a chef at a restaurant. Long Chen's smile gradually became unstoppable. Hey, I have a certificate from a special chef from the East." Elsewhere, Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast, who were completely stunned, looked at a red snake king not far away, whose smile was getting more and more unbridled. The two looked at each other, and the latter couldn't help but speak first. "Ma!" Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly looked like she understood and sighed secretly. Her eyes fell on Long Chen, who was swinging the pot not far away and smoking. She covered her face and sighed. "Don't worry, little one. I will find a chance and show it to Brother Long. There must be something wrong with this." "Ma!" Snow God Beast nodded in agreement and called softly. Not far away, Long Chen, who was swinging the pot, naturally didn't know what the two guys behind him were thinking. He stopped the movement of his tail, nodded with satisfaction, and returned to the place where he had made the tableware before. "Brother Long, can I put the meat down?" Nylon Butterfly couldn't help but shout when she saw this. From the beginning to now, an hour has passed, and she is still holding the meat in a miserable way, not daring to put it down. "Wait a moment. I'll ask you to throw it over here soon. Just throw it over here." "Oh, huh." Seeing everything ready, Long Chen suddenly felt impatient. With a feeling of pressure on his stomach, a strong flame instantly burst out of his mouth. Hey, do it yourself and have enough food and clothing." As the flames burned and emerged, they immediately burned in the pit dug in advance. He put the black stone pot under it and threw in the various ingredients that had been prepared first. Long Chen rolled up the wooden cooking spoon and was ready to go. "Brother Long, what are you going to do?" Nylon Butterfly was confused. Hearing the sound, Long Chen watched the oil and sugar in the pot slowly dissolve and immediately smiled mysteriously, saying, "Hey, you will know in a while. Dissolve the sugar and mix it with the oil thoroughly. If there is no starch, use silk pollen instead. If there is no pepper, use choking grass instead. There is also something similar to salt." I have it, salt stone, but is this thing salty enough? Long Chen rolled up a piece of salt stone that he got from the river before and couldn't help licking it. Ahem. Pa, it's really salty. Boil the pot. While Long Huo was busy, Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast, who were watching from a distance, could not help but look at each other, and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Poor Nylon Butterfly was still holding the piece of meat. It felt as if it had been forgotten. Seeing that all the sauces in the pot were ready, Long Chen shouted softly, "Mote meat! Here it comes, Brother Long." Seeing that it could finally play, Nylon Butterfly held up the piece of meat that had been torn long ago, and its wings fluttered lightly behind it, flying in the air, and then threw the meat directly into the stone pot in a way that seemed like pitching a ball. Ma! Watching this scene, the Snow God Beast cub blinked its big, silver eyes, looking very confused, not knowing what Long Chen was busy with. As the meat went into the pot, the sizzling sound of frying appeared again after a long time. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, and his face was full of a sunny and confident smile. I didn't expect that my cooking skills would be useful in this world. Hey, now that I have the ability to release fire, can't I cook for myself every day? I'm such a genius! Long Chen used his snake tail to wrap the handle of the stone pot and began to turn the meat inside like a pot. He held a cooking spoon in his mouth and kept stirring it. After a while, the meaty aroma mixed with a faint sweetness spread. As Long Chen cooked, the sweet, meaty aroma became more and more intense. With the breeze blowing, the surroundings were filled with the sweet and delicious meaty aroma. Mao! The snow beast, which originally wanted to eat vegetables, was suddenly stunned after smelling the sweet and delicious, meaty aroma and couldn't help but shouting. In its inherited memory, there was no record of these at all. Although it can grow by eating vegetables now, it feels that its taste buds have been opened when it smells such a sweet and fragrant smell. On the other hand, the nylon butterfly smelled such a beautiful and delicious taste and flapped its wings. It couldn't help but close its eyes and enjoy a deep breath. It resisted the urge to drool and asked, "Brother Long, what did you cook? Why is the meat so fragrant and sweet?" Long Chen, who was frying the meat, swung the pot and laughed. "This is your Brother Long's ancestral craft. It is unique in this world and suitable for all ages. I will give you a taste later." Long Chen took a small taste of the meat. Although it was ready to be served, he suddenly found that something seemed wrong and frowned slightly. "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Nylon Butterfly couldn't help asking when he saw this. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, looking like he was recalling and thinking, and then said, "Mute, pass me some of your fruit. I want something that is both sweet and sour." "Here, Brother Long." Nylon Butterfly directly took out the fruit stored in his xuanqi space and handed it to the former. Long Chen used the xuanqi to lift the fruit and brought it to the top of the stone pot. With another strong xuanqi pressure, these sweet and sour fruits were naturally unable to resist and exploded one by one on the stone pot. The juice left by the exploded fruit gradually entered the pot under the guidance of the xuanqi and began to blend with the ingredients in the pot. With the help of xuanqi, it is so convenient and easy to stir-fry. It's really interesting. Long Chen swung the pot again, allowing all the juice to fully and evenly wrap the meat without wasting any. The increasingly rich and sweet meat aroma gradually spread from the stone pot. It smells so good. Nylon Butterfly smelled the sweet meat aroma in the pot, drooling at the corners of her mouth, looking like she couldn't resist it at all, and really wanted to taste it. Even the snow beast cub, who was watching not far away, could not help but move closer, sniffing with its cute nose. Suddenly, it felt that the vegetables it had just eaten were not fragrant. "Little one, give me some of your vegetables," Long Chen suddenly said. "Mao!" The snow beast very obediently held a few pieces of vegetables and handed them over, then threw them into the stone pot. Perhaps the heat of the flame was too high, so it stepped back timidly. "High heat to collect the juice." Long Chen spewed out a mouthful of hot flames from his mouth again, and the flames under the stone pot became even more violent, roaring like a beast. "Host, I don't know what to say. Your flame is used to kill enemies, not to cook." "Oh, work and rest, both offense and defense. Flame can kill enemies and can also cook. It's not a big problem. Do you want to try it?" "Ding, I don't have a mouth." "Oh, that's really miserable. Then just watch us eat." "Ding. Look, is this human language? You don't do anything that has anything to do with humans. I'm not a human now, I'm a demon, okay?" "Ding, makes sense." While the two were communicating in their hearts, Long Chen saw that the ingredients in the pot had reached their peak state and immediately took the pot out and poured it into the wooden plate that had been prepared before. Because they were all demons, the wooden plate made by Long Chen was really bigger than his own, and the dishes made were piled up on the wooden plate like a small mountain. Looking at the beautiful orange-yellow meat and the sweet and beautiful vegetable aroma that continued to waft out, Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast cub were immediately very greedy. Long Chen picked up a piece of meat and tasted it by himself. He nodded slightly and grinned. I didn't expect this pot-wrapped meat to be so delicious. Would you like to try it? I know you may not eat meat, so I put fruits and vegetables in it. However, before Long Chen finished speaking, Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast began to eat pieces of meat floss and some fruits and vegetables. Long Chen was stunned to see these two guys eating so fiercely and couldn't help but wonder, Mutai, don't you not eat meat? Brother Long, the meat you cook is so delicious, with a fruity taste. How did you do it? I have never eaten such delicious meat. Nylon Butterfly couldn't stop at all and put pieces of meat into his mouth. It really had never eaten such delicious meat before, and it was the first time it knew that meat could be so delicious. On the other side, the Snow God Beast, whose mouth was full of juice, also showed a happy look, and from time to time it called out Mao and showed an approving look. Long Chen looked at the happy Snow God Beast and smiled secretly in his heart. Little guy, with my cooking skills, can't I keep your stomach? Seeing the two guys eating very happily, the pot-wrapped pork on the huge wooden plate was also eaten piece by piece. Especially although the Snow God Beast was small, it had the momentum of a big eater when eating. Long Chen grinned. If you want to keep someone, you have to keep their stomach first. It seems that this sentence is very practical no matter where it is placed. On the other hand, the Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast didn't care what Long Chen was thinking at all. They only had one idea at the moment, which was to eat. Looking at the dishes he made, under the two guys' relish, they were eaten so quickly, and Long Chen was scared and hurried to join the ranks of eating a big meal. Oh my God, don't eat too much. You two will have plenty of opportunities to eat this kind of food in the future. Leave some for me too. Under the night sky, the breeze blew, and three beasts with round bellies were lying on the grass, and the huge wooden plate on the other side, the meat that was originally piled up like a small mountain, had long disappeared. Even some of the remaining sauce on the wooden plate was gone. Ah, I'm so full, Nylon Butterfly said with satisfaction with his big belly. Mouth! The Snow God Beast also had a round belly and shouted happily. Obviously, the stomachs of these two guys have been completely conquered. Long Chen found a small tree branch from somewhere, shaved his teeth, glanced at the two guys and said, Look at you two. It's as if you haven't eaten meat in your life. Nylon Butterfly smiled and said, Brother Long, I want to eat this next time. On the other hand, Long Chen glanced at him, pretending to be proud, and said, Let's talk about it later. This meal is enough to last for a while. Nylon Butterfly looked at his round belly, touched it, and smiled, innocently. That's right. At that time, the Snow Beast turned over and then walked towards the river with an elegant and calm posture. Looking at the little thing's fluffy appearance, Long Chen's eyes also fell on the other party, thinking secretly in his heart. What will this little thing look like when it grows up? The face is a bit like a divine fox, but the tail seems to have 3 tails. It's too short to see clearly. It is worthy of being the descendant of the divine beast. It is so beautiful at such a young age. When it grows up, won't it be a stunning existence among the monsters? As Long Chen was also a demon, he could naturally look at the snow beasts in the same aesthetic way as the demons. Of course, he preferred human girls. After all, if he thought about falling in love with a demon, the scene was really unbearable to imagine. It seems that I have to hurry to Beidou Mountain. The distance is indeed a bit far, but for the sake of the spirit, grass, I accept it. Long Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned over and was about to close his eyes to rest, only to see the small stones in the grass in front of him jumping in some unusual way. The frequency of the stone jumping was getting higher and higher, and the range of jumping was getting larger and larger. He stood up straight, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He stared around, ready to fight. Mao Tai flew to the former's head and said vigilantly, Brother Long, did you feel it too? Long Chen nodded slightly, looking around without any other movement. Feeling the slight vibration of the ground, he couldn't help but frowned and said, Is it an earthquake? In contrast, Mao Tai shook his head this time and said, If it is an earthquake, the frequency should not be so small, and I smell a dangerous breath, a very dangerous breath. Although it has no combat power now, only healing ability, but its own perception ability is much stronger than Long Chen. You must know that perception originally relies on its own soul power to release, and Long Chen, as a life of 2 lives, has an extremely strong soul power, and it is difficult to find an opponent at the same level. But even so, the perception of the Nylon Butterfly is still above Long Chen, and in terms of the level of Xuanqi, it is only a 9-star Xuanqi realm, while Long Chen is already a 1-star Xuanling realm. Facing Nylon Butterfly, Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, alertly looking around, and his figure shrunk from about 20 meters to about 5 meters. After all, if the target is too big, it is really a bit of a live target in this tall grass without any cover. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise like a tidal wave, along with the violent vibration of the ground, spread from a distance. I saw a powerful and majestic wave of mysterious energy spreading and covering like a galloping horse and instantly reached the location of Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly. Facing such a powerful and majestic wave of mysterious energy rushing in front of them, Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly were both terrified. In this situation, it is obviously too late to run. But if you sit and wait for death, the surging wave of mysterious energy will probably blow the two of them up to the sky like leaves in an instant. Oh my god, this is not the way to play, is it? Long Chen's eyes widened. He was quick-witted and quickly dug the ground with his snake's tail. When a large pit appeared, he suddenly went in with the Nylon Butterfly. Before entering the pit, he did not forget to store the various tableware and stone pots he had made before into the system space. Hurry! The next second, a huge wave of mysterious energy surged like a tsunami, like a roar of a fierce beast, carrying the majestic momentum of heaven and earth, instantly tore this area of tall grass apart, like an earthquake. The changes in the tall grass area also affected the nearby mountains and forests. Many giant trees were instantly broken and collapsed. Some small tree trunks could not withstand it, and were directly blown into the sky. A large number of weak monsters that originally lived there fled in panic in the mountains and forests. Roar! Of course, there were also some powerful monsters that roared, and the originally quiet mountains and forests suddenly became lively and boiling. At this moment, Long Chen held Nylon Butterfly tightly in the pit to avoid the violent wind of the mysterious energy. His face was extremely cold. He had only encountered this situation before when he was with Titan Sky and Doxia Dragonbird. However, when he thought of this, Long Chen suddenly realized that this surging wind wave was not as terrifying as he had imagined. But this was just the spread of the aftermath of the mysterious energy. He knew in his heart that if he faced this power head-on, he would probably be gone in an instant. As the majestic wave of mysterious energy swept past, the area of tall grass suddenly became dejected. After the crisis, Long Chen stood up from the pit he dug, spit out the mud in his mouth, pulled out the Nylon Butterfly buried underneath with his tail, and placed it on his head. Oh my god, I almost suffocated to death. Nylon Butterfly was a little shaky at the moment, and there was a hint of realization on his face. Obviously, he was suffocated. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and grinned. Be content, it's better than dying. With your small body, if I didn't press you down, you would have died long ago. Hey, Brother Long, you are still awesome. Mao Tai smiled innocently. Okay, stop flattering me. Long Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, since it's not safe here, let's go somewhere else to rest. Seeing that Long Chen was about to turn around and leave, Nylon Butterfly's face suddenly changed slightly, and she suddenly shouted, oh, it's bad, something happened. Long Chen raised his eyelids and said in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? We are not dead, what can happen? Nylon Butterfly's face was shocked and suddenly pointed in a certain direction, and her throat moved fiercely, saying, Brother Long, did you forget that Little Bit just went to find water? Hearing this, Long Chen's originally very stable expression suddenly froze, and his eyes suddenly looked in the direction where the snow beast had been looking for water before. Fuck, I actually forgot about Little Bit. That's right, if it weren't for Nylon Butterfly's reminder, he really prepared to leave directly. Now thinking of the direction that the newly born Snow Divine Beast had just gone, which was exactly the direction where the previous wave of profound energy had surged, Long Chen's heart immediately sank. Little one. Long Chen's figure, at an unprecedented speed, rushed towards the Hia direction where the Snow Divine Beast had left. This must not be in any way, otherwise my plan to raise a Divine Beast would end before it even began. During the frantic rush, Long Chen's face was tense, and he looked around. He drove at the maximum speed, but it still felt a little slow. When Long Chen arrived at the river, the geographical environment here had been changed by the aftermath of the previous wave of profound energy, but there was no trace of the Snow Divine Beast at all. Little one! Seeing this, Long Chen uttered an anxious snake letter, looked around and shouted, spreading throughout the entire river area. Little one, answer me if you hear me! Long Chen's shouts spread throughout the entire river area, echoing the turbulence and spreading in all directions. However, in the river area where the geographical structure was forcibly changed, except for Long Chen's shouting that gradually spread and dissipated, there was only the intermittent sound of the river flowing. Looking at the river area that was forcibly changed by the previous majestic wave of profound energy, especially the originally smooth and wide river, it has now become an intermittent, uneven, stepped surface. At a glance, there is no trace of life, except for the devastated scene. The Nylon Butterfly flapped its wings and flew back and forth near the river. After spreading with its powerful perception, it found that within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was no other life breath except for its own and Long Chen's. At that time, the Nylon Butterfly flew back to Long Chen's side and then under the latter's gradually disappointed gaze, it shook its head regretfully and said, "Brother Long, I didn't feel the breath of the little one, I'm afraid." "Impossible." Long Chen suddenly interrupted the other party and said, "It is the descendant of the divine beast. I don't believe that she is gone." Although the time he just met the little one was very short, so short that it could be ignored, but Long Chen admired her seemingly perfect temperament very much. And with his own divine beast training plan, once it is given enough time to grow up, it may even surpass the nylon butterfly. Such a combat power guarantee is gone now, and Long Chen is somewhat unable to accept it. But the reality at the moment is that neither he nor the nylon butterfly can sense the fluctuations of the life breath from the snow beast. If there is no fluctuation of the life breath, it is likely to mean, unfortunately, the plan to cultivate the beast has not been officially implemented, and it is about to end. The nylon butterfly flapped its wings and landed on Long Chen's head, saying in a deep voice, "Brother Long, it is not too dangerous here, not too far away from us. There is another fluctuation of profound energy comparable to the previous one. Its perception is very terrifying, and it can quickly sense the danger and remind the other party." Long Chen can also more or less feel that the huge wave of profound energy that was like a tsunami before seems to be coming again. In this time of racing against time, he looked around with a stern look, spitting out his snake tongue, his eyes full of disbelief. "I don't believe it is gone just like that. Even if it is dead, I have to see the little corpse," Long Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Brother Long, this is not a joke. If we stay here too long, our lives will be in danger." Long Chen knew what the other party was referring to. After all, they were able to escape just now because they were far enough away. Now they are closer to the direction of the huge wave of profound energy. If there is another fierce and powerful impact like the previous one, it will be more dangerous. "Little one?" But Long Chen still chose to look for it again, and opened his voice to the maximum, mixed with the profound energy to diffuse and spread. "Hu Longver?" This time, in response to Long Chen's shout, it was the same violent and powerful profound energy impact wave as before. The surface of the ground shook, and it was shaking like an earthquake. The already dark night sky became even darker. Feeling the huge spreading wave coming from the sky, Nylon Butterfly suddenly looked shocked and said anxiously, "Brother Long, the impact force just now is coming again." "I know." Long Chen gritted his teeth and snorted fiercely. As the voice of shouting came again, he knew that he really couldn't stay for long at this time. In order to save his life, he had to retreat temporarily. "Let's go." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he had to make a decision to protect himself instinctively because his life was threatened at this moment. "Hu Long." However, this time, the impact of the huge wave of mysterious energy that spread from afar seemed to come more rapidly and quickly compared to before. Wherever it passed, no grass grew and was completely annihilated. Such a fierce destructive force was so fast that even Long Chen, who had already retreated, looked back and suddenly found that he could not escape the speed of the impact aftermath. Long Chen's heart sank immediately. His brain was working rapidly. He saw the huge boulder not far away and immediately dodged and hid behind it. "Brother Long?" Nylon Butterfly naturally couldn't see any clues and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why don't we run away?" "Can't run away." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and said in a deep voice, "The spread speed of the aftermath of this impact is much faster than my movement speed. Now we can only pray that the hardness of this stone can block the impact." Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly was shocked and suddenly trembled. The scene at this moment was like a desperate situation. It seemed that there was no place to hide except the boulder in front of him. And this huge cold boulder was the existence that was shaken out of the soil after the first wave of the huge wave of profound energy impacted and spread, changing the surface around the river. Roar! At the same time, as the aftermath of the huge wave of profound energy burst spread, a roar containing endless anger came slowly from afar. This was a roar of anger mixed with a little despair, and the sound was monstrous and violent, and it lasted for a long time. Hu Long. As the roars from the sky gradually spread, a faster wave of profound energy impacted the aftermath of the explosion, directly covering and spreading. Long Chen felt the aftermath of the explosion spreading towards this side, and he felt that it was close at hand. He immediately curled up and protected the Nylon Butterfly in his arms. Long Chen also buried his head in the body, using his hardest scales to resist the impending, destructive impact. "Brother Long, can we still survive?" He stayed in the space where Long Chen was squatting, looked up at Long Chen, who also buried his head, and couldn't help but said sadly. Long Chen opened his eyes, looked at the other party, and laughed and scolded. "You kid as a demon, how can we be afraid of death? If this gets out, you, a dignified and fierce beast, Nylon Butterfly, are afraid of death. Wouldn't it make your fellow tribesmen laugh to death?" Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly was also stunned, and the sadness on his face quickly dissipated. Then he couldn't help but muttered, "Brother Long, you can say it, but can you stop shaking?" "Am I shaking? You are shaking." "What a joke! What you, Brother Long, are most afraid of is death. At worst, I can start all over again." Although he said this, Long Chen did experience death once, and perhaps another death would not be much pain and fear for himself. But who is willing to really die? Death, not scary. What is scary is that knowing death, you can't stop the instinctive fear of death in your heart. This is an iron rule that no one can avoid. If you can still live, it proves that we are lucky brothers. If you can't survive, you can find me in the next life, and I will take you flying. Long Chen spit out the snake tongue and teased. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly laughed and said, "Okay." Hulong, the aftermath of the mighty profound energy wave that was comparable to the destruction of heaven and earth, swept through thousands of troops, and wherever it passed, it was annihilated into nothingness, and no living creature could survive. Feeling the majestic, destructive aftermath getting closer and closer to him, Long Chen subconsciously tightened his body, and the red scales on his body flashed with light, turning on the defense protection to the maximum. The next second, as the only huge rock that could be used as a shelter here, it was swept by the aftermath of the profound energy wave and instantly enveloped it. Boom! Bang! The aftermath of the profound energy wave that was comparable to the destruction of heaven and earth spread through, and wherever it passed, it could no longer be described as survival, but annihilation. That's right, annihilation. Wherever the aftermath of the profound energy wave was affected, it was instantly enveloped, and the destructive power was enough to annihilate everything here into nothingness. Hulong! The next moment, the violent and majestic aftermath of the destruction finally whistled across the devastated river area, and everything around it fell silent. Here, the originally picturesque river area no longer existed. Although the river water did not stop flowing, it was no longer the quiet and beautiful scenery of the river before, and became extremely dilapidated. Including the boulder that was previously covered by the aftermath of the destruction, it was the only one that was intact at this moment. However, the surroundings of this cold boulder were permeated and covered by a wave that did not originally exist, and this wave of enchantment-like enveloping force actually completely resisted the aftermath impact that was enough to crush the level of the creation realm. After the crisis was over, Long Chen slowly raised his head and looked around in astonishment. He couldn't help but murmured, "I am not dead?" Looking at the area that had been completely destroyed and completely recreated in its previous appearance, only this huge rock was intact, and there was not even a trace of damage. It was a bit unbelievable for Long Chen. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he couldn't believe that he could survive the spread of such a destructive aftermath. The nylon butterfly also flew out of Long Chen's arms and landed on the other's head. He subconsciously checked everything on his body. "Fortunately, my parts are all there. Brother Long, we are still alive. Ha ha ha, we are still alive." Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, not noticing that the surroundings were shrouded by a barrier force. As a survivor, he naturally didn't notice these details. He wiped the cold sweat from his head with his tail and grinned. "It seems that we are really favored by the heavens, and they let us live. Ha ha ha, this is so exciting. I really thought we were doomed, but we are still alive." The nylon butterfly was laughing crazily at this moment. After all, it was still in its infancy, and it had too little time to grow up. It had just stepped into a desperate situation, and it thought it was dead. After finally surviving, it was of course overly excited. In his excitement, Long Chen realized that something was wrong and couldn't help muttering, "Strange. According to reason, we should have died, but we survived. Could it be that this stone has special power?" Ding! Host, please pay attention. There is a protective field in front of you. It is this field that protects you, not the stone. Suddenly, the voice of the evolution system sounded from his mind. Long Chen was slightly stunned, and his eyes looked around carefully again, and then he was shocked to find that there was a seemingly translucent field protecting himself and the nylon butterfly. "Wait, domain?" Long Chen just reacted, and then widened his eyes, looking at the translucent protective barrier in front of him, and said in surprise, "You mean this is a domain?" Ding! The host heard it right. It is this domain that saved the host and the nylon butterfly. Hearing this, Long Chen widened his eyes and then fell silent. The shock in his heart was like a storm. No wonder he was not shocked, because the word domain is 1,000,000 miles away from the current self, and it has nothing to do with the present. Because when Long Chen understood this world, he did hear a simple introduction to the word domain. Domain is a special talent that may appear randomly among all the talents of practitioners, and it is also an absolutely rare and extremely rare super divine skill. Of course, if you want to have a divine skill like domain to appear on yourself 100%, you must practice to the level of saint. Only the saint can wave his hand and reverse the space to release the domain. If you want to obtain a divine skill-like domain outside the saint, you must rely on two situations. The first situation is that one has an absolutely powerful talent, and it is also the kind of creature with a demon-level talent that is born against the sky, which is possible to be born with it. But this first situation, let alone 1 in a million, even 1 in 100,000 geniuses may not appear. The chance of appearing is extremely slim. If a genius with domain talent comes out of a family since childhood, I am afraid that even those hidden super sects will scramble to grab it. As for the second situation, it is the ability originally possessed in the blood inheritance of the tribe. Although the probability of such a situation is much greater than the first situation, it is also extremely rare and slim in the entire Dragon Ancient continent. But with such a slim chance, today Long Chen actually encountered it himself? Is this lucky, or is it lucky? The nylon butterfly on the former's head looked at Long Chen in a daze and couldn't help but said in amazement, "Brother Long, what's wrong with you?" Maybe because its current strength is too weak, or it didn't pay attention, so it didn't notice that there was a domain force around the boulder, covering it. Shaking his head, Long Chen returned to normal. He looked at the translucent domain power in front of him and couldn't help but lift his snake tail to probe forward. Meow! At the same time, just when Long Chen wanted to use his tail to probe the domain power, he heard a familiar and pleasant cry from behind. Long Chen's movements stopped at this moment. His eyes widened, and Nylon Butterfly also widened his eyes at this moment, full of disbelief. They both turned around at the same time, raised their eyes, and looked up along the boulder, and were both stunned. The weaker and smaller snow beast was slowly emitting light all over its body. The places where the light spread were all protected and would not be hurt by any impact. And this seemingly weak translucent light was the domain power that protected Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly before. This... Long Chen didn't know what to say at this moment, especially when he found out that the domain power that protected his and Nylon Butterfly's lives was actually released by the Snow God Beast cub. His inner surprise was beyond words. A Snow God Beast that was born less than half a day ago could actually display the domain talent that only saints can possess, and it was also an absolute protective power. Enough to shock people. Nylon Butterfly also discovered the clues around her at this moment and immediately shouted in surprise. "Domain! Domain? Little one, you actually have your own domain talent?" Meow? Facing the surprise from the Tiankang Beast Nylon Butterfly, the Snow God Beast immediately raised its little head proudly, and its beautiful and pleasant cry full of pride seemed to be full of confidence and pride. Long Chen looked at the cute little guy and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he said in fear, "Little one, fortunately you are okay. I thought you were gone." Before, he could not feel any breath of life about the Snow God Beast, and he really thought that the other party had been swallowed by the aftermath of the first wave of Xuanqi. Now it seems that he really thought too much. It turned out that it was the power of this domain that concealed all the aura of the Snow Beast. No wonder it couldn't be found. Ma! Seeing that Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly were fine, the Snow Beast also shouted happily, then jumped down. Seeing this, Long Chen subconsciously raised his tail to catch it. Ma! The Snow Beast on the cold boulder shouted happily, as if to say, "Catch me!" Long Chen didn't think about anything. He watched the little guy jump over and immediately stretched out his tail to catch it. Looking at the Snow Beast with a pair of small claws grabbing its tail and smiling like a child, especially the pair of silver eyes curved into a crescent shape, Long Chen's heart suddenly felt warmed at this moment. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, wrapped around the body of the Snow God Beast, stretched out the tip of his snake tail, gently rubbed the other's little head, grinned and said, "Little one, thank you for saving us this time." "Mao!" The Snow God Beast called out intimately, letting Long Chen's tail rub its head, looking very enjoyable, squinting its eyes very comfortable. Nylon Butterfly looked at the Snow God Beast in surprise and said with a bit of reluctance to believe, "Little one, you were just born. I admire your domain talent, but you can release it for such a long time?" "Mao!" The Snow God Beast opened its shining silver eyes, looked at Nylon Butterfly, and called out proudly, as if it was proud and showing off, which made Nylon Butterfly secretly a little unhappy. "Tsk, it's just a domain. I will have it in the future. What are you so proud of?" Nylon Butterfly held its little paws, looking a little angry, and her face was not very happy. Long Chen ignored the quarrel between the two guys. The crisis was over, so it was better to leave here early. If there is another impact of the aftermath of the mysterious energy just now, I am afraid that the three of them will really have to explain this place today. Long Chen put down the Snow Beast, looked towards the north, and said, "Since everything is fine, let's go. Now, hurry up and go to Beidou Mountain as soon as possible." After the tossing of this episode just now, he was no longer sleepy at the moment. Seeing that the day was about to dawn, since that was the case, he would continue to hurry on. On the one hand, he wanted to have the ability to transform into a human again, and on the other hand, it was also to complete the task given by the system. After all, if the system task is completed, getting the transformation grass is one of the benefits, and you can also get a 5-star direct upgrade reward, which is simply a win-win situation. You must know that the 5-star direct upgrade reward obtained by completing this final task is not divided by class. To put it bluntly, the later you get it, or the higher the level when you complete the task, the more this 5-star direct upgrade reward is simply a stroke of genius. If I advance to the creation realm by then and then complete the task of the spiritual grass, I will be directly upgraded to 5 stars. Then wouldn't that make me one step closer to becoming a dragon? Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This shows that the future is promising. Seeing Long Chen, who couldn't help but giggle, the snow god beast came to the former and made a moving and beautiful call. Mao! Being brought back to reality by this sweet and lovely voice, Long Chen lowered his head and watched the little one rubbing his scales affectionately with his head, as if he had something to ask of him, and then smiled. What's wrong, little one? What do you want to do? Mao! The snow god beast, which couldn't speak yet, called again affectionately, as if it was acting coquettishly, blinking its watery silver eyes just looking at Long Chen, and then stretched out its little claws and pointed at Long Chen's head. Seeing this, Long Chen's face straightened slightly, and then he said in astonishment, Head? You want my head? Hearing this, the snow god beast instantly became speechless, sighed, and looked like, I'm drunk, still pointing at Long Chen's head and calling him affectionately. Long Chen really didn't understand this time. He looked at the little guy in confusion and laughed. Little guy, what do you want my head for? I only have this one head, and I can't give it to you. In response, the snow god beast was completely speechless and couldn't help covering his face with his little paws, looking like I don't know this guy, and called out helplessly, Mao! At the same time, Long Chen was completely confused. He couldn't help but look up and glanced at Nylon Butterfly, who was leisurely on his head, and said, Can you understand what the little one said? Can you translate it for me? Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly looked very leisurely and said casually, The little one said that it also wants to stay on your head and doesn't want to walk. After saying this, Nylon Butterfly immediately sat up, holding its little paws in front of it, and looked at the snow god beast very proudly, saying, Little one, as the saying goes, first come first served. Brother Long has a limited head. Sorry, this place belongs to me, Mao Tai. Hearing this, the snow god beast stared at Nylon Butterfly with some displeasure, then blinked its lovely big eyes again, looked at Long Chen, called coquettishly, and rubbed Long Chen's scales affectionately with its little head. Seeing this, Long Chen really couldn't bear it, and then said sorry to Nylon Butterfly in his heart, raised his tail, and rolled up Nylon Butterfly. Brother Long, what are you doing? Nylon Butterfly couldn't help but wonder as she watched herself leave the exclusive treasure land. Long Chen put Nylon Butterfly on the ground, then rolled up the snow god beast, and placed it on his head. He spit out his snake tongue and said to Nylon Butterfly, I'm a girl and I was born not long ago. Let me stay for a while. You're a big man and you can fly. You won't be tired if you stay for a while. Nylon Butterfly fluttered its wings and looked at Long Chen in astonishment. She couldn't help but say, But Brother Long, that place is mine. In response, Long Chen did not answer the former's words but glanced towards the north, confirmed the direction, and prepared to leave. The snow god beast on the former's head looked at Nylon Butterfly flying with its wings fluttering. Its little face looked very proud and it stuck out its tongue. It was very interesting. Nylon Butterfly glanced at this guy silently, and in his heart he silently said that a good man does not fight with a woman to comfort himself. All right, stop making trouble. Let's leave this place. Long Chen's tail suddenly slammed into the ground, and his figure was as fast as the wind. Following the Nylon Butterfly, he quickly left this place. Leave this place. However, before he left very far, Long Chen, who was originally running towards the north, suddenly widened his eyes and stopped where he was. Mao! The snow god beast shouted in dissatisfaction. If it hadn't grabbed the other scales in time, it would probably have flown away. The Nylon Butterfly saw Long Chen suddenly stop in place, and it was also a little surprised. It vibrated its wings and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, What's wrong, Brother Long? Long Chen couldn't help biting his gums, and then under the inexplicable gaze of the two, he snorted and murmured, What the hell? Ding! New task released. Please go to the southeast direction immediately in front of you and devour a high-level monster, the evil spirit flamescale spider. The task reward is a direct upgrade to 8 stars. This is the content of the system task that Long Chen just released while he was moving forward. However, what surprised Long Chen was not that this task came too suddenly, But the reward for this task was actually as high as an 8-star upgrade? That's an 8-star upgrade, and it was achieved in an instant. What an attractive task it is. Long Chen spit out the snake letter and was surprised in his heart. After calming down, he looked at the target that needed to be devoured in the task, which turned out to be the evil spirit flame scale spider, and was silent for a moment. Evil spirit flame scale spider? What kind of monster is that? It's a real big monster. Ding! Please go to the southeast and devour the evil spirit flame scale spider. If the task fails, the system will automatically format it. Seeing that Long Chen did not seem to move, the system voice reminded again. The next second, Long Chen's face turned black and he roared in his heart. System, did you get the task wrong? This evil spirit flame scale spider, the weakest one, is at the level of life and death. You want me to devour it? What the hell can I use to devour it? Ding! Please go to the southeast and devour the evil spirit flame scale spider indicated by the task target. Time is limited. Please make a quick decision. Ding! If the host does not complete the task issued by the system within the specified time, it can be treated as a system bug and will be completely formatted. Listening to the system's prompt sound, which kept ringing in his mind, Long Chen first widened his eyes. He was silent, his face suddenly turned black, and he couldn't help roaring in his heart. Fuck system! Are you kidding me? You want me to go to the southeast now and devour that shitty evil spirit flame scale spider? That guy is at the level of life and death at his weakest, and his size is higher than mine. My small body is not even as long as his legs. What the hell are you asking me to devour? It's no wonder that Long Chen didn't swear. The southeast direction is the direction where the aftermath of the mysterious energy just hit. This is one reason. Secondly, he was surprised and angry about the task issued by the system, and felt like he was being played. Evil spirit flame scale spider, but I am a high-level monster among the monsters, with violent strength, cruel temperament, and good at devouring. Although this kind of high-level monster beast likes to be alone by nature and does not live in groups, this cruel and cold tribe is born strong. Every evil spirit flame scale spider has never been heard of below the level of life and death. To put it bluntly, the evil spirit flame scale spider has its own absolute evil spirit talent. Some huge evil spirit thoughts similar to the field can scare opponents of the same level, and can even challenge across levels. Because the combat power of this monster is not as strong as imagined. But God is fair. The evil spirit flame scale spider, which has weak combat power, relies on its own murderous thoughts that are comparable to its domain talent to dominate the land. Such a fierce monster, not to mention that monsters of the same level are unwilling to encounter, even monsters that are not much stronger than it are unwilling to provoke. Because the evil spirit flame scale spider is full of fire poison, whoever eats it is equivalent to being poisoned by fire and seeking death. It is because of such a fierce monster that the system task actually asked Long Chen to devour it at this moment. Compared with the evil spirit flame scale spider, he, Long Chen, is only in the Xuanling realm, and the latter is at least in the realm of life and death. The gap between the two sides is obvious at a glance. What ability does he have to devour others? Facing the anger in Long Chen's heart, the system task also understood that such a thing would happen and comforted him. Ding! Host, don't get excited. As humans say, nothing is absolute in the world. Since the system dares to generate such a task, it has naturally taken this into consideration. Please go ahead and leave the rest to this system. Ding! Host, don't think about the bad side, but also think about the good side. Once the task is completed, it will be directly promoted to 8 stars. 8 stars! In response, Long Chen curled his lips and sneered in his heart. Yes, 8 stars are very tempting, but once the task is not completed, let alone 8 stars, even if it is 800 stars, I will be dead. What's the use of this star? In response, the system remained silent and did not explain too much. Seeing that the other party did not answer him, Long Chen was even more angry and took a deep breath to calm his angry heart. Mao! As if sensing the emotional fluctuations in Long Chen's heart, the snow god beast called out in confusion, as if asking what happened. The nylon butterfly also spread its wings, looking at Long Chen and waiting for the other party's next instruction. At that time, Long Chen took a deep breath, couldn't help but sighed, turned his head, looked in the direction from which he came, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back!" After saying this, the snow god beast on his head was stunned, and nylon butterfly was even more confused. His face gradually became a little surprised, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Go! Go back? Brother Long, there is nothing good there. What are we going back for? If we encounter danger again, we will really be gone. If I don't go back now, I will die too." Long Chen naturally couldn't say this sentence out. He could only curse this idiot system in his heart. But he also knew nylon butterfly's worries. He was also worried that the direction was exactly the direction where the huge wave of the aftermath of the mysterious energy came from before, and he didn't know what the situation was there now. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. If you encounter the mysterious energy shockwave mark that was used like a wave before, it is very likely to result in the result of the whole group being wiped out. Going here is also a gamble of life. Not going is death. It really makes Long Chen feel like he is in a dilemma. The next moment, Long Chen put the snow god beast off his head and said to Nylon Butterfly, "Mutai, I'll be back soon. There may be danger ahead, so you stay here. I'll be back in an hour at the earliest. If you're not back in an hour, then don't wait for me." After saying that, Long Chen turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his tail. His eyes changed immediately. He turned around and saw the snow god beast biting its tail reluctantly. "Little one, what are you doing?" Long Chen said in astonishment. The snow god beast quickly flew up along Long Chen's tail, then landed on the other's head and called out, "Mao!" Nylon Butterfly said helplessly, "Brother Long, forget it, let's go together. Little one won't let you go alone, and I don't have the fighting power. It's safer for the two of us to follow you. If we don't have your protection, we will be completely gone if we encounter a slightly stronger monster." Hearing this, Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that this was indeed a possibility. Although one of these guys is a fierce beast of the sky, and the other is a descendant of a divine beast, they are born in a powerful family, but their strength is too weak now. Just like what Nylon Butterfly said just now, whenever they encounter a slightly stronger demon beast, they are the most nutritious nutrients. Mao! The snow divine beast called again, and its little claws tightly grasped the scales on Long Chen's head. It looked like it was going wherever you go. Seeing this, Long Chen sighed, then nodded and said, "Okay, then you go with me. If there is any danger, promise me that you must run first." Nylon Butterfly nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Brother Long." Whoosh! Without further ado, under the urging of the system task prompt, a dragon, a beast, and a butterfly rushed towards the dangerous southeast direction. In more than 10 minutes, Long Chen jumped over the river area that had been destroyed before, and under the guidance of the system, he quickly rushed towards the southeast direction. When they reached the destination, Long Chen frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him that looked like a sea of fire. It was called a sea of fire, but it was not completely like that. It was just a piece of scorched earth that seemed to be burned by flames, and in the scorched earth, there was a flame similar to magma flowing. On the other hand, the scope of this scorched earth was only a few hundred meters in radius. In the area not affected by the flames, there were green vegetation areas. Obviously, this place was eroded by this kind of flame. Feeling the uncomfortable breath of the flame, Long Chen frowned slightly. He had now evolved into the red refining snake king. Logically, this kind of flame should not have any harm to him, but it smelled very uncomfortable, and he felt like he was about to be poisoned. Buzz! The next second, the nylon butterfly was surrounded by colorful light, first protecting itself in it, and then a colorful light mark was drawn, wrapping the bodies of Long Chen and the snow god beast. As the colorful protective light shrouded his body, Long Chen's strange and uncomfortable feeling just now also dissipated like a tide. He then remembered that nylon butterflies can detoxify and found that bringing people here is hostile. "Brother Long, look!" The next second, nylon butterflies turned to the huge beast shadow in front of a hill in surprise and said in surprise, "There is something over there." Looking at the spider legs that were longer than his body, Long Chen's eyes immediately shone. That's right, the beast shadow that was crawling on the ground like a hill and was motionless was undoubtedly the evil spirit flame scale spider. "Brother Long, look, there is a monster over there, and the poisonous breath is emanating from it." Nylon butterflies pointed to the beast shadow that was as big as a hill in the distance in front of them, with a look of surprise on their faces. In its view, the huge beast's front claw was many times bigger than itself. Long Chen looked in the direction pointed by the nylon butterfly, looking at the dark huge beast like a dark hill, feeling the pressure of the mysterious energy coming slowly. His eyes shone. In the distance ahead, the huge dark beast like a hill, motionless, had a hideous wound on its body, and the blood in its body was like magma, emitting hot breath waves, flowing out. However, the flowing hot magma-like blood had an astonishing speed. The surrounding land had already turned black, and under the land a large amount of blood was diffused and transformed into toxins. This poison was indeed emitted by the blood of that thing. 8 spider legs, 4 front claws, and many small eyes in front of the head, staring like dead fish eyes. The whole huge body was motionless there, without any breath of life. Although this big guy didn't emit any breath of life, the violent and ferocious murderous waves in his body were all around. This brutal and fierce murderous wave rushed straight up to the sky. Any birds or weak flying monsters flying over were instantly eroded by this evil spirit and eventually fell to death. Long Chen glanced at this guy, and his heart was secretly awed. This guy is indeed the task target pointed out by the system before, the evil spirit flame scale spider. Ding! Found the task target. The 9-star Death Realm Evil Spirit Flame Scale Spider. Please swallow it immediately. The opportunity cannot be missed. Hearing the system prompt sound, Long Chen's throat moved, fiercely, and his heart was a little scared. Good guy. This guy is indeed at the level of the realm of life and death, and it is the realm of death that is more powerful than the realm of life. It's still the damn 9-star Death Realm. If this guy is given some more time to practice, it will be a more powerful Nirvana realm. Huh. Fortunately, this thing is dead. If it was alive, I really don't know how to devour it. Although he was shocked by the profound energy level of this evil flame scale spider, fortunately, this thing is now a corpse, so Long Chen was not too worried. If he devoured an evil flame scale spider that had completely become a corpse, then this task would not be bad. At that time, Long Chen put the snow beast down and immediately ordered, "You two wait here for me. Remember, you are not allowed to leave here, do you understand?" Facing the former's words in the tone that could not be refused, Nylon Butterfly and Snow Beast nodded at the same time. The former couldn't help asking, "Brother Long, what do you want to do?" "It's just a small matter. I'll be back soon." Long Chen spit out the snake tongue and immediately turned his figure and quickly flew towards the corpse of the evil flame scale spider. Seeing that the direction Long Chen was heading was actually the corpse of the huge monster, Nylon Butterfly's face changed slightly, and her eyes couldn't help but look at the snow beast, and they both saw an inexplicable color in each other's eyes. In the eyes of these two guys, Long Chen's actions were really puzzling. Although the evil spirit flame scale spider is a high-level fierce monster, its strength is unquestionable, but there is no treasure on its body. This guy is notorious even in the monster world, because the evil spirit flame scale spider is too murderous. Even in the 10,000 Races Conference, it is not allowed to enter. This kind of monster is extremely dignified in its indiscriminate killing, resulting in it having no treasures except its fire-like blood. Whether in the eyes of humans or monsters, the evil spirit flame scale spider is a natural, cold, and brutal killing machine. Killing it will not get any benefit, and failing to kill it will bring endless trouble. As the figure flashed forward, Long Chen soon approached the corpse of the evil spirit flame scale spider, which was motionless like a hill, smelling the disgusting stench emanating from its hideous wound. Long Chen frowned slightly. Fortunately, he was now protected by the healing light from the Nylon Butterfly. Otherwise, the evil spirit and the smell of the fire-poisoned blood after its death would be enough to keep out all creatures below the realm of life and death. The healing light of the Nylon Butterfly was inherited from the blood of the Tiankang beast. It has the blood power of the dragon. Although it is thin, it is enough to despise the breath of the evil flame scale spider. Looking at the corpse of the evil flame scale spider, which had long been a corpse, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and grinned. It seems that the hostile monster is not a good thing to be able to kill this guy. You know, the evil flame scale spider is almost invincible at the same level, and can even challenge a higher level monster. Moreover, this guy was not at the ordinary level of the realm of life when he was alive, but the amazing 9-star realm of death. One step away, he can reach the terrible Nirvana realm. Even ordinary beasts of the Nirvana level cannot kill it. It seems that the beast that can kill this thing in front of him, in Long Chen's speculation, is at least a high-star level Nirvana, and it is even possible to be Tongqian realm. Because of the two powerful and majestic Xuanqi shockwaves that Long Chen avoided before, he could judge that the source of the previous disaster was right here. It seems that this thing must have provoked someone, so it was almost cut in half. Wait, cut in half? Long Chen's eyes were carefully paying attention to the wound of the evil spirit flame scale spider. His snake eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly understood in his heart. It turned out that the hideous wound on the body of the evil spirit flame scale spider was caused by some sharp weapon, and looking at the cut surface of the wound, it was obviously a knife edge. One knife almost cut the evil spirit flame scale spider in half. How much power can this knife holder control? It seems that the strength of the human cultivators in this world is also very terrifying. No matter, how this guy died has nothing to do with me anyway. The most important thing now is how to swallow it. Long Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly froze. Looking at the body of the evil spirit flame scale spider, whose legs were much larger than his body, Long Chen was silent. What's going on? The system didn't automatically swallow it? Could it be it wants to swallow it by itself? How can it swallow it? In front of it, I am like a caterpillar. No matter how big his stomach is, he can't swallow this thing, right? Ding! System maintenance is completed. The system is restarting. System flushing is completed. Ding! It is detected that the host has found the mission target and the system is automatically swallowing. Buzz! As the system prompt sounded and special light marks suddenly appeared around the body, covering and scanning the body of the evil spirit flame scale spider, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Good fellow, the emotional system was just under maintenance, and I thought I had to devour it myself. And even if I could swallow it, Long Chen would never think of swallowing it. Because this thing is so disgusting and ugly, swallowing it will probably give me nightmares for several nights. Buzz! As the scanning light, traces of the evolution system covered the corpse of the evil flame scale spider. Long Chen knew that he only needed to wait now, and there was no need to do anything else. Ding! The system is swallowing in progress. Please be patient. Ding! It is detected that the system is close to completion, and the host's credit score is full, so the reward can be issued in advance. Hearing this, Long Chen grinned silently and smiled bitterly in his heart. If he fails to complete the task, he will die. How can his credit be bad? However, the task was completed so safely, which was also a pleasure. The reward of upgrading to 8 stars also made Long Chen exclaim in his heart that it was too enjoyable. Ding! The system is devouring. Since the evil flame scale spider's profound energy level is too high, it will take some time to devour. Ding! Due to the host's good reputation, the early distribution of the task reward has ended. The next second, Long Chen, who was waiting to be devoured, suddenly felt a little itchy in his body. Then a gradually huge and powerful profound energy wave began to spread gradually. This profound energy wave suddenly emanated from Long Chen's body. In just the next second, the originally diffused profound energy wave instantly turned into a vortex and began to absorb the external profound energy factors crazily. Looking at his body, which was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Long Chen grinned slightly, feeling secretly happy. Oh my god, this feeling is a bit high. At this moment, not only was his body growing rapidly, but even the profound energy absorption vortex that appeared in his body was also madly absorbing the free profound energy factors from the outside world. In just a few seconds, Long Chen felt that his level of profound energy was steadily increasing, and the speed was very fast. In a blink of an eye, 2-star profound spirit realm, 3-star profound spirit realm, 4-star. By then, Long Chen's own profound energy level had really undergone a qualitative leap and change, and had grown to the level of 9-star profound spirit realm, and his own body size had also approached the level of 30 meters. If the old Snake King saw Long Chen's profound energy level increase so shockingly and instantly, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood in envy. Let alone those far away, the nylon butterfly and the snow beast who were watching not far away, were both stunned when they saw Long Chen's own profound energy level suddenly soaring as if he was performing magic. They naturally knew that Long Chen's aura had fluctuated before, and now suddenly, Long Chen's figure and the level of profound energy fluctuations had soared to an amazing level, and the two little guys were confused at the same time. Mao! The snow beast looked at Long Chen's level soaring and couldn't help but shouting, expressing doubt. On the other hand, Nylon Butterfly held her little paws, grinning as if she was used to it. It's okay, you just came here not long ago. You don't know Brother Long. These are all Brother Long's basic operations. You just need to get used to it. At that time, when all the growth had stopped, Long Chen took a deep breath, felt his own full and powerful Xuan Qi reserve, and couldn't help but spit out a fireball to the side. Bang! The fireball bombarded with a 9-star Xuanling realm, instantly blasting the scorched earth in the distance to pieces, and the firelight under the surface that was originally eroded by the poisonous blood of the evil flame scale spider was instantly rejected. The foul smell of corrosion immediately spread. Surrounded by the nylon butterfly's healing aura, Long Chen naturally ignored the erosion of his anger. He looked at his explosive power with satisfaction and grinned. System, refresh my attribute graph. Ding! The host's attribute graph has been refreshed. Please check. Host Long Chen, Race Demon Race, Form, Red Refining Snake King, Bloodline, War Ghost Heavenly Dragon Class 9-star Mysterious Spirit Realm Talent, War Ghost Power Profound Skill, Explosive Fang, Yellow Rank Advanced, Profound Method 9 Transformation, Dragon Jew, Profound Rank Low Level, currently in the second transformation state, Attribute Points 0. Profound Key 0, Strength 0, Agility Soul 0, Defense 70, Devouring Experience Value 0.9000. Looking at his own Profound Chi level, which has indeed been upgraded to the 9-star Profound Spirit Realm, Long Chen's mouth curled up slightly, but looking at his own Profound Skill interface, he seemed a little worried. System, when can I have a decent mystical skill? He was almost entering the Xuanlin realm, but the number of mystical skills was still the Explosion Fang that came with a novice. Moreover, it was a high-level, Huang-level spiritual skill, and even the skills had been advanced to the low-level Xuan level. The Xuan-level mystical skills were still a bit far away. Ding! Host, don't worry. After devouring the evil spirit flame scale spider this time, you can obtain a new mystical skill, and some structures in the host's body will also be transformed. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly and said, That's more like it. Okay, after devouring this evil spirit flame scale spider, you must give me a decent mystical skill. At this moment, Long Chen was still looking at his attribute chart, secretly intoxicated, but his eyes kept glancing at the evil spirit flame scale spider being devoured in front of him. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was a little confused. When he looked at it carefully, his face suddenly changed slightly. Because just now, he seemed to see that the evil spirit flame scale spider, which had already become a corpse, seemed to move a little, and the position of the movement was exactly one of the 8 spider legs. No way, is it a corpse? Seeing this, Long Chen's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously moved back a few times. Looking at the evil spirit flame scale spider in front of him that was swallowed by the system light mark, it seemed that there was no extra change. A trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Strange, just now I really seem to see this guy move a little. Is it my eyes? Long Chen shook his head and wiped his eyes fiercely with his snake tail, staring at the whole body of the evil spirit flame scale spider in front of him. However, this time, to his disappointment, the evil spirit flame scale spider that seemed to move just now, as if it was an illusion, did not move again. Seeing this, Long Chen shook his head with a wry smile and murmured, "It turns out that it is really an illusion. It may be because of too much pressure recently." Chi-chi. At this moment, Long Chen, who was still smiling and shaking his head, suddenly heard an extremely subtle sound. This time, it is definitely not a happy gathering. Long Chen's smile gradually solidified. If what happened just now was a coincidence and illusion, then the same coincidence could definitely happen twice in such a short time. In this case, Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the evil spirit flail spider in front of him, which was swallowed up and only half of its body was left. This time, he finally found a clue. It turned out that the subtle sounds just now were the sounds of the evil spirit flame scale spider moving after being swallowed. However, Long Chen's expression did not change at all, and he was still very solemn and vigilant. The next second, his face finally changed. The evil spirit flame scale spider, which had been a corpse for a long time, had its eyes wide open like dead fish eyes, but it actually came back to life a little bit. Looking at the evil spirit flame scale spider that suddenly came back to life, Long Chen's face also changed, and he couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Oh my god, this guy is so tough." You know, the evil spirit flame scale spider just now was dead and couldn't die anymore, but now it suddenly has a little life, which is unbelievable to anyone. As expected, it is a 9-star death level evil spirit flame scale spider, and its vitality is so tenacious. At this moment, Long Chen held his breath as much as possible, looking at the evil spirit flame scale spider that has come back to life. His face became a little ugly. Now the progress of swallowing has been achieved halfway, and it is about to be completely swallowed successfully. He can't leave the evil spirit flame scale spider too far away, otherwise the swallowing will be interrupted. Once the swallowing process is interrupted, it means that Long Chen has not completed the task. If he fails to complete the task, he will die. But now, even if he is not killed by the task, Long Chen's heart is beating. Ding, host, be careful. This beast was faking its death before. We were all deceived. But please don't panic. This system will speed up the process of swallowing. Hearing the voice of the evolution system suddenly sounded, Long Chen said nothing. He nodded silently and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that this guy would fake his death to save his life. Looking at the evil spirit flame scale spider whose eyes began to move, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched fiercely. Seeing that this guy was about to be completely swallowed successfully, it seems that this guy would suddenly come back to life? No, big brother, what grievances have you suffered? Why are you so unwilling to die? Long Chen covered his face and smiled bitterly. According to the analysis of the evolution system, he understood the meaning of this guy's so-called fake death. In fact, the so-called fake death is already a state of self-protection consciousness close to death. This is a talent possessed by the realm of death. Before real death, you can forcibly hold your breath and prevent yourself from really dying. But because of this, Long Chen looked at the evil spirit scale spider that was devoured and only half of its body was left. The vitality in its body was almost extinguished. Even if it continued to be left alone, the final result of this guy would only be death. From this point of view, the opponent who killed the evil spirit flame scale spider seemed to have thought of the unique talent of the realm of death, so he was able to kill it thoroughly. But now, Long Chen was also secretly speechless about the cultivator who left. After killing a fierce monster at the level of the realm of death, wouldn't he finish off the knife before leaving? Now this guy has a last burst of light. If he counterattacks before dying, how bad will it be for him? Chi-chi. As if feeling that his huge body was actually sucked in by some kind of power, the evil spirit flame scale spider that had long been dead but revived strangely suddenly became fierce, and the only 4 spider legs left were frantically scratching the ground. Obviously, this guy has completely seen his current situation, which is very bad. If it had reacted a little slower, it would have been completely swallowed up. But even so, the evil spirit flamescale spider only struggled violently and feebly. The swallowing ability of the evolution system was definitely not something this guy could resist. In the distance, Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast were both startled at the same time when they saw the evil spirit flamescale spider suddenly struggling angrily. However, they looked at Long Chen, who was not far from the former, but did not move. In the hearts of the two little guys, in addition to confusion, they were also worried. Mao! Looking at the distant Long Chen, who was motionless and unwilling to leave the violent struggle, the Snow God Beast called out with some concern. Hearing the sound, Nylon Butterfly also looked at Long Chen with a trace of worry at the same time, and finally shook his head and sighed. Alas, you just get used to it. Brother Long always likes to do such dangerous things. He won't do things that he is not sure of. If Long Chen heard what Nylon Butterfly said at this moment, he would definitely shed tears of being moved to the point of wanting to beat the other party. Now he is also panicking. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the struggling evil spirit flamescale spider, but if he left too far away, the devouring system would automatically interrupt the devouring process, and interrupting the devouring process would mean mission failure. Once the mission failed, his life would still be over. So, now Long Chen could only shrink his body to the smallest length of a few meters, and wait honestly beside him, making sure not to make any sound, so as not to let the evil spirit flamescale spider find him. However, the evil spirit flamescale spider, which was struggling desperately, really didn't notice anything unusual around it. Now it was struggling desperately to survive. Unfortunately, as time passed, the evil spirit flamescale spider had missed the most favorable time to struggle. Squeak! The evil spirit flamescale spider struggled desperately, but it was only half of its body left, and its vitality had long been exhausted. In the end, it could only face the death that it had never thought of, and was gradually swallowed. Although it was a bit thrilling, the result remained unchanged, and Long Chen was secretly relieved. Good fellow, a fierce demon at the level of the realm of death counterattacks before death. That is extremely terrifying. If you are not careful, you will be gone in an instant. Brother Long, are you okay over there? Shouldn't we retreat a little? At the same time, a shout that was out of place at the moment suddenly came here. You pit, why don't you speak louder so that the whole world can hear it? When Long Chen heard this voice, it was undoubtedly the Nylon Butterfly. His body was immediately a little irritated. As soon as the roaring sound fell, his heart suddenly tightened. This sense of urgency and danger signal from the soul gave him an ominous premonition. Because at this moment, Long Chen found that the surroundings had become too quiet, so quiet that it was extremely scary. The evil spirit flamescale spider, which was struggling violently, stopped struggling after hearing the voice coming from the side, and turned its huge head full of eyes to the position where Long Chen was. Although Long Chen's body had shrunk to a few meters in size, it could still easily lock on to the other party. Turning his head mechanically, Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly. He looked up at the spider head that was several times larger than himself and smiled dryly, saying, "Well, the weather is nice, Brother Spider. Come and bask in the sun too?" Evil flamescale spider? Subconsciously looking up at the dark sky before dawn, the evil flamescale spider's eyes fell on Long Chen again, and a low and dangerous aura gradually filled the air. Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast, who were watching from a distance, listened to Long Chen's awkward chat, and at the same time stretched out their little claws to cover their faces and said nothing, as if they didn't know this guy. Nylon Butterfly was even more amused and helpless, covering her face with a wry smile and said, "Brother Long, it's not even dawn yet. Where does the sun come from?" Mao! On the other hand, the Snow God Beast glanced at this guy and shouted in dissatisfaction, as if blaming him. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly nodded helplessly and said, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything just now, but why didn't Brother Long withdraw? It's so dangerous. Mao!" The Snow God Beast called out calmly, as if to say, "You ask me. Who should I ask?" At this moment, Long Chen, who was being stared at, found that he couldn't hide at all, so he simply restored his previous form of more than 20 meters. But even so, compared with the behemoth, he still looked like a baby snake. "It's you!" The evil spirit flame scale spider looked at Long Chen, who had restored his original appearance as a red snake, and immediately roared in anger, and began to struggle frantically again. However, the devouring power of the evolution system was not comparable to it at all. It had a sense of déjà vu of a swamp. The more fiercely the evil spirit flamescale spider struggled, the faster it was devoured. In a blink of an eye, the evil spirit flamescale spider had been devoured by more than half, and most of its body had been covered by the devouring aura, leaving only its two front legs and the huge spider head. Long Chen, who was still a little surprised and nervous, gradually relaxed a lot when he saw that the other party was now like a toothless tiger, and grinned. Yes, it's me. Didn't expect that you would die in my hands in the end? In your next life, be a smarter spider demon. Upon hearing the word spider demon, the front claws of the evil spirit flame scale spider flowed with a trace of fire poison blood, and it was obviously very angry. It was a fierce demon in the realm of life and death. How could it be insulted like this? Hiss! You ant! You still want to kill me! Knowing that struggling was useless, the evil spirit flame spider simply gave up struggling decisively, and then lay powerlessly on the black land, with a pile of eyes full of ferocious and violent intentions. If eyes could kill, Long Chen would have been cut into pieces by it. Hearing this, Long Chen grinned and nodded, saying lightly, "That's right, I not only want to kill you, but also want to devour you." How about it? I'll show you a unique skill of leaving no trace of your body, isn't it good? The evil spirit flame scale spider's head rolled its eyes in anger, and then the next second, its head and the remaining part of its huge body suddenly began to expand rapidly under Long Chen's astonished gaze. The evil spirit flame scale spider suddenly roared, and the roar was full of resentment. "Ant, even if I die, I won't let you get me. Ant, you damn ant, you still want to devour me to ascend to heaven in one step? Even if I die, I won't let you get me." The evil flame scale spider roared with hatred and anger. Although it could not control its body and was constantly swallowed by the aperture of the evolution system, it directly controlled its body to suddenly swell up. Buzz! As the evil flame scale spider's swollen body gradually began to spread, and the surroundings began to dance wildly with a violent and fierce aura, Long Chen, who was not far away, suddenly froze his smile. This guy swelled up? Long Chen's smile was restrained, and his face gradually turned solemn as he felt the fierce mysterious waves that spread around like a blade. If it weren't for all his extra attributes that were all defense, and the level was not improved a lot, this sudden surging and spreading mysterious waves alone would be enough to kill. You know, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The evil flame scale spider is a fierce monster that exists in the realm of life and death. Although it has exhausted its vitality and its combat power is less than 1/10, if there is no swallowing aperture of the evolution system, it would be easy to kill Long Chen. Ding! Host, don't be careless. This monster wants to use its remaining body to self-destruct. As the voice of the evolution system sounded, Long Chen was stunned, and then he showed a look of surprise and said in his heart, "Why don't you swallow it quickly? Do you want to wait for it to self-destruct and kill me?" If he hadn't left here too far, the swallowing effect would have disappeared. Long Chen would have turned around and plundered without hesitation. Just kidding. The self-destruction of the level of life and death is naturally less than 1% of its heyday, but it is more than enough for the evil spirit flame scale spider to drag him to be a scapegoat. Facing Long Chen's inner roar and anxiety, the evolution system also replied very calmly at this moment. "Ding, host, don't be anxious. This guy is too big. This system has opened the swallowing power to the maximum. A rough calculation shows that the self-destruction damage of this evil spirit flame scale spider can only seriously injure the host at most, and it is impossible to kill it. You know how to calculate. If you seriously injure me, what's the difference between that and killing me?" Long Chen couldn't help but roar. Originally, it seemed a simple and safe mission, but now he had to pay the price of at least severe damage, or even annihilation, if he was not careful. "Ant, let's die together. When we reach the world of the dead, I will definitely break your 7 souls and 8 spirits apart, and you will never be reincarnated again." The gradually expanding evil spirit flame scale spider had its front claws enlarged, and a pair of eyes bulged out like wheels. The surrounding violent and ferocious aura permeated as it continued to expand. The surrounding fierce and ferocious and wild mysterious energy waves like blades continued to condense and cover the front body of the evil spirit flame scale spider. Only the front claws, a pair of spider legs, and a piece of scale armor on the neck were left, and it still erupted with the most ferocious aura waves. Looking at the evil spirit flame scale spider that was gradually expanding to the extreme not far in front of him, Long Chen gritted his teeth and moved as far as possible behind the cover. The scales on his body also flashed with a hard luster with the blessing of all his own mysterious energy. At this moment, Long Chen had no way out and could only choose to gamble his life. In the distance, looking at the expanding body of the evil flame scale spider, Nylon Butterfly's face was shocked. Naturally, she saw the former's intention to self-destruct, but when she saw Long Chen, who had not evacuated yet, she immediately shouted anxiously, "Brother Long, we must run! We can't resist this!" "You will die!" Nylon Butterfly still doesn't understand why Long Chen still chooses to stay there instead of escaping quickly when things have come to this point. This is too puzzling for it. "Mao!" The little snow beast also shouted anxiously, as if calling Long Chen to evacuate. Hearing the sound, Long Chen, who was hiding behind the bunker and watching, had a solemn face and gnashed his gums. He also wanted to run, but it was impossible. Once he ran away, it would cause the mission to fail, and the ending would be formatted by the system, and he would die. Now it is possible that he is only seriously injured and does not have to die. The mission can still be completed. Long Chen can only resist here. "Mutai, little one, you two listen to me now. Run as far as you can," Long Chen shouted without turning his head. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Brother Long, why don't you run? That beast is not worth our persistence." Whether it is from its point of view or from the point of view of the snow god beast, the swallowing light circle that swallowed the evil spirit flame scale spider is like some kind of sucking black hole. Although this power makes them puzzled, they can't think of Long Chen. In this case, they think Long Chen is waiting for an opportunity, and after the mysterious swallowing light circle completely swallows the evil spirit flame scale spider, he can get something. Therefore, Nylon Butterfly is now anxious because it is afraid that Long Chen's final outcome is likely to be nothing good, and his life will be lost. However, whether it is Nylon Butterfly or Snow God Beast, they don't know that if Long Chen escapes at this moment, he will really lose his life. For a few seconds, Long Chen looked through the cover at the evil flame scale spider in front of him, which was constantly being devoured and whose ugly body was constantly expanding. He listened to the words of Nylon Butterfly behind him and suddenly turned back, revealing his fierce side. "Stop talking nonsense. If you still think of me as your brother, just listen to me and take the little guy as far as possible." Regarding the threat of death, Long Chen had obviously accepted the consequences of being severely injured, so in order to survive, he could not escape from here no matter what. Nylon Butterfly is different from the Snow God Beast. They are not bound to the system, and there is no need to worry about being cleared and formatted due to mission failure, so Long Chen must let them leave. Otherwise, if they continue to delay here, once the evil flame scale spider completely explodes in the next second, its power is no less than the explosive power of a super-level missile, and the two of them will only be ruthlessly devoured. But Nylon Butterfly looked nervous and hesitant at this moment. Long Chen looked at the distance, which was swallowed by the devouring light circle and only had a huge front claw and neck scales left, but it had expanded to the extreme and could explode at any time. He immediately shouted, "Don't waste time! Go, I'm fine!" "Ha!" Just as Long Chen's voice fell, the evil spirit flame scale spider that had expanded to the extreme, the expanded front claws kept trembling and mumbling. The voice became unclear, but it still couldn't hide its resentment and anger. "I must kill you, ant!" The evil spirit flame scale spider, which was swallowed by the devouring light circle and only had the huge front claws left, was surrounded by the violent waves of mysterious energy that were already fierce. With the explosion and diffusion of many mysterious energy factors, the air was filled with the unique flowing fire poisonous blood in the body of the evil spirit flame scale spider. Within a radius of 10 miles, the air was filled with toxins. All the creatures that quietly entered this area, those with weak strength, were instantly corroded and annihilated by the waves of flowing fire poisonous blood in the air. The Nylon Butterfly has its own healing aura of dragon blood, so it can naturally protect it, the Snow Beast Little Bit, and Long Chen in the distance. "Mouth!" the Snow Beast called out anxiously. "Little Bit, listen to Brother Long, let's go first!" The Nylon Butterfly spread its wings, wanting to take the Snow Beast away. However, at this moment, the Snow Beast completely ignored the former's words and rushed out. And at the moment it rushed out, its little mouth did not forget to pick up the Nylon Butterfly directly. "Little Bit?" The Nylon Butterfly was stunned by the other party's sudden action, but when it looked at the direction it was heading to, it was exactly where Long Chen was, and it was immediately shocked. "No, little one, we're running the wrong way, the wrong way." "Little one, we're running the wrong way, not this way, but the opposite way." Nylon Butterfly, who was being carried by the Snow Divine Beast, was immediately shocked when he saw that he was getting closer and closer to Long Chen. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Being carried by a Snow Divine Beast that was smaller than him and couldn't move, Nylon Butterfly felt a little offended. After all, it was also a descendant of the Tiankong Beast. Being carried forward like this was really a bit embarrassing. However, the Snow Divine Beast, which was carrying Nylon Butterfly, had a pair of big silver eyes full of solemnity and seriousness. Its 4 legs were running very fast. It knew very well in its heart that the direction it was heading to was undoubtedly where Long Chen was. Time seemed to have passed very slowly, but in fact it was just a moment. The evil spirit flame scale spider, which had expanded to the extreme, suddenly opened its many eyes, locked onto the rock shelter where Long Chen was, and roared, "Ants, let's die together!" Hulong, the evil spirit flame scale spider, which had expanded to the extreme, finally exploded with a roar containing endless resentment and hatred. The endless smelly fire and poisonous blood, with an overwhelming momentum, mixed with the impact of the violent aftermath of the endless self-explosion, spread and enveloped. At this moment, with the sudden self-explosion of the evil spirit flame scale spider with only the front head left, the majestic shockwave comparable to the explosion of a large missile, annihilated everything into nothingness. Even the devouring aperture became a little dim under the impact of such a violent and powerful aftermath of the self-explosion. As expected of a vicious flame-scale spider at the level of life and death, even if it was devoured and only had its head left, its self-explosion combat power was less than 1/10, but its explosive power, full of destructive impact, was indeed extremely terrifying. Hurrah! In an instant, the aftermath of the terrifying impact explosion swept in all directions with the force of a tsunami, like a small blood-poisonous sun, illuminating all directions. Hiding behind the bunker, Long Chen felt the terrifying self-explosion shockwave that was enough to instantly annihilate the creation realm, as well as the flowing fire toxins in the air. He frowned and clenched his gums. "System, are you sure I can really handle it?" "Ding, host, don't worry. You have the blood of the war ghost dragon. If your talent is fully activated, you can temporarily obtain a mystical chi level comparable to the 9-star mystical wheel realm at the cost of burning blood." Ding. After precise calculations by this system, if the body of the evil flame-scale spider is intact self-destructs, the host will surely die. But under the devouring aura, it is only its head that self-destructs, so the power is comparable to that of the creation realm. Hearing the analysis of the evolution system, Long Chen nodded slightly. In such a critical moment, he no longer had any reservations and began to burn the blood essence from the war ghost dragon in his body. Hiss! In the moment before the shockwave of the self-destruction arrived, Long Chen's eyes, which were originally a pair of deep black eyes, instantly turned into a cold dark red, and the red scales on his body also turned into a dark red, full of demonic energy. In an instant, Long Chen's overall momentum really had a hint of the majestic and mighty appearance of the heavenly dragon. His own profound energy level also surged to the level of the 9-star profound wheel realm at the moment of burning blood. Even the thick snake body that was originally more than 20 meters long has now soared to 40 meters, and the body is even thicker. Feeling that his own strength, defense, and physical strength have all made a significant qualitative leap, Long Chen's heart suddenly calmed down. As if waiting for judgment, he waited for the arrival of the destructive shockwave that was swallowing up in front of him. Hulong. The self-explosion shockwave of the evil spirit flame-scale spider, like a tsunami, carried the explosion of the highly toxic fire toxin and instantly enveloped and swallowed it. From the moment the evil spirit flame-scale spider self-exploded to the spread, it was only a flick of a finger. Ma! Just as Long Chen gritted his teeth and prepared to use his own war ghost power to resist the shockwave from the evil spirit flame-scale spider's self-explosion, his face changed instantly as a familiar cry from the little one came from behind. "Little one?" Long Chen looked back at the snow god beast holding the nylon butterfly tightly in its mouth and quickly flew over. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Are you crazy? Do you really think you can despise everything? Mutai, I told you to do something, and you did it like this?" It's no wonder that Long Chen is angry at this moment. He has the precise calculation of the evolution system, which can accurately control his life and death. But Nylon Butterfly and Snow Divine Beast were different. If anything happened to these two guys, Long Chen didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Facing the roar from Long Chen, Nylon Butterfly, who was held tightly in his mouth, held his little paw, speechlessly, then spread his hands and said helplessly, "Brother Long, I also want to do what you say, but my strength doesn't allow it. The little one insisted on bringing me here, and I couldn't get away from her." Tsk. Long Chen was secretly angry when he heard the voice. Facing the terrifying aftermath of the self-explosion that was about to explode and hit, he had no time to think about it. He could only subconsciously want to use his body to protect these two guys. Ma! However, the next second, the Snow Divine Beast used its weak little body to throw Nylon Butterfly directly to Long Chen's side, and then a divine light suddenly appeared on its forehead, and an extremely soft divine light field suddenly spread out. As the Snow Divine Beast spread the divine light field, it also enveloped the bodies of Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly at the same time, and its little face was full of seriousness and stubbornness. Boom! Boom! At the moment when the Snow God Beast released the divine light domain, the aftershocks from the self-explosion of the evil flame-scale spider instantly enveloped and spread, directly engulfing everything including the divine light domain. At this moment, the explosion shockwaves were like super missiles, and the erosion of the flowing fire toxin slowly spread in the air, falling on the divine light domain, making a chi-chi erosion sound. However, whether it was the destructive shockwave brought by the self-explosion of the evil flame-scale spider, or the terrifying erosion of the flowing fire toxin. When they came into contact with the divine light domain, they were all purified into nothingness. Long Chen looked at the snow god beast that was blocking him and releasing the divine light domain. His face was slightly shocked, and his heart suddenly reacted, and the solemnity and tension in his eyes gradually dissipated. Yes, how could I forget the little one's domain? With her domain, we are completely fine. Thinking like this, Long Chen suddenly felt a little relaxed. With the protection of the little domain power, he even felt that he didn't need to activate the power of the war ghost. Buzz! Gradually, the little face of the snow god beast was full of effort and stubbornness, and the power of the divine light domain that emerged and released in its body began to gradually thin out. Without a little power support, the divine light domain also became a little weak. The divine light domain of the snow god beast has the power of absolute control. As a descendant of the divine beast, she is proud of her blood. But because she was born not long ago, coupled with her limited strength, her power is now limited. In addition, the huge waves of self-explosion from the realm of life and death made her resistance even weaker. Mao! The snow god beast naturally understood that her power was beginning to weaken, but she was extremely stubborn. Once she had made up her mind, she would naturally not change. She still tried her best to release the remaining power in her body to sustain the divine light domain. Bang! However, the power of the snow god beast was limited after all. Under the shock wave full of destruction and violence, the divine light field was defeated by the level difference between the two sides and finally dissipated. Meow! As the divine light field quietly disappeared, the snow god beast lost its power support. After a distressing low cry, its figure finally flew out. Little one? Seeing the divine light field disappear and the snow god beast completely exposed to the destructive shockwave, Long Chen shouted anxiously. His dark red snake eyes were now bloodshot, and the output of the mysterious energy around him was maximized. Long Chen's thick snake tail was wrapped with a nylon butterfly, and he jumped up suddenly. The power of the war ghost burst out with a powerful mysterious energy and swept towards the snow god beast with a depressed breath. Emma, brother Long, my tentacles are about to break. In the blink of an eye, Nylon Butterfly was in so much pain that she burst into tears because Long Chen didn't pay attention to anything when he rushed out and directly wrapped his snake tail around its life tentacles. As the most vulnerable and sensitive part of her body, her tentacles were being pulled hard, and Nylon Butterfly was in so much pain that tears burst out at this moment. But the situation was too urgent now, and Long Chen couldn't care about anything else. Boom! At the same time, the violent and ferocious destructive self-explosion shockwave was spreading fiercely with the momentum of a tsunami, trying to swallow up the repelled snow beast. Although the most majestic and ferocious destructive shockwave of the evil flame-scale spider's self-explosion had been blocked by the snow beast's divine light field, there were still some aftermath. Long Chen rushed over, and his own speed increased to the extreme. The power of the war ghost permeated every scale on his body. Facing the impact of the aftermath, his heart was chilled. As a fierce monster in the realm of life and death, the aftermath of the self-explosion of the evil spirit flame-scale spider is enough to kill the snow beast that was born not long ago. So he must save the other party no matter what. In a flash, seeing the aftermath of destruction spreading and covering it, the snow beast that was repelled and fell in the air, with a low breath, saw Long Chen rushing over and called out in a low voice. Mao! The weak call sounded extremely distressed, but it made Long Chen helpless. Now all he can do is to report the other party's life at all costs. Little guy, cheer up! Long Chen shouted loudly, and under the support of the power of the war ghost, the sturdy red refining snake king, which is comparable to 40 meters, swung his tail in the air and rolled up the nylon butterfly and the snow beast at the same time. Puff! Because the power of the war ghost was activated for too long, the burning blood in the body was already very terrifying, and Long Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ding! The host has exceeded the time limit for activating the power of the war ghost. Please cancel it immediately, otherwise your blood will be drained. This time, Long Chen chose to ignore the prompt sound of the evolution system. His dark red snake eyes stared at the aftermath of the destruction, and his figure quickly coiled and curled down. All the dark red scales were stained with blood. This was because Long Chen's body was affected by the after effects of the power of the war ghost. As the master of the power of the war ghost dragon was one of the most ancient beasts, and its power was naturally unbearable for ordinary life. Long Chen now only had a few cracks on his body due to the appearance of the war ghost power. In addition, he was lucky not to be squeezed dry or exploded after such a long period of continuous war ghost power. Now Long Chen was also under a strong backlash, and a little blood flowed from his mouth from time to time, but he was stubborn and resolute, and knew that he must not give up. If he gave up, it would be a real death, so he had to fight to the death at this moment. In a blink of an eye, Long Chen rolled himself into a large ball covered with scales. All the dark red scales on his body, probably because they were stained with his own blood, looked very dazzling. At this time, Long Chen protected his head and his body, welcoming the arrival of the aftermath of the next second. Boom! Everything came as fast as a fierce wave. The last wave of destruction instantly swallowed Long Chen and enveloped him. Wherever the aftermath passed, accompanied by the explosion of fire toxins, it was annihilated. At the last dawn before dawn, somewhere in the Yaoling Mountains, it was shining like a small sun. Ding! The system is self-repairing. Ding! The host has been detected to have awakened and is detecting the injuries in the host's body. Ding! The test is completed. The host is not seriously injured. It is just that the host is weak due to excessive blood loss. Congratulations to the host for being alive. In a state of confusion, Long Chen listened to the system prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his mind, and then suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and looked around. It was pitch black. At this moment, the surroundings were all pitch black. Looking up, there was a huge hole above. Feeling the darkness and dampness around, Long Chen shook his heavy head, and the weakness in his body came like a tide. I didn't die. I survived the self-explosion of that beast. It's a miracle. Long Chen rubbed his heavy and swollen head, and couldn't help but whispered and smiled bitterly. It was a miracle that he survived the destructive impact of the self-explosion of a 9-star death realm with his own strength and the power of the war ghost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and devouring the corpse of the evil flame-scale spider. Since the previous rewards have been issued, additional rewards will be issued now. Ding! Reward the host with a new profound skill, low-level profound rank, bone erosion poison flame. Ding! Reward the host with a new talent, maximum level of poison resistance. Ding! The host's attribute panel has been refreshed. Please check. Host Long Clan, Demon Clan, Form, Red Refining Snake King, Bloodline, War Ghost Heavenly Dragon Class, 9-star Profound Spirit Realm Talents, War Ghost Power, maximum level of poison resistance, profound skills. Explosive Fang, Advanced Yellow Rank. Bone Erosion Poison Flame, low-level Profound Rank. Profound Method, 9 Transformation Dragon Way, low-level Profound Rank, currently in the 2nd transformation state. Attribute points, 0. Profound Energy, Strength, 0. Agility, Soul, Defense, 70 Devouring Experience Value, 9,000. Looking at the update of the attribute panel, Long Chen's eyes also lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised accordingly. Although it was very dangerous and exciting before, as the saying goes, those who survive a disaster will have good fortune in the future. After surviving the disaster, I got 2 extra benefits, which was like adding wings to a tiger. System, tell me the truth. You gave me talents and profound skills like this. Are you already optimistic about me? Long Chen spit out the snake letter and teased in his heart. Ding! Host, don't think too much. This system is really afraid that you, the host, will suddenly die one day, so this time I made an exception and gave you 2 extra rewards. Next time, you don't have to say it so directly. Excitement that Long Chen had just mentioned suddenly seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Brother Long, you're awake! At the same time, the nylon butterfly suddenly swooped over quickly, and then slammed into Long Chen's front, hugged him, and his little face was full of excitement. That's great, Brother Long, you're not dead. God must be kind to you. Long Chen endured the weakness in his body and the impact brought by the opponent. He gritted his teeth and said in a tut-tut voice, I'm not dead, but you almost killed me. Heh! Nylon Butterfly smiled foolishly and scratched his head. Feeling the weakness in the other party's body, he immediately cast a healing light covering him. Feeling that his physical strength began to recover under the aura, Long Chen gradually regained his strength. He looked around and asked in surprise, Where's the little one? The little one is behind you. Hearing Nylon Butterfly's answer, Long Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at the snow divine beast who was standing beside him with its eyes curved into crescent shapes. He immediately said happily, Little one, are you seriously injured? At this time, Long Chen was most concerned about the snow divine beast. If it hadn't been for the little guy's desperate release of the divine light field, he would have really confessed before. Mao! Hearing Long Chen's words, the snow divine beast shook its head gently, looking very relaxed and cheerful, and then jumped down a few times, and then came to Long Chen's head, rubbing his little head affectionately. On the other hand, Nylon Butterfly, who was exerting her healing power, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This little one's own strength is very strange. I wanted to heal her just now, but I found that she can heal herself. And the little one's self-healing ability is not weaker than my healing power, so I think that as long as the little one is not dead, as long as there is still a breath, she can heal herself. Self-healing? Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but look up. looking at the snow beast rubbing his head intimately, and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. As expected of the descendant of the blood of the beast, this little one was only born a few hours ago, and he has the ability that countless creatures envy. A divine light field, a self-healing ability, these two things together, even Long Chen began to envy. When thinking of the divine light field, Long Chen's heart was also very eager for this kind of power, and couldn't help but ask the system in his heart, "System, please help me research and give me another task like this. After completing it, you can also give me a domain." Ding! If the host doesn't want to die in a hurry, don't think about this problem anymore. Hearing the system's answer, Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help feeling confused. What do you mean? I have a domain, and my combat power has been greatly improved. Why should I be anxious to die? He really couldn't figure out what the system meant by saying this. However, the next second, the evolution system's barrage of answers made Long Chen fall into deep thought. Ding! This system can now allow the host to have domain abilities, and it is a very strong War Ghost domain. Ding! But let me ask the host, the release of the domain requires the support of bloodline power. You have not fully become a War Ghost dragon. The moment you release the domain, you can be instantly drained into a corpse. Ding! Another point, on the ancient dragon continent, domain talents can be plundered by outsiders. Ding! Host, your level is so weak now. Putting aside everything, even if you are given a domain, if you are discovered by an absolutely strong person, they will directly kill you to plunder the power of the domain. You are giving it away for free. Ding! The Snow God Beast has the support of the entire Snow God Beast clan. No strong person will ask for it to plunder, nor dare to do so. And you, the host, are alone and have no guarantee. Ding! So please don't talk about this again in the future. When the host's profound energy level is raised to the ability to protect itself and successfully becomes a War Ghost dragon, the system will naturally give it. Long Chen listened to the system's answer and thought deeply. His eyelids slightly raised. He ignored such questions and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I didn't expect that this domain talent could be plundered by outsiders. Alas, it's too hasty. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh and could only put the system domain matters aside for the time being. Since the system said that if you want the system, you have to evolve into a War Ghost dragon and have absolute self-protection strength, it proves that these are things after the Nirvana realm, and there is nothing to worry about. Nylon Butterfly, who was treating him, looked at Long Chen in surprise and asked, "Brother Long, what's so careless?" In response, Long Chen did not answer the other party, but looked around and asked, "Mutai, how long have I been unconscious? Where is this place?" Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly immediately showed a sad face and said, "I'm ashamed, Brother Long. I don't know where this is, and you haven't been unconscious for a long time. Xiao Budian and I came here in a daze under your protection. But I just flew out and took a look. We are now in an empty mountain. Brother Long, look at the hole above. It is where we just landed." Looking in the direction pointed by Nylon Butterfly, Long Chen frowned slightly, raised his head, and looked at the big hole very far away from him. The sunlight above was shining in, illuminating the dim, empty mountain space. The big hole was obviously the result of the aftermath of the impact that shook him here and smashed a gap in the empty mountain. In response, Long Chen's snake eyes flickered slightly, revealing a light of thought, and finally couldn't help but sigh. However, although he now has the help of Nylon Butterfly's healing and recovery aura, he still feels weak, and the scales on his body have scars due to the excessive use of the power of the War Ghost. Especially the scales on his abdomen, which have even fallen off due to the excessive use of power. This height, this extremely deep distance, plus the injuries on his body. Long Chen sighed again. This is a height of several dozen feet. Even if he is in his prime, it seems that he can't jump up at all. Mao! The Snow God Beast couldn't help but shout, as if telling Nylon Butterfly something. Hearing the sound, Nylon Butterfly shook his head slightly and sighed. "Little guy, I tried it just now. Although I can fly out of here, I couldn't take my brother Long out just now. He's too big and too heavy." When he heard the word size, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. Then, in his mind, he turned his original 20-meter-long thick snake body into a few meters long in an instant. The miniature version of Long Chen looked at the Nylon Butterfly beside him, which had grown to nearly 10 meters in size, and said, "Mutai, try again now and see if you can pull me up." The Nylon Butterfly nodded and did as he was told, then stopped treating the former. Its wings spread out to a length of nearly 15 meters, and its pairs of small claws grabbed the gaps between Long Chen's scales. "I'll get up." As the wings of the butterfly suddenly flapped and vibrated, a faint, strong wind surged around. At the moment when the Nylon Butterfly wanted to pull Long Chen up, it might have found that it was still very strenuous, and its face gradually became a little ferocious. The first time, it didn't work. Looking at the Nylon Butterfly that was a circle bigger than him, Long Chen glanced at it and said lightly, "Boy, Can you do it? Why didn't you eat? Don't worry, Brother Long. I get up again. The nylon butterfly, holding its breath, with a ferocious face and bared teeth, seemed to use all its strength to pull Long Chen up completely. Fuck! I'll try my best to get up. The third time the nylon butterfly tried to lift it up with a very ferocious face, it still failed to lift the other snake body, but it did succeed this time. However, the speed of being lifted up was really touching. Mao! The snow beast looked at the two guys speechlessly, especially seeing that although Long Chen was lifted up by the nylon butterfly, the height of the lift was not higher than its own height. It couldn't help but shout. It seemed to be asking the nylon butterfly, can you do it? If you can't help, just stop standing there and making sarcastic remarks. Nylon butterfly used up all its strength at this moment. Its face was ferocious, and although it seemed like it had been defeated by reality, it was still stubborn. Long Chen looked at himself speechlessly, only a pitiful foot away from the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart, and said, "Forget it, Mao Tai, put me down. Let's not suffer this injustice." Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly put the former down and then took a deep breath and said with a choked breath, "Brother Long, I can't do it. I really don't have the strength." Seeing this, Long Chen glanced at this guy and teased him. "Tell you to eat more meat. You are as thin as a monkey. You can't even lift the smaller version of me. In the future, learn from your brother Long and eat more meat." Nylon Butterfly was too lazy to refute. It waved its little claws and said intermittently, "Brother Long, you don't know. This has nothing to do with whether you shrink or enlarge, and whether I eat meat or not." Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the other party, and laughed. "Then tell me, what does this have to do with?" Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly waved its little claws and said, "Brother Long, that's not how it works. No matter how big or small you are, your original weight remains the same, so I can't lift you up at all." Long Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there such a thing?" "Brother Long, you'll know if you try it when you have a chance in the future." Without continuing this topic, Long Chen looked at the hole far away from him in the sky. His mouth twitched slightly, and he gave up decisively. Since he couldn't get up, he could only think of a way to see if he could get out from other places. His eyes turned to the surroundings. Because of the sunlight projected in by the loophole, the originally dark and humid space here became a little brighter. "Have any of you been in there before?" Long Chen looked ahead and saw a road that didn't seem to be the one he expected. The snake's tail pointed at the ancient red stone road in front and said, "Where does it lead to?" Hearing this, the nylon butterfly and the snow beast shook their heads at the same time. The former grinned and said, "Brother Long, you just fell into a coma not long ago, and I have been treating you. I haven't had time to explore inside. However, based on my feeling, there seems to be some power in here that is blocking the surroundings, and I can't sense any breath inside." On the other hand, Long Chen looked at the nylon butterfly in surprise and said in astonishment, "Even you can't sense it? Is there something shielding inside?" You have to know that the perception of the nylon butterfly is stronger than his. Even it can't sense what's going on inside. No wonder he didn't find any clues when he looked inside. Nylon Butterfly looked carefully along the red ancient road ahead and finally shook his head helplessly, saying, "I can't see it, but the more it's like this, the more I feel that there must be something inside." Long Chen thought for a few seconds, and then he and Nylon Butterfly's eyes lit up at the same time, and they both said in surprise, "Maybe there is a treasure. Maybe we got it." "Ah, Mao!" Looking at the two guys with happy faces and dancing like snakes and butterflies, the snow god beast cried out helplessly, looking very speechless. Sometimes it is really confused. Are these two guys really monsters? How can monsters be so unruly? As if he felt the contempt from the little guy, Long Chen coughed dryly and regained his serious look. He looked at Nylon Butterfly and said, "Mute, how long will it take for my injury to recover? At the current rate of treatment, it will probably be almost healed in a little while." Nylon Butterfly spread its wings and stretched out its little claws. The healing aura fell on Long Chen's body and said, "Brother Long, your injury may seem serious, but it has not hurt the essence." Long Chen nodded slightly and was about to speak when his face suddenly changed slightly. His eyes turned with a bit of surprise. He subconsciously took out a dark and ordinary mysterious black stone from the system space. Although it was a bit of a flash in the pan just now, Long Chen could be sure that this mysterious black stone had just vibrated in his space. Although it was only for a moment and the speed was very fast, it was very clear. As long as the mysterious black stone could move, Long Chen's eyes also fell on the red ancient road in front of him, and there was a bit of doubt between his eyebrows. Could it be that this mysterious black stone is actually related to something here? What is hidden in the depths of the red ancient road? You know, this mysterious black stone was accidentally obtained from the long-dead Thunderscale Snake Queen. Long Chen secretly studied it at the time, but failed. This mysterious black stone seems to have some kind of absorption effect on the spirit array, and it can also release the spirit array. But because the Thunderscale Snake Queen had released all the spirit arrays before, it seems to be empty. It is precisely because of this that the mysterious black stone has been silent for some time. Now there is movement again. How can this not make Long Chen care? But the mysterious black stone is just like a flash in the pan, vibrating in his system space for a while, and finally returning to calm. Looking at the mysterious black stone, which was rolled up in Long Chen's tail, Nylon Butterfly was also stunned, and suddenly said, "Ah, Brother Long, I know this." Hearing this, Long Chen, who was watching the mysterious black stone, looked at him in surprise and said, "You know this? Tell me quickly, what is this thing used for?" Nylon Butterfly looked very smart and said proudly, "This black stone is what you got from the Thunderscale Snake Queen. It is used to release the spirit formation." The next second, Long Chen's originally expectant smile suddenly froze, and then he looked away without saying a word. Nylon Butterfly scratched his head and couldn't help asking, "Did I say something wrong? It's not you who's wrong, it's me." Long Chen sighed speechlessly and smiled bitterly. "I was expecting you to say something and you didn't disappoint me. Isn't this stone used to release the spirit array?" "Yes, you're right. I want Jing Jing." "Brother Long, who is Jing Jing?" "Brother Long, what did you say just now? I don't understand." "I said, come on, Chinese national football team. Don't ask anymore." "Oh." Seeing that Long Chen was about to explode, Nylon Butterfly didn't ask any more questions and continued to use its healing aura to restore the former. After a while, a snake, a butterfly, and a beast walked forward along the Red Ancient Road. As he went deeper and deeper into the Red Ancient Road, Long was always alert to his surroundings, looking at the bare rock walls on both sides, guarding against any hidden weapons and mechanisms that suddenly appeared from them. Looking at the front of the ancient road, Long Chen grinned and said, "Tsk, I didn't expect that I have a good relationship with this kind of place." Nylon Butterfly nodded thoughtfully, flew beside the former, grinned and said, "The Snake King's palace we quietly entered before was underground. This time it's in the mountains. It's almost the same." Mao! The Snow Divine Beast looked very curious, jumped off Long Chen's head, and ran around quickly. From this look, it looks more like a tourist. Long Chen followed behind him slowly, always following behind the Snow Divine Beast. Looking at the cheerful and lively little guy, his heart was also relaxed. Nylon Butterfly occupied the territory above Long Chen's head again, looking at the Snow Divine Beast running happily in front, pretending to be mature, and said, "The little one has just been born and is curious about everything. It turns out that the Divine Beast is also like this." Long Chen glanced up speechlessly. "You don't seem to be much bigger than others." After walking for an unknown amount of time, this long red ancient road finally ended with a huge door blocking it. Looking at the huge and simple red ancient door, Long Chen couldn't help but look up, spit out his snake tongue, and couldn't help grinning. "Wow, this door is even bigger than the previous evil flame scale spider." That's right, this ancient red door is actually nearly 30 feet high. In front of such a huge door, a snake, a butterfly, and a beast really have a sense of déjà vu of a little dust. Mao! The snow god beast looked at the door in front of it and then called out and walked back and forth curiously to watch. She was smart and seemed to want to find the place where the mechanism was. Listening to the words of the snow god beast, Nylon Butterfly was responsible for translating to Long Chen, saying, "Brother Long, little one, this door cannot be pushed open by brute force. We can only look for any mechanism." Hearing this, Long Chen was inwardly in tears and laughter. He nodded helplessly and said, "Nonsense, I don't know how to find a mechanism. Such a big ancient door must not be opened by brute force. Could it be that if I say open sesame, this door will open?" Hulong. The next moment, the surface of the ground shook, and the three of them suddenly stared with wide eyes, only to see that the tightly closed red ancient door was slowly opening to both sides at this moment. Hulong! Just as Long Chen's voice fell, the originally tightly closed red ancient door suddenly seemed to respond to the other party's words, and slowly opened to both sides at an extremely slow rate. Seeing this, Long Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and he was dumbfounded, and his heart was even more shocked. A blind cat encounters a dead mouse? When in doubt, open sesame? This sesame really opened the door? Facing the three questions in his heart, Long Chen suddenly felt something strange, and immediately took out the mysterious black stone from the system space again. This time, he did not choose to roll it with his tail, but used the soul power to cover it and let it float beside him. Gulp! The mysterious black stone vibrated in an extremely subtle way, as if it was given life and had the rhythm of a heartbeat. Long Chen looked at the mysterious black stone, and then at the red ancient door, and immediately felt a sense of sudden enlightenment in his heart. So that's how it is. When Nylon Butterfly saw that the red ancient door was actually opening slowly to both sides under Long Chen's strange spell, She was surprised and said, "Brother Long, look, your sesame opened the door." "Brother Long, how did you know that sesame can open this door?" Rolled his eyes in annoyance and grinned. "What the hell? Sesame opened the door. This thing opened the door. How can I have that ability to use sesame to open the door?" Looking at the mysterious black stone floating beside Long Chen, Nylon Butterfly was even more surprised and said in astonishment, "I didn't expect that this black stone was actually related to this door. It seems that the Thunderscale Snake Queen before was not simple to be able to get such a thing." Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly, spit out his snake tongue, and looked at the mysterious black stone that vibrated from time to time like a spreading signal, and said thoughtfully, "I'm afraid this Thunderscale Snake Queen was obtained by accident. Otherwise, with its greedy nature, if it knew that this door could be opened with this stone, it would definitely go in to explore." Hulong. As the red ancient door slowly opened to both sides, looking inside through the gap of the door, whether it was Long Chen, Nylon Butterfly, or the Snow God Beast, all turned from their previous expectant eyes to speechless. Hoo-hoo. Because the door was opened, the rock walls on both sides of the door seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly there was a bright fire surging, playing the role of lighting. It turned out that on the other side of the red ancient door was the hateful red ancient road, and in front of the ancient road, even with the rock wall flame lighting, it was still a bit hard to see the end. "Mao!" The Snow God Beast cried helplessly with a speechless face looking like I was drunk. Nylon Butterfly's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but mutter, "This is too much of a joke." Long Chen nodded in agreement, spitting out his boring snake letter and said, "The owner of this place must be a low-level guy with bad tastes." "Brother Long, I sense that there is indeed a fluctuation ahead. Although it is far away from us, we can reach it by following this road." Suddenly, Nylon Butterfly shouted. Hearing this, Long Chen did not rush to move. To be safe, he asked, "Tell me first, is that fluctuation a good thing or a bad thing?" "I don't know." "Beautiful." Rolling his eyes, Long Chen looked up at the sky in silence. He knew that he couldn't have too high expectations. Nylon Butterfly, who had slightly closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes again and felt, "But Brother Long, there shouldn't be any danger because I was inside, and I also felt a trace of the breath of a living person." "The breath of a living person?" Long Chen was shocked when he heard the voice. "You mean there are living people in here? Humans?" Nylon Butterfly nodded solemnly and said, "That's right, Brother Long. Although the breath of the living person is very weak, I can feel that guy is not dead yet." "Not dead?" When he heard this word, Long Chen suddenly didn't want to move forward. He said speechlessly, "Then why are we still moving forward? The owner here is not only alive, but also alive. What are we going to do? Are we going to send him off?" "Just kidding. This place originally gave him a very strange feeling, and it is still unknown what the situation is inside. If the living person, as Nylon Butterfly said, that is, the owner of this place, is really alive, this matter can be both good and bad. Good thing, although the other party may be but not interested in us, maybe he can send everyone away if he is in a good mood. Bad thing, they come in and disturb others so directly, and if they get angry, a slap falls. Maybe it will be cold." As if seeing Long Chen's hesitation, Nylon Butterfly stayed steadily on the other's head and said repeatedly, "Brother Long, the breath of that living person is extremely weak, looming, and should not have the power to move us. Otherwise, it is impossible for the fluctuation to be so weak. Maybe that guy's time has come. A dying person has no fighting power. Besides, we have no way out now, but we want to fly out of the hole we fell into before, because I have limited strength and can't pull you, Brother Long, so it is almost impossible, unless I break through to the 9-star mysterious spirit realm now." Listening to the other party's words, Long Chen also nodded slightly. "This is a more troublesome problem. Going forward now, life and death are uncertain, good and bad are mixed, everything is unknown. But if for the sake of safety, wait for Nylon Butterfly to break through to the mysterious spirit realm, this method is not realistic. Let alone the matter of advancement, Nylon Butterfly himself doesn't know when he can advance. 1 day? 1 week? 1 month? If it takes a year to wait for Nylon Butterfly to advance, he and the Snow God Beast will have to wait here for another year? Obviously impossible." Seeing this, Long Chen's eyes also became solemn, and he smiled bitterly. "It seems that we really have no way out now, and we can only move forward." "Mao!" the Snow God Beast shouted in agreement. "This little guy is always the kind of curious baby who likes to watch the fun. In this case, let's see what kind of monsters and demons are in here." Long Chen took a deep breath, and then ordered Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast, "You two must follow me closely and don't leave me too far. We will go to explore the way first. If there is no danger, we will continue to move forward. Mao Tai, you always pay attention to the breath of the living person. If there is danger, we will retreat quickly. We must take our own safety as the priority. To put it bluntly, if there is really danger inside, we will use the dumbest method. We would rather wait for Mao Tai to break through than joke with our lives. Agree, Nylon Butterfly nodded. Mao, the snow god beast shouted happily, as if he was going to explore a new world, and he was quite excited. Long glanced at the snow beast with a smile and a sigh in his heart. It was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. This little guy really didn't know how to write the word danger. Now that the plan had been reached, Long Chen took a deep breath, and his face became gradually solemn and serious. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he had to go through it first. Mao! The snow beast suddenly called out, scaring Long Chen. He looked down at the other party and said in astonishment, "Little guy, what's wrong with you?" The snow beast suddenly acted like a spoiled child, rubbing against Long Chen's belly scales affectionately, blinking its watery silver eyes with an expression that said, "You know what I mean." This time, before Long Chen could say anything, Nylon Butterfly showed an unyielding look and said viciously, "Little guy, even if you beg Po Tian today, I will not give Brother Long's head to you." "Humph, you are the only one who can act like a spoiled child. I can do that too. Brother Long." Hearing that unpleasant, coquettish voice coming from Nylon Butterfly's mouth, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, his face darkened, and without saying a word, he raised his tail and whipped it. Snap! Suddenly, Long Chen raised his tail speechlessly and whipped the nauseating Nylon Butterfly directly at it, whipping it off its head. Nylon Butterfly. The Nylon Butterfly that was whipped flew away, with its eyes wide open in disbelief, and was then slapped against the rock wall. Although Long Chen did not use any force, it felt a little aggrieved at the moment. "Brother Long, you are biased." Seeing this, Long Chen ignored the other party, and then rolled up the snow beast beside him and put it on his head. Looking at the Nylon Butterfly that was hit on the rock wall, he said calmly, "You are a grown man. Why are you fighting with a girl? Still acting like a spoiled child? You are a man, acting like a spoiled child with me. Don't you think it's a bit weird?" "Mao!" The snow beast shouted in agreement, and then lay quietly on Long Chen's head with joy. The Nylon Butterfly that was hit on the rock wall seemed to be a lonely figure at this moment, lying there quietly, humming. After a while, a snake, a butterfly, and a beast continued to move forward along the red ancient road. Behind Long Chen, the Nylon Butterfly also grabbed the scales behind the former with a pair of small claws, looking ahead and said, "Brother Long, it feels closer and closer. I guess, if we walk a little longer, we will reach the place where the faint fluctuations are." Although the snow beast is now occupying Long Chen's head, it can at least stay behind Long Chen, which is acceptable. Long Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, and ordered, "Mutai, you must keep a close eye on it. If there is any disturbance, once the situation is not right, we will withdraw immediately if there is danger." Although as a life of reincarnation, his soul perception is naturally different from that of ordinary life, but compared with the soul power of Nylon Butterfly, it is still a little insufficient. Unless he adds all the points to his soul in the next attribute, otherwise, it will be very difficult to catch up with the sky blue fierce beast Nylon Butterfly, which has a very high soul power growth. "Don't worry, Brother Long, I will help you keep an eye on it all the time," Nylon Butterfly promised. "Meow!" The snow god beast looked like a very happy and curious baby, and it seemed that he didn't think about what would happen in front of him. At first, Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart, but then he thought that he was a descendant of a divine beast, and the little snow beast with inherited memory was naturally very arrogant in his bones. So for the so-called ordinary dangers, for the little one with the divine, light domain, it was not worth mentioning at all. After all, it was able to withstand the destructive impact that could instantly annihilate creatures at the level of the creation realm, so it had enough capital and qualifications to be proud. As time slowly passed, Long Chen led Nylon Butterfly and Little Dot forward for a long time, and finally came to the end of the red ancient road again. Looking at another ancient door which appeared in front of the three, Long Chen was speechless. The construction and texture of this door were exactly the same as before, and the surrounding environment was exactly the same, without any change. It seems that the owner of this place is really a bit puzzling. The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Behind this door, it won't be that damn ancient road again? If that's really the case, then when will it end? Open sesame! At this moment, in the already silent empty mountain, ancient road, Nylon Butterfly suddenly shouted, scaring Long Chen and the snow god beast at the same time. The snow god beast suddenly became furious, and then turned back to stare at Nylon Butterfly with a bad face, and issued a low warning. Long Chen's face also darkened, and he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, you can shout louder and call out the guy inside, that would be fun." On the other hand, Nylon Butterfly scratched his head for some unknown reason, and couldn't help saying, "I actually just wanted to try it out. What if it wasn't the mysterious stone that opened it, but it was really sesame? Sesame, sesame. If you startle like this again next time, I will directly pull you into the wall, and you can't dig it out, Long Chen roared. That just now really scared him out of his nervous mood. He thought that the creature inside had already come out. Nylon Butterfly scratched his head, smiled, and had a simple and honest expression like an honest man. Long Chen also shook his head slightly, and then used his soul power to control the mysterious black stone and rushed out of the system space again. Gudong! As the mysterious black stone beat like a heartbeat, a tiny black force floated towards the ancient gate. It was originally silent, and it would only move when it approached this ancient gate. Hulong! The next second, the ancient gate slowly opened in front of the mysterious black stone. It was really lucky to have the mysterious black stone to lead the way. Otherwise, this kind of gate would be exhausted to death by Long Chen and the other three, but it would not be able to open. Long Chen was alert to the ancient gate that was slowly opening, and his eyes swept towards the mysterious black stone floating around him without leaving a trace. This stone, except for being able to absorb it and release it when encountering a spirit formation, seemed to have no movement. But I never thought that this black stone, which originally looked the most ordinary, could actually open this ancient gate. As the Gula gate was completely opened, and as the lights inside were brightly lit, the scene inside was instantly presented to the three of them. Oh my God, this is too amazing! Long Chen looked at the scene in the huge empty mountain and was shocked for a moment. Mao! At this moment, the snow beasts all shouted in agreement and nodded. The nylon butterfly stretched out its little claws and gradually grabbed the scales on Long Chen's back. Its face was also very surprised and shocked. It couldn't help but murmured, "This is too big." Long Chen nodded in agreement and smiled bitterly. It is indeed a bit too big. In front of them, what came into view was an ancient scene in a huge empty mountain. What was more conspicuous was that two stone statues that were tens of feet high appeared in front of the three. The two stone statues that were tens of feet high were very majestic. Both of them had serious faces and were lifelike. They stretched out one hand each, showing a rejection. The other hand of the two stone statues was holding a stone tool that looked like a huge brush. Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, and his eyes moved down from the two huge stone statues, looking at the empty ground below. His face was startled. On the extremely wide floor tiles, there was an ancient array diagram that was carved at an unknown time. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly understood in his heart that this was definitely not carved for the sake of beauty, but a spiritual array diagram that looked abandoned. Obviously, this spiritual array that had been carved for an unknown period of time, without the external power of endurance, was not moving at all at this moment, like a dead map, without the slightest ripple. Brother Long, this subtle fluctuation is in this area, but I don't know the exact time and place. It's very weak, Nylon Butterfly suddenly said. Hearing this, Long Chen looked around, looking at the space in the huge mountains around him, and frowned slightly. It seems that in addition to a huge space, there are two ancient stone statues that are tens of feet high, and an ancient formation diagram that has been engraved on the floor tiles for who knows how many years, and then there is nothing else. If there is really something, does dust count? Long Chen was secretly puzzled. He had just felt the subtle fluctuation that Nylon Butterfly just mentioned, but he could only feel it, but couldn't see the source of the fluctuation. It really felt a bit foggy. Could it be haunted? Long Chen vomited, who believed it, looking very confused. At this moment, Nylon Butterfly was also confused. It scratched its head but couldn't find the source of the subtle fluctuation. It murmured in confusion, "It shouldn't be." Gulp! Just as the two were confused, the mysterious black stone, which had been silent before, began to vibrate slightly again, like a heartbeat. Gulp! As the mysterious black stone beat gently like a heart, at this moment, it seemed to have activated some kind of power, and black rays of light slowly emerged from the mysterious black stone. Long Chen looked at this scene. His face froze, and he spit out his snake tongue. A different feeling from deep in his heart surged into his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to feel some special and strange fluctuations. Without any hesitation, he took the Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Beast and retreated. Buzz! The next moment, the black light power gushing out of the mysterious black stone actually floated and slowly surged towards the ancient spiritual formation that had been carved on the ground for who knows how long, and then surged into it. The surface of the ground shook, and the ancient spiritual formation that had been dead silent seemed to be activated at this moment, and began to show a situation that the three had never expected. Chi-Chi! The ancient spiritual array was emitting light, but it was not black light. With the power of the mysterious black stone, a powerful force was spreading and surging, extending to this huge space. This ancient spiritual array, which was completely guided and opened by the mysterious black stone, actually came alive in front of the three people. As the powerful force in the spiritual array surged out, this force, whether it was pressure or the fluctuation of mysterious energy, made Long Chen and the other two feel unprecedented oppression. After Long Chen felt the pressure of this ancient spiritual array, he was suddenly shocked. This pressure completely exceeded the fluctuation of the breath of the evil flame-scale spider that he had seen before in the realm of life and death. At the same time, Long Chen was secretly shocked in his heart, looking at the mysterious black stone floating in the air not far ahead, and his heart fell into a thoughtful look. What kind of stone is this? How can it trigger such a majestic and powerful spiritual formation? Ding! An 8th-level guardian spiritual formation appears in front of the host. All creatures below the Xuanzun realm who are not recognized by this spiritual formation will be swallowed up as aliens. Hearing the voice of the evolution system, Long Chen's face changed drastically, and his figure couldn't help but step back. Are you kidding me? This is an 8th-level spiritual formation. What does an 8th-level spiritual formation mean? It means that all creatures below the Xuanzun realm will be swallowed up into nothingness in an instant by this spiritual formation. He looked at the 8th-level spiritual formation that was slowly opened by the mysterious black stone with lingering fear, and couldn't help but say in surprise, "Aren't we looking for trouble now?" This made his already pessimistic situation even worse. That was a huge spiritual formation that could keep all creatures below the Xuanzun realm out. Even ordinary Xuanzun realm super strong people didn't dare to touch it easily. Buzz! As the 8th-level guardian spirit formation slowly opened, the entire space was filled with the sacred guardian force. In the end, the space was filled with light. The majestic and powerful force became stronger and stronger under the gaze of Long Chen and the other two. Meow! The snow god beast looked at the ancient spirit formation that was gradually surging, and a trace of fear surged in his heart. He subconsciously screamed in fear, "You can't see me! You can't see me!" At this moment, the nylon butterfly was so scared that it trembled behind Long Chen and kept muttering in its mouth, fearing that the spirit formation would see it and swallow it up in an instant. Long Chen stared at the activated spirit formation in front of him with a cold gaze, and his heart was extremely solemn at the moment. There was nothing wrong originally, but now that the mysterious black stone opened this spirit formation, it was enough to prove that this mysterious black stone was originally a part of this place. It seems that this stone should be the center of this spirit formation. Long Chen subconsciously stepped back again, muttering, "Ding! Host, don't worry about whether this guardian spirit formation is attacking the host. In its view, the host should be one of its own. Otherwise, the terrifying explosive power of the 8th-level spirit formation would have annihilated the host long ago. Ding! Host, no matter what, you must get that black stone to your side. With it, everything here should not pose a threat to the host." Hearing the words of the evolution system, Long Chen's face was slightly stunned. He looked at the mysterious black stone floating in the air in front of him, spit out his snake tongue, and his eyes were stern. Now, mysterious black stone is very close to the 8th-level spirit formation. At this distance, he was indeed a little worried. Originally, if he didn't go over, the spirit formation would be fine. If he went over, the spirit formation would suddenly explode, which would be too bad. No matter what, just do what the system says. If there is no mysterious black stone, I guess it will be difficult for everyone to get out of here alive. Thinking of this in his heart, Long Chen's eyes became firm, took a deep breath, and then put the snow beast and nylon butterfly on the ground at the same time. "You two? Wait for me here. No one is allowed to follow me without my permission. Do you understand?" Long Chen said in a deep voice. If he went alone now, his life would be uncertain, so he could not let nylon butterfly and snow god beast follow him to take risks. The kindness and gentleness in his heart, emphasis, were not swallowed up by his nature as a demon. Hearing this, nylon butterfly and snow god beast looked at each other, and the former could not help asking, "Brother Long, what do you want to do?" Mao! The snow god beast seemed to have guessed something, and immediately cried out anxiously, then opened its mouth and gently bit Long Chen's tail, meaning not to go. Seeing this, Long Chen grinned. His resolute eyes flashed with a unique tenderness when he looked at the snow god beast, and he said with a smile, "It's not a problem for us to waste time here. We must go over. Don't worry. I'm sure that the spirit formation will not destroy me. You two guys just wait here. I'll be back soon." After saying this, Long Chen no longer gave the two guys a chance to speak, and immediately rushed over with the momentum of a shadow. Mao! The snow god beast looked at Long Chen with some concern and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Nylon Butterfly was holding one of the little paws at this moment, and his eyes were full of solemnity, without the usual funny look. The quick-witted turned his head and looked at the former and smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Long never fights a battle without preparation. He will definitely do it if he says it's okay." Hearing this, the snow god beast looked at Nylon Butterfly, who believed in Long Chen without a doubt, and his heart was also touched. His eyes moved again, looking at the snake shadow that quickly swept towards the mysterious black stone. At this moment, the image of Long Chen in her heart gradually became somewhat profound and firm. Whoosh! Long Chen rushed to the mysterious black stone at the fastest speed. Before he wanted to move the other party, his eyes still intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the ancient spiritual formation not far away. Chi. At this moment, this ancient 8th-level spiritual formation, in addition to continuously releasing the powerful pressure force covering the area in front of the 2 huge stone statues, other places were not affected. It seems that these 2 stone statues should not be decorations. Long Chen secretly guessed in his heart. His eyes moved forward, watching the mysterious black stone floating in front of him, taking a deep breath, and then raised his tail, trying to wrap it up and take it back. As the tail kept approaching, time passed very slowly at this moment, and Long Chen was very nervous at this moment. The Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Beast watching from a distance also seemed to hold their breath, and they were also secretly praying for Long Chen. Seeing that his tail was about to approach the mysterious black stone, Long Chen, who was originally a little nervous, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and grinned. I thought something bad would happen, but it's not as dangerous as I thought. After all, he was so close to the spirit formation and the 8th-level guardian spirit formation that was powerful enough to kill those below the Xuanzun realm was still motionless, so there should be nothing unusual. However, just as Long Chen was thinking this, he saw the mysterious black stone that was originally floating quietly, suddenly humming again and trembling violently. Buzz! As Long Chen was about to roll the mysterious black stone floating in the air back, the mysterious black stone seemed to sense the approach of life and suddenly began to tremble violently. With a hum, it became extremely unstable. Huh? Long Chen looked at the sudden change in the scene, and his heart was a little surprised. Looking at the mysterious black stone trembling violently in front of him, his face immediately became a little solemn. Because he could feel from the fluctuations of the mysterious black stone that this guy didn't seem to want to take it away himself. Can't I take this stone? Long Chen was secretly puzzled, and just as he was about to make a move, his face suddenly became startled. The mysterious black stone suddenly moved, and it swept forward at a speed as fast as the wind. In a blink of an eye, it slipped away from Long Chen's eyes, and then came to the top of the 8th-level guardian spirit formation, and slowly fell down. Fog. Seeing this, Long Chen couldn't help but burst out a swear word, and his figure suddenly retreated backwards. He thought that because of his approach, the mysterious black stone, which was like the eye of the formation, actually indirectly activated the spirit formation. Whoosh! As the mysterious black stone gradually fell down, it finally heard a click sound, and was firmly embedded in the dot in the center of the 8th-level spirit formation. Hulong! At this moment, the majestic spirit formation waves comparable to the power of Xuanzun spread and surged around with the momentum of a tsunami, but it had no lethality, just like the sun that suddenly appeared in the dark night, dazzling and warm. Long Chen, who retreated back wildly, subconsciously protected the Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Beast, protecting them behind him, and spit out a sinister snake tongue, ready to run away at any time. If it weren't for the surging power of the spirit formation, which had no killing intent, Long Chen would have just run away with these 2 guys. This spirit formation doesn't want our lives? Nylon Butterfly, who was a little trembling, stayed behind Long Chen and couldn't help but said in astonishment. Meow! The snow god beast was also a little stunned. It didn't expect that the mighty spirit formation power that seemed to want to destroy everything around was just a build-up. Long Chen's eyes were always fixed on the surging power of the guardian spirit formation in front of him, and his heart was extremely awe-inspiring. Good guy, this is an 8th-level spirit formation that even the Xuanzun realm may not be able to withstand. Fortunately, this spirit formation did not intend to kill them. Otherwise, it is estimated that not even ashes would be left. Boom! At the moment when the power of the spirit formation burst out, the huge empty mountain was seen shaking violently again. At this moment, the shaking came from behind the 2 stone statues. Long Chen looked through the spirit formation to the 2 huge stone statues behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the next moment his eyes suddenly widened, his face full of surprise. This. Nylon Butterfly also widened his eyes, with an unbelievable look, looking at the scene in front of him that had undergone a huge change and couldn't speak clearly. Mao! The snow god beast also shouted in surprise. Boom! The huge open space guarded by the 2 stone statues behind the 8th-level spirit formation suddenly cracked, and a huge, long, ancient red stone staircase appeared in front of him. The ancient stone staircase was still rising slowly. Long Chen looked at the stone staircase climbing up and couldn't help but look up. He understood it completely in his heart. This is not an empty mountain. The high-altitude open space behind is actually a space for the building that will emerge from the ground. Even with the protection of the 8th level spirit formation, the internal structure is still so magical. If there is something ordinary inside, Long Chen doesn't believe it. Ordinary things need to be protected by an 8th level spirit formation? Ordinary things need to be buried deep underground in such a mysterious empty mountain? If Long Chen had not been rushed here by the self-explosion of the evil flame scale spider, he would not have been able to come here, let alone know that this mysterious black stone is closely related to everything here. All of this seems to be involved in the turning of the gears of fate. Motai, feel it again. Is that faint breath wave mark there? Long Chen looked at the ancient red stone steps that rose steadily behind the stone statue in front of him and asked. Due to the influence of the power of the 8th level spirit formation, Long Chen's soul perception can sense the extremely subtle life fluctuations, but he can't feel the direction. So this job can only be left to Nylon Butterfly. Nylon Butterfly's eyes were fixed on the front, and then he nodded and said, "That's right, Brother Long. The subtle life fluctuations have begun to become gradually obvious inside the stone steps." Inside the stone steps? Hearing this, Long Chen was secretly surprised. He couldn't help but look at the huge stone steps in front of him that finally stopped climbing, full of doubts. A person actually sealed himself in the stone steps and used the 8th level spirit formation to protect himself. This operation is really a bit stupid. Brother Long, that guy is indeed in the stone steps, but there seems to be another space inside, Nylon Butterfly suddenly said. Hearing this, before Long Chen could reply, he heard that the huge stone steps that had originally stopped climbing and towering, at this moment, once again emitted a majestic force of vibration. The huge space in the entire empty mountain actually had a sense of déjà vu that was about to collapse, and the surface of the ground shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Buzz! At the same time as the violent vibration in the empty mountain occurred, the 8th level spirit formation, which the Xuanzun realm had to avoid, burst out with a majestic force and began to slowly cover and fill the entire huge space. The power of the spirit formation is like a pair of invisible hands supporting this crumbling empty mountain, and then adding a layer of protective barrier, completely blocking everything here, the power of the shock. Hulong. At that time, with the end of the shock in the huge stone steps, an extremely large dark red palace will directly fill the top of the highest altitude of the empty mountain, standing on the ancient red stone steps, embedded there. Everything is so flawless, without the slightest difference, everything is just right. Long Chen looked at this scene and realized that the original 8th-level Guardian Spirit formation was mainly to support the world inside the empty mountain from collapsing. Although it also has a combat power comparable to the Xuanzun realm, it does not actively release it. On the contrary, the power of the 8th-level Spirit formation gave Long Chen a warmer feeling, as if there were two hands soothing his palpitations. This, a human palace, was dug in the mountain? Nylon Butterfly's eyes widened at this moment, with an unbelievable look, and asked in surprise, "What kind of project is this?" Long Chen also nodded in agreement, looking at the huge stone steps and dark red palace behind the two stone statues, and his heart was slightly awed. Originally, he was still wondering why there were two huge stone statues standing alone there when there was nothing behind them. So this is what happened. At the same time, the mysterious black stone seemed to have completely activated everything and lost its own function. The next second, it actually flew out of the array center of the spirit array. The moment the mysterious black stone flew out, it did not fly towards the palace, but flew towards the place where Long Chen was sitting. Whoosh! The next second, the mysterious black stone stopped in front of Long Chen, and after a slight vibration, it returned to calmness and silence again and fell down. Long Chen took the opportunity to wrap up the mysterious black stone with his tail. Looking at the black stone that had returned to its silent state, he was shocked in his heart, and could no longer be described in words. I didn't expect that the mysterious black stone I got by chance from the Queen of Thunder-scaled snake could have such a huge effect. Buzz! As everything appeared before my eyes, I saw that the originally surging and continuous 8th-level spiritual formation had actually returned to calm at this moment, slowly losing its brilliance, and finally presenting the old and dilapidated appearance before. As the 8th-level spiritual formation returned to its original old and dilapidated appearance, the road that was originally blocked from leading to the towering stone steps was also presented in front of Long Chen and the other two. Looking at the thrilling scene just now, Long Chen did not rush to go, but could not help but look at the Nylon Butterfly and the snow beast beside him. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other tacitly, and the same question flashed in their eyes. Go? Or not go? What will happen if I go? If I don't go, what can I do? The three of them exchanged thoughts silently in their eyes about whether to go or not. Finally, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and slapped the ground with his tail, as if to boost his morale, and said, "Let's go. It's nothing anyway. There is no danger now, and there is no way to go back. At worst, we can withdraw if there is danger." Mao! The snow god beast was very obedient and well-behaved and cried happily, and then climbed onto Long Chen's head again. Nylon Butterfly looked at the two, and helplessly spread his claws, saying, "This is the only way. Wait for me to break through and take you to fly. I don't know when I can break through." Long Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he couldn't go back the way he came from, unless Nylon Butterfly broke through to the mysterious spirit realm. But if Nylon Butterfly broke through to the mysterious spirit realm, who knows how long it would take. Now Long Chen's inner thoughts were that he had to go to the road ahead to see what was in the palace opened by the mysterious black stone. Maybe he was lucky and got an opportunity, or even a way out. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? If we are unlucky, at worst we will withdraw quickly. We would rather wait for Mao Tai to break through. Long Chen murmured, and his eyes became serious and resolute. Nylon Butterfly spread its wings and flew up, then came to Long Chen's back, stretched out its claws to grab the other's scales, and said seriously, "Brother Long, we can't delay any longer, so let's go. I will always help you. Keep an eye on it. If there is any danger, tell me." Whoosh! However, the next second, Nylon Butterfly stared at Long Chen, who had already rushed out with wide eyes. The small claws that had been stretched out had not had time to grab the scales of the former, and the latter had already rushed out. At this moment, it was a bit embarrassing. Nylon Butterfly's facial muscles twitched slightly, and looking at Long Chen, who had already rushed out, he immediately shouted, "Brother Long, I haven't come up yet. Wait for me." Whoosh! Long Chen, who was rushing forward, first carefully passed the location of the 8th level spirit formation. When he felt that the spirit formation had lost its previous majestic power, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and continued to rush forward. However, just as Long Chen came to the stone steps, he stopped and couldn't help looking at the two huge stone statues that were close at hand. These two huge stone statues made a gesture of refusing to enter. Although these two big guys had been in ruins for a long time, the majesty in the dark and invisible still remained. Looking up the huge stone statue, Long Chen's eyes suddenly froze when they were focused on the dark eyes of the stone statue. The next moment, he felt that the eyes of the stone statue began to blink, and the position where the stone statue's eyes were locked was undoubtedly himself. Huh? Long Chen felt that his body seemed to have fallen into a twisted and strange space. When Long Chen opened his eyes again, he was suddenly surprised to find that the two huge stone statues in front of him were now wearing golden armor. Each of them held a tool similar to a brush with stern eyes and serious emotions. Long Chen, who had nowhere to hide, could only stare at the alive stone statues. Although he knew that this was not a real space, it was too real, right? "Outsider, do you want to go up?" At the same time, the two stone statues wearing golden armor and holding stone tools all made the same low voice, which was heart-shaking, low and with a hint of majesty. Long Chen looked at the two stone statues that suddenly spoke and was shocked. "These two guys can actually talk? Answer us, outsider! Do you want to go up or not?" Seeing that Long Chen did not answer, the two huge stone statues suddenly shouted, and the majestic and incomparable deterrent force made the former feel dizzy. In front of the two stone statues, Long Chen felt very small for the first time. It was not the smallness of the body, but the feeling of powerlessness in the gap between the two sides. These two stone statues, any one of them, has a much stronger aura than the evil flame-scale spider that was about to enter the Nirvana realm. Even the gatekeeper is so imposing, and there is an 8th level spirit formation guarding the gate. What level of existence is the owner of this palace? Long Chen's throat moved slightly, and then swallowed hard and replied, "I want to go up. Outsider, since you want to go up, then go up." The two stone statues' previously majestic voices actually regained their calmness at this moment, as if they were very pleased, but suddenly moved and slowly walked forward. The next words of these two guys made Long Chen's face change greatly. "However, living people cannot pass through here to the palace of the Venerable Lord, so prepare to die." I saw two brush-like stone tools suddenly burst out with brilliant light, trying to pierce Long Chen's body. Seeing this, Long Chen was shocked and couldn't help but shout it angrily. "Oh my god, living people can't go up? What's the use of dead people going up? Are you kidding me?" While shouting, Long Chen's heart also had a simple understanding of this place, and was also shocked. "There is actually a venerable here." What is a venerable? Only those who have reached the 3rd level of Xuanzun can have such a lofty title. Long Chen never thought that by accident, he would come to the resting place of the venerable. Seeing two huge golden pens stabbing fiercely, and looking at the brushes as sharp as spears, Long Chen wanted to hide, but was surprised to find that the space he was in was not reality, and he could not move at all. Although this is not the real world, everything, including the impending death, is too real. Right? The next second, Long Chen swallowed hard and said, I want to go up, but I don't want to die, okay? No, if you are not the chosen one, you must die. Only then can you be qualified to meet the venerable Lord. The two stone statues were just executing the orders given to them by their master, and they were executing them step by step. The chosen one? Long Chen's brain seemed to suddenly think of something at the moment when the golden pen stabbed, and he hurriedly thought about it. Buzz! The mysterious black stone was also presented in this space that should not exist at this moment. It was seen floating quietly in front of Long Chen, emitting very weak fluctuations compared to the two stone statues. However, it was this seemingly simple and weak fluctuation that suddenly stopped the attack of the two huge stone statues in front of the mysterious black stone. Long Chen looked at the sharp golden pen blade, which was just an inch in front of him, and suddenly let out a long breath like a soul. Oh my god, it's just an inch away, I'll tell you! Bang! At that time, Long Chen was relieved with lingering fear and saw that the two majestic stone statues suddenly retracted their golden pen spears. Looking at the two big guys who retracted the stone tools, Long Chen's eyes also fell on them. Feeling the majesty of the other party that was full of murderous aura before, it dissipated like a tide at this moment. At the same time, the two huge stone statues, then under Long Chen's stunned gaze, slowly knelt on one knee. Bang! Two huge stone statues knelt on one knee. Their faces were still very serious, but they were less fierce and murderous than before, and more respectful and obedient. Faced with this sudden dramatic change, Long Chen was also a little confused. Just now they wanted to die, but now they let them go? Are they playing with snakes? After spitting out the snake letter, Long Chen looked at the two huge stone statues and said, Hey, can you two give me a quick answer? This is a bit torturous. Twisted and strange space around them still existed. Long Chen knew that this should not be the real world, but everything that existed now, including the huge murderous intentions of the two stone statues just now, was real. The two stone statues that had just said they would kill him now knelt on one knee very respectfully, as if they were worshipping something. However, Long Chen knew in his heart that what they were worshipping was the mysterious black stone in front of him. Buzz! The mysterious black stone was slowly emitting traces of fluctuations, like the subtle beating of a heart, slowly vibrating, as if it was conveying some kind of message to the two stone giants. You have the mark of the spirit formation of the Venerable Master. You are the chosen one, and can go in alive to meet the Venerable Master. As the voices of the two huge stone statues came out, Long Chen was startled. He couldn't help but look at the mysterious black stone that was shaking in front of him again, and he was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, this thing was actually the mark of the spirit formation of the so-called Venerable Master inside. Although he didn't know what the mark of the spirit formation was, Long Chen knew in his heart that it was something related to that Venerable Master. And this mysterious black stone was the mark of the spirit formation, which proved that the things inside must be related to the spirit formation. It turns out that so-called Venerable Master should be a Venerable Spirit Formation Master. When he thought of the three words, Spiritual Formation Master, this kind of impact was more shocking to Long Chen than hearing the word Venerable. You must know that in this world, the cultivation system that cultivates to the third level of Xuanzun can indeed be called a giant. Xuanzun even has the absolute control over the space in this world and is known as the slaughterer of low-level practitioners. However, the Spirit Formation Master is different, especially the high-level Spirit Formation Master, whose combat power is more terrifying than the normal Xuanzun 3 realms. The Spirit Formation Master is one of the few extremely rare professions in this world. Since ancient times, there has been a saying about the Spirit Formation Master that the Spirit Formation Master is so powerful that he can reach the sky and the earth and mobilize all the power of heaven and earth for his own use. The stars move, the mountains collapse, and the sea is filled. The stars are twisted, and he fights against the sky. The strength of the Spirit Formation Master can heal or kill. A doctor can save all living beings with a compassionate heart. Once the Spirit Formation is released, it is even better than a panacea. A powerful Doctor Spirit Formation Master is even more popular in this world, and the major forces are vying for it. A Doctor Spirit Formation Master, especially a high-level one, is even known as a living dead, flesh and bones. As long as there is still a breath, it can be pulled back in the Spirit Formation, which is comparable to a miracle. The killer with a murderous heart can slaughter all life. Once the Spirit Formation is out, corpses are everywhere. Blood flows like a river, and mountains and rivers are broken. The powerful killer Spirit Formation Master is also one of the masters of this world. His murderous nature is cruel and frightens countless creatures. Once the killer Spirit Formation Master cultivates to a high level, he can even fight against gods in heaven. However, whether it is a spirit formation master with a doctor's heart or a killer's heart, they are actually the same. A spirit formation master can have a doctor's heart and save all living beings, or a killer's heart and lay 1,000,000 corpses. The introduction of the spirit formation master was also what Long Chen learned from the system some time ago. Now it is an opportunity in front of him, an opportunity that is most likely to contact the rarest and most sought-after spirit formation master on the continent. The selected person, you can go in alive. Please enter the Hongzun Palace immediately and meet Lord Hongzun. Just as Long Chen was thinking, the voices of the two huge stone giants came out again. However, this time, when they spoke to Long Chen, they no longer used a commanding tone, but a kind of pleading tone. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded subconsciously, but before he could say anything, he heard a familiar voice calling from his ear. "Brother Long! Brother Long!" Thinking back to reality, Long Chen couldn't help but suddenly shook his head. Looking at the nylon butterfly holding his face and calling anxiously in front of him, he was a little confused at the moment. "Brother Long, don't scare me. What's wrong with you?" The nylon butterfly spread its wings behind it, and several small claws kept holding Long Chen's snake face, calling anxiously. Long Chen, whose consciousness returned to reality, couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Why am I back?" Hearing this, the nylon butterfly was stunned, and then said inexplicably, "Brother Long, you have been staying here since just now, and you haven't moved." In its opinion, Long Chen didn't go anywhere, so how could he come back? Hearing this, Long Chen was startled, then narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the two ancient and dilapidated giant stone statues beside him, feeling the dead air in the other party, and was even more confused. They were obviously two dead things, but they could actually have the ability to let people enter a strange space. Even the gatekeeper has such an ability. I wonder who the so-called Hongzun in the so-called Hongzun Palace is? He couldn't help but cast his eyes on the Hongzun Palace above the top of the towering stone steps. At this moment, the dark red palace that was sleeping like a beast was filled with tiny ripples that were invisible to the naked eye. This kind of ripples made Long Chen feel frightened, and a kind of palpitation and tension that had never appeared before came out of his heart. In this regard, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The cultivators in this world are really fierce. People in the third realm of Xuanzun have not seen him yet, but they can already feel his powerful and chilling meaning. This is still the level of the third realm of Xuanzun. Long Chen really dare not even think about the Saint realm and the Samsara realm above. I am afraid that people at that level can no longer be completely described as human. Mao! The snow beast crawling on Long Chen's head couldn't help but call out at this moment, as if conveying a question. "Brother Long, what should we do next?" Seeing Long Chen fall silent again, Nylon Butterfly couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Long Chen shook off all the thoughts in his heart, habitually spit out his snake tongue and said, "What to do next? Of course, go to this Hongzun Palace." Nylon Butterfly seemed to have not heard clearly and couldn't help but said in surprise, Red Mouth Palace? The owner of this palace named it too casually. What does Red Mouth Palace mean? It's called Hongzun Palace. Long Chen glanced at the other party speechlessly and then gave a wink and said in a deep voice, "Mute, listen carefully. The place we are about to go to is called Hongzun Palace. And this Hongzun Palace, if nothing unexpected happens, that Hongzun will also be there, and that Hongzun is also a high-level spiritual formation master. We must be careful. If anything happens next, I want you two to remember, run if you can, and don't worry about the rest. If you don't agree to me, I would rather retreat now, risk it here, and wait for Mao Tai to break through." Long Chen's words were not only spoken to Nylon Butterfly, but also to Xiao Budan. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Long Chen knew that his tone was a bit heavy, but he didn't know what was going on inside, so he was just in case. Hearing this, Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast looked at each other and nodded seriously. "Mao!" Snow God Beast called out. "Don't worry, Brother Long, we know what to do," Nylon Butterfly said. After explaining this, Long Chen nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the top of the towering stone steps, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the Hongzun Palace to have a look." As time slowly passed, Long Chen led the Snow God Beast and Nylon Butterfly and continued to move forward to the dark red palace at the top. As he climbed higher and higher on the stone steps, Long Chen also felt some subtle changes. At the bottom of the stone steps, he was still a little confused about this strange and subtle wave mark, but now it seems that he has dispelled some doubts, because at the bottom of the stone steps, the distance from the Hongzun Palace is still very far, so the wave mark that seems to be coming from the pressure is also very subtle. As the stone steps climbed higher and higher, Long Chen understood more and more that the higher he climbed, the stronger the pressure from the surrounding Hongzun Palace became. Finally, when Long Chen saw that there was still 1/10 of the stone steps to go, The overwhelming pressure from the surrounding Hongzun Palace was so strong that it would stop the strong men of Tongtian realm from moving forward. Buzz! Fortunately, Long Chen had the mysterious black stone by his side, which was the mark of the spirit formation of Hongzun. It always emitted a slight fluctuation around him, as if telling Hongzun Palace that this was his own people. It was also because of the mysterious black stone that the pressure from the mysterious energy that was originally pressing down was no longer aimed at Long Chen, the snow beast, and the nylon butterfly, but avoided it. Feeling the pressure from the mysterious energy slowly passing by him, Long Chen's throat tightened slightly. Good fellow, this signal is that there is a mysterious black stone nearby, which is why the Xuanqi pressure that is enough to crush the Tongtian realm strongman swept through. Otherwise, let alone being unable to move, it would be a question whether he could survive. It seems that this Xuanqi pressure should be set up to prevent the invasion of outsiders. Long Chen murmured in his heart. However, what puzzled him was that since he was a Xuanzun strongman, why would he stay in such a remote place? With such a powerful Xuanqi level and a spiritual formation master trump card that envied countless creatures, wouldn't it be nice to go out and have fun? These questions in his heart can only be answered when he sees the original body. After an incense stick of time, Long Chen finally brought the snow beast and the nylon butterfly to the flat land in front of the Hongzun Palace. Looking back at the rather scary height, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The time he just walked for this incense stick gave him the feeling of almost walking a century. Looking at the ancient and majestic dark red palace standing in front of him, Nylon Butterfly held his breath, as if there was a sense of tension and oppression arising from his heart. Bah! The snow god beast felt okay about this. Not as much as Nylon Butterfly, and still seemed very curious and lively. Perhaps because of the blood of the divine beast flowing in its body, this invisible pressure seemed to have little effect on the little guy. When he arrived in front of the Hongzun Palace, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue. His eyes penetrated the depths of the huge palace that was supported by only high pillars but no doors. However, to his disappointment, there was only pitch black inside, and there was also some kind of eye-catching trick that could block the line of sight. Unless you go in, you can't see anything. Anyway, I'm here. I have this stone. There shouldn't be any big problems. At most, if there is something wrong, I can just run away. Thinking of this in his heart, Long Chen also used his soul power to control the mysterious black stone to float beside him, and then took the snow god beast and nylon butterfly and slowly entered the Hongzun Palace. Whoosh! As if sensing that there was life entering the Rainbow Palace, a flame-like light suddenly ignited in the huge dark palace. This is the lighting stone, which is expensive and can bring the most real light to the deepest darkness. The walls of the palace and the stone pillars supporting the palace are all inlaid with lighting stones, which also bring a reassuring light to this mysterious palace. It's so big. Nylon Butterfly looked at the interior of the Rainbow Palace and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's worthy of being a human palace. With such a scale, only the demon tribes that are good at infrastructure can make such a magnificent one." Hearing this, Long Chen nodded in agreement. His eyes were always alert to the surroundings, always paying attention to any disturbances around him. However, except for the burning lighting stone that released light, there seemed to be nothing in this palace. Everything still felt like a cloud and fog. Especially at the end of the red carpet in the palace, it seemed that something was shielding it. Even if Long Chen's eyes were clear and sharp, he couldn't see any profound skills inside. Whoosh! At the same time, a sudden gust of cold wind gradually spread and enveloped Long Chen. Feeling the cold wind, Long Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. Nylon Butterfly felt a little bit of hair exploded, and couldn't help but hold the scales on Long Chen's back tightly, saying, "Brother Long, I suddenly feel uncomfortable, a little cold." Mao! The snow god beast felt that the atmosphere suddenly became tense and seemed to be a little confused. However, it was immune to the inner gloom brought by the cold wind, which was enough to prove the strength of its own bloodline. Long Chen's face was as gloomy as water, and he looked around vigilantly. He also felt the irritating cold wind blowing. This cold wind did not blow in suddenly from the outside, but emerged and condensed in the Rainbow Palace, which was exactly what the palace itself had. "Be careful. I feel that things are not as simple as I imagined." Long Chen spit out the snake's tongue and said in a deep voice, if it weren't for the mysterious black stone beside him being very quiet at this moment, indicating safety, otherwise he would have been persuaded to retreat. "You are lucky to have received the mark of the spirit formation of this deity. You are able to come to Hongzun Palace, which proves that you have been recognized by the mark of the spirit formation, little guy." Huh? This time, it's not a human who came? Interesting. I didn't expect that the mark of the spirit formation of this deity would choose a little guy from the demon race to come. Interesting. I don't know if you can get the recognition of this deity. It depends on your own luck. At the same time, a slightly low and old voice suddenly came from all directions of the palace. The low and old voice did not have the slightest majesty. It was more like a conversation between an elder and a younger generation. However, facing such a sudden voice, except for the snow god beast, Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly both felt a sense of déjà vu. This ethereal and old voice had no trace at all, as if it was emanating from any angle of the palace. It was precisely because of the ethereal old man, coupled with the sudden gloomy wind, that Long Chen suddenly felt a little discouraged. However, after taking a sip of the voice just now, Long Chen was also slightly startled, because the former's words just now actually added the word also, which was enough to show that someone had arrived before him. But the guy who came before him could not see any figures at all, and even could not feel the aura waves other than themselves. Could it be that the guy before me has died? Long Chen's heart sank. If this is really the case, then he can't stay any longer now. This is likely a trap. Hulong. However, just when Long Chen was thinking of retreating, he looked back and saw that in the Hongzun Palace, which had no gate before, an extremely ancient gate suddenly appeared in front of the three. By then, the palace gate that appeared out of nowhere had completely closed at the exit of Hongzun Palace, trapping Long Chen, the snow god beast, and the nylon butterfly directly inside. Ha! Facing the huge ancient door that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it was slowly closing. At this time, neither Long Chen, the nylon butterfly, nor the snow god beast had expected the other party to do this. Whoosh! Without further ado, Long Chen immediately took the snow god beast and the nylon butterfly, and his figure exploded to the extreme speed, wanting to rush out before the ancient gate was completely closed. The huge ancient door that appeared out of thin air, perhaps with the trend of Long Chen rushing in quickly, suddenly completely sealed the exit of Hongzun Palace. Bang! With a low slamming sound, Long Chen saw that he was only an inch away from rushing out, but now he was completely sealed inside. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Damn! He suddenly felt that this door that suddenly appeared was playing a trick on him. It closed very slowly before, as if he could rush out before the door closed. However, when Long Chen wanted to speed up and rush out of this strange palace, the huge ancient door that suddenly appeared seemed to be racing with him and closed the exit in an instant. Now the way out was completely blocked, and Long Chen cursed himself for being careless. He never expected that things would develop to a point where he could not control them. The Hongzun Palace, which originally had no gate, now suddenly had a door. He felt as if he was involved in some extraordinary incident. What's more, this ethereal old voice, although there was no murderous intent or majesty, but Long Chen heard it, but it also gave him a chilling sense of déjà vu. As the saying goes, the unknown darkness is the cruelest fear of the heart. As the ancient gate suddenly closed the exit completely, Long Chen and the other two looked at each other. The atmosphere at this moment was somewhat strange. Seeing that the mysterious black stone was not used this time and did not open the door that blocked the exit, all three of them were silent. Brother Long, Nylon Butterfly, looked at the way out and was a little shocked and said, "We can't get out." Mao! The snow god beast couldn't help but scream at this moment, as if asking what to do. On the other hand, the one who was most upset was undoubtedly Long Chen. He spit out his snake tongue and couldn't help but make a tsk sound. He turned around and looked at the palace that was becoming more and more foggy. His heart was awed. Although there were expensive lighting stones that brought light to the palace, the fog that was like a magic trick that could not be completely penetrated by the naked eye really gave people a gloomy and weird feeling. Curiosity really killed the snake. If I had known this would happen, I would rather not have come. Long Chen cursed in a low voice. Now things are completely out of control. Let's not talk about whether there is danger or not. Now it has become an unknown whether we can get out. Long Chen roughly estimated the ancient door that suddenly sealed the exit, and finally couldn't help asking the system, "System, if I activate the power of the war ghost, can I break it open?" Now Long Chen no longer cares what's inside. For the sake of his life, he just wants to get out. Ding! Host, you think too much. Don't just look at it as a door. In fact, the moment we came in, the hidden spirit formation inside has been opened. Hearing the answer of the evolution system, Long Chen's face changed slightly, and he was surprised in his heart. You mean, this door is actually a spirit formation? Spirit formation can also transform? This ancient door feels so solid, I didn't expect it to be transformed by a spirit formation. However, Long Chen didn't wait for the system to answer, and immediately said angrily in his heart, "Then you already knew that the spirit formation had been opened. Why didn't you remind me earlier?" If the evolution system had reminded him earlier, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now. Ding! Host, don't panic. There is no life in this hall. No life? Are you kidding me? The voice just now was clearly spoken by a person. Could it be a ghost? Long Chen sneered in his heart. Is there a saying of ghosts in the world of cultivators? This does not exist at all. Even if there is, this is the ancient dragon continent. Wouldn't a cultivator press it to the ground and rub it hard? Ding! There is indeed no life here. I guess the sound that came just now must have come through some medium, not really existing. In response, Long Chen was too lazy to argue with the other party. He looked around and replied in his heart, I don't want to say anything else now. Help me find a way out. If I'm gone, you won't have a good life. Ding! This system has just scanned it. As long as you find the eye of this hidden spirit formation and destroy it, you can get out. Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly felt hope. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but urged, Tell me quickly, where is the eye of the formation? Ding! The eye of the formation does exist in reality, but it requires at least the strength of the third realm of Xuanzun to break it. Host, you? Okay, you don't need to say it? Then I'll take a hammer to break the eye of the formation? Long Chen interrupted the system directly and roared in his heart. It takes the strength of the third realm of Xuanzun to break the eye of this hidden spirit formation. Even if he activates the power of the War Ghost, he is only comparable to the 9 Stars Mysterious Wheel Realm. The 9 Stars Mysterious Wheel Realm's mysterious energy output combat power, attacking this array's eye, is not even worthy of scrubbing and scraping. It's even that the other party's array eye doesn't even feel itchy. At this moment, Long Chen really felt powerless. Looking at the mysterious black stone around him, which no longer had any fluctuations, he felt that the other party seemed to have given up on him and no longer made any moves. Hey, little guy, why are you running? Is this deity so scary? Did I say I would kill you? At the same time, the ethereal old voice came from the hall again. As the gusts of cold wind danced, Long Chen suddenly felt a chill on his back. Senior, I really have no intention of offending you. I hope you will spare us and we will leave immediately. Long Chen tried his best to sound calm and said, Senior is highly respected. I believe you will not embarrass us juniors, right? Hey, I didn't expect that the little fellow of the demon clan would be so slick. I didn't expect that you would be accompanied by the fierce beast Nylon Butterfly. There is a snow beast from the Eternal Clan on your head? It's interesting, but it's a pity that they are all cubs. But it's good this way so that I don't have to seal it first. Otherwise, it will disturb the progress of the ceremony, which is not good. Listening to the voice talking incoherently, Long Chen didn't know what to say, and could only wait quietly. The snow beast called out, still looking like a curious baby, without any awareness of the coming crisis. Nylon Butterfly was frightened and hid behind Long Chen, saying, This old guy actually wants to seal me. Fortunately, I am nothing now. Long Chen glanced at the guy behind him speechlessly and said lightly, What's the matter? Are you proud? Heh! In this regard, Nylon Butterfly could only cover it up with a silly smile. Long Chen no longer paid attention to the guy behind him. His eyes flickered slightly, and his heart was heavy. What ceremony did the old guy just talk about? Hey, little guy, since you have been chosen by my spirit array mark, everything should be done according to the rules. I am already dead. What I am talking to you now is the spirit mark prepared in advance, so you don't need to say anything extra. I only want to ask you one thing. Little guy, what do you think of the 3 words spiritual array master? Little guy, I want to ask you, what do you think of the 3 words spiritual array master? Or, to put it another way, what do you think of a spiritual array master? Faced with such a question, Long Chen was immediately stunned. It was a bit inappropriate to ask such a question in such a tense situation, right? But even so, since the Venerable asked it, he was also complaining in his heart. After a brief pause, he answered, To reply to the words of the Venerable Lord, I think the spiritual array master is the strongest profession in the world, no doubt about it. Oh, then tell me, there are many professions in the Dragon Ancient Continent. Why is the spiritual array master the strongest? There seemed to be some surprise in the ethereal voice, and the voice became much gentler than before. Now there is a way. Long Chen was secretly happy when he heard this, but his face did not show any emotional fluctuations, and he still replied. To reply to the words of the senior, the spiritual array master has the only power in the world to fight against the sky and the sky. May I ask the senior, except for the spiritual array master, who dares to speak so arrogantly, fight against the sky and the gods? It is no exaggeration to say that the spiritual array master is a deified profession. The spiritual array master who is cultivated to the peak is probably no different from the gods. He said this in one breath. In order to survive, Long Chen immediately developed his Tiangong to the extreme. If he didn't have a mobile phone on him and couldn't check Baidu, he would have to be coaxed by this guy clearly and comfortably. Anyway, he only needs to know that in the face of such a situation, it is enough to just lick it without thinking. Hearing this, the end of the ethereal voice seemed to be silent for a while, and the surrounding gloomy wind gradually dissipated, no longer giving people a gloomy and weird feeling. Looking at the hall, the feeling of being in the clouds and fog has disappeared a lot, and Long Chen seems to understand that this venerable master seems to be a little happy. Alas, why do spirit masters have such short lives? Especially when I have cultivated to the 8th level of spirit master, which is a rare spirit master on the mainland. But in the end, spirit master, in your eyes, may be endless glory. Yes, it is indeed a golden signboard, but in my eyes, it is like a curse. The two sides it brings are enough to make a person complete, but also to destroy a person. In response to this, Long Chen was like an emotional master online at this moment. He coughed dryly and said, "Senior, you can think about it from another angle. Yes, spirit masters are indeed a double-edged sword, but you have obtained the status and glory that countless people dream of. Hey, little guy, I suddenly like you a little bit. You are much better than the guy who didn't respect his elders before." Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help asking, "May I ask, did you kill the guy who came before?" "Well, not really. I sealed her up and didn't kill her. After all, I am just a wisp of residual consciousness without the ability to fight and can only control the spirit formation. The guy who came suddenly before, although he had the mark of my spirit formation, was too arrogant and threatened to smash my rainbow palace. I am at least a well-known rainbow venerable on the continent. That guy said he came here by chance and didn't want to become a spirit formation master. He wanted to smash the palace. If I don't seal him, where is my dignity?" In response, Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he laughed dryly on his face, and he was speechless in his heart. The guy who came before was also a weirdo. You come if you want, but you are not interested in spirit formation masters and don't want to become one. All these are fine. If you don't want to become a spirit formation master, then turn around and leave. He also threatened to smash other people's palaces. The only rainbow venerable exists for this rainbow palace. If it is smashed, wouldn't it be like scattering his ashes? No more talking, little guy. You go forward. Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast don't have to follow. At the same time, an old voice came slowly from the front in the mist. Hearing this, Long Chen subconsciously nodded slightly and put down the Snow God Beast and Nylon Butterfly. "Brother Long, this is very likely a trap. Let's not go." Nylon Butterfly couldn't help but worry. "Mao!" The Snow God Beast nodded its little head and gently bit Long Chen's tail, not wanting to let go. Seeing this, Long Chen felt warm in his heart and comforted him. "It's okay. I'll be back soon. There's no way back now. There shouldn't be any danger. Wait for me here." After saying this, Long Chen walked straight ahead along the red carpet of the hall without looking back. Nylon Butterfly watched the other party move forward to the depths of the hall, couldn't help but sigh, stretched out his little paws to hold his face, and said, "Alas, there is no way. I hope Brother Long doesn't suddenly die. Otherwise we will depend on each other." "Mao! I'm not dead yet." Long Chen almost stumbled suddenly. His hearing was so good. If it weren't for the special situation now, he would have given this guy 2 sticks. As the figure continued to explore the depths of the hall in the clouds and mist, Long Chen's eyes were also highly alert to the surroundings, and he felt as if there was an invisible wave around him, caressing him. That feeling was like giving himself a reassurance pill, which weakened Long Chen's original nervousness about the unknown. However, although the nervousness was weakened, he was still highly alert to the surroundings. After a few seconds, Long Chen suddenly stopped in place, looked back in the direction of Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast, and found that because of the surrounding clouds and mist, he could no longer see the scene of the hall exit. Turning his head, Long Chen's eyes fell on the front. His expression was fixed. In front of him, he saw a snow-white skeleton that seemed to have no flaws, sitting cross-legged in front of him. The skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground was crystal clear, as if it had obtained wisdom and spiritual bones, exuding a faint spiritual energy. In front of Long Chen, it felt that what he was admiring was not a skeleton. It was more like admiring an extremely precious work of art. Behind the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground was a human-shaped stone statue. The lifelike stone statue was tall and straight, and the majestic aura was slowly spreading. The face was handsome, the eyebrows were sharp, the eyes were calm, and there was a faint majesty in the eyebrows. The innate sense of pride was completely presented in the stone statue. And if there was no accident, Long Chen didn't need to guess about this stone statue. His heart was like a mirror. This must be the once famous super strong man on the continent who was recognized by the 8th level spiritual formation master, Hong Zun. After all, it was a bit too unreasonable to put someone else's stone statue in one's own palace. At this moment, it seemed that it had seen Long Chen coming. The crystal clear white bones slowly moved their bone jaws without any muscles, and their voice was old and low. "Haha, after several months, there is another life coming to the door. This really makes me a little happy." The white bones spoke. Long Chen widened his eyes and looked at the white bones who were talking to him. He was extremely surprised. This ancient dragon continent is really full of wonders. Even the white bones, who have been dead for who knows how many years, can still chat at this moment. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even believe it when he said it out. Tsk, it's still a red refining snake king. Although the race is a bit rubbish and the level of profound energy is also quite rubbish, it's better than no one. Just make do with it. However, the next second, the white bone's words made Long Chen speechless. This old guy is really good at picking bones. Haha, little guy, you don't seem to be afraid of me? The white bones grinned his white bone chin and laughed. A skeleton is smiling at you. Long Chen really feels like he is tempering his mentality. He said with a wry smile, Senior, what's the point of being afraid now? I just want to go out. Haha, I want to go out. Well, this place is really not very good. It's dead and dull. Baigu nodded thoughtfully and said, Then let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, how about letting you go out? Baigu grinned at Long Chen and asked, Haha, little guy, do you really want to go out? Nonsense, I don't want to go out. Am I going to spend the New Year's Eve with you here? This sentence roared in Long Chen's heart, but he still showed a professional smile on his face and said, That's right, Senior. I hope you can let us leave here. In the future, every New Year and festival, the junior will remember the senior's kindness. Hearing this, Baigu laughed dumbly. The laughter caused by the friction between the bones was really a bit unflattering, but full of humor. Long Chen could only cooperate and laugh. He was in a state of confusion. As long as he could leave this hellhole, he would have given it his all. At that moment, Baigu stopped smiling. His two empty eye sockets stared at Long Chen and nodded slowly. If you want to leave here, it's very simple. You need to answer me a question. If your answer satisfies me, I will let you go. On the contrary, if you can't answer it, I will seal you and your partner here to accompany me. How about that? Long Chen was really caught off guard. However, he was confident and promised as if he knew everything. Senior, just ask. At the same time, he also ordered the evolution system to be ready at all times. After all, it was unknown how long Baigu had been dead. He looked like he was holding back. If he asked some tricky questions that he didn't know, he could only rely on the system to help him. Ding, host, please rest assured. As long as it involves any knowledge on this continent, this system will know it. With the answer from the evolution system, everything seemed to be reassured, and Long Chen became more and more confident. Because Baigu would never imagine that he would have this system that is comparable to a plug-in. While Long Chen was communicating with the evolution system, Baigu was silent for more than 10 seconds as if he was thinking about what questions to ask. In this regard, Long Chen was not in a hurry and let the other party think slowly, sneering in his heart. Hey, I have the evolution system in my hand. No matter how tricky the questions you ask are, the system can answer them. Let's see how you plan to keep me. Baigu suddenly raised his head, grinned, and said, Got it. I know what question I can ask you. This question is difficult. You'd better be prepared. Hearing this, Long Chen had already looked ready at all times. He said in a deep voice, Come on, Senior, just ask. Be careful. This question is very difficult. It's okay. I'm not afraid. This is a very, very difficult question. You'd better think it through before answering. Well, I'm ready, Senior. Then I'm going to start asking. This is the most difficult question I have ever asked. Senior, can we ask it now? Ahem, I'll ask it right away. I'll ask it right away. Baigu coughed dryly and then looked at Long Chen seriously, just looking at him seriously. On the other hand, Long Chen also looked serious at this moment, with dignified eyes and a serious face, waiting for the questions of Baigu, who had been dead for who knows how many years. At that time, Baigu opened his chin and said in a deep voice, Little guy, am I handsome? Bang! The next second, Long Chen was instantly struck by lightning. He widened his eyes. He had originally been full of answers, but he never expected that the other party would ask such a question. Is this a question? Long Chen stood up at this moment and used his head to butt against the skull of the Hongzun, roaring with incredible anger. Is this your most difficult question? Such a brainless question is also considered difficult? Are you playing with snakes? It's no wonder that Long Chen was not angry at this moment. The other party's question was obviously toyed with him. Who would ask such a brainless question? Long Chen's facial muscles twitched repeatedly. It was obvious that he was hit hard by the lightning. He even forgot that he was offending a once powerful venerable. On the other hand, the hollow dark eye sockets of the rainbow venerable white bone flickered with a hint of light blue light and said, Is this question very simple? This is a very difficult question. Little guy, you have to think clearly about the answer. If you answer wrong, you will be ruthlessly sealed in. Brother Long, are you okay? At the same time, the nylon butterfly and the snow beast, who were a little worried, came here. The nylon butterfly looked at Long Chen, who was holding a white bone head with his snake head, and was immediately stunned. Brother Long, what are you doing? Meow! The snow beast also shouted in confusion at this moment. When they were chasing over just now, they obviously felt that there was a barrier separating everyone. If the snow beast did not have its own domain, which could take the nylon butterfly in and out of the barrier, the nylon butterfly and the white bone would not have been able to get here. However, when they arrived here, they heard Long Chen's roar and the question of the white bone, and they were also stunned. What kind of thing is this? At this moment, Long Chen still held the other's skeletal head tightly, staring at him, and finally roared. You are the ugliest guy. You are not only ugly in appearance, but also ugly in heart. No wonder the guy in front does not respect the elderly. If you were such a low-level and evil guy when you were alive, I would feel sick even if I swallowed you. For someone as ugly as you, God is really blind. He actually let you be a venerable. You really deserve to die. After saying so much in one breath, Long Chen immediately let out a long breath and felt much more comfortable. Anyway, he was already angry just now. In his opinion, who cares about the shitty venerable? Just destroy him. Don't live anymore. I'm tired. Brother Long, you are actually scolding a venerable. At this moment, the nylon butterfly was shocked and was a little speechless. It was so scared that it almost dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room on the floor. They were powerful men at the 3rd level of the Xuanzun realm. Even if they died, their bodies and bones were indestructible, and they still had fighting power. Although their strength was not even 1/10 of their peak period, it was still very easy to crush them to death. Long Chen, who had calmed down, knew that he had suddenly gotten angry and scolded a venerable who had been dead for who knows how long, and his heart was immediately condensed. At the same time, the scolded Hong Venerable Baigu was motionless and silent at this moment. In the eye sockets of his skull, which were deeply sunken in the darkness, a faint blue luster flashed as if he was thinking about something. In the hall, after Long Chen's roar fell, it became extremely silent. Time passed second by second, and Nylon Butterfly protected herself in front of the snow god beast, looking at Baigu with a worried and surprised face, and couldn't help but murmur. It's over. It's all over now. If that guy wants to, the 3 of us will probably be doomed today. It's no wonder that Nylon Butterfly is a little pessimistic. After all, he was once a super strong man in the 3rd realm of Xuanzun. He can do whatever he wants. It's as easy as taking something out of a bag to control Long Chen and the other 3. Long Chen was also a little scared by being stared at. After calming down, he snorted in his heart and cursed himself for not being calm. Then he looked at Baigu seriously with a low voice. Senior, all this just now was done by the juniors. It has nothing to do with my brothers. I hope you can show mercy and let them go. I will let you deal with it. No, Brother Long, I won't let you go. At this moment, Nylon Butterfly was also a little emotional. It flew over and grabbed the scales on Long Chen's back, refusing to let go no matter what. Mao! The snow god beast also jumped up and came to Long Chen's head, calling seriously, as if it was in the same boat. The next moment, Baigu also came back to his senses, looked at Long Chen and suddenly grinned. The friction between the bones made Baigu's laughter very creepy. At the same time, Baigu suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Long Chen. In the eye sockets deep in his skull, the light blue light slowly jumped, and his chin grinned. Heh, heh, heh. Only the bones of the chin and upper jaw kept rubbing with the laughter, which sounded very creepy. And such a creepy laughter also made Long Chen and the other 2 startled slightly, because neither Long Chen nor Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast could hear it. Is this guy's laughter good or bad? Long Chen stared at Hongzun Baigu with a solemn expression, and his heart was ready. If the other party suddenly became furious and wanted to seal them, he would throw Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast out at that moment. Ha, that's interesting. For so many years, countless people have come, but none of them have answered such a difficult question correctly. After so long, a demon has answered it correctly. How ironic. It seems that sometimes, human hearts are really not as pure and clean as the demons. At least lies are still very rare for demons. At that time, the voice of Hongzun Baigu was both relieved and disappointed, and even a little bit incredible. It didn't expect that after so many years, it was actually a demon who could answer the question correctly. Haha, little guy, I didn't think much of you at first. I thought you would praise me for being handsome. With such a false answer, I would naturally seal it mercilessly. However, your previous answer is what I wanted. Although I felt uncomfortable with the scolding, it was much more direct than those false and disgusting compliments. Congratulations, you answered the most difficult question correctly. Don't worry about being sealed. Although I have died, I still have this credibility. Hearing Hongzun's answer, Long Chen was stunned, and Nylon Butterfly was also stunned. Meow. The snow god beast cried out in silence. Even a little one like it, who was born not long ago, felt that this long-dead venerable must have some problems. Venerable Hong felt incredible, and Long Chen felt even more incredible at this moment. even a little bit unbelievable. He opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. He was really angry just now, so he called Venerable Hong ugly. Now the other party didn't look angry, and even said words of approval, as if he got it right. A blind cat catching a dead mouse? An accidental success, this is all, right? Are you serious? Long Chen spit out the snake letter, and still asked in disbelief, "You are not playing with the snake again, are you?" Whitebone and said, "Haha, what a joke. This is a great Xuanzun realm strongman and an 8th level spirit formation master. How could I play with you so easily?" "You didn't play with me just now?" Long Chen glanced at the other party. The previous sentence was naturally answered in his mind, and it was impossible to say it in front of the other venerable. "Brother Long, you are really awesome." Nylon Butterfly turned into a pure little fanboy at this moment, with a face full of joy. It felt more and more that any problem would no longer be a problem in front of Long Chen. It was definitely a blessing for me to follow such a big brother. At that time, Venerable Hong coughed dryly and continued, "Little guy, what is your name?" Replying to the senior, "I am Long Chen." Long Chen answered truthfully. Baigu nodded. "Long Chen, a good name. Although you are a demon, your speech and character are closer to humans. But you can maintain the purest heart, which I didn't expect. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, and enter the next most important link, which is also a major turning point in your life. A major turning point in your demon life. I want to ask you another question. Ugly." Long Chen didn't even wait for the other party to finish speaking, and answered directly with one word. "Ahem, this question has passed. My original appearance was indeed quite ugly. Let's not talk about this dark history anymore." Baigu coughed dryly and changed the subject. When he heard the word original appearance, Long Chen subconsciously set his eyes on the man on the high stone statue behind Baigu and raised his eyebrows slightly. How could this handsome guy who was obviously very heroic be ugly? Reverend Hong, who was only a skeleton left, saw Long Chen's gaze and immediately felt a little embarrassed. I made a simple modification to the stone statue based on my own appearance, to make myself more handsome and able to hold my own. This is my original appearance." Baigu pointed to a certain place, and Long Chen looked in the direction he was looking. Looking at a mural on the wall, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, in the mural, a fat, old, pockmarked man with 8 pockmarks on his face, one eye larger than the other, and a Mediterranean hairstyle should be the real Lord Hong. Long Chen looked at the mural, then at the stone statue behind the bones, and found that the outlines of the two were exactly the same. The stone statue was really made more handsome. In addition to being amused, Long Chen was also secretly surprised. My goodness, the technology of this ancient dragon continent is far ahead of the technology of the Earth, comparable to the ancient world. And even in such an ancient world, there is Photoshop beauty technology, and it was a hardcore beauty. Seeing Long Chen's silence, Baigu also coughed dryly and stopped talking about this topic, and said in a deep voice, "Long Chen, I will ask you one last question. Are you willing to become a spirit formation master?" Hearing this question, Long Chen was also stunned. He never expected that the other party would ask him such a question, and couldn't help asking, "Senior, what do you mean?" In fact, he asked casually, but he was still a little excited in his heart, but his face did not show any ripples. After all, being able to become a spirit formation master is a 1 in a million existence, and countless practitioners dream of this ability. This is not something that can be achieved by saying it. There are many extremely talented practitioners who can't even touch the threshold of a spirit formation master throughout their lives, which shows how difficult it is. Venerable Hong waved his hand, looking a little impatient, and said, "Don't say unnecessary, useless things. I just want to ask you, do you want to become a spirit formation master?" Long Chen nodded seriously, spit out a snake letter, and said solemnly, "Reply to Venerable Lord, I want to become a spirit formation master." If I can become a spirit formation master and then hand it over to the system for upgrading, wouldn't it be equivalent to having another super trump card? However, the next second, Venerable Hong said lightly, "Oh, then you think about it." "Ha ha ha, I'm teasing you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you irritated?" If Venerable Hong was not powerful and the dead were the greatest, Long Chen would have wanted to give this old kid a stick. Not only Long Chen was speechless, but even Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast were shocked by this old guy. The man has been dead for who knows how many years, but he is still so naughty. I really don't know how wild he was when he was young. Perhaps realizing that his joke was not so funny, Baigu coughed awkwardly and said in a deep voice, "To become a spiritual formation master, you need to have extremely strong soul power and profound energy source. These 2 points are extremely important and indispensable. Since spiritual formation masters are more picky about soul power, I need to check your internal condition next. It may be a little uncomfortable during the journey. Just bear with it. Put your hand, well, stretch out your tail. Let me see if you are qualified to become a spiritual formation master. Put your hand over your tail. I want to check the state of your body to see if you have the potential to become a spiritual formation master. Because to become a spiritual formation master, soul power is the first priority, and the second is the origin of Xuanqi. These two are conditions and thresholds, and neither is indispensable. Hearing this, Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, then pushed his tail over and asked the system in his heart, "System, what is this Xuanqi origin?" Ding! In reply to the host, this Xuanqi origin is the Xuanqi vortex cultivated in the host's body. The Xuanqi origin is the foundation of your cultivation. Ding! Normally speaking, if the Xuanqi origin of a cultivator is divided into fine parts, it is also like the Xuanhuang of heaven and earth. Ding! The Xuanqi origin of most cultivators on this continent is at the Huang level. The Xuan level is praised as having decent talent, and the Dai level is a genius cultivator, 1 in a million. Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but interrupt. What is the Xuanqi origin of the Tianji? Even the Earth-grade profound Qi origin is already considered a genius, so wouldn't the Heaven-grade profound Qi origin be heaven level? Ding! The Heaven-grade profound Qi origin is also a genius, but it is not necessarily possible to pick one out of the thousands of geniuses. Even among the peerless super clans, it is the king among kings. Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously and nervously, "Then what class of profound Qi origin am I?" Ding! To be honest with the host, when there was no Battle Ghost Sky Dragon bloodline blessing, your profound Qi origin was yellow grade. Long Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. The yellow grade profound Qi origin was really hardcore. What about now? Long Chen knew that the other party had not finished speaking and continued to ask, "Ding, still yellow grade, ha ha ha!" Ding! I'm kidding you, host. With the Battle Ghost Sky Dragon's bloodline blessing, the host already has an ordinary heaven grade profound Qi origin, but if you want to improve further, it depends on your luck. Ding! After all, although the origin of profound energy is divided into heaven, earth, and yellow, only after reaching the earth level will the origin of profound energy be divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. Ding! And the heaven level has a peak. The host is only at the low level of the heaven level, but he has surpassed 90% of the creatures on the entire continent. Facing the continuous answers of the system, Long Chen had an idea in his heart. However, the system's teasing of him just now made him feel that this originally serious system was corrupted by the Reverend Hong, who was reading his palm. The tail sign in front of him? Achoo! Who wants the deity? Reverend Hong suddenly sneezed, and all the bones in his body made a rusty friction sound, and then several ribs fell off. Alas, I have been dead for too long, and my bones are a little loose. A sneeze can make bones fall off. Thinking back to when I was a powerful figure, Long Chen was also startled by the other party's sneeze, and then he looked at Reverend Hong, who was talking to himself and setting his own bones in silence. This guy almost shattered his frame because of a sneeze. If a venerable with only bones left was killed because of a sneeze, it would be an injustice for the ages. Time passed by minute, and Reverend Hong's bony hand kept holding Long Chen's tail. In the dark and sunken eye sockets of his skull, the light blue light was like a small flame, jumping from time to time. Oh, this? Well, tsk. Seeing Baigu sighing, Long Chen also spit out his snake tongue, frowned slightly, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, senior? Can't I become a spirit formation master?" It shouldn't be. The evolution system just said it very clearly. If he wants to become a spirit formation master, there is no reason why the threshold is too high. Oh, your soul power, tut. Hongzun shook his head slightly, clicked his lips and said, "It's simply too strong." Long Chen rolled, his eyes speechlessly when he heard this. The other party's heavy breathing was really irritating. But your Xuanqi origin? Ah! However, before Long Chen could be happy, after hearing the sigh of Venerable Hong, his heart sank again, and he was even more confused. No, I am a low-level heavenly rank Xuanqi origin. How could it be bad? Is it because I haven't activated the power of the War Ghost? That's not right. The system didn't say that. While Long Chen was puzzled, Venerable Hong, who was sighing and clicking his tongue at the same time, shook his head slightly and said with emotion, "It's really awesome. Your Xuanqi origin is actually 1 level higher than mine. When I became a spiritual formation master, I only had a high-level Earth rank Xuanqi origin, but you are actually a low-level Heaven rank? A mere red refining Snake King actually has a low-level Heaven rank Xuanqi origin. What kind of shit luck did you have? Even the Emperor lineage in the demon race may not have this." Hearing the extremely uncomfortable compliment, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched a few times, and in the end he was even too lazy to answer. As for this guy who was panting heavily, if he was not extremely powerful and was an elder who had long since died, he really wanted to give him a stick. At this moment, Even Nylon Butterfly and Snow God Beast couldn't stand this old guy who was panting heavily when he spoke, and felt that this guy must have been an old frivolous person when he was alive. Seeing Long Chen silent, Hongzun opened his fleshless mouth and smiled, saying, "Little guy, you can definitely become a spiritual formation master. It seems that this deity... No, it should be said that it has a successor." Hearing this, Long Chen felt a little puzzled and frowned, saying, "It? Yes, I almost didn't become a spiritual formation master at the beginning because my soul power was not strong enough. If it weren't for it, perhaps the Dragon Ancient Continent would also be missing the title of Hongzun Spiritual Formation Master." Bai Gu suddenly seemed to come to life. The light blue light in the depths of his eye sockets flickered back and forth, and he spoke arrogantly. "That thing, I quietly waited for it between life and death. Although I had not yet figured out what it was with it, my soul power is indeed different from that of ordinary people. At that time, relying on this treasure, I escaped from countless life and death situations. Without it, perhaps I would have died before even breaking through to the Xuanzun realm." The more Long Chen listened, the more mysterious it felt. In his heart, he was also extremely curious about the it that Hongzun pointed out, and could not help asking, "Senior, what kind of treasure is that it you are talking about?" Good guy, by accident, not only did he not die, but he also had the opportunity to become a spirit formation master, and even get other treasures? This is simply a new hope. Hearing this, Hongzun nodded slightly and said, "Little guy, you can indeed become a spirit formation master, and I also have the hard work of a spirit formation master here. However, if you want to truly become a spirit formation master, you still lack one thing." Upon hearing this, Long Chen was stunned and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, senior, what else am I missing?" "A pen. Pen." Hearing this word, Long Chen felt very confused again and asked, "Senior, what pen?" "Ha ha ha, of course it's a pen that can draw spirit formations. There is a cauldron for alchemy and a furnace for forging. Do you think that when you are a spirit formation master, you draw formations with your hands?" Venerable Hong laughed, but he didn't dare to laugh too hard, for fear that he would laugh his chin off and look funny. Long Chen couldn't help scratching his head with his snake's tail and said, "Then, senior, where should I get this pen?" Venerable Hong slowly stood up. His white jade-like bones seemed hard, but they were extremely brittle, as if they would fall apart at any time. Frightened, Long Chen hurried to help him. Hey, you are lucky to have met me. Since we are so predestined, I will give you a chance. However, how much you can get depends on you. You just passed my difficult test, and you are the first one to pass such a difficult test, so you are the first junior who can make me willing to give you a chance. Don't worry, I won't think you are a monster and look down on you. Don't think too much. Let me think, where did I put it? I saw the white bones of Hongzun, who was as white as jade, slowly stood up. Maybe he had been sitting cross-legged for too long. When he stood up, the friction sound between his bones was quite scary. Although Hongzun's bones were very tough, they were too hard, causing the connection between the bones in his body to be a little loose. Seeing this, Long Chen hurriedly used his tail to support him, fearing that he would stand up and fall apart, which would be funny. I didn't expect that you, a demon, are quite loving. Hey. After Hongzun laughed a few creepy times, he turned around and looked at his stone statue, and then couldn't help scratching his skull with his finger bones, making a squeaking sound. I've been dead for hundreds of years. It's been too long, and my memory has declined a little. Rong Benzin thinks that it should be put there. Hongzun waved his palm bones, and an invisible force slowly permeated, and a 5-star map comparable to a small spirit formation appeared in front of Long Chen and the other two. I can release a spirit formation without a formation pen? Long Chen couldn't help wondering. Hey, a mere storage spirit formation. A thing like this that is not even a first-level spirit formation, I still need to use a formation pen to draw it. Isn't it too green? When you cultivate to a high-level spirit formation master, you will find that you don't need a formation pen to assist in casting low-level spirit formations. Only when you are carving a spirit formation that is as powerful as your own level of profound energy will you use a formation pen. Hearing this, Long Chen nodded slightly, as if he had been taught. After thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Before, the Thunderscale Snake Queen didn't have any so-called formation pen to release the spirit formation, but that was the credit of the spirit formation mark of the Rainbow Venerable, which could store some low-level spirit formations. After all, spirit formation masters are originally divided into 1 to 9 levels from low to high, and the Rainbow Venerable is at least an 8th level spirit formation master. If you still use a formation pen to release a 2nd or 3rd level spirit formation, it is indeed a bit of a slap in the face. Got it? Found it? Reverend Hong suddenly took out a light black tool and a secret book from his own spirit formation. Looking at the secret book in his metacarpal bone and the carving pen that he had fought with for a long time, Reverend Hong was filled with mixed feelings and could not help but sigh. Turning around, Reverend Hong used his soul power to control the two to fly in front of Long Chen. This secret book is a record of all the spirit formations that I have been able to carve since I became a spirit formation master. It is just my personal unique skill. Of course, if there are spirit diagrams of spirit formations in the outside world, you should also collect them if you have the chance. A powerful spirit formation master must also have a powerful spirit diagram in his hands. A spirit diagram is to a spirit formation master like a prescription for an alchemist or a tool drawing for a blacksmith. You must keep it well. This is my hard work. Carefully taking the secret book with his tail, Long Chen's eyes also fell on the secret book with a sikkim-like cover. Feeling the majestic fluctuations slowly surging out of it, his heart was slightly awe-inspiring. This was all the hard work of Venerable Hong in his career as a spiritual array master. For a moment, it actually felt a little too heavy. Long Chen put the secret book into the system space, threw it to the evolution system to digest, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Senior. I have written down all your words. Also, this is the engraving pen that accompanied me in the battles back then. It is also a mysterious soul weapon, called the Ancient God Engraving Pen." Venerable Hong's voice suddenly became solemn and serious, and a pair of white bones without flesh and blood held a light black long engraving pen in their hands. Long Chen looked at the engraving pen, but found that the length of this thing had long exceeded the scope of the engraving pen, and the pen looked very sharp, more like a spear with the length of a sword body, and couldn't help but look stunned. Is this also considered an engraving pen? Wait, what is a mysterious soul weapon? Ding! The mysterious soul weapon is a powerful weapon in this world, with extremely strong combat power, which can enhance its own combat power. Ding! The mysterious soul weapon is the same as the mysterious skills in the art of martial arts and is divided into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, and each level is divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. Ding! The forging of the mysterious soul weapon is very difficult and requires a very special blacksmith to forge it. Ding! Previously, this system wanted to issue a task for you to become a blacksmith, but the host can only comprehend one secondary profession, so now it can only be a spirit formation master. Ding! However, on the whole, the spirit formation master is the most suitable choice for the host at present, because this profession is not only powerful, but also the profession with the highest status on the continent. Ding! The status of a powerful spirit formation master in the Dragon Ancient Continent can be said to be all-round and famous. While the system was explaining, Venerable Hong stuffed the Ancient God Array carving pen into Long Chen's mouth without hesitation, sighed, and spoke in a solemn tone. This Ancient God Array carving pen is a heaven-level mystic soul weapon. It is a powerful killing weapon, and it is also a powerful array carving pen. It can be said to be both civil and military. At that time, in order to merge the array carving pen with the mystic soul weapon, I spent a lot of energy wandering around to ask for help, and finally it took 10 years to successfully create it. Long Chen rolled up the Ancient God pen with his tail, looking at the light black surface, especially the tip of the pen, which was extremely sharp at this moment, without the softness of hair at all. Now this Ancient God pen fought with me before it died, so now it is in the martial full form of the mystic soul weapon, not the literary form of carving spirit formations. As if seeing the confusion in Long Chen's eyes, Venerable Hong explained, "Dead? This Ancient God pen is dead?" Long Chen was extremely shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at the long, sharp, light black pen wrapped in the tail again, and his face was stunned. That's right. This ancient divine pen is just as Hong Zunjie said, without the slightest breath of the mysterious soul weapon. It looks dead and lifeless, making people feel that it has no soul. After a quick look at the ancient divine pen again, Long Chen's eyes were suddenly locked in the middle of the pen body. There should have been something inlaid there, and now there is a small rounded groove there. It seems that without the endurance of the thing in the groove, this ancient divine pen, which was once known as the heaven-level mysterious soul weapon, has fallen into such a bleak side. The light blue luster in the depths of Hong Zunjie's eye sockets at this moment revealed a little sadness and resentment, and his voice was low. Back then, before my complete death, if it weren't for this ancient divine pen fighting to protect me, you wouldn't be able to see me now, let alone this place called Hong Zunjie Palace. The spirit in the weapon is the essence of the mysterious soul weapon. It's like your partner and your brother. Long Chen, take this pen. Although its soul is dead, you can find another forger to forge it again and cast its soul. Although this ancient divine pen can still be used to depict low-level spirit formations, only by forging it again and casting its soul can the peak power of this ancient divine pen be exerted to depict stronger high-level spirit formations. Hearing what Venerable Hong said, Long Chen also nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Senior. I will let this ancient divine pen come alive again and tell it that its new owner is Venerable Hong's disciple. Ha ha ha! There is no need for a disciple. This master has never thought of accepting a disciple. It's just that I like you and have a connection with you. Venerable Hong laughed, waved his hand bones, looked at Long Chen and said, This master has been dead for hundreds of years. It's a blessing that my own things didn't fall into my hands. Oh, by the way, while there is time now, drip blood on the ancient divine pen and let it recognize you. Long Chen, now that the ancient divine pen is by your side, drop some blood on it to make it recognize you. This process may be a little difficult, but with me here, everything will be fine. Reverend Hong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Long Chen was startled, and then he followed the words of the former and subconsciously poked a tiny blood mark on the corner of his mouth. Drop! A drop of scarlet blood with the blood of the war ghost sky dragon, accompanied by free fall, then dripped on the dull ancient divine pen. As the scarlet blood dripped on the location of the soul slot of the ancient divine pen, there was no movement. The ancient divine pen was still so dull, without the slightest trace of breath. Only the death aura attached to it was spreading faintly. This death aura was not the death aura bred by the realm of death, but the death aura of the ancient divine pen itself because of the extinction of the soul. Long Chen felt the subtle changes in the ancient divine pen and was shocked. Suddenly he felt an extreme resentment, slowly surging from the ancient divine pen. The next second, the nylon butterfly and the snow beast were instantly bounced away by an invisible force and forced to leave Long Chen's body. Brother Long! Meow! The nylon butterfly and the snow beast shouted at the same time. They wanted to return to Long Chen's side again, but they were surprised to find that they could not move their bodies at all and could only fly backwards uncontrollably. The rebound force of this force was full of resentment and obsession, as if it had a hatred that had lasted for thousands of years. It gradually emerged from the ancient divine pen and spread. This? Long Chen's heart trembled, and he looked at the resentful death aura gradually spreading and covering the ancient divine pen wrapped by his tail in surprise. His face was extremely shocked. What kind of mortal enemy did this mysterious soul weapon encounter to leave such resentment? Long Chen, concentrate. That was the death aura obsession before the ancient divine pen and I were killed. I will help you from it. I saw the Hong Zun shouted loudly, and the two hand bones formed seals at a rapid speed. One after another, the extremely clean soul power slowly spread out, presenting a cloud-ringed and mist-surrounded trend, covering Long Chen and the ancient divine pen respectively. Feeling the irrigation from the pure soul power of Hong Zun, Long Chen also came back to his senses from the resentment and obsession of the ancient divine pen. He shook his snake head and cleared all the negative emotions in his mind. Gulp! The next moment, as if it had sensed the soul power of its original owner, the ancient divine pen, which had originally released a large amount of resentment, obsession, and death energy, now beat slightly like a heart. Although it had sensed the will of its original owner, the resentment and obsession in the ancient divine pen had lasted for hundreds of years, and at this moment, it was emitting an even more ferocious purple light. You guy, you don't even recognize your old master? Hong Zun shouted loudly, and his pair of white jade-like bone palms quickly clasped together, and a stream of majestic pure soul power spread out, trying to suppress the ferocious purple light of resentment. Buzz! On the other hand, the ancient divine pen was shaking violently, as if it was in a state of entanglement and confusion. At this moment, two emotions were transmitted from its body. However, Long Chen felt one emotion, which was the longing for his old master, and the other, which was like a powerful force invaded by an external force. Kill! Kill! The power of the purple light spreading from the ancient divine pen, in Long Chen's feeling, was only the word kill. It seemed that this was not the will of the ancient divine pen itself. This will, full of evil and dark side, was more like an external force that penetrated into the ancient divine pen. Ding! Host, be careful. The power you are facing is the power of the underworld in the ancient divine pen. The power of the underworld? Hearing this, Long Chen was puzzled and couldn't help asking, can the power of the underworld still surge out of this mysterious soul weapon? Impossible? Ding! The facts are in front of us. This sword must have fought a war with the underworld once before it was alive, so it is contaminated with the power of the underworld. Ding, host, please be careful. The power of the underworld is known as one of the most domineering forces in the ancient dragon continent. Its uncontrollable dark side power is enough to devour the hearts of all things. Ding! The power of the underworld is extremely domineering and aggressive, and it turns to creatures with extremely strong soul power to attack cities and finally become puppets of the underworld. Ding! Host, you must keep your original heart. This system will release the devouring power to help you devour the power of the underworld. Following the step-by-step instructions of the evolutionary system, Long Chen's originally flustered heart gradually calmed down at this. The tail tightly grasped the ancient divine pen, watching his blood merge into it. Long Chen closed his eyes slightly at this moment, entering a calm state. Buzz! The ancient divine pen, beating like a heart, seemed to have encountered some invisible obstacles at this moment. It wanted to pour all its own underworld power into Long Chen's body, and in fact it succeeded. However, what confused the underworld power was that there was no defense in Long Chen's body, as if it allowed itself to go out and do whatever it wanted. Whoosh! The underworld power, full of darkness, was like a no-man's land at this moment, rushing around in Long Chen's body, showing its extremely domineering aggressive power. Chi-chi! However, the next second, several black vortices suddenly appeared deep inside Long Chen's body. The vortices were spinning at high speed, showing a strong suction force, swallowing up the large amount of invading power of the underworld. Feeling the huge, swallowing force emerging from Long Chen's body, the invading power of the underworld was caught off guard. But it was not at all panicked, and slowly poured in like a maggot on the tarsal bone. At this moment, the domineering degree of the power of the underworld was even beyond Long Chen's imagination. System, think of a way. At this moment, Long Chen felt as if his heart was polluted, and all kinds of negative and dark emotions gradually surged into his heart. Although Long Chen has been very persistent in sticking to his original intention, he also has resentment from his previous life. In his previous life, he was deceived by his brother, abandoned by his girlfriend, and owed a lot of debts. In the end, he died suddenly in an internet cafe. As long as there is resentment, it is the best nutrition for the power of the underworld. Ding. Host, keep your heart. Think of something happy, and hold on. Otherwise, the power of the underworld will take over, and the devouring power will become weak. Long Chen bit his gums tightly at this moment, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, using the pain to wake himself up. Just as the evolution system said, Long Chen tried his best to think positively, but he was surprised to find that after coming to this world, apart from escaping and life and death experiences, there seemed to be nothing happy. Ding! Host, think quickly. What are you standing there for? Waiting for the power of the underworld to devour your true heart and turn you into a killing machine? Facing the prompt sound of the evolution system, Long Chen was also stunned and said, It seems that I don't have anything happy. Ding! Think about the glorious scene in your previous life. After all, you are the founder of the company. The company was cheated by my brothers. The company was opened, but I am not the legal person. Ding! Then think about your girlfriend in your previous life. There must be happy times, right? I was abandoned. I ran away with my brothers and my girlfriend got married, but I was not the groom. Ding! Then think about your family, a happy life in childhood. Anything is fine. I'm an orphan. I have no parents since I was a child, and I have been beaten by society from time to time. Ding! Then I can't help it. Host, you are really awesome. While Long Chen and the system were working hard, Reverend Hong discovered that the weight of the red refining snake king in front of him was quietly surging with the power of the underworld. It's broken. This little monster is about to collapse. Hundreds of years have passed, but I didn't expect that there is still the power of the underworld in the ancient god's pen. Hong Zun secretly cried out that it was not good. At this moment, he seemed to have no choice. The light blue light in the eye sockets of his skull emerged. At this moment, Hong Zun made a decision. At this moment, a faint purple light of the underworld slowly spread out from the scales on Long Chen's body. In the whole hall, the purple fierce light was like a spreading virus, dyeing the originally bright and painful hall with a layer of terrifying color visible to the naked eye. The nylon butterfly watched the purple fierce light suddenly spread in the hall, and it was so scared that it subconsciously covered itself with its tail, as if it was trying to cover its ears and steal the bell. Can't see me? Can't see me? The fierce purple light seemed to have found a new target, and found the butterfly and the beast in the center of the hall, and then slowly drifted over. The most overbearing and domineering aspect of the power of the underworld is its corrosive power. The stronger the master of the power of the underworld, the more overbearing the corrosive power becomes. I don't want to die. I'm not grown up yet, and I don't have a partner yet. Nylon Butterfly shouted anxiously, her small body trembling. It had no fighting power, and all its own healing auras emerged. However, when the healing aura encountered the overbearing power of the underworld, it was as fragile as paper and instantly shattered the opponent's aura. Ma! The next second, with a solemn and beautiful cry, the warmest light marks burst out from the divine light field, and the Nylon Butterfly was enveloped in it. Nylon Butterfly felt that she was wrapped in a warm power, and subconsciously spread her butterfly wings. Looking at the snow beast standing beside her, staring at the power of the underworld around her with a solemn face, Nylon Butterfly immediately shouted happily, "Little one, you are still awesome! Ma!" At this moment, the snow beast had no intention of joking with the former. While protecting Nylon Butterfly, it looked ahead with worry. At this moment, Long Chen, who was in the form of the red refining snake king, was surrounded by the purple light. Long Chen's resolute and clear eyes were gradually being polluted. The snow god beast was very anxious at this moment, but he could do nothing. He could only pray in his heart that Long Chen could get through the difficulties. No, this little monster can't bear it. The damn power of the underworld has been gone for hundreds of years, and there is still so much left. Hold on, little monster, I'm here to save you. It seemed that the Hongzun had made up his mind at this time. His eyes were shining with light blue light, and the most solemn light emerged. The Hongzun turned around suddenly at this moment, and he didn't even care about his ribs, because he turned around suddenly and one of them fell off. There was no time to pick up his bones. The Hongzun stretched out his hand bones, then touched his handsome stone statue, and said in a deep voice, "I hope you are still there." Buzz! As streams of red gold light emerged from the stone statue, Hongzun couldn't help but laugh. He used his soul power to attach to his hand bones and directly penetrated the chest of the stone statue. "Old friend, I can't accompany you anymore. This little monster will be the host of your life from now on." "Ha!" Hongzun burst out a shout that seemed a bit painful, but the blue light in his eye sockets became more and more brilliant and condensed. The red gold light surged out from his handsome stone statue. Chi-chi! As the red gold light, comparable to the purest in the world, surged, the power of the underworld that surged out of Long Chen's body suddenly became a little panic. It seemed that he had encountered his natural enemy. After feeling the red gold light that should not exist in this world, the purple evil light was actually weakening with the power of the naked eye. "With it, I will see how long you can be arrogant." Hongzun held up a red gold light in his hand bones. The red gold light that seemed to purify everything in the world came from this light pool. But as for what exactly is in this red gold light pool, no one knows. As the red gold light gradually emerged and spread, the purple light that was originally filled with fierceness in the entire hall finally encountered a force that was naturally resistant to it. Under the cover of the red gold light full of warmth and evolution, the fierce purple light also launched a domineering and fierce counterattack. The snow beast withdrew its divine light field and leaned against the nylon butterfly weakly, feeling the cover of the red gold light. The power that had just been lost in the body was replenished at this moment. Nylon Butterfly protected the snow beast by his side, looking at the power in the hall, which was like two golden and one purple dragons, entangled and offset each other, and was extremely shocked. "This? What is this?" Nylon Butterfly couldn't help asking. "Mao!" This may have touched the knowledge blind spot in the inherited memory. The snow beast also cried softly and shook his head. "Chi-chi!" The purple light of the savage seemed to have discovered the source of the red gold light. It wanted to rush over and smash the bones of the Hongzun, but the red gold light was like a solid barrier, unbreakable. "Chi-chi!" The purple fierce light could only be ruthlessly offset at this moment. It had just been released from the ancient divine pen. It could have swallowed up everything here, but it encountered a power that was naturally nemesis to it, so it could only be eaten away step by step. Crack! At this moment, Hongzun, who was holding the red gold light pond, raised his white jade bone right arm high, but his left arm and shoulder suddenly shattered and finally fell to the ground. This was the majestic purifying power released by the red gold light pond, trying to transcend Hongzun's soul. Crack! Snap! Snap! Next, as Hongzun's left arm bone fell off, his ribs also fell off, leaving only 2 or 3, and there was nothing left. His left leg also began to break apart, and finally he could not support the transcendence from the power of purification, and fell down with a bang. Although Hongzun knew that his body was beginning to break down, he still held on to the red gold light, and in order to prevent himself from falling, he used the statue of himself behind him to cover himself. "Brother, hold on a little longer, we can be reborn." At this moment, the light blue luster in Hongzun's deep eye sockets had been filled with red gold light marks, full of warm red gold light, which was endless warmth and protection for living beings. But for Hongzun, who had already become a dead man, it was indeed a deadly poison. "Although I am not a good person, I am also a man of my words. I am ugly, but my heart is not ugly, that's enough. Hey, you are my body after all, hold on a little longer." Hongzun shouted and his jawbone fell to the ground with a dislocated belt. The broken bones had reached the critical point of collapse. Long Chen, who was also struggling with the power of the underworld, suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the broken bones of Hongzun in front of him, he immediately trembled in his heart and said in a hurry, "Senior, stop quickly, otherwise you will be completely gone." He was just curious about the power of the underworld in his body, but suddenly lost its aggressiveness. After he devoured it, he saw this scene and was filled with regret. It turned out that Hongzun had been guarding him outside, and it seemed that Hong Zun was going to sacrifice himself. It doesn't matter. I have died once. Will I be afraid of death again? It started with me, so I must end it again. Hong Zun's skull began to produce fine cracks at this moment, but he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He shouted, "Dig a big hole, destroy it for me." Buzz! Feeling the will of the old master, the red gold light released the most brilliant brilliance. Under the irrigation of Hong Zun's soul power, it seemed to be depicting a beautiful painting. Chi, the more powerful and majestic purification power, at this moment, was like a god descending from heaven, completely enveloping the extremely overbearing power of the underworld. Roar! The underworld power trapped in it let out a terrifying roar similar to that of a demon. It rushed forward, but it could not break through at all. In the end, it could only be forcibly pulled into the red gold light pond without any resistance. Chi! As a large amount of scarlet-purple light was continuously swallowed by the red gold light pond, the originally extremely fierce underworld power also lost its former ferocity at this moment and was swallowed up continuously. When the last ray of scarlet and violent underworld power was swallowed, the entire hall regained its bright color again. Buzz! After swallowing up the power of the underworld, the hand bones that held up the red gold light pond finally broke at this moment, and the red gold light pond disappeared and returned to the stone statue behind Hong Zun. All this came too suddenly, as fierce as a tide, but ended in a shocking way. As the saying goes, when the strong fight, the battle is fleeting. From the time Long Chen was invaded by the power of the underworld to the time when the power of the underworld was completely devoured, it was only a blink of an eye. Forward! Venerable Hong! Long Chen came back to his senses, shook his snake head, and looked at the scene in front of him. His heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, Venerable Hong had completely died of soul fluctuations. The pair of eye sockets that originally had a blue luster jumping also returned to death, so weak that it could go out at any time. The half-broken bones also lost their due brilliance at this time and were incomplete and dilapidated. Long Chen quickly stepped forward, and the snake's tail supported the shaky bones and said anxiously, "Venerable Hong, are you still there?" "Kaka." As if hearing Long Chen's voice, the broken bones slowly moved, making a fragile sound, and the blue luster that seemed to be destroyed at any time slowly jumped. "Well, it seems that I am not a bad person. People say that I treat life as worthless. I have just saved 3. Hong Zun's jaw had been broken long ago, and he was transmitting information through his soul will. "Little monster, before I leave, I will give you a big gift. It is our fate. This fate is in my stone statue. Before I leave, find the mechanism to open it. That thing is called." However, before Hong Zun finished speaking, he seemed to have reached the end of his life. The extremely weak blue in his eye sockets suddenly extinguished. Hong Zun, who had been dead for hundreds of years, also consumed his last ray of consciousness just now. Hong Zun's gift was not a coincidence, but a huge pit. There will be an explanation later. Everything happened very suddenly, so suddenly that Long Chen didn't even react. Long Chen stared blankly at the broken bones in front of him, which had completely calmed down. For a moment he was speechless. Buzz! The ancient divine pen was trembling slightly at this moment, as if conveying a kind of sad emotion. Now it was Long Chen's soul device, but it still missed its previous owner a little. After all, the one who created it and its first owner was Hong Zun. Whoosh! Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Divine Beast also quickly flew over at this moment. Looking at Hong Zun's bones that were already broken beyond recognition, and then looking at Long Chen who was completely stunned, the former stepped forward slightly, trying to comfort him. "Brother Long, the dead are gone. Don't be sad." "Ah, Hong Zun, why did you leave? Like this?" Long Chen suddenly shouted, scaring Nylon Butterfly. Seeing that Long Chen's snake tail was constantly shaking, only part of the broken bones of Lord Hong were left, he hurriedly said excitedly, "What did you want to say just now? Don't leave before you finish talking. You left too suddenly, too carelessly, right? What's the name of the thing you gave me? What is it in that stone statue? Tell me where the mechanism is and how to get it. It's not too late to leave." "Oh, I shook it too hard and my ribs fell off." Seeing Long Chen's eager look to know the answer, the Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Beast, who originally wanted to comfort him, looked at each other and were both speechless. It turned out that their brother Long was not silent in sadness. At that time, Long Chen sighed, knowing that the dead are the greatest, not to mention that people wished him to become a spiritual formation master. Of course he could not blaspheme, and then slowly pieced the bones together as much as possible. "Lord Hong, I hope that there will be no pain in heaven, and I also hope that you can be reborn as a more handsome man in your next life." Long Chen took great pains to carefully piece together the bones of Hong Zun, and then took the ancient divine pen back into the system space. He looked at the stone statue behind the bones and fell into deep thought. The thing in the stone statue that Hongzun pointed to before he left should be the red gold light pool that he used to save himself. But what is that red gold light pool? However, this stone statue is obviously guarded by a spiritual array. With my strength, I definitely can't open it with brute force. I can only look for the mechanism. Thinking of this in my heart, Long Chen also sighed and found that he had no clue at all, and found that he actually had a lot of things to do. Whether it was the training after becoming a spiritual array master, or continuing to cast souls for the ancient divine pen of soul death, or the spiritual grass of Beidou Mountain, all of these would take a lot of time. Nylon Butterfly looked at Long Chen lying in front of the bones, and couldn't help looking at the snow god beast beside him, scratching his head and said, "Brother Long has been sitting there for a long time. What is he doing?" "Meow." The snow god beast also responded boredly, as if to say, "How would I know?" However, the next second, the snow god beast's stomach suddenly growled. The little guy blushed and whispered in embarrassment, "Gurgle, gurgle." As the saying goes, it was a chain reaction. When the snow god beast's stomach growled, Long Chen and Nylon Butterfly's stomachs also growled. Long Chen, who was observing the stone statue carefully, was also interrupted by hunger. He spit out his snake tongue and turned around. The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, they had a very tacit understanding and knew what to do next without even communicating in words. Cooking. This job was naturally given to Long Chen. "What do you two want to eat?" Long Chen took out various kitchen utensils from the system space and put them on the ground. He looked at the two and said, "Still eating sweet and sour pork?" "Ma!" The snow god beast nodded happily. Yes, I want that fruity meat." Nylon Butterfly seconded. "Okay, please come." Taking out the remaining meat from the elk hunt, Long Chen looked at the fresh texture of the meat and couldn't help but be surprised. "System, I didn't expect your space to be so fresh." "Ding! That's a must. Everything placed in this system will remain in its original state." "Okay, then in the future, you will set aside a part of your space for me to store ingredients and condiments. That's it." "Ding?" Long Chen ignored the system full of question marks, and a mouthful of hot flames spurted out of his mouth. And then he started the pot and heated the oil. Cooking in someone else's hall, if Hongzun was still alive, he would probably be pissed off again. This is someone else's bedroom. Cooking is easy and enjoyable for Long Chen, especially since he can use his soul power to automatically stir-fry and add condiments, which is much less troublesome than doing it manually. After a while, a large plate of delicious and appetizing sweet and sour pork came out of the pot. Nylon Butterfly and the snow god beast looked at the large plate of meat, which was many times more than their own, and they were already a little overwhelmed, and their eyes were drooling. In the harmonious atmosphere of the hall, Long Chen and the other two looked at the large plate of meat and exchanged glances. "Let's eat." The alternation of glances made them, who were a little hungry, clean up the large plate of delicious pot-wrapped pork with the most violent momentum. "Burp, I'm so full." Nylon Butterfly lay on the ground with a white belly, looking very satisfied. Burp. The snow god beast was also very full at this moment. On the other hand, Long Chen was full and continued to come to the stone statue. Looking at the stone statue, he was thinking, and suddenly an idea came to him. Could it be to use it? Standing in front of the handsome stone statue of Hongzun, Long Chen's eyes not only looked around it, but also paid attention to the murals above his head. However, even after seeing through the sky, Long Chen still couldn't see any clues, especially the beautiful stone statue of Hongzun. Whenever he wanted to touch it, he would be forcibly bounced back. The stone statue was protected by an invisible spiritual array. As expected of a spiritual array master, everything was protected by spiritual arrays. "Alas, you just told me that the thing was in the stone statue, but you didn't tell me how to take it out. Where is the mechanism?" Long Chen spit out his snake tongue, racking his brains to think. Based on his understanding of Hongzun's short contact, the other party would definitely not let him find it easily. "Even if you give me a token." When he thought of the word token, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and then took out Hongzun's mysterious black stone from the space system. Could it be that this spiritual array mark is the key to unlocking this stone statue? Buzz! As if responding to Long Chen, the black stone with the spiritual array mark suddenly trembled a few times, and then a series of gentle forces slowly entered the stone statue in front of Long Chen. Click! This is the sound of the mechanism linkage opening gradually sounded. Long Chen looked at the stone statue in astonishment, watching the black stone with the spiritual array mark in front of him, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. I really guessed it right. Well, the hidden space of Longu Dashuibi is being opened. Listening to the extremely narcissistic voice in the stone statue, it was undoubtedly the message of Venerable Hong. Hearing this, Long Chen's facial muscles twitched wildly. Longu Dashuibi? Venerable Hong, don't you know what you look like? Are you comparing yourself to the handsome Longu? No matter how handsome you are, can you be as handsome as me? As handsome as me? I am the handsome Longu. The nylon butterfly and the snow beast in the back looked at Long Chen struggling with the stone statue. The snow beast couldn't help but shout, "Mao!" Nylon butterfly nodded in agreement and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, little one. I will definitely show Brother Long that he must have some hidden dangers." While struggling, Long Chen also spoke in a Chang'an tone, using his snake tail to make a gesture of picking up his hair, and said, "Forget it, this time I will reluctantly admit it. Since Venerable Hong has given me so many good fortunes, it is true that in the eyes of outsiders, you may be an ugly guy, but in my eyes you will always be a handsome guy. Although not as handsome as me." Nylon Butterfly and the Snow Beast were both speechless at this moment. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if this guy is not my big brother. The next moment, the stone statue of the Rainbow Venerable began to slowly rotate, and the spiritual power that was slowly spreading out from it was slowly dissipating. At that time, Long Chen was also slightly stunned when he saw the gap in the belly of the stone statue. A seal? In the so-called hidden space of the stone statue, there were no other treasures, no gold, silver, or money, only a large seal that looked like rusty iron, which appeared in front of him. Long Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and then used his tail to take out the silent seal in the stone statue. He looked around, but could not see any clues. This seal seemed to be dead, without the slightest trace of ripples, and it looked like worthless rusty iron. I am afraid it would not be worth selling as scrap. How could such a seal that looked worthless exist in the hidden space of the Rainbow Venerable? Long Chen spit out his snake tongue and couldn't help but tease, "Why do you want to give me a seal? Do I have to give you a handsome certificate and then deduct a seal?" Although it was a joke, he was not stupid. Hong Zun was a super strong man from hundreds of years ago. As a super strong man in the Xuanzun realm, Hong Zun would definitely not treat a piece of trash as a treasure, and put it in his very secret hidden space. But Long Chen looked at this seal over and over again, but he couldn't see any clues at all. In his eyes, it was just a piece of waste. Looking at the bottom of the seal, his originally calm eyes were a little disturbed. Long Chen looked at the ancient font at the bottom of the seal and read it clumsily. Dongwu? Looking at the first two ancient fonts, Long Chen was also suddenly stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the two words Dongwu. Wow, Dongwu has done it, so are there seals for Shishu and Beiwei? What, Longu Three Kingdoms? Complaining, Long Chen continued to read along the remaining fonts at the bottom of the Dongwu seal. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that except for the two characters of Dongwu, the others had been corroded beyond recognition. System, scan the Dongwu seal below, and see if you can restore the remaining characters. Ding! To reply to the host, you are making things difficult for the system. You can't see clearly, but this system can? Hearing this, Long Chen fell into deep thought. Looking at the extremely blurred characters behind Dongwu, which looked like mosaics, he could only see that there were 6 characters in total. Except for the 2 characters of Dongwu, which were barely clear. The other 4 were not clear at all. Forget it, never mind. Since it was Venerable Hong who asked me to take this away, there must be a purpose behind it. It may be that I am weak and cannot use it. Long Chen shook his head and put the Dongwu seal, which looked like rusty iron, into the system space. Hulong! However, just as he accepted the seal of the Eastern Wu, he saw that the stone statue that had been standing quietly in the hall was now slowly rotating downwards under the gaze of Long Chen, Nylon Butterfly, and the Snow God Beast. The stone statue was rotating downwards, and it was obviously entering the ground along the floor of the hall. Was the stone statue finished when it turned underground? No, but the surface of the hall was still shaking slightly. The next moment, a powerful and majestic sealing force began to circle around the stone statue. Seeing this, Long Chen hurriedly swept back and took Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast away a little. Looking at the spiritual formation diagram that suddenly appeared in a circle in front of him, Long Chen's eyes were fixed. He never expected that the Hongzun, who had completely perished, could still operate the spiritual formation autonomously at this moment. Logically speaking, once the owner of the spiritual formation dies, without the infinite endurance of the soul power, the spiritual formation will collapse without attack and fall apart in an instant. However, the spirit formation of the Rainbow Venerable was different. It was like it had its own life. Even without the soul power of the former, it could still operate on its own. This was so strong that it was unbelievable. A circle of green spirit formation like a hexagram appeared in front of a snake, a butterfly, and a beast. The spirit formation was 3-dimensional and was still rising slowly, as if it was mobilizing something. The Nylon Butterfly hiding behind Long Chen looked at the spirit formation slowly moving in front of him, and suddenly his face was startled, saying, "Brother Long, I feel that the subtle fluctuation is gradually getting stronger. Looking at the hexagram spirit formation diagram gradually appearing in front of him in a three-dimensional way, Long Chen nodded solemnly and said, I feel it this time too. The extremely subtle fluctuation that first guided them here was now slowly surging like a tide. This gradually becoming powerful and transparent life fluctuation gave Long Chen the feeling that this person's own strength was definitely far beyond his own, because the system has begun to report the value. Ding, host, be careful. This spiritual formation has sealed a cultivator at the level of life and death. Long Chen was shocked when he heard this, and his heart trembled. I didn't expect that the sealed person would actually be at the level of life and death. When Long Chen heard the value reported by the system before, his heart couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect that the guy who was sealed by Hongzun before would actually be at the level of life and death. Brother Long, what should we do now? Nylon Butterfly grabbed the scales behind Long Chen and couldn't help asking. Meow! The snow god beast also cast his eyes on Long Chen, revealing an inquiring face. Long Chen stared at the six-pointed star formation, looking at the slowly emerging figure, spitting out his snake tongue, and immediately made a judgment. What are you doing? Of course run. Are you going to be killed by others if you stay here? Long Chen immediately took the nylon butterfly and the snow god beast to the outside of the hall. Are you kidding? Venerable Hong said before that he was an unreasonable guy. Now Venerable Hong is completely dead. He doesn't have the power to suppress that guy. Once the seal is broken, they will see the three brothers. If this guy is kind and lets them go, it's fine. If he vents his anger on them, then it's really unfair. Long Chen was awed. Although it was not the first time he encountered the existence of the realm of life and death, it was different from the previous evil spirit flame scale spider. The previous evil spirit flame scale spider was already in a state of serious injury and fake death, but the powerful person in the realm of life and death sealed in the spirit array was intact. Moreover, the system just told him the details of the numerical value, which made Long Chen think of leaving here quickly. The sealed human actually has the same 9-star death realm level as the evil spirit flame scale spider. That is the 9-star death realm, which is also one step away from the nirvana realm. For such a living strongman, it is easy and pleasant to slaughter Long Chen and others. After a few flashes, Long Chen, who was evacuating with Nylon Butterfly and the Snow God Beast, fell into silence again when he saw the exit of the hall. This damn man is gone, and now this spirit formation is still sealing the door? Long Chen couldn't help but curse. The spirit formation of the gate that had been blocking the exit before was still running on its own at this moment, with no tendency to unload. The gate was blocked, and there was no way to force it open without the strength of the Xuanzun realm. Brother Long, the door is blocked. Nylon Butterfly was shocked. Long Chen snorted and said, Can't I see that the door is blocked? The current situation is a bit fatal. Seeing that the master in the hexagram seal spirit formation is about to appear, and the exit is still tightly sealed, Long Chen feels that God is playing a trick on him. He has been given so many benefits, but he can't be taken away alive? Brother Long, haven't you just become a spirit formation master? Try to use your power to see if you can open it, Nylon Butterfly reminded. Hearing this, Long Chen's eyes lit up, and then he shook his head.